Chapter 2799. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to find a sealed world. Many cultivators would never have the opportunity to enter a sealed world for life experience and treasure hunting, but on the side of Star Soul Palace, there were countless sealed worlds waiting to be explored. Did the sect of the great emperors have such a terrifying heritage? Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, "Brother Yang, do you remember the golden armored heavenly book?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm not old yet." This thing was taken away by Lan Sun not long ago, so how could Yang Kai forget? It was also because Lan Sun took away the golden armored heavenly book that Yang Kai had the opportunity to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. Something that happened not long ago was naturally fresh in Yang Kai's memory. However, when she mentioned the golden armored heavenly book at this time, it was obviously not a casual remark, but Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "Is the golden armored heavenly book related to the 5-colored treasure pagoda?" Lan Sun nodded and said, "Yes. The golden armored heavenly book was taken out by Martial Uncle Tan Junhao from the sealed world in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Not only is it a powerful emperor artifact, but it is also the key to opening that sealed world." Yang Kai was shocked. In other words, that sealed world was originally in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but because Tan Junhao took out the golden armored heavenly book, Star Soul Palace's disciples can enter that sealed world without needing to go through the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Exactly. Lan Sun nodded. That sealed world originally existed in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter it, they would have to pass through the 4th layer and have some luck, but since Tan Junhao took out the golden armored heavenly book, disciples can enter and exit it at will. Tan Junhao's luck is not small. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Lan Sun smiled lightly. "According to my father's master speculation, there should be many sealed worlds in the 5th layer like that one. They have their own keys. As long as they can find that key, they can open the entrance to sealed world at any time and allow disciples to enter it for life." Yang Kai shook and exclaimed, "There is such a thing?" Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed and he quietly whispered to Lan Sun, "Your Highness, you've said too much." This matter was a secret of Star Soul Palace, and although it wasn't a top secret, it wasn't something that could be casually revealed to others. However, Lan Sun's identity was different. No one could blame her for saying this. Lan Sun shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that key is not something that can be found easily. My divine palace has been searching for so many years, but we have only found the key to one sealed world." Yang Kai pondered seriously for a while, then cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your advice." Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Talking so much has wasted a lot of time. "Brother Yang, let's go to the 5th floor first." Yang Kai nodded. "All right. Junior Martial Sister Lan, please." Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she exhorted, "There is one thing that Brother Yang should know. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. You must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces." "Got it." Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, the three arrived at the end of the corridor. Looking around, at the end of the corridor was a rotating nebula, which looked mysterious and unfathomable. A strange aura came from the nebula, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. "Brother Yang, this little sister will go first. Take care, see you outside." After Lan Sun said to Yang Kai, she jumped into the nebula. She disappeared. Xiao Chen stood in place inside. He seemed a little depressed. This time, he found Lan Sun on the 4th floor with great difficulty. Originally, he wanted to accompany her until the end of the training. Who would have thought that Lan Sun would insist on coming to the 5th floor? Now they had to part. Glancing at Yang Kai leisurely, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to talk to him and also jumped into the nebula. Soon, only Yang Kai was left in the same place. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai naturally did not hesitate. Anyway, since Lan Sun and Xiao Chen had both gone in, he naturally had to follow. The moment he stepped into the nebula, Yang Kai immediately urged the space principles, trying to see if he could stay in a buffer zone like on the 4th floor. If so, then he could have a lot of room to control, and he could choose a sealed realm that was suitable for him to experience. But this time, he was a little disappointed. Under the urging of the space principles, there was no reaction at all. When his vision was restored, Yang Kai immediately heard an anxious shout in his ears, "Nyo, wake up, wake up, the beast tide is attacking, wake up quickly, what are you in a daze for?" At the same time, there seemed to be a big hand grabbing his shoulder and shaking it vigorously. Yang Kai was shocked, not knowing what was going on. His face sank as he reached out to grab the other party's big hand. But who would have thought that the other party's reaction would be so fast? Just as Kai Yang was about to make a move, the other party had already grabbed his wrist. An unimaginably violent force was transmitted from the other party's hand, instantly suppressing Kai Yang's brute force, making him unable to move at all. Yang Kai's expression changed again. While he was shocked by the strength of the other party's strength, he immediately urged his Emperor Qi, and then, there was no reaction at all. His body was completely empty, without a trace of Emperor Qi. In an instant, Yang Kai was so shocked that his face turned pale and his soul almost left his body. Before entering the 5th layer of the sealed realm, Yang Kai was still quite confident. After all, his current strength was not to be underestimated. More than 1/3 layer Emperor Realm Master had died at his hands. Even Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, and Lei Ting dared to enter the 5th layer of the sealed realm, so he had no reason to be afraid. He felt that even if he encountered any danger, his life would not be in danger. With the space principles, even if he could not win, he could still escape. But this sudden change left him at a loss. Why was his Emperor Qi gone? Without his Emperor Qi, was this still the Emperor Realm? He was not even a beginner cultivator. What was going on? While he was still in shock, Lan Sun's words echoed in his ears. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. Big brother, you must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces. Yang Kai's heart shook and his expression calmed down in an instant. Don't panic, don't panic. First, I need to figure out what's going on. Perhaps this sealed realm has a principle that suppresses my strength, so I can't feel any trace of Emperor Qi. And although the person who grabbed his wrist was extremely strong, he did not have any hostility or malice, so he should not be a threat to him. Raising his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes close in on him. They were bloodshot. His field of vision expanded, and a bearded face came into view. This was a young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but his appearance was extremely rough and his body was burly. He did not look like a human, and he was a little different from the people Yang Kai usually saw, as if he had a different bloodline. His clothes were also very simple, only wrapped in animal skin that covered his vitals, leaving the rest of his body exposed. His muscles were as hard as iron, and at a glance, Yang Kai could tell that he was full of explosive power. Yang Kai looked at himself again. Compared to this young man, his arms and legs were as thin as heaven and earth. Having said that, although Yang Kai's body was not burly, it was still quite strong. It was just that this young man was too strong. But why was there a living person here? Was this a dream or an illusion from a sealed realm? It couldn't be a dream, but if it was an illusion, then it was too realistic. Kai Yang couldn't feel the slightest trace of falsehood from the bearded young man in front of him, as if he was a real person with flesh and blood. And the environment here was very simple. It seemed to be just a shabby wooden house. There were no furnishings in the wooden house, only a simple stool made of tree roots, a few wooden planks made of a table, and there were pots and pans on the side. There were a few pieces of unknown beast meat hanging on the wall, which were blackened by smoke. There were some wild vegetables in the wooden basket, and there was a stone bowl with some cold leftovers. What was this place? Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the bearded young man shouted at Yang Kai, "Are you stupid? I told you that the beast tide is coming. Did you hear me?" His voice was full of anxiety, and it was deafening. Yang Kai nodded blankly, "I heard you. If you heard me, then hurry up and help. There are not enough people in the village, and the defense is about to be broken." As the bearded young man spoke, he grabbed Yang Kai and rushed out, as if he was flying. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask, "I haven't asked." The bearded young man stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. His pair of red eyes were full of bestiality, which made people's hair stand on end. After a while, the young man sighed and said, "Are you stupid again?" "I'm Ahu." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he asked, "You said my name is Anyo?" "Anyo. Your mother Nyo." He was called Anyo. What kind of bullshit sealed realm was this? The other party was called Ahu, which was a very simple name. "I don't have time to talk to you about this. Hurry up and help. I'll talk to you after the beast tide is over." Ahu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai and ran. Not far from the wooden house, there was immediately a burst of shouts and shouts. Not far away, there was also a burst of beast roaring, which resounded through the sky. Even the earth seemed to be shaking and roaring. Yang Kai looked around and was suddenly shocked. He saw that the people running around were all men like Ahu, who were tall and sturdy like iron towers. All of them seemed to be very strong. Even the women were tall and sturdy. They were unbelievably strong. A woman was carrying a huge stone with a diameter of 20 feet. She ran as if she was flying, as if she was weightless. Yang Kai didn't feel any fluctuation of power from her body. In other words, she was carrying the stone with only the strength of her body. There were also some obviously underage children, who seemed to be in their teens, but they all picked up weapons. Their childish faces were full of a common enemy and an expression of facing death with equanimity. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of his head. Everyone was in a hurry, converging in a certain direction. Everyone was wrapped in a few pieces of animal skin. Even the simplest clothes couldn't be seen here. Yang Kai looked down and found that he was the same. His exposed skin was as white as snow, which was a sharp contrast with Ahu's dark skin. Forget it, this is just a small matter," Yang Kai comforted himself. Chapter 2800. There were many wooden houses all around, which were just like the man's appearance, simple and crude. Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw that not far away, there was a fence made of logs and stones. This should be a village, and it looked like a very primitive and ancient village. And the waves of beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate came from outside the fence. On the fence, many villagers were standing on it. Some were holding boulders and throwing them down, while others were holding bows and arrows and shooting them. The flames of war were swirling, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. From a corner of the fence, a 30 feet long, incomparably muscular leopard rushed up like a whirlwind. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the head of a villager. Although the villager was also tall and sturdy like an iron tower and struggled with all his might, how could he fight against such an existence? He only struggled for a moment before his head was bitten off by the leopard. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, which was extremely dazzling under the scorching sun. The villagers around the fence were shocked and angry. They roared and rushed toward the leopard. At the same time, dozens of sharp arrows flew and stabbed into the leopard's body. Under the pain, the leopard roared and was a little unstable. It was pushed down the fence by a villager, and the villager also fell down. No one knew what happened to him. This unforeseen event caused a corner of the fence to lose its defense. The rest of the villagers were quite flustered, and all of them roared continuously. "Quick, quick, quick!" Ahu pulled Yang Kai all the way to the bottom of the fence and stretched out his hand. He threw Yang Kai up the fence. He said to a strong woman standing on the fence, "Ahua, I'll leave Anyo to you." The woman called Ahua glanced at Anyo. Her thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was a little disgusted. When she was about to say something, she saw that Ahu had already rushed toward the village gate. "Forget it, it's better than nothing." Ahua muttered impatiently. He stretched out his hand toward Yang Kai and said concisely, "Arrow." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. To be honest, since he entered the secret realm until now, Yang Kai was still slightly dazed, and he was utterly unable to recover from his shock. This dazzling and unforeseen event caused him to be utterly unable to figure out the situation he was in now. He only knew that he inexplicably appeared in this somewhat primitive and ancient village, inexplicably had the name Anyo, and inexplicably got involved in a great war. He had explored many mystic realms before, but there had never been a situation as complicated as this one. Faintly, he felt that the secret realm he had experienced this time seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He secretly decided to treat it with 120% of his attention. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. As for whether these villagers were his hallucinations or not, he had no time to care about it. Everything would go right when it came to it. There was always a way to solve the problem. Arrow, are you deaf? Yang Kai was still in a daze. The woman called Ahua could not help but roar angrily. Her pair of eyes were incomparably red like Ahu's. They were bloodshot, and the anger and hatred in her eyes were almost tangible. This kind of anger and hatred was not directed at Yang Kai, but at the helplessness of seeing so many villagers die in the mouths of wild beasts. Not even their bones were left behind, and she was powerless to avenge them. After being yelled at by her, Yang Kai finally recovered. He hurriedly looked around and saw a pile of wooden arrows at his feet. He did not know what kind of wood they were made of. Each of the wooden arrows was over 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. They looked extremely frightening. Reaching out to pick them up, Yang Kai was surprised because these wooden arrows were incomparably heavy. They were not inferior to the arrows made of fine iron. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary person without Yuan Qi would be able to control them. Your task is to deliver these arrows to me. Ahua looked at Yang Kai seriously and shouted, Do you understand? Yang Kai nodded obediently and took the opportunity to look at the woman called Ahua. The villagers here were generally rough and old, but this woman called Ahua had delicate facial features and a hot body. Her chest was wrapped in animal clothing, revealing deep cleavage. Her waist was enchanting, her lower abdomen was flat, and her buttocks were round and round. Well, if she was not so tall, she would be an extraordinary beauty. However, in this kind of environment where natural selection was the rule, it was destined that no one would be able to give birth to a pretty girl. Mortals without power were destined to die. Ahua's appearance had a different kind of beauty. Once the arrow was in her hand, Ahua immediately pulled the bowstring. The huge bow was instantly pulled into a full moon shape, which made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. This huge bow was able to shoot an arrow that was 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. One could imagine how big the bow was, but in Ahua's hands, it was as light as a feather. Buzz, at the same time, the arrow spun and rushed forward. Yang Kai could clearly see that in front of the arrowhead, there was a burst of air. The power of this arrow was terrifying. A huge beast that was flying in the air was nailed into its eye socket by the arrow. The 10 feet long arrow pierced through the beast's skull, bringing with it a spray of blood. The huge beast fell heavily to the ground and struggled for a few moments before it stopped moving. Amazing! Yang Kai praised sincerely. Ahua looked at him coldly and stretched out her hand. Yang Kai quickly picked up an arrow from the ground and handed it to her. Ahua pulled the bowstring again and the arrow flew out. Every arrow could kill a huge beast. Ahua's archery was extremely accurate. Almost all of the arrows were shot at the eyes of the beasts and directly pierced through their skulls. It could be said that none of the arrows missed their targets. On the fence, there were more than 10 archers like Ahua. Each of them was excellent at archery, which made Yang Kai gasp in amazement. In such a harsh environment, if the villagers did not have such rare skills, they would not have been able to survive. The battle on the fence wall was relatively peaceful. Ahua and a dozen other archers drew their bows and arrows in an orderly manner. There was no need for them to fight the giant beasts head-on. However, outside the village, there were hundreds of villagers holding all kinds of weapons, fighting the giant beasts to the death. The roars of the beasts and the angry voices of the people were intertwined. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh was torn apart. One by one, the beasts fell, and one by one, the villagers died. In front of this nameless village, there was a fierce battle of life and death. It seemed that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two sides. Only when one side was destroyed would the other side be satisfied. On the battlefield, there was an old voice playing an ancient melody. A stooped old man, holding a walking stick, strolled on the ground covered in blood and flesh. Accompanied by his rhythmic shouts, the walking stick flickered with an inexplicable brilliance, as if it had a mind of its own, and flowed into the bodies of the villagers who were fighting. Every villager who was shrouded in the brilliance suddenly became very brave and powerful. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their skin suddenly turned red, and there was a layer of dark red light on the surface of their bodies. In the midst of their angry roars, they knocked the beasts to the ground. The strange thing was that although the hunchbacked old man looked weak, he was walking on the battlefield defenseless. The giant beasts ignored him as if they couldn't see him at all. Xianxia's eyes widened and he cried out, "Barbarian technique! Barbarian tribe? Ancient barbarian tribe?" He did not know what this primitive and ancient village was, but after seeing the old man's magical skills, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and vaguely realized something. It was said that in ancient times, before the cultivator was popular, natural and man-made disasters were endless. In order to survive, humans fought against the heavens. Barbarian technique was born because of this. The ancient barbarian tribe focused on the cultivation of the physical body. It was said that when the physical body was cultivated to the extreme, one could almost become a saint. They were immortal and were not inferior to today's great emperors. In that era, there were no endless secret techniques, no dazzling secret treasures. The only thing people could rely on was their own strength and their own flesh and blood. The humans of that era were called the ancient barbarian tribe. They were the ancestors of today's human race. Among the barbarian techniques, the most famous and the most practical one was the bloodthirsty technique. Just like what the old man was using now, it stimulated the power of the human body with an inexplicable force, and burned the essence of blood to obtain a leap in power. However, the bloodthirsty technique had a lot of hidden dangers. Once it was used, not only would it cause a long period of weakness, it would also affect one's lifespan. If it was used too many times, it might even cause death. This was because the bloodthirsty technique burned the innate essence of the human body. No wonder the villagers here looked so rough and old. It seemed that this was not the first time they used the bloodthirsty technique. When the innate essence of blood was consumed, the person would undoubtedly age faster. In the ancient barbarian tribe, only a small number of people had the opportunity to master the barbarian techniques. Most of them could only cultivate their physical body. Those who could practice the barbarian techniques were called wizard. The barbarian techniques were also called wizard techniques. The old man was undoubtedly a wizard. However, Xianxia did not know what level of wizard he was. After all, these things were from a long time ago. Xianxia had only occasionally heard about them after wandering in the astral world for a long time. How would he know the division of power in ancient times? It was actually the ancient barbarian tribe. It was actually the wizard technique. In other words, where he was now was the ancient era? How was this possible? The ancient era was far too long ago. It had long been annihilated in the long river of history. However, in this secret territory, there was a complete ancient style. Was this place real or fake? Was his name really Anyo? Then what was the matter with Xianxia? Was he dreaming? The village chief is a wizard. You only found out today? What have you been doing all these years? After hearing Xianxia's words, Ahua could not help but scold him. Her spittle flew towards his face. You better remember that the village does not raise useless people. If Ahu had not been giving you food, you would have starved to death. Today, you must prove your worth to me. Don't embarrass Ahu. Chapter 2801. After a short pause, Hua's face turned cold and she said, "If you can't prove it, then jump off the wall yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow directly killed the giant beast in midair, but the cold and disdainful eyes were still staring straight at Kai Yang's face, not shifting from beginning to end. "Trash," Xianxia murmured. He looked down at his own body and then looked at the bodies of the villagers on the fence. Well, this body type was indeed trash in this era. However, the old man with the crooked body was the village chief, which surprised Xianxia. Although he didn't know what kind of witchcraft the village chief used to make those giant beasts ignore him, It was definitely not because of his good luck. As for the wizard, from the name, it should be the lowest level of existence, right? It seemed that in this ancient era, there were very few wizards. On the fence, Yang Kai and Hua worked together. After experiencing the initial discomfort, Yang Kai also calmed down and was no longer at a loss. No matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. Maybe this was a test of this mysterious land. One by one, Yang Kai passed the arrows to Hua, and the pile of arrows at their feet decreased at an extremely fast speed. But soon, a brute race youth came over with spare arrows to replace them. This boy looked to be around 13 or 14 years old and was obviously underage, so he couldn't go into battle with the giant beasts and could only do some logistics work. However, even if he was only 13 or 14 years old, he was still more burly and majestic than most of the people Yang Kai had come into contact with. His bulging muscles were simply not something a person his age should have. In the village, there were many underage barbarians like this boy who were busy working. Time passed slowly. With the village chief's bloodthirsty spell, the attacks of the beasts were greatly suppressed. The villagers paid a very small price to kill the beasts, and there were many casualties. Every villager was extremely excited, as if they saw the hope of victory. Hua's bow was drawn again and again. There was a burst of sound in the air. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Unlike the optimism of these ignorant villagers, Yang Kai felt that the situation was very unfavorable for the village. On the surface, the giant beasts seemed to be suppressed, and there were many casualties. However, in reality, the villagers had consumed too much energy. After a long and high-intensity battle, it was difficult for the villagers to continue. Just look at Hua. In the beginning, her arrows were like the wind, one after another, almost without stopping. Every arrow could kill a giant beast. But now, she was unable to fully draw the bowstring, and her hands were trembling slightly. There were several times when she needed 2 arrows to kill a giant beast, and the interval between each arrow was getting longer and longer. Hua was like that, and so were the other shooters. The situation of the villagers outside the village was even more worrying. They, who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique by the village chief, had overdrafted their innate blood essence. Once the bloodthirst technique loses its effect, when the aftereffects occur, the hundreds of villagers who were fighting outside the village would instantly be covered by the giant beasts, and they would not be able to resist at all. On the other hand, although the attack of the beast tide was still fierce, Yang Kai clearly sensed that the beast tide was stalling for time. It was as if there was a superior being commanding the countless beasts to quietly hibernate, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. It was time to act. Yang Kai did not act rashly at the beginning because he did not understand the situation he was in. He did not know what kind of changes would occur if he acted rashly. However, after watching for so long, Yang Kai had been infected by the enthusiasm of these barbarian villagers. The inexplicable identity of a Nyo seemed to have become more real, and he had a faint sense of belonging to this strange village. These barbarians were admirable. It was they who stubbornly survived in ancient times, resisting natural and man-made disasters, allowing the human race to flourish and become the mainstream of the world. It was they who passed down their power generation after generation, allowing the human race to gain a foothold in this world. Protect this land, protect this village. My name is a Nyo. The blood in his body boiled in an instant. Yang Kai bent down and picked up a giant bough beside him. This giant bough originally belonged to another villager, but its head was bitten off by a giant leopard that pounced on it. He reached out and pulled the bowstring. With a clang, it was as if a war drum was beating in his heart, making him involuntarily have the desire to charge forward. Arrow! Hua stretched out her hand, her red eyes staring straight ahead, flashing with the light of hatred. However, she did not receive any support from Yang Kai. Hua suddenly turned her head and was about to open her mouth to curse, but the words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Yang Kai and the giant bough in his hand and said in shock, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and said, "You should rest. You are too tired." Hua's outstretched hand was trembling nonstop. Her fingers were full of cuts and blood was dripping. It was a ghastly sight. Their eyes met, and a hua suddenly exploded. Rest? There is no time to rest. Do you know what will happen to the brothers and sisters below without the support of us archers? I know. Yang Kai was still smiling. He reached out to pick up an arrow and put it on the bowstring. He tilted his head and looked at Ahua. So leave it to me. You. Ahua still wanted to say something, but her eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of shock. God, what did she just see? Nyo, who was called Trash in the village, actually pulled the bowstring? How could he pull the bowstring? How could he have so much strength with such thin arms and legs? Ahua instinctively thought that she was seeing things because she clearly remembered that during the last training, Nyo was extremely difficult to even pick up the giant bow and arrow, let alone pull the bowstring. But now, what happened in front of her completely overturned her understanding of Nyo. Nyo in front of her did not seem to use much strength because Ahua did not feel the explosive strength from his muscles at all. It seemed that he just pulled the bowstring casually, but the bowstring that made her feel a little tired was actually pulled completely by him. The bowstring was full, and the arrow was released. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Ahua could not help but look at the arrow's flight path. In front of the arrowhead, the airflow of the explosion was clearly visible. It was obvious that Nyo's arrow contained a huge amount of power, and it was not inferior to her own attack. Such an attack was enough to penetrate the body of any giant beast. Inexplicably, Ahua had a trace of confidence in the trash in front of her. She felt that with this arrow, he could definitely kill a giant beast. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the body of a giant beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the villager who was fighting with the giant beast was shocked because at that moment, if the arrow had been a little bit off, it could have killed him directly. Ahu turned his head and looked at the people standing on the fence. He shouted, Ahua, watch it. But Ahua opened her mouth, and her face was full of grievance. How could such a lousy arrow be shot by her? Even if she closed her eyes, she would not make such a mistake. It was obviously Nyo who did it, okay? After feeling wronged, she was angry. She turned around and stared at Yang Kai. She was blind to have confidence in this trash. I have a feeling. As Yang Kai spoke, he picked up another arrow and put it on the bowstring. This is not a place for you to play. If you don't want to help me, get out of here. Ahua shouted angrily. Although Ahua was surprised that Nyo could draw the bowstring fully, what was the use of shooting without accuracy? It was better to go down and fight with the giant beasts directly. At least he could be of some use. Excellent archers had gone through thousands of training and countless life and death battles to train. Nyo obviously did not have such experience. Trust me. Yang Kai looked at Ahua seriously. His hands were as steady as a rock as he pulled the bowstring. Ahua's face was full of anger. She sighed and said, shoot at a place where there is no one. Compared to his previous performance, this time he could pick up the bow and arrow and share some of the pressure of the village's pressure. His way of doing things was acceptable. Yang Kai smiled and said, this time it won't happen again. The target was still the giant beast that was fighting with Ahu. When the arrow was shot, Ahua almost did not dare to look at it, for fear of seeing Yang Kai accidentally injure Ahu. But in fact, when the arrow was flying, the giant beast jumped into the air and opened its mouth to roar. The 3-meter-long arrow poured into the giant beast's mouth and shot out from its tail. The horrible power of the arrow stirred the giant beast's internal organs into a mess. It fell to the ground and whimpered. Blood flowed out like a fountain. Did you really do it? Hua stood rooted to the ground, a little dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, Nyo couldn't even pull the bowstring before, let alone shoot an arrow. In other words, this should be the first time he really shot an arrow. Although the first arrow was a little off, which gave people a false alarm, the second arrow was very accurate. What was wrong with this trash? While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai picked up another arrow. Without any pause, he pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow. A giant beast in the distance was killed in an instant. Although Yang Kai could not feel any trace of Emperor's Qi in this secret realm, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Although the giant bow and arrow were difficult to control, it was nothing to in the Emperor realm. The first arrow was just an experiment. With a standard in mind, The next thing was simple. None of the arrows missed their target. A bundle of 10 arrows was shot out by Yang Kai in less than 3 breaths. Except for the first arrow, which did not work, the other 9 arrows all killed. Brother Nyo, you are so powerful? The barbarian boy in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows and saw the scene of Yang Kai's great power. He immediately admired him. Master Nyo was despised by all the master, saying that he was the trash of the village. He did not contribute at all and wasted food. Many masters suggested that a Nyo should be banished from the village and left to fend for himself. If it were not for the kindness of the village chief, Ahu would have given his food to a Nyo, and Aniu would have starved to death. A Nyo, who was called Trash, was actually so powerful. He was not inferior to Sister A Hua, who was the best archer in the village. The boy was confused. Chapter 2802. It was snowing heavily. No one knew when the snow started to fall in this ancient and primitive world. The sight was dyed white, and the red blood on the ground was even more shocking. Despite the extremely cold environment, the villagers seemed to be unaware of it. Everyone's exposed skin was steaming hot. Outside the village, hundreds of villagers were holding stone axes, stone spears, and other primitive weapons to fight the beasts. On the fence, more than a dozen archers were providing strong support with their exquisite skills. The hunchbacked village chief was still running in the battlefield. His black walking stick would burst out 1 or 2 weak lights from time to time. He was using his poor wizard skills to resist the invasion of the beasts. The blood on the villagers who had been affected by the bloodthirsty spell were getting dimmer and dimmer. That was a sign that the bloodthirsty spell was about to lose its effect. Once the bloodthirsty spell lost its effect, these villagers would fall into a long period of weakness and would no longer have the power to fight. If the beasts were not defeated before then, there was only one fate waiting for the village: destruction. Hundreds of the strongest warriors would become food for the beasts during the winter, and the old, weak, women and children in the village would not be able to escape the fate. At that time, the beasts' iron hooves would trample the earth, and the earth would groan. If the beasts did not retreat, the villagers would fight to the death. Behind them was their home, and no one would retreat. Whoosh! Yang Kai's arrows missed 3 times, and the 3 giant beasts were instantly killed. Ahua was dumbfounded by his miraculous skill. If the fact that Kai Yang had pulled the bowstring and not missed his target had shocked her, then the scene that she had just witnessed had left her speechless. Her mind was completely blank. Bow and arrow could be used like this. As the best archer in the village, she had her own pride. Competing in archery skills. No one in the whole tribe could compete with her, but Yang Kai's archery skills of missing 3 times in 1 shot was something she had never heard of or seen before. They could win. They could definitely win. Anyo's sudden outburst made Ahua see the hope of victory. As long as he could maintain his current state, the beasts were nothing to worry about. Sister Ahua, Brother Anyo. Oh no, we don't have many bows and arrows left. These are the last 5 bundles. Aunt Lee asked me to tell you to use them sparingly. The young man who was in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows in his arms. With a shout, Hua felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A bundle of arrows meant 10 arrows were lost, and 5 bundles meant 50 arrows. Taking everything into account, he could only kill 50 giant beasts. However, how could the beast tied below be calculated by a mere 50? Hua's face turned pale. If they did not have the support of the archers, Tiger and the others who were fighting below would definitely die. She turned around and glared at the young man. How can there not be many left? Where are the arrows in the storehouse? Didn't you take it out? The youth said with a sullen face, I've taken them all out. But you're using up too much energy. Auntie Lee and the others are working on it now, but they still don't have enough time to replenish it. Fast consumption? It wasn't that it was fast, but that it had taken too long. There had never been a beast tide that lasted so long. The giant beasts had paid such a heavy price, but they still didn't back down. This was completely different from the beast tides they had encountered before. Looking up at the sky, the snow was falling like goose feathers. The biting cold wind carried the sound of the wind horn, echoing in the forest. It was winter, and the beasts had to stock up on food to survive the winter. Otherwise, the cold environment would make them starve to death in the cave. What should I do? What should I do? Hua was shocked by this despairing news. She was on the verge of collapsing. She bit her pale lips so hard that they almost bled, but she didn't seem to feel it. She turned her head and looked out of the village. Looking at the villagers who trusted their backs to her, Hua felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. "I'll leave this place to you." Hua was stunned when she heard that. She turned her head to look at Anyo and asked, "What?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and put down the giant bow in his hand. He tilted his head and smiled at Hua. "I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the fence and rushed toward the battlefield that was full of blood and internal organs. Hua's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to shout, but her shout was drowned out by the whistling cold wind. She didn't know if Anyo heard her or not. He was courting death. Although Anyo's performance was not bad since he was able to pull the bowstring to kill the beasts, long-distance shooting and close combat were two different things. Fighting with the beasts that were 30 to 40 feet long required extraordinary physical fitness and courage to face death with equanimity. Regardless of Anyo's courage, his physical fitness was obvious. His body was even smaller than that of the underage children in the village. Even if such a person went to the battlefield, what could he do? He was probably not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the beasts. Getting off the fence, Kai Yong picked up a stone axe. Braving the biting cold wind, he stepped on the strange monsters that were a mixture of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the crowd of beasts. He was like a sheep that had just been born and rushed into a group of tigers. His body was drowned in a moment. Hua couldn't bear to see it anymore. She reached out and picked up a bow and arrow. She secretly decided to avenge Anyo. "Sister Hua, look." The young man hadn't left yet. He suddenly pointed his finger and said excitedly. Hua looked in the direction he was pointing at. She saw that the giant beasts were sent flying into the air one after another. They flailed their arms and legs in midair before falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. They had all died in an instant. Even more giant beasts exploded in midair. Some were even split in two. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beasts gathered in one place were swept away. A figure that was not very tall and strong stood there like a javelin. The stone axe in his hand was full of blood and pieces of internal organs. How could it be? Hua was dumbfounded. More than a dozen excellent archers on the fence were also dumbfounded. They even forgot to continue to support with their bows and arrows. They all stared at the weak body in a daze. This body, which they had criticized in the past and even despised to the point that they wanted to banish, was actually as tall and mighty as the god of berserkers on the battlefield that was forged from blood and flesh. He stood there as if he could block all the storms, giving people an unprecedented sense of peace. There seemed to be a laugh coming from there. The wind was too strong to hear it clearly, but everyone clearly saw that Anyo's face was full of excitement and joy. The movement here soon alarmed the other beasts. Pairs of red eyes looked in this direction. Vaguely, there was a low roar. Immediately, some of the beasts that were besieging the villagers moved closer to Yang Kai to surround him. With the axe in his hand, Yang Kai's momentum was rising steadily. His sharp eyes swept over the beasts, which made them pause slightly and stop moving forward. Beasts had instincts. Their instincts told them that the person in front of them was not a pushover. The low roar hidden in the cold wind came again, and the beasts started to move again. There was an incomplete body of a villager next to him. Until the moment of his death, the villager was still holding his stone spear tightly and stabbing it into the soft abdomen of a beast. He died with the beast, but half of his head was bitten off by the beast. The blood had already coagulated. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone spear. He twirled the spear and the axe in his hand. He took a deep breath and stamped his feet on the ground. Like a thunderclap, he rushed into the crowd of beasts like lightning. Pick, chop, lift. Like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, Yang Kai's movements were simple and boring. The weapons he used were also the simplest stone spear and stone axe. But in the hands of the Emperor Realm, whose power was suppressed, These two simple weapons had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Not a single giant beast could withstand its attack. One by one, the giant beasts were flipped over and slashed to the ground. Each of the giant beasts had shocking wounds on its body. Those wounds were enough to kill. Whimpering sounds rang out continuously as the giant beasts were forced to retreat again and again. The encirclement formed by hundreds of giant beasts was directly torn apart by Xianxia. By the time Xianxia rushed out, 1/3 of the beasts had already fallen. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man who had used countless methods to hide his presence and figure looked like he had seen a ghost. His turbid eyes stared at Xianxia as if he had seen him for the first time. Because his mind was too unstable, a flaw appeared in his wizard spell. His hidden figure was exposed, and the beasts next to him opened their mouths to bite him. If there was an accident, this old man would definitely die in the beasts' mouths. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot the beasts to the ground. The hunchbacked old man turned his head and saw a Huan nodding slightly at him from the other side of the fence. "Village chief, give me one." Xianxia was covered in blood, and the internal organs of the beasts were still hanging on his body. His entire body was filled with murderous intent, but he grinned at the old man. The old man inexplicably shuddered, but he still raised his crutch as he was told, and an obscure voice came out of his mouth. With a wave of the crutch, a ray of light hit Xianxia's body right in the middle. In the next moment, Xianxia felt the blood in his body boil as if it was on fire. A thick layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, making him look solemn and dignified. The shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger, as if a stormy sea had been set off. His turbid eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. "This is the bloodthirst spell." Xianxia took a light breath and clearly felt the increase in his strength. However, this bloodthirst spell seemed to have some drawbacks. While it strengthened his strength, it also weakened the senses of the people's 5 senses. Only Xianxia, who had the foundation of the Emperor realm, could ignore this kind of weakening. Ordinary people like Ahu would definitely not be able to resist. It was no wonder that these villagers who were affected by the bloodthirst spell were not afraid of death when they fought. Of course, their courage played a part, but it should also be the bloodthirst spell's credit. Their senses were deprived, so they could not feel much pain or fear. Naturally, they were braver than others when they fought. However, the layer of golden light on Xianxia's body was a bit of a crane in a flock of chickens. When the others were affected by the bloodthirst spell, their bodies were glowing red, but he was the only one who was golden. It could not be helped. The bloodthirst spell stimulated the congenital blood in the human body, and his blood was golden. Chapter 2803. Village Chief, take care of yourself. Don't run around at your age. Go back and rest. Xianxia grinned at the old man, turned around, and rushed into the horde of beasts again. The old man's mouth twitched. While he was shocked, he did not forget to cast a concealment spell on himself. He was the village chief and a highly respected wizard. Everyone in the village respected and loved him. In the past, Anyo did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Why did he dare to talk to him like that today? Anyo did not contribute anything to the village in the past. He even took away food and shelter. He had thought of doing what the villagers said and banishing Anyo, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Anyo was still a villager. The village chief always felt that Anyo would grow up one day and play his role. But in fact, Anyo's performance over the years was really disappointing. Until today, Anyo was shining so brightly that no one could look at him directly. God of barbarians bless us. God of barbarians bless us. The village chief opened his mouth and mumbled to himself. He saw Xianxia return to the horde of beasts and destroy the horde of beasts that had gathered into a sea. He was like a sharp sword in the hands of the god of barbarians. He moved freely in the battlefield and was invincible. Even the thick snow could not hide the glaring golden light. The golden light dashed left and right on the battlefield, quickly plowing open areas of the battlefield one after another. The giant beasts screamed in fear and slowly retreated. The villagers became braver as they fought. 3 people formed a wall and 5 people formed a shield. It was the simplest combination attack. They chased the beasts out of their homes with unnecessary bravery. Yang Kai had already changed the stone axes and stone spears in his hands. Finally, when the sound of the wind died down and the snow weakened, the horde of beasts retreated. They left behind corpses and blood all over the ground. The villagers chased them for dozens of feet before they slowly stopped. Then they let out roars that shook the sky. The roars were like the roars of beasts, causing the fleeing giant beasts to panic even more. "We won! We won!" The villagers cheered. They were in high spirits because they were able to survive the horde of beasts. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they jumped and shouted. "Anyo, it's really you!" Ahu ran out of nowhere, covered in blood. It could be seen that he was not seriously injured, but his abdomen seemed to have been bitten. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and patted him heavily on the shoulder. "I thought I was seeing things. How could he be mistaken?" In the entire village, only Anyo had such a physique. Although Ahu had noticed the existence of Yang Kai before, he couldn't believe it until he saw him face to face. Only then did he confirm it. The surviving villagers also looked at Yang Kai curiously. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. At the last moment, if Yang Kai had not rushed into the horde of beasts and turned the tide, the fate of the village would have been obvious. The world of the barbarian race was very simple. The strong were the kings. This rule had lasted until today, but it lacked the simplicity of the ancient barbarians. "This is a gift from the barbarian god." The old village chief trembled as he walked up, holding the black walking stick in his hand. Yang Kai said in his heart that this was his contribution, and it had nothing to do with the barbarian god. However, he definitely could not say this out loud. Otherwise, no matter how much he had contributed to the village, he was bound to become the enemy of the entire barbarian race. Blasphemy against the barbarian god. It was the biggest sin in the ancient barbarian race. "Village chief, we killed so many beasts this time, shouldn't we celebrate?" Ahu looked at the village chief excitedly, and the other villagers were also full of expectation. There was a shortage of food in the village. This time, hundreds of beasts had died in the horde, which was enough for the village to eat for a long time. A few days ago, the village chief was still worried about the food for winter. Every winter, many villagers would starve to death, and this year would be no exception. But he didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. With the corpses of these beasts, he didn't have to worry about food this winter. The village chief smiled and was about to speak when Yang Kai stepped forward and said, "Village chief, don't you think that the horde of beasts this time is a bit strange?" The village chief frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "You also noticed it." Yang Kai was stunned. "Village chief, what did you notice?" The old village chief was silent for a while before he said, "Savage beast, there is a savage beast that is commanding the horde of beasts." When he said this, many of the villagers' faces changed. Savage beasts were very powerful existences, and only those wizards could deal with them. Flesh and blood were nothing in front of a savage beast. "So it's called a savage beast." Yang Kai followed the words. What he felt was just a monster beast that didn't have any intelligence, and that was why it was able to command the horde of beasts, making it so difficult to deal with this time's horde. Winter is coming. Those wild beasts must be looking for food. Although we have repelled them this time, if we don't eliminate them completely, they will definitely come back. The villagers' faces changed again. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. If there was no savage beast, those beasts wouldn't be a problem. But if there was a savage beast commanding them, then the situation would be different. If the horde of beasts attacked again one day, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the village. The village had lost enough warriors today, and they might not be able to deal with the next horde of beasts. "Village chief, why don't we ask for help from the tribe?" Ahu suggested. The village chief shook his head. "If we ask for help, then we will have to give more than half of the spoils we got today to the tribe. Are you willing to do that?" When the villagers heard this, they all shook their heads. So many people died to get these spoils of war. No one would agree to give more than half of it away. In this place, food was the foundation of survival. Then what should we do? Ahu frowned. Xianxia said, "I'll go and kill it." As he spoke, he turned and chased in the direction where the horde of beasts retreated. Ahu was shocked. He grabbed Xianxia's arm and said anxiously, "I know, don't be impulsive. You can't deal with a savage beast." Xianxia gently opened his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a savage beast. You just wait for the good news." Ahu was startled, because when Kai Yang had pried open his hand, he had felt a shocking power. Was this still the Anyo he knew? "I'll go with you," Ahu said and wanted to chase after him. But after just 2 steps, he felt dizzy and staggered. The bloodthirsty skill had ended, and the sequela was about to break out. At this time, even if he went with Xianxia, it wouldn't be of any help. Instead, he would become a burden. She watched helplessly as Kai Yang disappeared into the snowstorm. He turned his head and asked the village chief, "Village chief, what's wrong with Anyo?" The villagers all wanted to know the answer. The Anyo of today was almost a different person from the one they knew before. The village chief was silent for a long time before he said, "The barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn." The villagers suddenly understood. They didn't seem to doubt this explanation. No one even showed a look of jealousy. Xianxia went alone with the stone axe in his hand. This experience was something he had never experienced before. He was a living person and a living battle. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of time and returned to the ancient times. He had become a member of the ancient times and witnessed the style of this era. He didn't know what he could gain from this experience, but he knew that the village he appeared in was the key. If he could win the villagers' favor, there might be unexpected gains. Therefore, he traveled alone to hunt that cunning and despicable savage beast. When the horde of beasts retreated, they left a lot of clues. The snow was full of footprints of ferocious beasts. Although the snow was heavy, it didn't cover these traces in time. Xianxia continued to chase after them, but it didn't take him much effort to catch up to them. However, these beasts moved very fast. It would be impossible to catch up with them in a short period of time. It wasn't until the evening that Xianxia chased them into a canyon. The snow had stopped. There were countless footprints and dark red blood on the canyon's snow. Looking from the outside, this canyon looked like a gourd. It was small on the outside and big on the inside. The surrounding cliffs were like mirrors. Even in the middle of the night, Xianxia's eyesight could reach up to 10 kilometers away. He saw the end of the canyon. It was a dead end. Things were simple. Xianxia grinned. He didn't want to make things too complicated. It was just a monster beast that had gained intelligence. He stood at the entrance of the canyon with the golden, bloodthirsty light on his body. He put the stone axe on his waist and punched the cliffs on both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise echoed in the gourd canyon, startling the horde of beasts that had just returned. Countless beasts roared and rushed out from their hiding places. From a distance, they saw the dazzling golden light. The beasts stopped and looked in horror at the only exit of the canyon blocked by falling rocks. During the day, their companions had died under the hands of this golden light. At this moment, seeing this familiar and deadly golden light, they were naturally afraid and hesitated. If they could escape, they would run away as far as possible. They absolutely didn't want to meet this golden man. But now that the only exit of the canyon was blocked, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They had always been the ones to attack the barbarian villages. But they never thought that one day, the barbarians would attack them right at their doorstep. These ferocious beasts who lacked wisdom and experience were at a loss for a moment. They didn't know how to react. At this critical moment, a low roar came from the depths of the canyon. As if it was an order, the beasts reluctantly stepped forward and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia grinned brightly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. He took the stone axe from his waist and stepped forward to meet the horde of beasts. A moment later, the slaughter resumed. Wherever the golden light passed, the beast hordes collapsed like bubbles, falling into pools of blood one after another. Xianxia's pace was fast and firm as he slaughtered his way into the depths of the canyon. Roars and howls rang out one after another. Soon, the canyon was filled with a thick stench of blood that was extremely pungent. The stone axe in Xianxia's hand was shattered. He simply abandoned the weapon and punched the beasts, breaking their bones and tendons. Chapter 2804. At dawn, Ahu appeared outside the village with a pale face. He had not recovered from the bloody battle yesterday, especially the aftereffects of the bloodthirst skill. Even if he was one of the best warriors in the village, he would be weak for at least a few days. It was impossible for him to fight again in these few days. He raised his head and asked a big tree at the entrance of the village, "What did you see?" A head popped out from the crown of the big tree. It was the barbarian boy who was in charge of logistics on the fence. "Brother Ahu, I didn't see anything," the boy replied. Ahu frowned. His face was full of anxiety. Anyo went to chase after the savage beast yesterday and did not return for the whole night. Everyone in the village was worried about him. The boy hid in the crown of the tree for two reasons. First, he was on guard. Second, he wanted to investigate Anyo's whereabouts. But the boy's answer disappointed Ahu. Didn't the village chief say that Anyo is protected by the barbarian god? What are you worried about? Ahua appeared behind Ahu with a longbow on her back. Ahu said, "Anyo was blessed with the bloodthirst skill. Now that a night has passed, the bloodthirst skill must have disappeared. You know what the consequences will be. Even if the barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn, no barbarian could ignore the aftereffects of the bloodthirst skill. Once he was surrounded by a herd of beasts in a weak state, he would only end up as food for the beasts. It's useless to worry. Believe in the barbarian god and Anyo." Ahua patted Ahu's shoulder and turned to enter the village. Although the battle yesterday did not affect the village, there were still many things to be done. "Brother Ahu, I saw a person." At this moment, the barbarian boy suddenly shouted. Ahu raised his head. He asked nervously, "I can't see clearly." The barbarian boy replied, "Open your eyes wider." Ahu roared. The boy was speechless. He thought that it was not something that could be seen clearly by opening his eyes wide. But soon he exclaimed, "It's a savage beast." In his field of vision, he could clearly see the body of the savage beast approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Ahu and Ahua turned pale with fright. They looked at each other and a horrifying thought involuntarily appeared in their minds: the village was finished. The savage beast had left and returned. The fate of Anyo, who was chasing after it, could be imagined. The bloody battle yesterday had caused most of the warriors in the village to lose their strength to fight again. Now that the savage beasts were attacking, who could defend against them? No. The young man changed his words again. His voice trembled with surprise. "It's Brother Anyo, it's Brother Anyo." Ahu did not know how to scold him anymore. He said weakly, "Did you see clearly? Was it Anyo or a savage beast? One was a human and the other was a beast. How bad would one's eyesight have to be to confuse them?" Ahua did not say a word. In a flash, he dashed out and used both his hands and feet to quickly climb up the big tree. He stood on the crown of the tree and looked into the distance. As a sharpshooter, her eyesight was unquestionable. Just because the young man couldn't see clearly didn't mean that she couldn't see clearly. Ahu stood there uneasily, craning his neck and waiting. A short while later, Ahua lowered her head and smiled. "It's Anyo. Anyo is back with his beast." Ahu was stunned. Anyo killed a savage beast? Ahua had already come down from the tree. She swung her long braids behind her back and nodded. "Yes, Anyo killed the savage beast." Ahu smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He immediately laughed out loud and then laughed wildly. He turned around and shouted to the village, "Come out, everyone." Anyo killed the savage beast and came back. Anyo killed the savage beast. The villagers who were busy were all stunned. They could hardly believe what they had heard and quickly put down their work. They all gathered at the entrance of the village and asked each other, "Did Anyo really kill the savage beast? Who saw it?" "Ahu, you're not lying to us, are you? How can a good-for-nothing Anyo be so capable?" "He is not a good-for-nothing now. Thanks to him yesterday, the beast tide was defeated. He couldn't even pull a bow before. Why did he suddenly become a different person?" The village chief said that the barbarian god gave him the power. Yang Kai carried the useless monster beast. Before he reached the entrance of the village, he saw a large group of people gathering there. They were all pointing in his direction. In front of the crowd, a pale Ahu waved and shouted at him with a smile on his face. Ahua said that it was Ahu who had always given him food in the past so that he would not starve to death. Although Yang Kai did not personally experience this kind of thing, this body of his in this era had received Ahu's kindness. Yang Kai could also feel the care that this young barbarian had for him. He replied and lifted the savage beast from his shoulder. He raised it high and showed it to the villagers from afar. The next moment, the villagers shouted and rushed over to welcome the return of the hero. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by hundreds of villagers. Every one of them patted his shoulder warmly. Their eyes were full of worship and gratitude. Then they made way for Yang Kai to move forward. Yang Kai did not understand if this was some kind of etiquette, but every time they patted his shoulder, Yang Kai could feel the respect of these villagers. At the entrance of the village, the old village chief leisurely appeared with his walking stick. His hunched body was trembling, and he was about to die. Yang Kai walked in front of the village chief with countless villagers behind him. He put the monster beast on the ground and said with a grin, "Chief, I killed the savage beast." The village chief looked at the savage beast seriously and nodded, "Well done." There was not much praise, but it seemed more simple and friendly. Yang Kai was still grinning. At this time, many young barbarian boys and girls gathered around and looked at the savage beast on the ground. It was as if it was the first time they saw such a savage beast. Their eyes were full of curiosity. There were a few bold ones who wanted to touch it, but they were pulled back by their parents. At this time, a young girl walked out from the crowd with a bowl of turbid liquid in her hand. A faint wine fragrance filled the air. The young girl walked in front of Yang Kai and looked at him shyly. Her cheeks were slightly red, but she did not look away. Her burning gaze made Yang Kai somewhat at a loss. Strictly speaking, barbarian girls did not meet Yang Kai's aesthetic standards. However, this young girl was somewhat different from other girls. Although she was also very tall, Yang Kai was somewhat stunned by her beauty. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at the village chief curiously. The village chief said, "Only the most outstanding warriors in the village are qualified to drink this bowl of barbarian god wine. You can drink it." This was really wine. Although he smelled the wine fragrance, if the village chief did not say so, Yang Kai would not be sure that this bowl of turbid liquid was wine. Yang Kai took the stone bowl from the young girl and drank it in one gulp. A burning sensation spread from his throat to his abdomen. A strange power spread from his stomach and slightly shook his meridians. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but before he could carefully feel it, he was grabbed by the surrounding villagers and lifted up high. The villagers shouted Anyo's name, threw him up and caught him, then threw him up and caught him again. God knows how many women's hands took advantage of Yang Kai, touching his exposed muscles and vital parts. Barbarian girls had always been so unrestrained and direct, making Yang Kai's face turn red. It was fine if those young girls took advantage of him, but there were also some old women. Why did they come to join in the fun? The whole village was in high spirits, as if it was the new year. After a long time, the villagers put down the dizzy Yang Kai. Yang Kai staggered for a while, only feeling that the aftereffects of the bloodthirsty technique were not so strong. The village chief smiled and stretched out his hand to the side. The boy who was on the lookout immediately took off the stone dagger from his waist and handed it to the village chief. The village chief bent down and dissected the barbarian beast. It could be seen that the village chief was proficient in this field. After a while, he took out a rolling, fingernail-sized thing from the barbarian beast and handed it to Yang Kai. "Soak it in wine and you will become stronger." Countless villagers showed an envious expression as they stared at the blood-stained ball. Isn't this an inner core? Moreover, it is a low-level inner core. Yang Kai reached out and took it. It turned out that the ancient barbarians directly consumed inner cores. Thinking about it, in this era, martial arts were not popular. The art of alchemy must be in a state of ignorance. How could they refine spiritual pills? Directly consuming a monster beast's inner core could increase one's strength, but there would also be hidden dangers. The inner core was the essence of a monster beast. Not only did it store the monster beast's source of strength, it also contained the monster beast's bestial nature. If a human consumed it, it could affect one's temperament. This barbarian beast is your spoils of war. Take it back too. Consuming it for a long time will also make you stronger. The village chief pointed at the barbarian beast that Yang Kai brought back and said, "Okay." Yang Kai did not refuse. Although he had only been here for a day and did not have time to carefully appreciate the ancient scenery, Yang Kai could feel that these villagers were a very sincere and simple group of people from their straightforward way of doing things. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai said, "By the way, village chief, in the valley where I killed the barbarian beast, there are more than 300 corpses of wild beasts. Should I ask someone to bring them back? If necessary, I can lead the way." Hearing this, many villagers were overjoyed. The village chief said, "Of course we can't give up on precious food. But let's wait for a few days. Everyone is too tired." Ahu smiled and said, "Village chief, Anyo is back now. We also have food for the winter. Shouldn't we celebrate today?" As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out. Although the other villagers did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at the village chief. "You only know how to eat." The village chief raised his walking stick and lightly knocked Ahu's head. Ahu did not dodge. After being hit, he rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly, looking very shameless. The village chief said, "Okay, today we will let everyone eat until they are full." The villagers immediately cheered. Chapter 28:05. Food was the most important thing for the people. This was an unchanging truth. In ancient times, being able to eat until one was full was definitely the most extravagant enjoyment. The barbarians' cooking method was extremely simple, and that was roasting. Large chunks of beast meat were skewered on wooden sticks. Bonfires were lit all over the village. The villagers roasted the beast meat on the fire. The golden color and the crackling oil made people's mouths water. Although they had gotten the beast meat yesterday, the entire village, including the village chief, did not eat a single bite. Because everyone was waiting for the hero's return. Now that Anyo was back, it was naturally time to celebrate. The aroma of barbecued meat soon filled the village. There were no complicated seasonings, so they directly grabbed the meat and tore it into their stomachs. Some of the meat even had traces of blood on it, indicating that it wasn't completely cooked, but the villagers still enjoyed it and ate it with relish. In front of Kai Yang was the fattest part of a wild beast's body. This treatment was something that even the most respected village chief didn't get to enjoy, because he was the one who repelled the beast horde and killed all the wild beasts. Naturally, he received the best treatment. Yang Kai planned to just casually deal with it. After all, at his level of cultivation, it would not matter much even if he did not eat. But when the smell of roasted meat floated to the tip of his nose, there was a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. He actually felt hungry. How could this happen? He was in the Emperor realm and had long passed the time to eat. Normally, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his body's needs. But in this strange place, he actually felt hungry. And a trace of fatigue. This world was so real. He did not think too much. Influenced by the villagers, he also reached out to grab the roasted beast meat and ate it in big bites. The village women took out the preserved dried fruits, and the village chief also ordered people to bring out the sealed fruit wine. The entire village was filled with an extremely lively and celebratory atmosphere. Even so, the security was not lowered. There were still villagers standing guard outside the village to prevent the smell of roasted meat in the village from attracting the attention of the wild beasts. There was a whole day of celebration. Yang Kai didn't know how much food he had eaten and how much fruit wine he had drunk. In the end, he actually felt a little tipsy. He staggered back to his cabin and fell asleep immediately. Vaguely, he felt that someone had entered his wooden house. Although he was tired, although he was drunk. However, Yang Kai still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. He opened his eyes in an instant and shouted, "Who is it?" Just as he finished speaking, he felt a burning hot body burrowing into his animal skin quilt, reaching out to hug his waist, and burying a head into his chest. A delicate fragrance instantly lingered at the tip of his nose. His cheeks were tickled by her messy hair. There was no hostility. On the contrary, the breathing of the person in his arms seemed to be rapid and nervous, and she was trembling slightly. Yang Kai suddenly woke up and leaned his head back. With the help of the hazy moonlight coming through the window, he saw the face of the person in his arms. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai looked at the girl in astonishment. It was actually the tall girl who had toasted him during the day. Yang Kai could more and more feel the amazing elasticity of the girl's body in his arms. "Brother Anyo." The girl murmured and looked up at Yang Kai. There was a hint of boldness in her shyness. Her red lips squirmed. It was extremely seductive. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little confused. He subconsciously said, "What are you doing here?" As soon as he said that, he knew that he was being stupid. She had made it so obvious. What else could she do? Sure enough, the girl whispered, "Brother Anyo, I'm 15 years old today." There was not much explanation, but Yang Kai vaguely guessed what 15 years old meant to the barbarian girl. It should mean that she had become an adult, which meant that she had become a woman. On her 15th birthday, there should be a good gift. And it was the girl's decision to give herself to the most outstanding warrior in the village. After realizing this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. If this was the real world, it would be fine. The barbarians should be very open about this kind of thing. They were not as rigid and conservative as the women in the mortal world. At most, it was just a brief love affair. No one would feel that they had lost out. But the problem was that this was a secret place. Even now, Kai Yang couldn't tell if this was real or if he had fallen into an illusion. If it was the latter, then what was the meaning of all this? At most, it was just a dream. Just as Yang Kai's mind was spinning, the young girl once again snuggled into his arms. Her hot body pressed against him, as if wanting to melt him. She whispered softly, "Brother Anyo, do you like Anai?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "Yes, I do." Everyone loved beauty, not to mention such a pure and beautiful girl full of ancient charm. Anai smiled brightly. She turned around and sat on him. She reached out and pulled, and the simple animal skin clothes on her upper body fell off. Under the moonlight, the girl's beautiful and perfect curves were clearly visible. Yang Kai suddenly had the urge to have a nosebleed. How many years had it been since he last touched a girl's skin like this? Since they left the territory of the hometown star, it seemed that they had been hanging together like shadows. Seeing such a stimulating scene for the first time, even though Yang Kai's mental cultivation was good, he still couldn't bear it. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly said. "What's wrong?" And I looked at him curiously. Yang Kai's mind turned quickly. He swallowed and said, "I'm injured. Seriously injured." And I covered her mouth, as if she was frightened. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai said awkwardly, "It's nothing serious." "Then it's okay." And I reached out to take off Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai held on tightly. Deep in his heart, he was in a dilemma. He said, "Anai, don't be impulsive." Anai paused and looked at him in disbelief. She said, "Brother Anyo, do you hate me?" "No, I don't." Yang Kai hurriedly denied. "Then why?" Anai pursed her red lips, as if she had been hit head-on by a giant beast and suffered great damage. "I just think that we should be more cautious about this kind of thing." Yang Kai said seriously. Anai looked at Yang Kai seriously. After a while, she turned around and grabbed the clothes that had been thrown aside. She turned over and jumped off Yang Kai's body. With tears in her eyes, she rushed out of the door. "Anai!" Yang Kai called out, but there was no response. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost. After being disturbed by the girl, Yang Kai's sleepiness was completely gone. He simply got up and sat cross-legged on the bed. His mind was a mess. It took him a while to calm down and think about what to do in this sealed world. This strange place had completely suppressed and sealed his Emperor Qi, so he could only rely on his physical strength. Previously, when he was chasing the monster beast, Yang Kai also tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, but found that his spiritual energy was sealed just like his Emperor Qi. He could not feel the slightest trace of it. There were only 5 days left until the 1-month deadline, and he had already stayed in this village for 2 days. In other words, there were only 3 days left before he had to leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda. What could he obtain from this sealed world in these 3 days? But no matter how he looked at it, what could this dilapidated and ancient village give him? At his peak, he could probably destroy dozens or even hundreds of such villages with a single blow. Subconsciously thinking about his secret art, Yang Kai was suddenly stunned. He actually felt a trace of power flowing through his meridians. Although it was very weak and could even be said to be illusory, it was definitely his Emperor Qi. Why did his Emperor Qi suddenly appear? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly remembered that today, when he returned from killing the monster beast, Ani toasted him. After drinking the bowl of barbarian god wine, he vaguely felt a trace of abnormality in his meridians. At that time, he wanted to check it but was interrupted by the enthusiasm of the villagers. Was it the effect of that bowl of wine? At today's celebration banquet, although he also drank wine, it was not the same as the bowl Ani toasted him before. The bowl Ani brought was definitely specially given to her by the village chief. This discovery made Yang Kai a little overjoyed. A bowl of turbid wine could make his meridians produce some Emperor Qi, so what if he had more of that wine? Could he recover some of his strength? Or even recover to his peak? He could not wait to ask the village chief for more wine to confirm his thoughts. Although he had not encountered any danger since entering this sealed world, Yang Kai had to take precautions. In this ancient era, there was the existence of shamans. The powerful shamans were not as lame as the village chief. They were experts who were not inferior to the warriors of the present day. Turning his head to look out of the window, Yang Kai sighed. Everything could only wait until tomorrow. He did not know when he fell asleep again. At dawn the next day, Yang Kai woke up immediately and walked out of his wooden house. Many of the villagers had already woken up early and were busy in the village. When they saw Yang Kai, they showed respect and nodded slightly, but when they turned around, they could not stop laughing. A few of them even gathered together and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. 1 or 2 of them would not be a big deal, but the key was that all the villagers he met were like this. Yang Kai wanted to ask where the village chief's house was, but he did not know where to start. What was going on? Yang Kai was confused. I heard that I went to your house last night and then came out very quickly? Who appeared out of nowhere and asked Yang Kai with a sneaky smile. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? Ahu couldn't stop laughing. He pointed his finger and said, everyone knows that. Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. No wonder these villagers behaved so strangely. It turned out to be because of this. How did everyone know? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. It did not matter to him, but he did not know if it would affect Ani's reputation. After all, the village was not big. Once this kind of news spread out, it would definitely be known by everyone. Ahu said, someone on night duty saw it. Then she moved closer to him mysteriously and whispered, are you impotent? You are incapable. Yang Kai was angry. Ahu laughed. Chapter 2806. Village Chief Good Luck. In the old wooden house, Yang Kai met the only wizard in the village. Although the village chief was old, he still woke up early. At this time, he was holding a bowl of noodles and drinking with relish. Hearing the voice, the village chief glanced at Yang Kai. After he finished the food, he put down the stone bowl and said, I know, what's the matter? I want to ask you for some barbarian god wine. Yang Kai went straight to the point. Barbarian god wine. The village chief was stunned. He stood up and asked with his cane, what do you want it for? It's delicious, I want to drink another bowl. Yang Kai replied. The corner of the village chief's mouth twitched, but soon he seemed to have realized something. He looked Yang Kai up and down, his turbid eyes shining with an astonishing light as he asked in a trembling voice, Did you awaken the power of a shaman? What? Yang Kai was stunned. The village chief's thought process was too fast for him to keep up. Give me your hand. The village chief excitedly reached out to grab Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was suspicious, he did not refuse. He let the dull hand grab his wrist. The next moment, he felt a weak force invade his meridians and spread up his arm. The village chief trembled even more. His old face was red as if he had aged a few decades. He said in surprise, "It really is the power of the wizard. It really is the power of the wizard. My Zhangnan village has a successor." "You mean this?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He activated the little emperor's core in his body and a light burst out from his fingertip. The village chief stared at it and nodded repeatedly. "This is the power of the wizard. This is the power of the shaman." As he spoke, the shaman's voice rang out. As he spoke, he walked out of the wooden house and knelt on the ground. His face was full of sincerity. He put his hands together and said, "Thank you, barbarian god, for your blessing." Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked forward to help the village chief up. He did not want the village chief to die from being too excited. The village head took a deep breath. He patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "I know, you are now a member of the wizard. I am very happy." Yang Kai said, "But I'm very confused." Village chief chuckled, "There's no need to be lost. The barbarian god will guide you in the right direction. You came to find me because you felt this power, right? Is that why you came looking for my barbarian god wine?" Yang Kai nodded and stuck his head into the house to take a look. Although he was the village chief, there were only 4 bare walls in the wooden house. He could see everything clearly at a glance. Yang Kai didn't see any trace of the barbarian god wine. "There's no more barbarian god's wine. The bowl from yesterday is the only one left in the village." The old village chief seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions and explained, "The barbarian god wine was originally brewed for us barbarians to activate the power of the wizard. It requires a lot of materials and the brewing process is extremely complicated. That bowl was also left over from the ceremony 2 years ago." "Ceremony?" Yang Kai frowned. Village chief said, "Did you forget? 2 years ago, you, Tiger, and the other young people in the village all participated in that ceremony. It was a ceremony to determine if you have the qualifications to become a wizard. Unfortunately, none of you passed at that time." Yang Kai vaguely understood what he was talking about. "I didn't expect you to have the power of the wizard now," the village chief said with a relieved expression. "Even if he died now, he would have no regrets." "Is there really no more barbarian god wine?" Yang Kai didn't give up and asked. He still wanted to see if he could use the barbarian god wine to restore part of his power. But he didn't want to hear this bad news from the village chief, which made his plan fail. Previously, he also tried to use his cultivation method, but it didn't increase his power. The spiritual energy of this era seemed to be different from that of his era. It was somewhat incompatible with what he learned. Village chief shook his head and said, "There's no more. And since you already have the power of the wizard, the barbarian god wine has no effect on you. Whether it has any effect or not, I'll only know after I try it." Yang Kai complained in his heart. Village chief suddenly looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Using a bewitching tone, he asked, "Nyo, do you want more power? Do you want to become a more powerful wizard?" Yang Kai immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Village chief laughed and looked like a child who could be taught. He waved his hand and said, "Come in." The 2 of them entered the house one after the other. They saw the village chief rummaging through boxes and cupboards. Soon, he found something that looked like a tortoise shell in the corner. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Practice according to the instructions on it. In time, you will become a wizard, or even a great wizard. I'm old, but you're still young. In the future, the village will be handed over to you." Yang Kai took the tortoise shell with a solemn expression. It was as if he had received a mission in the face of danger and was responsible for the safety of the world. It was as if his whole body had been cleansed and sublimated. His body suddenly became a lot taller. Then he scratched his head and asked, "Village chief, what is this?" Village chief looked at him in astonishment and explained, "This is the wizard's practice method." What? Yang Kai was shocked. He looked at the tortoise shell in his hand in disbelief and said in astonishment, "This is the ancient wizard's practice method? What do you mean by ancient times?" Village chief shook his head. If you practice according to the instructions on it, you will soon become more powerful. I can't understand it. Yang Kai helplessly looked at village chief. On the tortoise shell, there were some densely packed small characters, but they were completely different from the characters that Yang Kai knew. He couldn't recognize any of them. Village chief's mouth suddenly opened wide. After a long time, he sighed and said, "It seems that we should start from teaching you how to read." For the whole day, Yang Kai was holed up in village chief's house. He didn't come out until evening. In one day, village chief explained the wizard's practice method recorded on the tortoise shell to Yang Kai. Then he taught him many ancient characters. Originally, Yang Kai was not very willing to learn this. Anyway, as long as village chief explained the practice method recorded on the tortoise shell, there was no need to learn any ancient characters. But village chief's words made him dispel the idea in his heart. When you become more powerful, there will be more methods for you to choose from. At that time, you won't be able to read, so how can you practice? Yang Kai thought that village chief's words made sense. Anyway, there was no loss in learning more things, so he calmed down and carefully studied. Kai Yang's perception was so high that it made the village chief overjoyed. That practice method recorded on the tortoise shell, village chief had studied it for 3 years before he could completely understand it. But now, in just one day, Yang Kai had already mastered it. Even with village chief's guidance, this child called Anyo's high comprehension ability was unprecedented. Originally, Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm. He had come into contact with countless secret techniques. He had almost reached the realm of understanding one technique and understanding all techniques. It was just a practice method of the ancient wizard, and it wasn't very profound. Naturally, he understood it with just a little bit. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't recognize those ancient characters, Yang Kai wouldn't have needed village chief's guidance. Returning to his wooden house, Yang Kai's stomach was rumbling. He was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. This feeling of hunger made him miss it. He had no choice but to cut some beast meat and cook it in a pot. After eating a full meal, Yang Kai began to practice the wizard's barbarian method. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he started to practice the method. Last night, no matter how he tried, he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But now, it really began to flow into his body. Under the guidance of the wizard's barbarian method, it slowly turned into his own strength. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt an energy source in his abdomen. Traces of inexplicable energy spread out from his abdomen and filled his meridians and dantian. This energy source was somewhat different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But under the transformation of the wizard's barbarian method, all techniques returned to the same place. It was the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood. Yang Kai instantly understood the truth of the matter. What he had eaten before was the monster beast's flesh and blood. At this moment, under the guidance of the barbarian method, the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood was completely transformed into his own strength. Moreover, the power of refining the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood was more convenient and faster than swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, a rumbling sound came from his abdomen again. The monster beast's flesh and blood had been completely digested. He actually felt hungry again. Yang Kai frowned. The sudden decrease in his cultivation efficiency made him quite unhappy. He quickly got up and cooked another pot of beast meat. Soon, he was full and started to cultivate again. At midnight, the entire monster beast had been eaten by Yang Kai. Only the bones were left. If the other villagers knew about this terrifying way of eating, their eyeballs would probably pop out. How could the flesh and blood of the monster beast be eaten so easily? If there wasn't a strong power to suppress it, the demonic qi hidden in the flesh and blood would definitely affect one's mind. However, Yang Kai's strong foundation was there. Not to mention an insignificant monster beast, even if a level 12 monster beast came, he would still eat it without hesitation. After a while of cultivation, Yang Kai deeply understood the simple and violent way of the ancient barbarian wizard's cultivation. Just like demonic beasts didn't have any cultivation methods. The biggest way for them to become stronger was to devour their own kind, using food to become stronger. The more they ate, the stronger they would become. From a certain point of view, the ancient barbarian wizard's cultivation method coincided with the monster beast's way of survival. Then, after countless generations of improvement and evolution, it created the current state of many cultivation methods in the world. After the monster beast's flesh had been eaten, Xianxia had a flash of inspiration. He took out a round and rolling monster beast's inner core from his bedside. Since the flesh and blood could be eaten, the monster beast's inner core should also be eaten, right? It was just an insignificant monster beast's inner core. With Xianxia's current body, he could safely digest it. If it was someone else, they might have to think twice. Otherwise, the village chief wouldn't have told Xianxia to drink the inner core with wine. However, Xianxia just opened his mouth and swallowed the inner core into his stomach. Circulating his cultivation method, Xianxia quickly felt a burst of energy in his lower abdomen. It was more than 100 times fiercer than before. The monster beast's inner core was the essence of its body. It was the most valuable part of the monster beast. Even if a wizard like the village chief directly swallowed it, he would most likely explode and die. However, for Xianxia, at most, he would feel a little hot in his abdomen. Then, there was no then. Chapter 2807. In front of the shabby wooden house, the village chief stared at Xianxia in shock. His mouth opened and closed, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't even speak properly. After a night, he found out that Xianxia had become a real wizard's disciple. A wizard's disciple. He had worked hard all his life to become a wizard's disciple, but he didn't expect Xianxia to achieve it in just one night. In comparison, he felt like he had lived a dog's life. He could feel that Xianxia's blood was extremely vigorous. The wizard's power lingered around his body, and it seemed that he was more than twice as strong as a wizard's disciple. Village chief, time is of the essence. Let's not talk nonsense. If you have any special skills, quickly teach me. Xianxia walked straight into the village chief's wooden house. He had been in the village for 3 days, and there were only 2 days left. Naturally, he had to hurry up. The village chief was stunned for a moment, but he followed him in. The two of them spent the whole morning teaching. In addition to teaching Xianxia a few wizard skills, the village chief also explained to him the division of wizard's power. Yesterday, Xianxia had just activated the power of a wizard and received the recognition of the barbarian god. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a real wizard. But today, he was a real wizard's disciple and also a wizard's beginner. Above the wizard's disciple, there was the wizard, then the wizard, the great wizard, the wizard king, the wizard saint, and the highest realm was the wizard god. Every realm was further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. For example, the village chief was a mid-rank wizard's disciple. But today, Xianxia was a real high-rank wizard's disciple. He was 1 rank higher than the village chief. He was only 1 step away from becoming a wizard. After becoming a wizard, he could learn more powerful wizard skills. Unfortunately, the village chief didn't know how to teach him, so naturally, he couldn't teach him. According to the village chief, the most powerful wizard god was only a legend among the many realms. It had not appeared for many years. There were a few wizard saints, but they were all in the most powerful tribes. Songnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. The most powerful wizard in the tribe was only a wizard king, which was 1 realm lower than the wizard saint. After a whole morning of teaching, Xianxia not only learned more ancient characters, but also gained a deeper understanding of the ancient world. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Xianxia had learned bloodthirst. This was Xianxia's first harvest in this secret realm. The wizard training method that he had learned yesterday was of no value. It only allowed him to cultivate in this world. Once he left this secret realm, the cultivation method would become useless. Sometimes, the bloodthirsty technique could be used. However, the village chief had also said that the bloodthirst technique he had grasped was only the lowest level of bloodthirst technique. Not to mention the short duration. The aftereffects were also very serious. The bloodthirst technique that the great wizard of the big tribes had mastered was much better than his. Although there would be aftereffects, it would not make people weak for a few days. However, using that kind of bloodthirst technique required a lot of power as support. At noon, Yang Kai walked out of the village chief's house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to improve, but the village chief had nothing to teach him. Other than those ancient characters, the village chief had already taught him everything he had learned in his life. Yang Kai had digested everything in one go, which made the village chief feel like he was a celestial being. From now on, come here every day to learn for 2 hours. You will have to rely on your own efforts to cultivate. I have nothing else to teach you. When the village chief sent Yang Kai out, his tone was a little lonely but also a little gratified. Although no matter which era it was, the new generation would replace the old generation, Yang Kai's outstanding performance still made the village chief feel that he was incompetent and powerless. Waves of painful shouts and screams entered his ears. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the village was under attack again. When he looked up, he found that he was thinking too much. He saw that in the spacious area of the village, there were many barbarian people who were in extremely strange positions. It was even more shameful for humans. Their muscles were trembling nonstop, and large drops of sweat rolled down their skin, wetting the ground. Under all kinds of positions, these barbarian people seemed to be persevering with great difficulty. From time to time, they would let out 1 to 2 screams, but they were still persevering. Yang Kai's eyesight was outstanding. With a glance, he could tell that this was a kind of body refining technique. He immediately walked over with some surprise. Although he didn't know what kind of effect this kind of body refining technique would have, he knew that this body refining technique was definitely not ordinary by looking at the physique of the barbarian people in the village. Anyo! Ahu, who was bending his body into the shape of a bow, suddenly shouted when he saw Yang Kai coming over. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, his face suddenly changed. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. His bent body suddenly bounced up and flew more than 10 feet away. He heavily hit a big tree and spat out blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly walked over and helped Ahu up. "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Ahu grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be used to it. "Congratulations, I heard from the village chief that you have activated the power of a wizard?" "It was just a fluke." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Ahu shook his head. "This is not a fluke, but a gift from the barbarian god." He patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily and said, "I know, you are a wizard, so you will be the next village chief. Practice hard, the future of the village depends on you." Yang Kai responded with a few words with a wry smile, thinking that he was going to leave in 2 days. How could he have a future? But Yang Kai did not say much in front of the characters in the illusion. He changed the topic and said, "I see that you are practicing." Ahu said, "Yes, do you want to practice with us?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't know how to do it." "Come on, I will teach you." Ahu was very enthusiastic. He pulled Yang Kai to join the practice army, laughing very happily. Anyo was really different. After receiving the favor of the barbarian god, he really changed. In the past, Ahu wanted to ask him to practice with him, but he was rejected every time. It seemed that he would rather hide in his house than communicate with the villagers. But today, Anyo took the initiative to practice, so Ahu was naturally overjoyed. Although Anyo was a wizard, a strong body was still the foundation. Then, Ahu began to teach Yang Kai how to practice. These barbarians were not wizards, so they did not have the power of a wizard. Their practice was naturally aimed at the physical body. In other words, they were practicing the physical body. Ahu explained to Yang Kai the various postures of this body-tempering secret art to the surrounding barbarians who were using all kinds of strange postures. Yang Kai naturally memorized everything. The role of the physical body was not only important in the ancient barbarians, but also in today's world. Most of the cultivator today only focused on the improvement of their cultivation, but they ignored the refinement of their physical body. They did not know that the physical body was the carrier of all power. Only when the physical body was strong could they exert more power. Yang Kai himself benefited from a strong physical body, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. In less than half an hour, Kai Yang had completely mastered the barbarian body secrets. He was shocked. Although he did not practice it himself, the body refining technique was undoubtedly a very advanced body refining technique. Did the ancient barbarians use this kind of technique to refine their bodies? No wonder they were all as strong as dragons and tigers. It did not matter whether this place was an illusion or not, or whether the people and things he met were illusions. The body refining technique alone was enough to make Yang Kai's trip worthwhile. Yang Kai's physical body was indeed strong. The body refining technique did not give him much room for improvement, but what about the disciples of the High Heaven Palace? What about his friends and family who were still in the territory of the hometown star? If they practiced the body refining technique, their physical attributes would definitely improve by a few levels. It would also be easier for them to improve their cultivation. After testing it himself, Yang Kai was even more certain of his guess. The body refining technique was really not to be underestimated. Even with his current physical body, he still felt a little tired when he practiced it. While his whole body was aching, his body seemed to have become more condensed. He spent the whole afternoon practicing. When night fell, many of the barbarians returned home exhausted. Ahu warmly invited Yang Kai to his house. Yang Kai thought that since he did not have any food at home, he might as well go to Ahu's house to eat and drink. He immediately nodded and agreed. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai repeated the same life. In the morning, he would go to the village chief's house to learn the ancient language. After that, he would train his body with Ahu and the others. At night, he would return to his wooden house to meditate and train. Without the supplement of the monster beast's flesh and blood essence and inner core, Yang Kai's training speed slowed down. After 2 whole days, he still could not cross the threshold of wizard. However, it did not matter. It was already the 5th day, and the 1-month deadline was almost up. It was time to say goodbye to this world. He sat in his wooden house and did not want to see anyone, waiting to be expelled from this world. 3 days later, Ahu came to knock on the door. Not long after, the door opened. Yang Kai looked at him with his blood-red eyes. "I know, why haven't you appeared for a few days? The village chief asked me to ask about the situation. Everyone is very worried about you." Behind Ahu, hundreds of villagers stood there neatly. Even Ani, who was angered to tears by Yang Kai that night, was standing in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. "Did something happen?" Ahu asked nervously. "Nothing, I'm practicing the wizard skills that the village chief passed to me. Sorry for the trouble." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Ahu was relieved. "That's good, we thought." "Oh right, the village chief said that he wants to go to the canyon to bring back the dead beasts. He needs you to lead the way. It's going to snow soon. If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave the village." "You go first. I'll follow you later." Yang Kai replied and closed the door. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai roared in his heart. Chapter 2808. A month had passed, but he was still here. This was impossible. Lan Sun had said before that the 5-colored treasure pagoda could only be opened for a month. Once the time limit was up, the entrance would close and the entire 5-colored treasure pagoda would produce an irresistible repulsive force, repelling any cultivator who entered. In other words, as long as the time limit was up, no matter where Yang Kai and the others were, they would return to Star Soul Palace. But in fact, 3 days had passed, and Yang Kai didn't feel the repulsive force of this world at all. Over the past 3 days, Yang Kai had tried various methods in the house, but he couldn't leave. After thinking about it, he felt that either there was a problem with the 5-colored treasure pagoda, or he was trapped in this sealed world. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the foundation of Star Soul Palace and had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. If there was a problem with it, it would have happened long ago. So, the latter was more likely. Was there something special about this sealed world? Why had he been intercepted and left behind? However, after 3 days of thinking, Yang Kai gradually calmed down. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the wealth of Star Soul Palace, and now that he had fallen into it, Star Soul Palace would definitely make some efforts. If the elders were powerless, the great emperors would definitely take action themselves, so it was useless to worry about his situation now. It was better to wait for outside help while looking for a way out. After packing up, Yang Kai followed Ah Hu and the others out of the village. The canyon was more than 100 kilometers away from the village. Last time, Yang Kai had chased them for a full day before arriving. Although he didn't have to rush this time, he couldn't delay. Once the snow closed off the mountain, these barbarians would find it difficult to move. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, a group of more than 100 people finally arrived in front of the canyon before evening. Kai Yang's forward steps suddenly came to a halt, and he raised his hand up high. The hundreds of villagers following behind him stopped in their tracks, like a well-trained army. For a moment, there was silence, but after such a long journey, they were all out of breath. Ah Hu came up and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's someone," Yang Kai replied. Tiger's expression changed. "Are you sure?" Every barbarian here was an expert in jungle survival. They had the superior instinct of a wild beast when it came to tracking and counter-tracking. Ah Hu didn't notice anything unusual here, but he didn't dare to take it lightly when Yang Kai said it so seriously. There were no footprints left on the snow. However, it was also possible that it was covered by today's small snowflakes. Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured to a woman in the crowd. Hua immediately took off the bough on her back and ran towards the side wall of the canyon as fast as the wind. Soon she disappeared. The group of people stood in place and waited for a long time before Hua walked back against the biting cold wind. She said with a serious face, "There is indeed someone." There was a bonfire deep in the canyon. "It's impossible to count the number of people. It's too dark." Ah Hu said angrily, "People from other tribes must have found the dead ferocious beasts here. Damn it, if only they had come here a few days earlier." The barbarians didn't coexist peacefully. Instead, there were often conflicts, especially when it came to fighting for food. There were 300 ferocious beasts killed by Yang Kai in the canyon. This was a large amount of materials, enough for a village to eat for a whole winter. "I hope they are also from the southern barbarian tribe. We can negotiate with them. You wait here. I'll go and see what's going on." Saying this, Ah Hu was about to walk into the canyon. Songnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. If they were all from the southern barbarian tribe, it would be easy to negotiate. "Wait a minute." Yang Kai stopped him. "Don't trouble yourself." Ah Hu looked at him curiously. Yang Kai gently took a breath and slightly raised his hand. There was an ancient and rough language in his mouth, and there was a weak power fluctuating in his body. In the next moment, the air in front of Yang Kai suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread out, a translucent image suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The image seemed to be facing the entrance of the canyon. Under the control of Yang Kai, the image kept moving inwards. Eagle Eye Skill. Ah Hu's eyes lit up. This was the village head's Eagle Eye Skill. This magical wizard skill could give the user an eagle's vision, which was most suitable for reconnaissance. Didn't Anyo just become a wizard a few days ago? He even learned such a brilliant wizard skill. No wonder the village head said that the village had a successor and everything in the future depended on Anyo. Hundreds of villagers stood behind Yang Kai. All of them were inexplicably excited, and their eyes were full of worship. The Eagle Eye Skill silently continued to move into the canyon. Wherever it passed, everything was clear at a glance. When Yang Kai pushed his Eagle Eye into the interior of the canyon, he saw the light of a dozen bonfires in front of him. Beside each bonfire, there were 7 or 8 burly barbarian race people gathered. Above the bonfires were roasted golden beast meat. The barbarian race people were all smiling and talking cheerfully. Ah Hu and the others' eyes suddenly turned red. The meat was originally the property of Songnan village, but now it was taken by a group of people who came out of nowhere. The hatred of stealing food was irreconcilable. Ah Hua's face slightly changed. She whispered, "They are from the Wrathful Flame tribe." She saw the ferocious patterns painted on the barbarians' faces. "They are from the Wrathful Flame tribe." Ah Hu's face also became a little ugly. "Why are they a group of barbarians?" Yang Kai leisurely glanced at him. In his heart, he thought, In my eyes, you are no different. How dare you call others barbarians? At this moment, beside a bonfire, a burly figure suddenly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes, like dancing flames, stared straight at the eagle-eye skill. In the eyes of the villagers of Tsangnan village, this barbarian seemed to be staring at them. They could not help but feel a little creepy. Humph! The burly man suddenly snorted coldly. He suddenly pointed forward with a crutch in his hand. The next moment, the eagle-eye skill was directly broken, and the air in front of Yang Kai burst into a ball of fire. We are discovered. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That is their wizard. Ahu's face was livid. In this desolate area, not only did they run into the Raging Flame tribe, they even had a powerful shaman accompanying them. This was bad news for the villagers. Among the barbarian tribes, the Wrathful Flame tribe was the third most ferocious tribe, second only to the Bone-Eating tribe and the Blood-Flowing tribe. Anyo, let's quickly retreat. Ahu hurriedly said. Although the villagers of Tsangnan village were strong, they did not have much confidence in fighting against the Wrathful Flame tribe. After all, they had been on the road for a day, while the Wrathful Flame tribe had been waiting for exhaustion. There was a huge difference in physical strength. Most importantly, Anyo was still with them. He was the future hope of the village, and they could not afford to lose him. Therefore, the smartest thing to do now was to quickly leave. As long as they could protect Anyo, what did it matter if they gave up the food? It's too late. Yang Kai shrugged and raised his head to look at both sides of the canyon. A group of villagers followed his line of sight and looked up. Their hearts immediately sank. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, there were suddenly more than a dozen figures, all of them holding bows and arrows, aiming in their direction. However, the other side did not immediately shoot, presumably to let the villagers of Tsangnan village know the difficulties and retreat. Although the Wrathful Flame tribe was aggressive, they were not as ferocious as the Bone-Eating tribe. If they had encountered the Bone-Eating tribe this time, they would have already been rained down with arrows. The Bone-Eating tribe was a tribe that even barbarians were treated as food. They were an anomaly among the barbarians. If they did not have a powerful wizard saint holding the fort, they would have long been annihilated by the other barbarians. Ahu and the other archers reacted quickly. When they sensed that they had been targeted from afar, they immediately spread out and drew their bows, preparing to counterattack. However, whether it was in terms of numbers or the location of their counterattack, there was a huge gap between them and the other side. If they really fought this battle, Tsangnan village would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Since the other side is so enthusiastic, let's go meet them. Yang Kai grinned and suddenly raised a finger. A white light jumped out from his fingertip. Wizard! Someone on the cliffs on one side of the canyon exclaimed in surprise. In ancient times, there were very few wizards. Any wizard was a valuable asset to the barbarians, so when they saw Yang Kai use the wizard's abilities, the archers of the Wrathful Flame tribe frowned. Killing a few ordinary villagers because of disputes was not a big deal. Countless barbarians died because of internal strife every year, but if a wizard died at their hands, then the situation was different. It was very likely that it would incur the wrath of the Wizard King or Wizard Saint. The only ones who could kill a wizard were fellow wizards. I want to see your leader. Yang Kai shouted, his voice echoing at the entrance of the canyon. The Wrathful Flame tribe did not dare to ignore a wizard's request. Immediately, someone rushed down from the cliffs and went deep into the canyon. It seemed that he was asking for instructions. Soon, the archers on both sides of the cliff withdrew. Instead, a tall figure came out from the entrance of the canyon. He was alone, but there was no fear on his face. He went straight to Yang Kai and the other barbarians. A fierce aura suddenly hit them in the face. Tiger snorted and stood beside Yang Kai. He and the barbarian warrior stared at each other like two big bastards. Neither of them was willing to show weakness. Yang Kai patted Tiger's shoulder and signaled him to calm down. He smiled at the barbarian warrior and said, "Hello, friend from the Wrathful Flame tribe. I want to see your leader." The barbarian warrior moved his eyes away from Tiger and looked down at Yang Kai standing in front of him. He was somewhat surprised. Are you their wizard? It's the real deal. The barbarian warrior frowned. How can you be so weak? Chapter 2809. Even if he was a wizard, he shouldn't be so weak. The young man in front of him looked like a child. His arms and legs were thin, and his body was crooked. He could probably kill him with a single finger. Nyo's strength is not something you can understand. Tiger sneered. Many villagers also looked at the barbarian warrior with sarcasm. They used to think that Nyo was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. He was even weaker than those 13 or 14-year-old children. However, the invasion of the beast tide a few days ago made them change their view of Nyo. Nyo's terrifying fighting power and invincible bravery made them unable to look up to him. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that such strength could be hidden under such a body. The barbarian warrior of the Furious Flame tribe sneered. Apparently, he didn't think that Tiger's words had any deterrence. He just turned around and said, "Master Ya is waiting for you inside. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Yang Kai stepped forward to keep up with him. Hundreds of villagers also followed closely behind. Tiger and the others entered the canyon and looked around. They saw that the archers of the Furious Flame tribe were still on both sides of the cliff. They were like shadows following them. The archers never put down their bows. Apparently, they were warning everyone. However, if they acted rashly, they would be met with a strong attack. Not long after, a group of people walked into the deepest part of the canyon. Under the illumination of the fire, hundreds of people of the Furious Flame tribe looked particularly ferocious and terrifying. The barbarian warrior who led the way came to a bonfire and whispered something to a burly barbarian who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The barbarian raised his eyes slightly and looked at Yang Kai and the villagers behind him. This was the wizard of the other side. Yang Kai had seen him in the Eagle Eye before. So, he naturally recognized him at a glance. He quietly looked at Yang Kai. His eyes flashed with an unconcealable look of amazement. Obviously, like the previous barbarian, he felt that Yang Kai looked too weak. The wizard of the Furious Flame tribe didn't pay much attention to the cultivation of physical strength. They spent most of their time in meditation. Therefore, their physical quality was certainly inferior to the other tribes. However, it was the first time that you had seen someone as delicate as Yang Kai. "How should I address you?" You looked at him seriously for a while and asked. "Nyo." Yang Kai smiled. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing. "So, Wizard Awesome, may I ask what brings you here?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm here to retrieve my loot." Fong frowned. "Your loot?" Yang Kai pointed with his hand. "The ones you're roasting over the bonfire and the ones over there are my spoils of war." Many of the Raging Flame Tribe's tribesmen who were looking at Yang Kai with ridicule on their faces suddenly stood up and glared at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to beat him to death right here and now. You frowned, then laughed. "Are you saying that these dead beasts are your spoils of war? What evidence do you have?" Yang Kai shrugged. "There probably isn't any special evidence." He paused for a moment before continuing. "A few days ago, our village was attacked by a beast tide. The villagers managed to repel the beast tide with great difficulty, so I chased them to this valley and killed them all. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the food with me, so I could only go back to ask for help. I didn't expect that you would be one step ahead of me." Ya's expression suddenly became very interesting. He looked at Yang Kai in amazement. "You just said that you chased them here alone, and then kill all these beasts?" Yang Kai nodded and added, "Yes. There was also a savage beast." There was also a savage beast. Ya's expression became even more interesting. "Haha." The people of the Raging Flame tribe suddenly burst into laughter as if they had heard the best joke in the world. You couldn't help but laugh as he kept shaking his head. If Yang Kai and the other villagers had defeated the beasts in this valley, it was still reasonable. But he actually said that he had killed more than 300 beasts and a savage beast alone. Even the slightest rational people wouldn't believe such words. The barbarian warrior who had led Yang Kai and the others in suddenly looked at Hu sarcastically. "Is your wizard a fool? What did you say? Say it again." Ahu suddenly became angry. The wizard was the leader of the village. Any wizard was the supreme symbol of the village. Insulting a wizard was equal to insulting the village and the tribe that the wizard belonged to. How could Ahu and the others bear this? Oh! Xianxia shouted and shook his head at him. Ahu clenched his teeth and swallowed his anger. Well, I probably know why you came here. Ye smiled calmly. Apparently, he had met many young people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth like Xianxia. Well, since you are fellow tribesmen and have come from afar, I won't embarrass you. He turned to the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe and said, "Give them 10 beasts and let them go." Although the barbarian warrior was very reluctant, since the wizard had spoken, he had no right to refuse. He could only do as he was told. Master Ye is very generous. Xianxia smiled but didn't appreciate it. Young man, don't challenge my patience. Ye's expression suddenly became serious. You should be familiar with the name of the Raging Flame tribe. If I was young, you would be lying on the ground now. So, quit while you're ahead. Xianxia nodded and said, Master Ye's teachings, Anyo will always remember them. I insist that Master Ye should return all my trophies. These things don't belong to you. When he finished, he looked at Ye with burning eyes. Ye stood up and cast a shadow on Xianxia. He looked down at him and said, You're asking for trouble. The two wizards suddenly started to fight. Naturally, the villagers also reacted. The sound of arrows clanging was heard. All the archers pulled their bowstrings and aimed at the strongest warriors of the other side. Tiger and the others also took out the stone axes and stone spears from their waists. Hot air was coming out of their nostrils. They were ready to fight. A war was about to break out. You will die, Ye said in a cold voice. You won't have it easy either. Xianxia smiled. It seemed that he didn't care who would live and who would die in the end. Do you insist on fighting? I told you that these were my spoils of war, but you didn't believe me and were only willing to give me 10. But you know the truth. When you came here, these beasts had already been dead for a few days, so they don't belong to you. Ye said angrily, They are ownerless. They belong to whoever finds them. Master is here. Evidence. Xianxia said, I can't prove it. Ye sneered. Before he could say anything, Xianxia said again, Then there is only one way in front of us. That is to solve this dispute in the wizard's way under the witness of the barbarian god. Ye narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Are you challenging me? Xianxia smiled and said, This is the only solution. Do you want to see both sides' clansmen fight to the death? Winter is coming. If our people are hurt, I'm afraid that this winter will not be good. Ye thought for a while and nodded. It's as you said, but... He grinned. Do you think you can win? We haven't fought yet, who knows? Xianxia chuckled. Well, since you insist, I, the wizard Ye, accept your challenge in the name of the barbarian god. Then he waved his hand and shouted, Back off! Hearing this, many barbarians of the Furious Flame tribe put away their weapons and stepped back. Xianxia turned back and said, You guys step back too. Tiger and others looked at Xianxia worriedly. Although they were confronting Xianxia just now, they heard clearly what he said. Although they had never seen the wizard's duel, they were not unfamiliar with it. It was a sacred battle under the witness of the barbarian god. One's life and reputation were at stake. The winner could take all the fruits of victory, and the loser usually had a miserable ending. Nyo! Tiger opened his mouth. He wanted to persuade Xianxia, but he knew that it was useless now. Since the wizard Ye had accepted Xianxia's challenge, this battle was inevitable. Once he flinched, it would be a blasphemy to the barbarian god. No one could tolerate such behavior. Thousands of words turned into one sentence, Be careful. Xianxia nodded and gave him a look that said, Don't worry. Tiger and others were worried. How could they not be worried? Just a few days ago, Xianxia was still a useless wizard. Although his performance during the Beast Tide was extremely amazing, and later he became a noble wizard, after all, it was just a short time. On the other hand, the wizard was not as old as the village chief, but he was in the prime of his life. Moreover, his aura was much stronger than that of the village chief. Did Niu have a chance of winning? Unlike the villagers of Tsangnan village who were worried, the villagers of the Furious Flame tribe were relaxed. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and pointed at Yang Kai. Their faces were full of sarcasm, as if they were laughing at Yang Kai for overestimating himself. People with discerning eyes could see that this wizard Niu could not be the opponent of Master Ye. He would definitely have a miserable ending. Soon, the field was cleared. In the depths of the canyon, only Yang Kai and Ye were standing face to face, about 10 feet apart. This distance was often used by wizard duels. The biting cold wind was blocked by the two sides of the canyon, but it was accompanied by the sound of a horn. The bonfires around them were crackling. Ye smiled and said, "Wizard Niu, I am an intermediate wizard. Judging from your aura, you should be just an apprentice wizard, right?" Yang Kai replied, "Master Ye, you have a good eye. The village chief said that I am now an advanced wizard apprentice." Ye nodded, "Your courage is commendable, and you are still very young. If you practice hard, you may have a better future. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant." Yang Kai said, "Master Ye, if you want to lecture me, we will have time later. If you don't, then I will." Ye sneered. Obviously, he did not want to bully the weak. Clearly, he wanted to let Yang Kai make the first move. Since this was the case, Yang Kai had no reason to hesitate. He moved his feet and rushed toward Ye like a whirlwind. Ye's sarcastic expression immediately froze on his face. What the hell? Why did he rush over? Chapter 28:10. The barbarians' battle had always been known to be simple and violent. Bravely moving forward was their instinct, but that was only limited to ordinary barbarians. The battle between wizards was not a battle of brute force, but a battle of one's own cultivation and the wizard's skills. When he agreed to this wizard's challenge, Ye had already thought of several ways to defeat him in an instant. He was just an upper-level wizard, and he couldn't do anything to him. Whether it was in terms of level or combat experience, this wizard couldn't be compared to him at all. So when Ye saw Yang Kai rushing straight at him, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Wasn't he a wizard? Why didn't he use wizard skills? Why was he acting like an ordinary barbarian? The sudden shock made him hesitate for a moment, but in the end he was an experienced mid-level wizard. Ye quickly came back to his senses. His mouth spoke an ancient and rough language, and the wooden staff in his hand gently waved forward. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and turned into a solid and transparent shield in front of him. Then he didn't stop and pointed his staff forward. A fireball the size of a washbasin burst out and rushed toward Yang Kai. He won. The two simplest wizard skills, one for defense and one for attack, perfectly demonstrated Ye's super ability as a wizard. That fireball was impossible to resist even for a low-level wizard, so this upper-level wizard could only regret. Ye stood there calmly with a mocking expression in his eyes. He was quietly enjoying the scene of Wu Niu being defeated by him. When the fireball shot out, the villagers of Tsangnan village all cried out in alarm. Everyone's face was filled with worry and dread. Hu opened his mouth to shout out a warning, but Kai Yang turned a deaf ear to him and went straight to meet the fireball. There was a loud bang. When the fireball burst out, the valley was illuminated and everyone couldn't open their eyes. The hearts of the hundreds of villagers of Tsangnan village suddenly sank to the bottom. It's over, it's over. Niu is over. How could he survive being hit by such a big fireball? The future hope of Tsangnan village had fallen just like that. Tiger clenched his fists. He blamed himself in his heart. He should have stopped the duel between Niu and the wizard Ye. Even if he had to take the risk of blaspheming the barbarian god, at least it was better than him losing his life. A moment later, Hu and the others regained their vision. When they looked at Ye angrily, their eyes suddenly widened as if they had seen a ghost. A few of the villagers rubbed their eyes hard, trying to see more clearly. As for the originally gloating Raging Flame Tribe's members, their expressions suddenly changed as they were startled. He saw Ye standing stiffly in the same place. Wu Niu, who should have died under the huge fireball, actually rushed in front of him and looked at him with a smile. Niu didn't have any serious injuries on his body, only his hair seemed to be burned a little. Master Fong. I think I won, what do you say? Yang Kai looked up at Fong with a smile. Fong's face slightly twitched a few times. He couldn't understand how such a scene could happen. His fireball should have hit the other side, how did he dodge? But if he were to admit defeat, the battle has just begun. Fong growled, his mouth once again echoing with the ancient and rough language. He lifted his crutch and pointed it at Yang Kai. But this time he didn't have the chance to release the wizard spell. Just as he lifted his crutch, Yang Kai threw a punch. The magical shield in front of Fang's began to distort. It was like a squashed balloon. The terrible power quickly exceeded the limit of the wizard's shield, and it shattered. Fang's eyes widened in a split second, his whole body cold. Yang Kai closed the distance. The reason why he didn't dodge and insisted on releasing the wizard spell was that he had absolute confidence in his wizard shield. He believed that this wizard couldn't break his wizard shield, so he stood there honestly. But who knew that the wizard shield that he was so proud of couldn't even take a punch from the opponent? The wizard spell just now was not wrong. How could it be so weak? The fist hit his face. Fang's face was distorted in an instant. At the same time, his body, which was almost half the size of Yang Kai, flew high like a kite and landed heavily on the ground, making a sound. Before he could stand up, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him like a cheetah. One hand grabbed his neck, the other hand raised high, clenched into a fist, and grinned. Master Fong, do you want to admit defeat, or do you want me to beat you until you admit defeat? The body that was supposed to be weak and small suddenly became as majestic as a towering mountain in Fang's vision. You cheater! Fang shouted angrily. His eyes were full of unwillingness. If it wasn't for this wizard's tricks that caught him off guard, he might not have lost this battle. He was an intermediate wizard, and this wizard was only an advanced wizard. There was a difference of 2 ranks between them. Yang Kai sneered, next time when you meet a savage beast, do you expect it to compete with you in wizard spell and not get close to you? Fang was stunned and suddenly stopped talking. Let go of Master Fang. Quickly let go. The Raging Flame Tribe's barbarian tribesmen immediately surrounded Yang Kai. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Yang Kai with hostility. Although injuring a noble wizard was a big crime for any barbarian, but seeing their own wizard being pressed to the ground, the people of the Raging Flame Tribe couldn't remain indifferent. Yang Kai turned his head and coldly glanced at the barbarians of the Raging Flame Tribe. The corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing a disdainful smile. Everyone back off. Fang waved his hand and shouted. Many of the Raging Flame Tribe's clansmen heard this, and although they were unwilling, they still obeyed and retreated. However, they still didn't give up their vigilance against Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really killed Tooth Pain, then he would definitely provoke the crazy revenge of the barbarian tribe. After experiencing the humiliation of being defeated by the weak, Fang's expression calmed down a lot. He sighed and said, You are right, I was careless. He didn't admit that his strength was inferior to Yang Kai. He just felt that he was too careless, and that was why he failed so miserably. Yang Kai knew what he was thinking, but didn't feel like talking to him. He tilted his head and said, Then this fight, Fang dejectedly said, You won, all the spoils are yours. There was no need to continue the fight. He was pressed to the ground like a grasshopper, so he didn't have the face to struggle. You let me win. Yang Kai grinned and loosened his grip on Fang's neck. He got up and pulled him up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a burning pain in his cheek. Just a moment ago, when Kai Yang had punched him, 2 of his teeth had been knocked out. His face was numb, but now that the numbness had passed, he could feel the pain. He didn't say anything. The loser didn't have the qualifications to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look and waved his hand. Let's go. The people of the Raging Flame Tribe didn't say a word. They lined up behind their wizard, ready to take advantage of the night to return to the village. Master Fang, wait a minute. Yang Kai stopped him. What's the matter? Fang looked back and puzzledly looked at Yang Kai. Master Fang, don't you want these beasts? Yang Kai asked while pointing at the frozen bodies of the beasts. Fang's expression changed. He angrily said, Wizard, Are you humiliating me? He had lost the duel, so he was no longer qualified to touch these beasts. Yang Kai's question at this moment seemed like a deliberate provocation to him. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant, but Senior Ye, you've mustered such a large force, and so many of your clansmen have come from afar. It should be to look for winter food reserves, right?" Fong took a deep breath and said, "Aren't you also here?" Yang Kai smiled. "In that case, I'm willing to give Master Fong a part of it." What? Fong was startled. Even the barbarians of the Furious Flame tribe were extremely surprised. They looked at Yang Kai with astonishment. "I didn't count the last time I came here, but there should be 300 to 400 beasts in this valley. Master Fong, you see, I only have 100 villagers. Even if each of us can take 2 beasts back, there will still be a large number of them left here. The snow is coming, so we don't plan to come back this time. In other words, I'm afraid that the remaining beasts will be frozen here. Master Fong, if you don't mind, you can take the rest of the beasts back to the village. Although there aren't many of them, it should be enough to get through the winter if you use them sparingly." "Are you really willing to do this?" Fong couldn't believe his ears. This wizard was willing to give him a part of the spoils? He was right. There were indeed 300 to 400 dead beasts in this valley, but they didn't have enough people. It was impossible to bring all the beasts back to the village. Even if they took the rest of the beasts, there would be at least 100 of them. Each of these beasts was incomparably huge. It was enough for a person to eat for a whole month. If they used it sparingly, they would be able to get through the winter. But how was this possible? There was actually someone who was willing to give away the food in their mouth. This was like giving away your wife to other people to play with in today's world. In Fong's opinion, it was really unreasonable. But in any case, if this wizard was sincere, then the whole village should be grateful. Of course, in the name of the barbarian god, I, the wizard, will give the rest of the beasts to you. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Fong no longer had any doubts. If a wizard said it in the name of the barbarian god, then there wouldn't be any falsehood. He quietly looked at Yang Kai. After a while, he suddenly bent down and put his hand on his chest. "Wizard, please forgive my previous rudeness and arrogance. Thank you for your generosity and generosity. The villagers of Sicklefire village of the Furious Flame tribe will remember your kindness. You will be our friend forever." The other villagers of Sicklefire village of the Furious Flame tribe also bent down and put their hands on their chests. This was the most noble etiquette of the barbarians. Ah Hu and the others stood behind Yang Kai. There was a touch of glory on their faces. Chapter 28:11. The bonfire was jumping, and the smell of barbecued meat filled the entire canyon. The villagers of Lianhua village and the villagers of Tsangnan village were very harmonious, talking and laughing together. The 2 leaders of the wizard abandoned their former enmity, shook hands and made peace. Their respective villagers also put down their vigilance and hatred, happily living together. The barbarians of Lianhua village contributed the fruit wine they brought. The villagers of the 2 tribes ate the meat and drank the wine, as if they were wearing the same pair of pants. Beside the beautiful women of each village, there were many men from the other village. They were pursuing each other, intending to leave a spring dream in this canyon. Tiger and another villager of Lianhua village were fighting in the open field. In the daily life of the barbarians, there was very little entertainment. The most common was this kind of close combat, and the friendship between the barbarians was based on fists. The villager of Lianhua village who was fighting with Tiger was much stronger than him, and Tiger was young and full of vigor. For a time, the 2 people were very anxious, and they were evenly matched, making the other people who were watching constantly cheering. Yang Kai glanced at the battlefield and saw Tiger eat a fierce punch from the other side, bending like a shrimp, but taking advantage of the moment when the other side was careless, he suddenly attacked and kicked the other side's knee. The villager of Lianhua village was caught off guard and knelt on the ground. Turning his head, Yang Kai said, "Master Ye, you just said that wizard's shield, is it like this?" When the words fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The fluctuation of spiritual power spread out, and the air in front of him rippled, turning into a transparent shield in front of him. Ye opened his mouth wide. After a while, he said, "Yes, that's it." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded and said, "But this wizard's shield seems to be able to defend against a lower-level wizard. If a wizard of the same level cast a wizard, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist." Ye said, "At least there is a buffer time, enough for people to dodge. At a critical moment, this can be a life-saving wizard." Yang Kai said, "Master Ye is right. But I think it's better to cast the wizard's shield like this." While speaking, Yang Kai demonstrated, Ye was going crazy. After discussing with this wizard, he found that the other side's understanding of wizard was very shallow. Many of the commonly used wizard spells were not released, as if he had just learned wizard a few days, but this wizard's amazing understanding and creativity made him shocked. He explained and demonstrated a few commonly used spells, and the other party was able to cast them with ease. If it wasn't for his expression, he wouldn't have any ulterior motives. Ye would have doubted whether he was pretending. Only those great wizards could do this kind of thing, right? Ye, as an intermediate wizard, could only follow the lead of others. He followed the footsteps of others. He didn't have the ability to improve the wizard spells he learned, but he saw one miracle after another from this wizard. For the whole night, the two wizards got together to communicate, and both of them learned something. Yang Kai learned several simple and practical wizard spells, and Ye, after being inspired and demonstrated by Yang Kai, had a deeper understanding of those wizard spells. Although his level didn't increase, Ye felt that his strength had increased greatly. As long as he was given some time to digest what he learned tonight, even if he met a top wizard in the future, he would have the power to fight. At dawn, the people of the two villages were ready to go, and they parted ways at the entrance of the canyon. Ye looked at Yang Kai reluctantly and said, "Master Bull, please come to my Sickle Fire village as a guest. We will treat you and your people with the best food." Yang Kai laughed. "If there is a chance, Master Ye, please come to Tsangnan village when you are free." Ye's eyes lit up and said, "Okay, when the snow melts and spring comes, I will definitely go. See you later." Yang Kai clasped his fist. Ye was stunned. Although he didn't know what kind of etiquette it was, he still learned it. Yang Kai turned around, grabbed the hind legs of two beasts, dragged them on the snow, and led hundreds of villagers away. Ye watched Yang Kai leave and whispered, "I saw the rise of a new star." What? The villagers next to him asked suspiciously. "Nothing, let's go home." Ye waved his hand, and the villagers of Sickle Fire village each dragged a beast and returned home. Each person dragging two huge beasts in the snow was not a simple matter. The group of people of Tsangnan village returned to the village from the canyon 2 days later. Hundreds of villagers were warmly welcomed as heroes. After returning to the village, they immediately began to clean up the storage work. The village chief also trembled as he came over and asked if there were any accidents on this trip. Ahu told the village chief everything that happened with the people of Sickle Fire village. The village chief listened and nodded to Yang Kai. "Anyo, you did a good job. Although you are from different tribes, after all, we are all people. When you can help, don't be stingy." "I also think so." Yang Kai nodded. "Well, you're tired, go back and rest. I will talk to you tomorrow." The next day, Yang Kai went to find the village chief early in the morning. "Anyo, I want you to be the village chief of Tsangnan village. Are you willing?" After meeting, the village chief went straight to the point. Yang Kai froze for a moment, and then immediately refused. "This is not possible. Don't be in a hurry to refuse." The village chief smiled as if he had already expected this. He sighed and said, "Let me finish." Yang Kai nodded. The village chief then continued, "I am old and I don't have many years left to live. When I die, you will also take over the village chief position. Originally, I was worried that without the protection of the wizard, the village would be annexed by other villages. You also know what the villagers' lives will be like after the annexation. Fortunately, the barbarian god favored you and let you open the wizard's power. And now you are a high-grade wizard, which is higher than me. You are fully capable of taking over the village chief position. You are young, so I was not relieved to give the village chief position to you. But seeing how you handled the matter of Sickle Fire village, I know that you will not let me down in the future. You will not let the villagers down. You are a kind person, and you are a smooth person. I didn't see it before, so if you become the village chief, it will be better than me. The villagers will also believe in you. After experiencing the invasion of the beast tide and the confrontation with Feng, the villagers naturally respected Yang Kai. If he became the village chief, no one would say anything. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Village chief, I can't agree to this." But the village chief showed a trace of disappointment. He didn't expect that after saying so much, Yang Kai would still refuse. Yang Kai sighed. After all, he couldn't say that he was just here to gain experience in the sealed world. This village chief and all the other villagers might just be derivatives of the sealed world, and he would have to leave this place one day. I want to take advantage of my youth to go out and see. In the future, I probably won't have much time to stay in the village. You want to leave the village? The village chief looked at Yang Kai in surprise, but soon he was relieved. Yes, your talent is extraordinary. Being trapped in a place is not good for you. Go out and see more, it will be helpful for your growth. Village chief, I'm sorry. The village chief smiled. Don't be sorry. You are a villager of Tsangnan village, no matter where you go. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's learn how to read. As usual, the village chief continued to teach Kai Yang how to recognize those strange ancient characters, as if nothing had happened. 2 days after Yang Kai brought the villagers back to the village from the canyon, snow fell, and the whole world seemed to have become frozen. In such an environment, even the beasts were not willing to go out, let alone people. The villagers also hid in their houses and didn't come out easily. Yang Kai's daily life was very regular. In the morning he would learn the ancient words from the village chief, then he would go back to his wooden house to train his body. After that, he would accumulate the power of the wizard. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt that some barrier in his body had been broken. The power was flowing in his meridians, and his strength seemed to have skyrocketed in an instant. Wizard. From unlocking the power of a wizard to becoming an upper wizard, it only took 1 night. But from upper wizard to wizard, it took Yang Kai half a month. In these 10 days, Yang Kai had been waiting for this mysterious place to push him out, but it didn't happen. He started to wonder if he really fell into this mysterious place and couldn't get out. But no matter what, Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. This world was very strange. It suppressed his power of the Emperor realm, and even his divine sense couldn't be released. If not, he wouldn't be unable to open the dimension ring. According to the village chief, only when he increased his power to the level of a wizard would he have something like divine sense. So his current goal was to quickly cultivate to the level of a wizard, then open the dimension ring and take out the million monster beast cores. As long as he had the million monster beast cores as a foundation, the speed of his promotion would increase exponentially. When that time came, the Wizard King, Wizard Saint would be within his reach. Maybe, when the power of a wizard increased to a certain level, he would be able to find a way to leave this world. But from a wizard to a wizard, it was a huge leap. Yang Kai estimated that with his current cultivation speed, it would take at least a year and a half. He couldn't afford to wait. Being trapped in this mysterious place, his own power was the foundation of survival. He couldn't wait to become stronger. And the best way to increase his power was to find a monster beast. By killing a monster beast, he could obtain the flesh and core of the monster beast. Especially the core, he could directly consume it to increase his power. As long as he had enough monster beast cores, he could easily break through to the level of a wizard. Chapter 28:12. This won't do, absolutely not. Inside the wooden house, the village chief shook his head as if he had been provoked by something. He looked at Yang Kai bitterly and said, "Anyo, do you know what you are saying?" Yang Kai sighed, "I'm just going out to train for a while. I'll be back in the spring." The village chief said, "Now that the winter has come, the snow has sealed the mountain. Even if you are already an upper-level wizard, when did you become a wizard?" When Yang Kai came over, the village chief did not carefully observe his status. Now he was shocked. Anyo in front of him had become a wizard. This did not mean that the village chief had the ability to recognize a wizard, but his vision was brilliant. Yang Kai's aura was definitely not something a wizard could have. How could it be? Half a month ago, Anyo received the blessing of the barbarian god and activated the power of a wizard. It was shocking enough that he broke through to an upper-level wizard overnight, but he did not expect that he was now a wizard. That was the realm that he had dreamed of his whole life but could not reach. Yang Kai smiled. Village chief, do you think that a wizard like me does not have the power to protect myself outside? The village chief said, even if you are a wizard, how many wizard spells do you know? The wizard spells that you know are all taught by me. Before he could finish his words, the village chief's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the witchcraft shield in front of Yang Kai and the fireball technique in his palm. The village chief opened his mouth but found that he could not find a reason to stop Anyo from taking the risk. Yang Kai said, Village chief, I just came to inform you. Even if you don't agree, I will find a chance to slip away. The village chief sighed heavily. After a long time, he said, 3 days, give me 3 days, I will teach you more things. But for the next 3 days, Kai Yang stayed in the village chief's house, living with him. In these 3 days, the village chief did not teach Yang Kai any particularly powerful wizard skills, nor did he teach him any cultivation techniques. In terms of cultivation, the village head was powerless. According to him, he had nothing better to teach Yang Kai. However, he knew that Anyo had been isolated from the rest of the world and had no communication with other people in the village, let alone understanding the outside world. For this trip, strength alone was not enough to protect oneself. Therefore, what the village chief taught Yang Kai was the knowledge of this world. There were all kinds of local customs and emergency response plans when encountering all kinds of dangers. When the village chief was young, he had also ventured outside. After 3 days, village chief had nothing left to teach Yang Kai. He had even finished teaching him the ancient characters. I will tell the villagers that you are cultivating in seclusion. Tell them to leave you alone. Let's set off tomorrow before the sun rises. Remember to come back early. The village chief was like a parent telling a child about to go on a long journey. His expression was full of concern and worry. I know. Go and rest. From tomorrow onwards, you will face a new journey. The next day, Yang Kai set off before dawn. At this time, the villagers were still sleeping soundly. However, when Yang Kai left the village, he seemed to feel something and looked back. He saw that on the fence, a Hua, who was in charge of the night watch, was standing quietly. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. Yang Kai took large strides and soon disappeared from a Hua's sight. 5 days later, at the foot of a mountain thousands of miles away from Tsangnan village, Yang Kai took out a yellowed animal skin paper and compared it with his route. He looked at the continuous mountain range in front of him. It should be here. Luobaishan. This was the goal of Yang Kai's trip. When the village chief was training in the outside world, he didn't travel too far. This Luobai mountain was a point on his journey, and the yellowed map in his hand was given to him by the village chief before he left. According to village chief, there were many savage beasts living in Luobaishan. Some of them were even as strong as Great Wizard. Village chief repeatedly warned Yang Kai to act according to his ability. However, Yang Kai's purpose was to find trouble with the savage beasts. How could he take village chief's warning to heart? After a short while, Yang Kai stepped into Luobaishan. Another half a day later, in a cave, Yang Kai was breathing out hot air. He stepped on the corpse of a monster beast and said with dissatisfaction, "So weak." In his opinion, this monster beast was only equivalent to the 3rd or 4th rank. Now, even if he didn't use the power of a wizard, he could easily kill it with his body. However, it was better than nothing. Taking out the inner core of the monster beast, Yang Kai casually cleaned it and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine it. His abdomen made a strange sound as if thunder was rolling. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the inner core. Silently probing himself, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The result was not ideal. After refining the inner core of a monster beast, the increase in his strength was not very obvious. This monster beast seemed to be even weaker than the one he killed in the valley last time. Naturally, the energy stored in the inner core was not much. At this rate, even if he refined 1,000 inner cores, he might not be able to become a wizard. His goal was not far away. As long as he could become a wizard and have his own divine sense, it would be enough. Although he was not satisfied, he didn't have any better ideas. He could only persevere. While waiting to meet a stronger monster beast, he could slowly rely on numbers to accumulate power. In the following days, Yang Kai kept wandering in the Luobai mountain. He went all the way into the depths, specifically looking for monster beasts to kill. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai killed a lot of monster beasts and obtained a lot of monster beast inner cores. However, with so many monster beast inner cores in his stomach, it only increased his cultivation to the limit of a low-rank wizard. He didn't even break through to a mid-rank wizard. The monster beast in Luobai Mountain was too weak. It couldn't satisfy his needs. He originally planned to become a wizard in a month, then open the dimension ring and go into seclusion for 2 months. Finally, he would return to the village as a wizard king or even a wizard saint. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. He could only continue to go deeper and deeper, with an inexplicable expectation in his heart. On this day, Yang Kai was refining an inner core that he had just obtained. Suddenly, his ears moved, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He heard a series of footsteps approaching the cave he was hiding in. And the footsteps didn't sound like they belonged to a person. There were actually other people in this damned place? It was winter and cold now. Other than him, who else could be wandering outside? Weren't they afraid of freezing or starving to death? While he was puzzled, those people had already entered the cave. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and said, "Be careful, there's the smell of blood." The footsteps suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard. However, Yang Kai could feel that the other party was slowly approaching him. Sure enough, not long after, a barbarian suddenly appeared and stopped 5 feet away from Yang Kai. When he first saw Yang Kai, the barbarian was obviously shocked. His expression became extremely stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet his fellow barbarians here. Following closely behind this barbarian, several other people appeared one after another. However, all of them looked extremely distressed, as if they had just experienced a great battle. The most miserable one had even lost an arm. Blood flowed endlessly, and his face was pale from the pain. Yang Kai only needed a glance to know that this barbarian's arm had been bitten off. However, a barbarian was a barbarian after all. Even if he had suffered such a serious injury, he did not make a sound. His other hand was still holding a cracked stone spear. "Who are you?" The barbarian leader looked at Yang Kai and asked. This guy in front of him had tender skin and did not look like a barbarian at all. Where did he come from? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked at him, but did not pay any attention to him. This arrogant and haughty attitude immediately annoyed the other party. Just as he was about to explode, a tall and slender woman suddenly appeared behind him. The woman had a cold expression and said, "Don't disturb him. He's cultivating." This woman seemed to have great prestige, so after she opened her mouth, the barbarian who had spoken up earlier was still angry, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and frowned. "Cultivating? Is he a wizard?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with surprise. "He is indeed a wizard, and a wizard." "Wizard?" The barbarian warriors were shocked. They could not believe their ears. But these words came from their wizard. Even if they did not want to believe it, they had to believe it. How could such a person be a wizard? The woman stepped forward and looked at Yang Kai. "My companion was injured in the battle just now. We need a place for him to heal in peace. There is no suitable place nearby, so we can only choose here. But don't worry, we won't disturb you." Yang Kai gently nodded. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. The other party probably thought that he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, so she couldn't speak or disturb him. How could she know that Kai Yang was simply too lazy to pay attention to them? All he wanted to do was quickly refine the monster core in his abdomen. "Thank you." The woman said thank you. Then, she led the others to a distance and arranged for the injured barbarian to sit down and heal him. Although Yang Kai did not know what method this woman used, Yang Kai felt that she should also be a wizard. Most likely, she was an upper wizard. In other words, her realm was higher than his. But she was a good person. She did not have any hostility towards him. After all, from her point of view, he was in a state where he could not stop his training. If she had any evil intentions, now was the best time to attack. Outside the cave, a few barbarians gathered together and watched their wizard heal their companion. The wizard's spell that the woman used was very cold. It had the characteristics of freezing everything. Soon, the wound was frozen. She took out some herbs from the animal skin bag and gave them to the barbarian. Soon, the barbarian's expression eased a lot. He should not be in as much pain as before. The woman was also slightly relieved. At this time, a strange voice suddenly came from the side. He is poisoned. If you don't help him expel the poison, he will not live for long. Chapter 28:13. As soon as he said that, several barbarian warriors suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. They felt a chill down their spines. Although they were worried about the safety of their companions, their instincts as warriors still existed. However, none of them noticed that someone was approaching them from behind. This was simply inconceivable. If this person had any evil intentions, then they were afraid that they would have to give up their lives here. After all, this was a wizard. The woman who was called a wizard also trembled, but her reaction wasn't as intense as the barbarian warriors. She turned around and gestured to her companions to not be so nervous. Then she said, "I know that he was poisoned. I also used the poison extraction technique." The effect wasn't ideal. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Do you want me to help?" The woman frowned. There was a look of distrust in her eyes. First of all, the wizard in front of her was a stranger. Who knew if he was good or evil? It was normal for wizards and barbarians to be impulsive when they were in different tribes. Second of all, Yang Kai was only a low-rank wizard. As a high-rank wizard, she couldn't do anything. How could Yang Kai solve this problem? Yang Kai shrugged. "I was just saying it casually." "Which tribe are you from?" the woman asked. Yang Kai said, "The southern barbarian tribe." He paused for a moment, then said, "You are from the Snow Frost tribe, right?" Thanks to the guidance of the village chief before he left, Yang Kai was able to recognize the origin of these barbarians. In this ancient world, some barbarian tribes had very obvious characteristics. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe he met in the canyon last time had a flame flower-like totem on their faces. That was the sacred green lotus flame of the Raging Flame tribe. Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe didn't have any totem on their faces, when the woman used the wizard technique, Yang Kai had a guess. However, not every barbarian tribe had very obvious characteristics. For example, the southern barbarian tribe where Tsangnan village was located didn't, so the woman couldn't recognize his origin. Being exposed by Yang Kai, the woman did not have the intention of concealing. She nodded and said, "That's right. We are from the Snow Frost division. Do you have a way to cure him?" "We can give it a try." The woman frowned. Although she didn't think that Yang Kai had the ability, she had no choice but to try her best. After all, her poison tribesman's wound had been suppressed by her wizard. He also used the poison extraction technique to remove some of the poison, but it wasn't completely expelled. The bone-eroding wolf's bone-eroding poison was extremely ferocious. Even a little bit of it was enough to turn the strongest barbarian warrior into a puddle of thick water. If left alone, it would take at most 3 days. Their clansmen must die. However, 3 days was not enough for them to return to the tribe. "Why don't you give it a try?" The woman moved aside. Yang Kai stepped forward. However, a warrior of the Frost tribe shouted in a low voice, "Master!" The woman raised her hand to stop the man from speaking. However, the gazes of the barbarian race warriors towards Yang Kai were obviously filled with distrust. Yang Kai didn't care. He walked straight to the injured tribesman and squatted down. He carefully examined the wound and felt some admiration in his heart. Fortunately, The barbarian warrior was strong and vigorous. Otherwise, such an injury would be enough to kill him 10 times over. However, he had lost an arm. Although he was poisoned, he didn't make a sound. His mind seemed to be very clear. Because of the pain, his face was pale and distorted. After looking for a while, Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped the barbarian warrior a few times. His strength was neither light nor heavy. His spiritual energy surged. After a few slaps, the barbarian warrior's pale face suddenly turned red. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Xianxia was already prepared. He dodged. He didn't hesitate to shatter the frozen part of the broken arm. He grabbed the barbarian's shoulder with both hands and poured his spiritual energy into the barbarian's body. Under the watchful eyes of the barbarians of the Frost tribe, the injured barbarian's body suddenly trembled violently. Then a roar was heard. It was like an injured beast. It made people feel shocked. In the next moment, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the broken arm. When the blood fell to the ground, there was a burst of sizzling sound. It corroded holes in the ground. One could see the intensity of the poison. The spurting of blood lasted for 10 breaths of time. During the whole process, if it weren't for the female wizard, the other barbarian warriors of the Frost tribe would have already stopped Xianxia. After 10 breaths of time, Xianxia stopped. He turned to the woman and said, "Seal his wound." Hearing this, the woman raised her hand and a cold air rushed toward the broken arm. In the blink of an eye, the wound was frozen. The barbarian warrior's face was as pale as paper because of excessive blood loss. His breath was so weak that it was almost undetectable. It was as if he was dead. When Xianxia got up and took a few steps back, the barbarian warriors immediately rushed forward to check his condition. After a while, one of the barbarians raised his head and said, "He seems to be a lot better. It's just that he lost too much blood." He glanced at Xianxia and his eyes became somewhat complicated. The female wizard nodded and said to Xianxia, "My name is Feather. What's your name?" "Bull." Xianxia smiled. "So it's the wizard bull. Thank you, barbarian god, for letting us meet here." Feather, who had been cold, finally showed a trace of a smile. Xianxia said, "Although the poison of your companion has been removed, it will still be very troublesome if we leave him alone. It's best to take him back for treatment." "I understand." "Then, Wizard Bull, please wait for a moment." While speaking, Feather walked to the side of the barbarian warriors and whispered a few words. Then, one of the barbarian warriors carried the injured companion out of the cave. It seemed that they were going to take him back to the village for treatment. After returning to the village, Feather asked another barbarian warrior to take out some dried meat and water. She personally handed it to Xianxia and said, "Thank you for saving my people. Barbarians are a family. Master Feather, you are welcome." Xianxia grinned and did not refuse. He took the dried meat and water and began to eat and drink without any scruples. Yuda had a good impression of Xianxia's forthright demeanor. The disdain and rejection he had felt when he saw Xianxia's thin and weak physique had completely disappeared. Barbarians are a family. This was an interesting way to put it. Previously, I also used the poison extraction technique. But why is the effect much worse than yours? Feather humbly asked. Before coming to this cave, she had simply treated the injuries of her people. It was precisely because the remaining poison could not be extracted that she could only freeze the wounds and let her people take some herbs. She hoped that those herbs would be able to remove the poison. Although she knew that there was not much hope. "You want to say that your rank is higher than mine, but why is the effect of the poison extraction technique not as good as mine?" Xianxia naturally knew what she meant. He smiled and said, "Sometimes, fine control is more important than great power." Feather heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while, she nodded and said, "Thank you." Xianxia finished the dried meat in his hand and drank a mouthful of water. "It's so cold. What are you doing outside?" Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe were not afraid of the cold, under normal circumstances, they would not go out casually. In the cold winter, both wild beasts and barbarian beasts were very active because they were looking for food. The risk of being outside was much higher than usual. Where is Master Bull? Feather did not answer Xianxia's question. Instead, she asked him a question. Cultivating. Xianxia grinned. Feather was startled for a moment. Then, she showed an admiring expression and said, "We came out to collect herbs. We need them for the ritual in spring." Ritual? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Songnan village was a small village. He did not know if there was such a thing as a ritual. However, he knew that in ancient times, rituals were very common. Even the great wizard would often perform a ritual. The object of the ritual was either the heavens or the totems of their tribe. The latter was more common. He smiled and said, "It seems that your progress is not smooth." Feather said sadly, "Those herbs were guarded by a few bone-corroding wolves. We were ambushed." How many? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and showed an interested expression. How many specifically? Feather said, 6. If not, with my strength, they would not have hurt our tribe. Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed. After a moment, he sat up straight and asked in a deep voice, "Master Feather, when you go to collect herbs again, do you need a strong helper?" Feather was stunned and looked at Xianxia. Her eyes also lit up. She was just thinking about whether she could ask this wizard for help. But after all, they were not familiar with each other and they were not from the same tribe. Feather really did not know how to ask for his help. She did not expect that wizard would take the initiative to ask for help. Although the self-proclaimed strong helper's words made her speechless, these details did not matter. The two wizards' words were enough to ensure the safety of the tribe. "Wizard, what is your condition?" Although Feather was happy, he did not lose his ability to judge. The southern barbarian tribe shaman, whom he had met by chance, had inexplicably taken the initiative to help. "Those few savage beasts belong to me," Xianxia replied with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Feather would not agree to this condition. Although the herbs were precious, the value of the savage beasts was not low. There were several of them, and one of them was an upper-rank wizard. But the other side was only a lower-rank wizard. Giving him 2 was an acceptable condition. But because Xianxia helped the tribe first, Feather just thought for a moment and agreed, "Okay, the savage beasts belong to you, and the herbs belong to us." Since she had made the decision, the other tribe members naturally had no objection. Xianxia stood up and said, "Then let's not waste any time. Let's go." Feather frowned and said, "But my tribe just fought a big battle. They need to rest for a day." The barbarian's physique was extremely strong, but in the previous battle, Feather had blessed them with bloodlust. Although it only lasted for a short period of time, the loss of innate blood made them a little weak. They were not as strong as they were at their peak. "Don't bother, just follow me." Xianxia took the lead and walked out of the cave, waving at Feather and the others. Several barbarian warriors looked at Feather with hesitation. Feather was also having a headache. He thought to himself, how can this Wuxia act so hastily and recklessly? But since it was already like this, she had nothing to say. She could only lead the team and follow. Chapter 28:14. In a mountain valley, Xianxia, Feather, and the others were quietly lying in wait. Feather pointed to the front and said, "The snowflakes we need to collect are in front of us. Those bone-corroding wolves are also there." Xianxia looked up and found that there were indeed traces of a battle. There was also a large pool of blood on the ground, the color was bright red, and the snow on the ground was full of messy footprints. "Wizard Bull, later we will cast wizard spells on my people. You will be in charge of the left side, and I will be in charge of the right side. Although there are 6 bone-corroding wolves, they are not difficult to deal with. We just need to be careful not to get bitten." Before we were also. Feather stared ahead and seriously discussed the battle plan with Xianxia. But halfway through, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw that the wizard bull had disappeared. Where did he go? Feather was shocked and asked her people. The people seemed to have just reacted. When they looked around, one of the barbarian warriors opened his eyes wide and pointed to the front and said, "He." Feather looked in the direction of his finger and her face changed. This idiot. This shaman bull actually swaggered over just like that. Once those few bone-corroding wolves were alerted, they would definitely fall into a bitter battle. She originally wanted to cooperate with the other party and sneak attack and kill 2 of them first. But now it seemed that this battle plan was impossible to implement. When she was about to call Xianxia back, she saw that Xianxia suddenly stood in the mountain valley and opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. He took a deep breath and enthusiastically shouted, "Dear friends, I am coming." La! The echo echoed in the mountain valley. The snow on the trees was shaken off. A few bone-corroding wolves that smelled the scent of living people walked out of their hiding place. They bared their teeth, saliva dripping down the corner of their mouths, and their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Feather, who was always quiet, suddenly twitched the corner of her mouth. "Master, what should we do?" One of the people asked. "Retreat." Feather made a prompt decision. "This wizard bull is mentally abnormal. Why didn't I see it before?" If he had known earlier, Feather would never have accompanied him here. But now, it was all good. Even if he was a wizard, he would still die if he provoked 6 bone-corroding wolves without any preparation. Although he had saved the lives of his clansmen, as the leader of his clansmen, Feather naturally couldn't go crazy with him. Right now, he could only leave first. As for the favor of saving his life, he would wait for his clansmen to recuperate for a while before coming back to avenge him. This could be considered as an explanation to him. The few of them moved like the wind. As soon as Feather finished speaking, under her leadership, several barbarian warriors prepared to retreat. When he turned around, Feather looked at Xianxia with pity. After the bone-corroding wolves appeared, they did not stop. Instead, they pounced on him like the wind, opening their bloody mouths wide enough to swallow an entire sheep. Then, Feather saw an extremely shocking scene. The crazy wizard bull laughed out loud as he punched left and right. A left punch. A right punch. Blossoms of blood bloomed in the air, accompanied by the sound of skulls exploding and the short but urgent whimpers of the bone-corroding wolves. In the blink of an eye, the 4 bone-corroding wolves were sent flying. Their heads exploded while they were still in the air. Feather was stunned and stood there stupidly. It was as if an invisible wizard king had cast a spell on him. His mouth was slightly open and his eyes were about to pop out. "Master!" The few barbarian warriors, who were retreating quickly, suddenly realized that their shamans weren't following them, so they hurriedly turned around. The next moment, the few barbarian warriors were also stunned. What happened? Why were there 4 bone-corroding wolves lying on the ground? Why did the heads of these bone-corroding wolves all explode? What was the truth at the moment when they turned around? In the battlefield, the death of 4 of their companions did not make the bone-corroding wolves retreat. Instead, it aroused their ferocious nature. The remaining 2 charged quickly, leaping high into the air and pouncing towards Xianxia from both sides. Their huge bodies were like cannonballs with the force of impact. Xianxia punched the left bone-corroding wolf with a backhand, cracking its skull and splashing its brain matter. It died instantly, but his right arm was viciously bitten by another bone-corroding wolf. With a cracking sound, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Before Xianxia could do anything else, an icicle-like object flew quickly and directly stabbed into the eye of the last bone-corroding wolf more than a foot deep. It was Feather who finally reacted and supported with an icicle from afar. This simple attack showed Feather's strong foundation and rich battle experience as an upper wizard. The bone-corroding wolf whimpered and let go of Xianxia's arm. Xianxia stepped forward and punched it, killing it with 2 punches. Taking a light breath, Xianxia had a disdainful expression on his face. "You were bitten. Hurry up and expel the poison." Feather quickly stepped forward and reminded him, not bothering to ask how Xianxia created a miracle. But as soon as she said that, she was stunned. Because Xianxia's right arm that was bitten was unscathed. How was that possible? She clearly saw him get bitten. With the terrifying strength of the bone-corroding wolf, how could he resist? Thinking about it carefully, that cracking sound did not seem to be the sound of his bones breaking, but the sound of the wizard's shield being broken. So that was it. He must have cast a wizard's shield the moment he was bitten. What a fast reaction. "Don't come over!" Xianxia suddenly shouted in a low voice. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked towards the depths of the valley. He licked his lips and said, There's another big guy. What? Feather did not know what was going on. He looked in that direction and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His hands and feet turned cold as he cried out, "Bone-corroding Wolf King." Over there, a bone-corroding wolf that was twice as big as the one just now was walking towards them. Its powerful aura made Feather feel suffocated. Why was there a bone-corroding Wolf King here? Wolves were pack animals, regardless of whether they were wild or savage beasts. Although there were 6 bone-corroding wolves gathered here, this scale was not enough to give birth to a Wolf King. However, Feather quickly understood. This bone-corroding Wolf King seemed to have been severely injured. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes. Looking at the wounds, it seemed to have been inflicted within the past month. This Wolf King had been defeated in a battle within the tribe and was then exiled to this place. A defeated Wolf King was no longer the Wolf King of the pack. A younger and stronger Wolf King would replace it. But this was still not something that a wizard could resist. The bone-corroding Wolf King was a powerful savage beast that could rival a wizard. Although it had not recovered from its injuries, its majestic aura was still present. "Run!" Feather roared at Xianxia. He regretted not retreating immediately. She wanted to retreat, but when she turned around and saw the miracle in front of her, she could not help but run back. Who knew that she would step into a quagmire? It's really over now. I'm afraid that all of us will die here. Now, she couldn't blame Xianxia for this. She could only blame herself for not investigating the situation before coming here, not even noticing the bone-corroding Wolf King's presence. The Wolf King's aura was so powerful that it was almost tangible. Feather could only feel his body trembling slightly. Facing such a terrifying existence, the wizard's face was full of mockery and disdain. He stretched out his arms and shook his legs, causing a series of crackling sounds to be heard. The onlookers did not know whether to laugh or cry. This action obviously angered the bone-corroding Wolf King. It opened its mouth and a ball of dark green light shot towards Xianxia like an arrow released from a bow. Xianxia raised his hand. The temperature of the air suddenly increased, and a huge fireball the size of a wash basin flew towards him. With a bang, the fireball and the poison ball collided in midair, creating a loud noise. Immediately after, sparks flew in all directions and the poison shot out. After landing on the ground, there was a sizzling sound. Huge holes were melted in the snow at an extremely fast speed. While Feather and the others were stunned, Xianxia took advantage of the fact that the Wolf King was not paying attention. He rushed forward and started an intimate and exciting battle with the Wolf King. The group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians were stunned. Feather's eyes were also staring blankly. Is this still a wizard? Is this really a wizard? Why is it that no matter what opponent he encounters, he will bravely and fearlessly charge forward? He was like this when he faced the 6 bone-corroding wolves, and now he is facing the bone-corroding Wolf King. How can there be such a wizard? Feather only felt that her outlook on life was about to be turned upside down. Decades of training and belief had collapsed in an instant. She had never thought that a wizard could fight in such a barbaric and cruel way. He was even better than the strongest warriors in the tribe. It could be seen that this wizard was extremely skilled in close combat. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Not only did he have the courage and meticulousness of the strongest warriors, he also had the ability of a wizard. During close combat, all kinds of simple and practical wizard spells were at his fingertips. However, at the crucial moment, they played an unimaginable role. For a moment, he was evenly matched with the Wolf King, who was comparable to a wizard. "Master, what should we do now?" This was not the first time the Snow Frost tribe barbarians asked Feather this question. However, what they saw in front of them was beyond their understanding, and they had lost the ability to judge. Feather only hesitated for a moment before she decisively said, "Help." Then, she started to sing in an ancient and choppy language. She cast the bloodthirsty spell, lightness spell, bone armor spell, and several other types of witchcraft on the barbarian warriors. The bodies of the warriors suddenly expanded, and their eyes turned red. They looked at each other with a calm expression on their faces. Then, they started to approach the battlefield as if they had a tacit understanding. Feather took a light breath and raised her hand. A huge icicle appeared in front of her. In this cold environment, the ice wizard spell that she practiced could be blessed by the heavens and earth. It became more powerful and easier to cast. With a whoosh, the huge icicle trembled slightly and disappeared like lightning. When it reappeared, it had already hit the bone-corroding Wolf King, who was fighting with Xianxia, and penetrated its flesh. The Wolf King roared and shook its body, shattering the icicle. At this time, several barbarian warriors came from the left and right. They waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at the Wolf King. Every strike was powerful and powerful. Chapter 28:15. Half a day later, the dust settled. Feather gasped for breath, her face slightly pale. She looked at the corpse of the bone-corroding Wolf King lying on the ground in disbelief. In this battle, there was no loss of people. Several of her clansmen only suffered minor injuries. And the biggest reason for this was because of the delicate skin and tender flesh of the shaman bull. He had entangled the bone-corroding Wolf King with his own strength, so the Wolf King had no time to care about other things. He led a few of his clansmen to continuously injure the Wolf King. After half a day of fierce fighting, they finally killed it. It could be said that the Wolf King was slowly tortured to death. Feather's heart was filled with complex emotions as she looked at the voodoo bull that was searching the Wolf King's corpse. Until now, she still couldn't believe that this victory came so miraculously. That was the Wolf King that was comparable to a sorcerer. Even if it was seriously injured, it wasn't something that they could deal with. But under this wizard ox's various magical methods, the Wolf King had no power to resist. How did he do it? From the beginning to the end, he didn't release any powerful wizard spells. She knew most of the wizard spells he used, but they were definitely not as effective as his. Found it. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang pulled out a bloody monster core from the Wolf King's corpse. Carefully wiping it on the snow, he stored it away like a treasure. After that, he didn't even look back as he walked over to the other 6 dead bone corrosion wolves and did the same thing as he did before, taking out the 6 inner cores. Feather calmed down and signaled to her clansmen. Immediately, one of them went to collect the snowflakes. Feather walked straight to Xianxia. She said, "Master Ox, do you need dantian that much?" Xianxia played with his bulging cloth bag and said without raising his head, "Of course." He wanted to quickly accumulate strength, so he had to rely on the monster beast's dantian. Feather said, "Although I don't know why you need so many dantian, there is a place that you might be interested in." But Xianxia looked up at her. "Snowfrost City." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, "A city of your Snowfrost tribe? Not bad. There are many inner cores there." Feather smiled. Snowfrost City is the tribe's only city. 80% of the tribe's wizard population is gathered there. Even shamans from other tribes often appear in Snowfrost City, especially in winter. Only Snowfrost City is not affected by winter and is open all day. In the city, there are a lot of transactions every day. The inner cores of savage beasts are not rare there. They are of a higher grade than the inner core of the bone-eroding Wolf King. As long as you can take out goods of similar value, Lord Ox, you can take out goods of similar value. I believe that other wizard would be willing to trade with you. Oh! Xianxia rubbed his chin, feeling tempted. If Snowfrost City was really as good as Feather said, then he could go and take a look. At the very least, it would be much faster than him searching for savage beasts and killing them to obtain their cores. Of course, he didn't have any goods that he could use to exchange. How about it? Do you want to go and take a look? Feather struck while the iron was hot. He saw that Xianxia was already interested. Master Feather is very kind. It would be impolite of me to refuse. Xianxia smiled. Feather nodded. Then let's set off together. At this time, the barbarian warrior who collected the snowflakes also came back. He whispered something to Feather. Feather looked up at Xianxia and said, "Master Ox, these corpses of savage beasts, do whatever you want." "Thank you." Feather thanked him and then ordered a few people to deal with the corpses of the bone-eroding wolves. If a magus could consume the meat of a savage beast for a long period of time, it would be beneficial to his strength. Therefore, even though Feather was a high-ranked magus, he couldn't bear to leave so many savage beast corpses here. It was a waste of natural resources, especially the bone-corroding Wolf King's corpse. That was a great source of nourishment for a great magus. This wizard was awesome. Feather didn't know what he was planning to do. He only wanted inner cores and not beast meat. Although inner cores were quite valuable, the most common use was to drink wine. Some pharmacists could also use the inner cores of savage beasts to make potions, but this wizard didn't look like a pharmacist at all. It was naturally not the first time these barbarian warriors had dealt with the corpses of a monster beast. They were very skilled, so in less than half an hour, the corpses of the 6 bone-eroding wolves and the Wolf King were cleaned. 7 wolf skins, plus the most delicious and tender parts of these savage beasts, everyone carried them back. Everything was ready, and everyone set off immediately. Snow Frost City was not close to Mount Luobai. Even if they rushed at full speed, it would take at least 3 days. This was under the premise that Feather had blessed everyone with the swift technique. Without it, their speed would only be slower. On the way, Yang Kai asked Feather for advice. Naturally, he learned the swift technique very quickly, which made Feather quite surprised. 3 days later, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Several barbarian warriors, including Feather, couldn't help but show a sincere smile. Master Ox, we've arrived at Snow Frost City. Feather pointed ahead. Yang Kai looked with full eyesight and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time he had come to an ancient barbarian city, but what he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that since it was a city, it should at least look like a city, but there was no sign of a city there. Instead, there was a huge towering tree standing on the horizon. Even from a distance, Yang Kai could feel its majesty. The tree covered the sky and the earth, towering into the clouds. It was hard to imagine how tall it was. Under the canopy of the big tree that was like the sky, buildings were built on the ground in a disorderly manner, like a game of chess that had been messed up. Many people could be vaguely seen moving around. This is Snow Frost City? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Feather. Feather smiled slightly. Yes, this is Snow Frost City. It is also the foundation of our Snow Frost tribe. Do you see the evergreen divine tree? That is the Azure Master, the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. Azure Master? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You mean that tree is alive? If it was alive, wouldn't it be a tree demon? However, such a big tree demon was rare. Feather's expression turned solemn as he said, Lord Qing has lived for thousands of years and is immortal. Lord Niu, if you enter Snow Frost City, you must remember not to blaspheme Lord Qing. Immortal? Wasn't that the immortal tree? But compared to the evergreen divine tree, the difference was like the difference between an ancestor and a grandson. However, seeing how serious Feather was, Yang Kai also realized that the evergreen divine tree should have a supreme position in the hearts of the Snow Frost tribe's clansmen, so he immediately nodded and said, I will remember. Feather smiled again and said, Master Niu, you don't have to worry too much. The Azure Master is tolerant of all things. As long as you don't deliberately blaspheme it, my clansmen won't make things difficult for you. While talking, the group gradually approached Snow Frost City. As they got closer, the shock of the evergreen divine tree grew stronger. The entire Snow Frost City did not have the city walls or spirit arrays of later generations, but the huge canopy surrounded an area of hundreds of kilometers. The clansmen of the Snow Frost tribe had lived within the protection of this canopy for generations. Although it was winter, there was no snow in Snow Frost City. Instead, it looked like spring was in full swing. Half an hour later, when Yang Kai followed Feather to the edge of Snow Frost City, he suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. Yang Kai's hair stood on end as he looked around vigilantly, but he found nothing. Feather said, Master Niu, you don't have to be nervous. Anyone who enters Snow Frost City will be inspected by the Azure Master. If they are hostile to the Snow Frost tribe, they will be immediately expelled. Yang Kai sighed, the Azure Master is so powerful. This was not flattery, But the truth. The divine sense just now was even more powerful than when he was at his peak. It was obvious that this tree demon was really an incredible master. Feather said, "Of course, the Azure Master is the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. He has been protecting us for thousands of years, but unfortunately what?" Feather said sadly, "I heard that the Azure Master fell into a deep sleep thousands of years ago, and no one can wake him up now." "Then just now?" Xianxia was puzzled. Since he was in a deep sleep, what happened to the divine sense? Feather smiled slightly. Even in a deep sleep, the Azure Master still has the ability to distinguish the enemy. Isn't this nonsense? Xianxia thought that if he was in seclusion, he wouldn't be able to sense anything unless he was in a life and death crisis. No matter how powerful the evergreen divine tree was, it was impossible for him to do this. However, since he said so, Xianxia didn't argue. While talking, they had entered Snow Frost City. After such a long time of running and tiring, the barbarian warriors finally returned safely. They all looked a little excited, and a faint glory appeared on their faces. Standing in Snow Frost City, Xianxia felt a long-lost feeling. The shouts and haggling voices that rang in his ears gave him the illusion that he had returned to the star boundary for a moment. "Master Ox, thank you for your help in Mount Luobai. We will part ways here. I still have to meet the wizard master to hand in the mission goods." Feather turned around and said to Xianxia, "You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me." Xianxia nodded. Feather stretched out her hand to a barbarian warrior next to her, and the barbarian warrior immediately took out something like a water bag and handed it to her. Feather took it and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "Take this and water the Azure Master's foundation. You can find a place to live." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He recognized this water bag. Previously in Mount Luobai, several barbarian warriors used this water bag to deal with the monster beast's corpses. They used this water bag to store the monster beast's blood. At that time, he didn't know why Feather and the others wanted the monster beast's blood, but now it seemed that there was another use for it. Chapter 28:16. Feather led a few barbarian warriors to a tall building. Xianxia stood in the Snow Frost City and pondered for a while. He did not rush to find a place to live according to Feather's instructions. Instead, he began to wander around the noisy Snow Frost City, looking around while walking. The reason why he agreed to come to Snow Frost City was that he wanted to get some Nadens as soon as possible. However, he had nothing on him now. Other than the 7 Nadens of the bone-eroding wolf, he only had a bag of wolf blood. However, no matter which one he needed, Xianxia could only check the market here first, and then make a plan. He believed that with his ability, even if the starting point was very low, he would soon use his advantages to bring about a snowball effect. Along the way, Xianxia seemed to be quite an anomaly in this city where the barbarian race was rampant. It couldn't be helped that his figure was too small and weak, without the slightest trace of the barbarian race's beauty. Therefore, no matter where he went, he would attract the different and disdainful gazes of the barbarians. Xianxia had long been accustomed to this. It seemed that every barbarian who saw him for the first time would look at him with this kind of gaze. Snow Frost City was really prosperous. Even compared to the big cities of later generations, it was not inferior at all. In the messy buildings, there were countless stalls and goods. Wizards of different tribes gathered here. Xianxia, a small low-rank wizard, was completely unpresentable. According to the knowledge taught by the village chief before he left, Xianxia identified the origin of the wizard one by one. People from all over the world gathered in one place. Such a grand occasion was rare to see. This was a scene that could only be seen in Snow Frost City in winter. Because the cities of other tribes did not have such unique conditions as Snow Frost City in winter. This place was protected by the evergreen god tree. Even in the cold winter, it was full of spring. The cities of other tribes did not have such good conditions. Naturally, it attracted many wizards to come here to gather and communicate. After the winter was over, most of these wizards who came from afar would return to their tribes and cities. Therefore, every winter, Snow Frost City was the most prosperous city. Xianxia kept staying at the stalls, checking the goods on those stalls. He bargained with the stall owners. Contrary to his expectations, he thought that in this ancient era, the method of trade should be bartering, but after some investigation he found out that this was not the case. However, he discovered that he was gravely mistaken. Unexpectedly, Snow Frost City had its own currency. It was a kind of green leaf-like thing known as the green coin. The village chief had not taught Yang Kai about the existence of green coins in this world, so Yang Kai deduced that this should be a feature of Snow Frost City. Green coins did not have any use for cultivation. Legend had it that they were the fallen leaves of the evergreen divine tree and would not decay. It can only be used as a transaction, and it is only limited to transactions within Snow Frost City. However, this was enough. There was a currency of equivalent value that was extremely useful for the circulation of goods. The transactions in Snow Frost City were endless. Yang Kai strolled around for 3 days without stopping. He already had a vague plan in his heart. 3 days later he slowly walked to the evergreen divine tree. He took out the water sack that Feather had given him and poured out the wolf blood. He watered it on the foundation of the evergreen divine tree. Dark red blood fell to the ground and was quickly absorbed, leaving not a single drop behind. In the next moment, a green light shot out from the crown of the tree and struck Yang Kai's body. At the same time, an inexplicable pulling force guided Yang Kai. It was as if an invisible hand was lifting him up and slowly floating up. After flying up hundreds of feet, the lifting force stabilized. In front of Kai Yang was a clean and comfortable tree hole that was neither too big nor too small. This was his residence for the next 30 days. There were 2 ways for outsiders to find a place to live in Snow Frost City. One was to live in a place similar to an inn, but that required paying green coins. The second way was to use the monster beast's blood to water the foundation of the evergreen divine tree, like Yang Kai. The evergreen divine tree would choose a tree hole for the water to live in. There were countless such tree holes on the towering evergreen divine tree. Each tree hole was a natural residence. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, no matter what one did inside, they would not be disturbed. The tree hole was not big and could barely accommodate 3 people, but it was enough for Yang Kai. The environment inside was also very comfortable. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and cultivated while perfecting his plan in his mind. The next day, he walked out of the tree hole and slowly landed on the ground under the guidance of the evergreen divine tree. Then he walked straight in a certain direction. Not long after, Yang Kai came to a shop that specialized in purchasing monster cores and took out all the 7 monster cores in his hand and sold them. After a while, Yang Kai left the shop with a bag of green coins and turned into the crowd. After an incense stick worth of time, after some hard bargaining, Yang Kai reached an agreement with an unfamiliar stall owner and bought all the herbs in his stall for 50 green coins. The stall owner was overjoyed. Realizing that he had met a big customer, he enthusiastically packed the herbs for Yang Kai. After a while, the same scene happened at another stall. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to spend all the green coins in his hand, but in exchange, he did get a lot of relatively common herbs that were not very valuable. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai took out all the herbs. Without needing to examine them carefully, Yang Kai casually took out a few herbs and summoned a bright and warm flame from his palm. Tossing these herbs into the flame, Yang Kai began to concentrate on his refinement. Just as alchemists were rare in the later generations, in ancient times, the status and number of alchemists were also the same. Every alchemist was a rare talent in their tribe, and each tribe's alchemist would only concoct potions for their own clansmen. In this era, martial Tao was not prevalent, and alchemy was still under development. The process of alchemists concocting potions was simple and crude, without much attention to detail. They just mixed a variety of herbs together and simply blended them together, completely unable to display the efficacy of those herbs. Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor. Even if his cultivation was sealed, even if he could not use his divine sense with his current means, he could casually refine something that would not be worse than the alchemists of those big tribes. These refined potions were his way of making money, but also the starting point of his snowball effect. Times were different, so he did not dare to do anything too shocking. Not to mention his current strength was low, so it was impossible for him to perfect the refining process. Even so, the potions he refined and configured were the embodiment of tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. It was simply not something that today's alchemists could match. Half a day later, all the herbs were consumed, and Yang Kai had a pile of bottles and jars. In this era, jade bottles used to hold pills were extremely rare, but Yang Kai did not ask for too much. What he was refining now was not a pill, but a pile of paste, so it did not matter if he stored it in stone jars. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai left the tree hole again. In the busiest area of Snow Frost City, the flow of people was like a tide. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in a corner and placed the things he had refined in front of him. He then took out a piece of wood and used his finger to draw a sword. Next, he wrote a large character on it and inserted it into the ground beside him. After that, he put on an aloof look and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A barbarian stall owner next to him glanced at Yang Kai and then looked at the huge word, medicine, on the wooden board. He could not help but sneered. How could this black, mud-like substance be medicine? Did he really think he was an alchemist? Alchemists had always been noble, so how could they come to set up a stall? If it were not for the wizard's aura coming from this guy, the barbarian stall owner would not even think that he was a barbarian at all. Unless the barbarian god sent a miracle, these things could not be sold at all. In fact, as he expected, for 2 days, no one cared about Yang Kai's stall. Although this was a rather prosperous area with people gasping for breath, every barbarian who passed by Yang Kai's stall just glanced at the paste and walked away. However, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. He just sat there cross-legged, not in a hurry, which made his neighbor admire his composure. In 2 days, his goods were basically sold out, and he was about to close the stall. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, but the barbarian stall owner could not help but say, "You can't sell things like this." Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. He grinned and said, "In your opinion, how should I sell them?" The stall owner said, "You should at least shout a few times. Although these potions don't look very good, if you shout too much, someone will come to buy them. Good wine fears no dark alley. My potions are good. Even if I don't shout, someone will come to buy them." The stall owner pursed his lips. Obviously, he did not agree with this statement. Although it sounded reasonable, he shook his head and said, "Unless a miracle happens, you can't sell them in your lifetime." Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need for a miracle. I just need an opportunity. Oh, here comes the opportunity." While speaking, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The neighboring stall owner was stunned for a moment. Following his gaze, he saw several barbarians of the Snow Frost tribe supporting each other as they walked towards him. Their bodies were bathed in blood. It seemed that they had just returned from a great battle. Moreover, it was definitely an extremely difficult battle. This was because each of them had wounds of various sizes on their bodies. The leader of the barbarians had a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood were churning. It looked extremely terrifying. What kind of opportunity was this? The neighboring stall owner was somewhat puzzled. While he was still in doubt, the barbarian warriors had already walked past him. But at this moment, the guy who sold the potions suddenly smiled and said, "Brave warriors, please wait a moment. I see that you have a plump forehead, a round earth pavilion, and a rich vitality. You seem to have some fate with this wizard. Now, this wizard has something to give you. I hope you will kindly accept it." Chapter 28:17. Alchemy was Yang Kai's old profession, so if he wanted to earn enough necessities with limited financial resources in an unfamiliar environment, alchemy was the best choice. In Snow Frost City, the barbarian soldiers stopped. The leader turned his head and looked around, then looked down at Yang Kai and said with a murderous look, You are talking to us?" Smiling from ear to ear, Kai Yang replied innocently, "That's right." The barbarian soldier frowned. Although he didn't understand what this guy said just now, the last sentence couldn't be simpler. This guy had something to give him. Although there was no reason to miss a free gift, looking at this person's expression, the barbarian soldier felt a little distrustful. He shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Hero, wait a moment." "What's the matter?" The barbarian soldier was quite impatient. Xianxia said, "Hero, you are seriously injured. This wizard happens to have some healing medicine here. I would like to give it to you." While speaking, he pointed his hand. The barbarian soldier stared at the few stone jars in front of him and frowned. "You call these medicine? It's the real deal." The barbarian soldier sneered with a disdainful look. The neighboring stall owner couldn't stand it anymore. He packed up his stall and prepared to leave, so as not to dirty his eyes. "It's not a loss to try. Anyway, it's free. If it works, it's naturally the best. If it doesn't, you can smash my stall," Xianxia said with a smile. "Is this really medicine?" The barbarian soldier saw that Xianxia was serious. It didn't seem to be nonsense. He was a little curious. "It's a good healing medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll really smash your stall." Although the other party claimed to be a wizard, the barbarian soldier didn't take it to heart. This was Snowfrost City, and they were members of the Snowfrost tribe. If a foreign wizard didn't follow the rules, he would offend them. They wouldn't be soft-hearted. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try it," Xianxia shouted. The barbarian race warrior nodded and squatted down in front of Xianxia. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to frown involuntarily. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, not knowing whether or not to try this suspicious thing. Xianxia said earnestly, "Good medicine is bitter. Although the smell of our medicine is a bit different, its effects are excellent. I hope it works as you say," the barbarian soldier said. With a resolute expression on his face, as if he had made a great decision, he reached out and scooped out some paste from a stone jar. Under Xianxia's instructions, he carefully and evenly applied it to the wound on his abdomen. That wound was more than a foot long, and his flesh was overturned. This kind of injury was not very serious for a barbarian. However, it would be troublesome if he did not do anything about it. The barbarian warrior's eyebrows twitched when he saw the stinky paste smeared on his body. Then, he revealed an extremely surprised expression. His companions also looked at him curiously. They wanted to know if the medicine had any effect. A cool feeling spread from his abdomen, alleviating the pain. The next moment, the barbarian soldier was surprised again. He seemed to have felt something. He quickly looked down and his eyes widened. He saw the wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood began to wriggle. Along with the wriggling, many granules began to grow from his wounds. The places where his flesh and blood had been twisted began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming scabs. His companions also noticed this and cried out in alarm, looking at the changes in the wound in disbelief. The neighboring stall owner, who was about to pack up and leave, was also stunned. He stared at the wound with his eyes wide open. He wanted to dig out his eyeballs and stick them on the barbarian's stomach to see clearly. The strange behavior of these people quickly attracted the attention of the passing barbarians. They curiously looked at the wound after they understood what had happened. Half an hour later, the barbarian warrior stretched out his hand and wiped his stomach. The dregs of the medicine and blood fell off. A wound that was more than a foot long appeared in front of everyone. Although it hadn't completely healed, this kind of miraculous effect was enough to make people gasp in amazement. One had to know that an hour ago, his wounds were still hideous. "It's really useful." When the soldier who was testing the medicine raised his head again, he stared at Xianxia with a look of gratitude and reverence. Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything. The medicine he had refined was useful. But it was limited to barbarians with strong physiques and abundant blood energy. The effect wouldn't be so good if it were a cultivator of the later generations. This was because a large part of the effect of this medicine was to stimulate the flow of blood around the wound, which would increase the speed of healing. Only the ancient barbarians could use this healing medicine to achieve such an immediate effect. "Are you a pharmacist?" the barbarian asked. "For the time being, I am." When the onlookers heard this, they immediately put away their contemptuous expressions. No matter how weak Xianxia looked, he was a pharmacist. He was worthy of respect. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the crowd around him. He smiled and said, "Warriors often fight. If you encounter an enemy in the wild and get injured, it will definitely affect your combat effectiveness. However, if you carry this wizard's holy healing medicine with you, you won't have to worry about it. This wizard's holy healing medicine can instantly restore your vitality. This is the first time this wizard has come to Snowfrost City, so I'll sell it to you cheaply. If it was before the barbarian soldier tested the medicine, no one would have asked about Yang Kai's words. But, after witnessing the miraculous scene with their own eyes, no one doubted the efficacy of this medicine. The pharmacist was right. It was very troublesome for the barbarian soldiers to be injured in the wild. Although everyone knew a little bit about healing, how could they compare to the other party's healing medicine? If they could carry a little of it with them, they could heal their wounds anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the healing effect was surprisingly good. How much? Someone asked immediately. 10 green coins for one. Yang Kai had a plan and immediately reported the price. 10 green coins. This price was neither high nor low. Any adult barbarian soldier could afford it. At the same time, it would maximize Yang Kai's own benefits. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately shouted, "I'll take one." Looking at the heads in front of him, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. After all, these were all money. Several large jars of medicine were sold out in less than an incense stick's worth of time. The people who bought them were naturally overjoyed, while those who didn't beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. Yang Kai closed his stall and said with a smile, "Today's medicine is sold out. If there are friends who want to buy medicine, please come early tomorrow." Turning around and leaving, the neighboring stall owner looked at his back enviously. He only felt that this figure looked so unfathomable. Selling medicine at once increased Yang Kai's assets by more than 10 times. Just like a few days ago, he took all his green coins and frantically swept through the stalls in Snowfrost City before returning to the tree hole to refine medicine. When Yang Kai came to set up the stall the next day, he saw that countless customers had already gathered in front of the stall. Some of them wanted to buy yesterday but couldn't, while others were inexplicably heard from others. A miraculous pharmacist had appeared in Snowfrost City, and the potions he concocted could quickly heal external injuries. This news had spread throughout Snowfrost City overnight, and it was confirmed by many barbarian warriors of the Snowfrost tribe. The people of this era were still relatively simple, and there wasn't much deception. Naturally, the news that spread like crazy couldn't be false. So even though Kai Yang had brought 10 times more medicines than yesterday, it only took him less than half a day to sell them all. His assets, as he had expected, had completely snowballed, and it was only getting bigger and bigger. This was the case for 5 days in a row, and that crazy momentum didn't show any signs of slowing down. This situation made Yang Kai happy. He silently calculated the wealth in his hands and felt that he could finish his work in half a month. At that time, he would have enough green coins to buy enough Nadens. As long as he raised his low-rank wizard realm to wizard realm, then the bumps in the early stage would no longer exist, and his future cultivation would be smooth. On this day, Yang Kai had just finished selling medicine and was walking on the streets of Snowfrost City to buy some raw materials. Suddenly, he frowned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He reached out and touched his waist, and his face suddenly turned black. The animal skin bag that he used to store the green coins was gone. The animal skin bag contained thousands of green coins from today's medicine sale. Most of them were stored in the tree hole by Yang Kai, so there was no need to worry about their safety. A thief? How could there be a thief in this era? If it weren't for the empty feeling in his hand that made Yang Kai understand that this was not an illusion, he wouldn't have believed his judgment. Since entering this secret realm, the barbarians he had come into contact with, whether good or evil, good or bad, were all simple and straightforward people. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't expect that someone would steal his money bag in such a place. In a moment of carelessness, he actually overturned his boat. A great shame. The dignified Emperor realm had his money bag stolen without anyone noticing. This shame could not be washed away by the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as his eyes wandered through the crowd. Soon, he locked onto a burly barbarian who was walking through the crowd. The barbarian race's clothes were relatively simple, regardless of whether they were men or women. However, this barbarian was wrapped tightly from head to toe. It was impossible for Yang Kai to miss such a big flaw. With a light snort, Yang Kai did not intend to alarm others. His figure flickered as he quietly followed behind this person. This guy was also vigilant. He turned left and right in the crowd, not taking the usual path at all. After walking around for half an hour, he suddenly turned into a remote area with few people. Chapter 28:18. The tall barbarian, who was hiding in a hidden place, took out an animal skin bag from his bosom, opened it, and looked inside. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. Thousands of green coins, this was a lot of wealth, enough for him to spend for a year. Not bad. Suddenly, a person's voice came from behind him, startling the barbarian. He quickly turned around and stared vigilantly at the person who had just spoken. However, the moment their eyes met, the barbarian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He recognized that this person was the owner of the money bag. In Snowfrost City, there were not many barbarians as thin and weak as him. It could be said that he was the only one. However, even though he recognized him, the barbarian did not intend to admit it. Putting on a fierce look, he asked, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai was suddenly amused. "You stole my money bag and can still pretend that nothing happened. I have to say, your existence has subverted my understanding of the barbarian race." "What do you mean by your money bag?" "The one you are stuffing into your bosom." Yang Kai looked at the barbarian's movements coldly. "I don't understand what you are talking about." The barbarian put away the money bag as if nothing had happened and said impatiently, "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Don't follow me." Yang Kai was shocked and cursed angrily, "Shameful thief, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe that I won't call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe to deal with you?" The barbarian looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and sneered, "Call them." He actually had a fearless look on his face, making Kai Yang a little dumbfounded. It was obviously impossible to call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe. Although he believed that this guy was a thief who had stolen his money bag, there was no real evidence. Calling the guards over would be a waste of time. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble others with this kind of thing. Clicking his tongue twice, Yang Kai said, "Boy, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have." The brawny barbarian race man still sneered, "Less nonsense. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll beat you to death." While speaking, he waved his big fist at Yang Kai, looking very intimidating. Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian's face suddenly changed because he saw Yang Kai take a step forward and rush towards him. A fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. "You're courting death." The barbarian was furious. He had never thought that this seemingly weak person would actually take the initiative to attack him. Shocked and angry, he also threw a punch. At the moment when the two fists collided, Kai Yang suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he discovered that there wasn't any berserk power that he had imagined coming towards him. His opponent's extremely intimidating figure and fist were simply like an embroidered pillow. The barbarian's face was filled with shock and fear. That huge body flew out with its back facing the sky. In mid-air, the sturdy body suddenly twisted and changed, turning into a petite and exquisite figure with a curvaceous figure. At the same time, a green leaf floated down from the sky. Kai Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stood there stupidly for a long time without returning to his senses. Turning a barbarian into a girl with one punch, this was definitely not his fault. While Yang Kai was hesitating, the girl who fell to the ground struggled to get up. She looked at Yang Kai with a look full of fear. Look at this time. Yang Kai found that this girl was only 16 or 17 years old, and she had the aura of a wizard. Yang Kai couldn't tell what level of wizard she was. He had only been in this world for a short time, so he didn't have much contact with wizard, so he couldn't accurately judge the level of power of a wizard. After the girl's body changed, the clothes on her body became loose, but it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. This showed how good this girl was. She suddenly showed her original form. The girl's expression was extremely flustered. Looking around, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up the green leaf that had just fallen to the ground. She placed her hand on top of her head, and her petite body twisted and changed again, returning to her previous burly figure. "You're from the Floating Wanderer Division." Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exposed the girl's identity. What nonsense are you spouting?" The girl who had transformed into a brawny man avoided his gaze and retorted stubbornly. "Is that so?" Yang Kai looked at his opponent with a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. "I'm talking nonsense? What floating tribe? I'm from the Cloud Stream tribe." "Hee hee." Yang Kai chuckled. Suddenly, he cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, "Everyone, come and take a look. There's a thief from the floater department here. Everyone." "Shut up." The girl's expression changed greatly. She reached into her bosom and took out the money bag. She threw it directly to Yang Kai and said, "Here's your money bag. Don't shout anymore." Yang Kai threw down the money pouch and looked at the girl with a teasing look. "Since you're not from the floating department, why are you so nervous?" The girl forced herself to say, "How am I nervous?" According to the knowledge taught by the village chief, the entire ancient barbarian tribe basically valued strong physiques. However, there was one tribe that was different. That tribe was the floating department. The people of this tribe had no fixed residence. They wandered from place to place. Moreover, there were very few of them. It was rare for ordinary people to see them. They didn't pay attention to cultivating their bodies. Therefore, the physiques of their people were very different from those of other tribes. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the people of the floating department didn't keep their hands clean. Every member of the floating department was born to be a thief. Therefore, this tribe had a very bad reputation among the ancient barbarian tribe. The reason why Yang Kai was despised everywhere he went was because his physique was too weak, and he didn't receive any respect from others. But on the other hand, it was because some people had mistaken him for a member of the floating tribe. Yang Kai's experience was the epitome of the floating department's experience in the outside world. Yang Kai clicked his tongue twice. He circled the girl a few times and said with great interest, "I've heard about the uniqueness of the floating department. Today is the first time I've seen it. It's really interesting. Come, let me see your real body again." That malicious look made the girl's skin tighten. She said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai shrugged and said, "I'm just looking. I don't want to do anything." "Don't even think about it." Yang Kai held the horn in his hand to his mouth. When he was circulating his qi, the girl said, "Enough." She glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai looked back at her with a smile. In the end, the girl was defeated. She reached out her hand and grabbed a green leaf from the top of her head. At the same time, her tall and sturdy body immediately shrank and turned back into a girl. "You'll regret this." The girl bit her red lips. It was as if Yang Kai had killed her father. Her eyes were burning with hatred and anger. "That's good. You're a girl. Why do you have to dress up as a man?" Yang Kai chuckled. After seeing the wild beauty of the barbarians, he felt that the girl's normal appearance was more amiable and comfortable. "Have you seen enough?" the girl said impatiently. She put the green leaf on top of her head. The next moment, she turned back into a tall and sturdy man. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still asked curiously, "Is this an illusion? Why didn't I feel the fluctuation of spiritual power when you used the wizard technique?" This mysterious azure leaf seemed to have an incredible effect. With this azure leaf, the young girl's appearance greatly changed, revealing her true form as soon as she threw it. Yang Kai thought that this azure leaf was a tool the young girl was using to cast her illusions, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that wasn't the case. The green leaf looked similar to a green coin. It was obviously the leaf of the evergreen god tree. Moreover, he had never heard of such a prop being used to cast the wizard technique. "It's none of your business. I've already returned the purse to you. What else do you want?" The girl was extremely impatient. It was her biggest mistake to let Yang Kai see her true appearance. It could be said that the girl would not be able to control herself in the future. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not as despicable as she thought. He only pondered for a moment and asked, "What's your name?" The girl was silent for a moment and then replied, "Dai." My name is Nyo. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Wizard Nyo. I'll remember it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving, Dai said. Seeing that Yang Kai did not object, she immediately turned and left. Yang Kai looked at her back as she disappeared. He chuckled and continued to purchase medicinal materials. The next day, when Yang Kai finished refining enough healing medicine and walked out of the tree hole, he did not immediately fly down. Instead, he controlled the direction and floated to another tree hole not far away. He reached out and knocked on the tree trunk. Soon, a head popped out from the tree hole. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, "You? How did you know I live here?" This neighbor was Dai, who he met yesterday. Seeing Yang Kai again and directly coming to her door, Dai's eyes were filled with panic. "Yesterday, I accidentally saw you coming back here. What do you want?" Dai was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Even if Yang Kai caught her stealing the purse yesterday, she had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that Yang Kai knew her identity as a member of the Floating Corps, she was at a loss. She had lived here for more than 10 years, and this was the first time someone saw through her true identity. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai smiled. "I just need your help with something." "What is it?" Dai frowned. "You should know that I've been selling medicine these past few days, right? It's because you know that's why you targeted me, right?" Dai frowned and replied with silence. "Since you know, then it's easy," Yang Kai said as he handed over the jars in his hand. Dai did not take them and just looked at him suspiciously. "What are you doing?" "Help me sell medicine. You should know the price. I'll give you 10% of the profit." Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this and exclaimed, "Really? I've already given you everything. How could it be fake?" Dai quickly took the jars and was overjoyed. One must know that this wizard in front of her was so awesome that he could earn thousands of green coins a day just by selling healing medicines. 10% of the profit was equivalent to hundreds of green coins. Although it was not a lot, it was more than what she stole. But Dai did not understand. Logically speaking, since she stole this man's purse yesterday, he should be magnanimous enough to not find trouble with her and not expose her identity. So why did he want to share the profit with her? Chapter 28:19. But no barbarian would let go of such a good thing, so why did it fall on her? Because I don't know anyone else. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled, "And since I have something on you, I'm not afraid of you taking my property." The corners of Dai's mouth twitched slightly. What he said was true. As long as this wizard in front of her had her weakness, she couldn't do anything to harm the other party. However, with 10% of the profit, it didn't matter anymore. After sending Dai away, Yang Kai immediately went to Snowfrost City and found a shop that he liked before. He spent a lot of green coins to buy a lot of inner cores. During this time, he had accumulated enough financial resources to buy inner cores to support his own cultivation. Therefore, he needed someone to help him sell medicine. After all, selling medicine was a waste of time. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai pinched a Longan-sized inner core and sighed softly. The early snowball had already started rolling. As long as he bought some inner cores every day and refined them, he would be able to promote to a wizard after this winter. Yang Kai was convinced of this. Swallowing the inner core into his abdomen, Yang Kai operated his cultivation method. Soon, a rolling sound of thunder came from his abdomen, and his aura expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the afternoon, Dai returned from selling medicine and obediently handed over 90% of the proceeds. She also got new potions from Yang Kai and prepared to sell them the next day. After not seeing him for half a day, Dai was surprised to find that the wizard in front of her had already become a mid-rank wizard. When she saw him in the morning, he was clearly a low-rank wizard. How did he become a mid-rank wizard in half a day? However, even if she was puzzled, Dai didn't ask much. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was not wise to get to the bottom of it, especially when her little secret was still in the hands of Yang Kai. The two cooperated seamlessly. Yang Kai took a little time every day to refine potions and go out to buy inner cores, while Dai was responsible for the sales and buying materials. A month passed in a flash. During this month, Yang Kai's cultivation had made a breakthrough. Refining a dozen inner cores every day had allowed his strength to increase rapidly. Now, he was already an upper wizard. As long as he had enough dantian, he would definitely be able to become a wizard in no time. Possessing one's own consciousness. At that time, he would be able to completely extricate himself from his current predicament. However, good wishes always had some twists and turns. On this day, Butterfly only returned from selling medicine in the evening. After entering Yang Kai's tree hole, she placed the stone jar in front of her. Yang Kai was surprised. Why aren't they sold out yet? In the past, all the medicines he refined every day were sold out. This was the first time he had a surplus. Butterfly said weakly, he probably bought everything he needed. Haven't you noticed that I've been coming back later and later? Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. These days, he had been focused on improving his wizard level, so he didn't pay much attention to Butterfly's situation. Now that she mentioned it, he realized that she was right. In the beginning, it only took her half a day to sell all the medicines she refined, but as time went by, it took her longer and longer. Until today, she didn't return until evening. Moreover, the healing medicine hadn't been sold out yet. The market is saturated. Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Although Snow Frost City wasn't small and there were many barbarian warriors, the continuous sales for more than a month had caused the market to shrink. After all, it wasn't easy for the barbarian warriors to earn green coins. Although they didn't feel any pressure to pay for a healing medicine worth 10 green coins, they wouldn't buy it without a limit. Under normal circumstances, everyone should keep a spare copy on them. When it was consumed, they would buy a new one. Therefore, the more time passed, the more the purchasing power of the barbarians in Snow Frost City decreased. Thinking about this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Take a rest. You can sell it tomorrow." Butterfly naturally had no objection. After getting along with Yang Kai for more than a month, she had gradually become familiar with him. She no longer had the vigilance and fear of him before, so she turned around and left. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai frowned. Since the market was saturated, then it would be harder and harder to sell the healing medicine he had concocted. If the potions were hard to sell, he wouldn't have enough green coins to buy the Nadens, which would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. But after thinking about it, he didn't have any good way to improve the situation unless there was another city similar to Snow Frost City for him to use. But in this cold winter, how could there be a second Snow Frost City in the entire barbarian race? Sure enough, as Yang Kai expected, in the following days, the healing medicine became harder and harder to sell. The amount that Yang Kai refined every day, even if Butterfly spent a day, she might not be able to sell 1/3 of it. Moreover, it was shrinking day by day. The number of Nadens he could buy every day was getting smaller and smaller. Although the wizard realm was close at hand, without enough Nadens to support it, he could only sigh. In this situation, he could only take one step at a time. First, he would consume all the Nadens in his hand, and then make plans. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly felt something strange. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At a critical moment in his cultivation, Yang Kai didn't want to complicate things. He thought it was just an illusion, but the feeling of being stared at was getting more and more obvious. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at a figure standing not far away. This person was an old man, but he didn't have the usual burly body of the barbarians. He looked like he was about to die, and his hair and beard were all white. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face, looking at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai was calm on the surface, but in his heart, alarm bells were ringing. How was this possible? The place he lived in was the tree hole of the evergreen divine tree. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, it was impossible for anyone as powerful as a shaman king or a shaman saint to enter without his permission. However, this old man had appeared before him without a sound. How was this possible? However, since the other party didn't show any malice, Yang Kai didn't make too much of a fuss. He just stared at him quietly. In the tree hole, their eyes met. The old man wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a sense of scrutiny and nodded from time to time. Yang Kai felt a little uneasy under the old man's stare. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what are you trying to do by trespassing?" "Trespassing?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, "That's an interesting way to put it. However, my appearance here doesn't count as trespassing." Yang Kai sneered, "This tree hole is where I live. Barging in without my permission is tantamount to trespassing. I can see that old sir is quite old, so I'm afraid your mind is still not clear. Quickly leave while this sorcerer is still in a good mood. Otherwise, if this sorcerer becomes angry, don't say I don't know how to respect the old and love the young." The old man smiled. "What? You still want to hit people?" Yang Kai said as if it was a matter of fact. When necessary, using force is also one of the ways to solve problems. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable despite your young age. Don't be so long-winded." Yang Kai waved his hand. "If you don't leave then I won't be so polite." The old man hurriedly said, "Don't be so agitated, don't be agitated. I just suddenly woke up and felt a familiar aura. That's why I came to take a look. I don't mean you any harm." Yang Kai said with disdain, "Jackals and wolves are also very friendly to domestic animals." The old man smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to explain. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the tree hole. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw Dai standing outside. His heart filled with joy, he quickly let her in. Although he had never truly fought against Butterfly, during the past few days, he had learned that Butterfly was definitely a powerful senior magus, and was much more powerful than himself. The reason why he was able to knock her down with one punch last time was because she underestimated him. If she really used her wizard skills, he might not be a match for her. He didn't know how she trained at such a young age. No matter what this old man's background was, for him to inexplicably appear in his tree hole, Kai Yang had to treat him as an enemy. Originally, he was worried that he alone wouldn't be his opponent, but now that Dai was here, things were much easier. 2 against 1, even if they couldn't win, they could at least make some noise and let the people of Snow Frost Tribe know. Butterfly didn't know the situation, so she came in and said with disappointment, "I didn't sell anything today." While speaking, she put down the stone jar in her hand. The next moment, Butterfly opened her eyes wide and looked at the white-haired old man in the tree hole in astonishment. Yang Kai tried to signal her with his eyes, but Butterfly ignored him and just stared in front of her. Soon, a surprised expression appeared on her face and she called out, "Grandpa Ching, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" While speaking, she pounced forward and affectionately grabbed the old man's arm and smiled sweetly. Kai Yang stood there stupidly, then suddenly shivered, goosebumps appearing all over his body. If Butterfly had said such a line in a normal manner, it wouldn't have been a big deal. A beautiful girl acting coquettishly was naturally pleasing to the eye. But now, she was a burly man with a strong back and a bare waist. This sudden action made Yang Kai want to poke his own eyes out. He felt that his injuries were even greater than being hit by a sorcerer saint's full-force attack. Instead, the old man smiled and said, "Why are you here? Do you know each other?" An unnatural look appeared on Butterfly's face. Apparently, she was recalling the scene when she first met Yang Kai. But she still nodded and said, "We know each other. During this period of time, we cooperated to sell medicine and earned a lot of green coins." Sell medicine? When the old man heard this, his gaze swept over the few stone jars. Immediately, an interested expression appeared on his face. He extended his hand and a suction force appeared. There was no energy fluctuation coming from his body, but one of the stone jars flew into his hand. He carefully examined it. Chapter 28:20. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Although this move looked simple, it also showed the old man's perfect control over his strength. He thought that by teaming up with Dai, even if they could not defeat the old man, they could at least create some trouble for him. But now it seemed that he was wrong. This old man's strength was simply unfathomable. If he really had malicious intentions, even if he teamed up with Dai, he was afraid they would not be enough to deal with him. At this moment, the old man was obviously very interested in the potion refined by Yang Kai. After sniffing it for a while, he wasn't satisfied and actually put a little bit of it in his mouth to taste it. Immediately, his eyebrows rose and he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Did you refine this potion?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes. It's a good healing medicine." The old man was not stingy with his praise, but it can't be used too often. If you use it too much, I'm afraid it will cause some damage to your foundation. He could see the drawbacks of this healing medicine at a glance. After all, Yang Kai's medicine was only made with very common herbs. Logically speaking, it should not have such a strong healing effect. However, it could stimulate the vitality of the barbarian's blood, making their self-healing speed faster. The same principle applied to the bloodlust technique. Using it once or twice was fine, but if it was used too often, it would damage one's foundation and cause them to age faster. However, this was not a big problem. After all, it was a wound medicine, so it was impossible for people to use it too often. I didn't expect the pharmacists of today to be so powerful. The old man was obviously interested in the healing medicine. Holding the stone jar, he began to identify the herbs used. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Yang pulled Dai to the side and quietly asked, "This old man, who is he?" Dai smiled and said, "Didn't Grandpa Qing tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head. Dai said, "Since Grandpa Qing didn't say, I can't say." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, "Hurry up and give me back the green coins you earned during this time." Dai was shocked and jumped back vigilantly. "Don't even think about it, it's mine." Yang Kai sneered, "It seems you want to let everyone know your little secret." Butterfly couldn't help but grit her teeth as she looked at Yang Kai with disdain. "Despicable, despicable. Shameless." Yang Kai sneered, "Try something new. Young man, you already have a guess in your heart. Why make things difficult for a little girl?" At this moment, the old man put down the stone jar in his hand and turned his head with a smile. Yang Kai frowned. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he slowly said, "Although I have a guess, I can't be sure." The old man smiled and said, "Whatever you think is the truth." Yang Kai was shocked. He looked at the old man in shock and asked in a low voice, "Old sir, are you really the evergreen divine tree?" This old man had mysteriously appeared in his tree hole and Dai called him Grandpa Qing. With Yang Kai's meticulous mind, it would be strange if he couldn't connect the dots. Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to believe them. The old man waved his hand slightly, "Divine tree or whatever, it's just an exaggeration the Snow Frost tribe gave me. Many years ago, I was just an ordinary evergreen tree." Many years. It could be traced back to thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Seeing the old man admit it, Yang Kai was relieved. Thinking about it, it was rumored that even the wizard king wizard saint couldn't enter the evergreen divine tree's tree hole. For the old man to suddenly appear in his tree hole, besides the evergreen divine tree itself, who else in this world could do it? Because of this, Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. After living in the Snow Frost tribe for so long, although he didn't interact much with others, he had heard many legends about the evergreen divine tree. However, he had heard many legends about the evergreen god tree. This was a tree of peace, a tree of protection. Naturally, it wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. "Senior Qing, please forgive me. Just now, I spoke arrogantly and offended you. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully. Qing chuckled, "There's no need for that. Dai is under your care, so why would I blame you?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior and Dai. One was the evergreen divine tree. The other was a barbarian from the floating tribe. The two didn't seem to have any relationship, but in fact, Dai seemed to be very familiar with Qing and even called him Grandpa. 16 years ago, someone abandoned a baby girl under the tree. Qing didn't explain too much and just patted Dai's head lightly. Dai didn't seem to mind and just giggled, enjoying the rare doting. Yang Kai understood. It seemed that Dai was raised by Qing, so it made sense that she called him Grandpa so intimately. As for Dai's transformation technique, it was probably Qing's protection. Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of wizard technique Dai used to transform her petite figure into a burly figure. After all, it was just a green leaf. But now, it seemed that it wasn't Dai's wizard technique, but Qing's power. Under the evergreen divine tree, Qing could control everything. He gave Dai a green leaf that contained mysterious power, so it was easy for him to hide her appearance. "Grandpa Qing, didn't you just wake up last year? Why are you awake again so soon?" Dai asked curiously. Hearing this, Qing looked at Yang Kai and said, "I feel a familiar aura." He said so before, but Yang Kai didn't believe him. Now that he said it a second time, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't doubt him. The familiar aura? Dai also turned her head curiously towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart stirred. Could it be the aura of the immortal tree? If there was any aura that made Qing feel familiar, then it was undoubtedly the immortal tree. The immortal tree was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Although it was slightly different from the evergreen divine tree, it was still a tree in the end. However, this didn't make sense. The immortal tree was still in the sealed world bead, so its aura shouldn't have leaked out. Although Yang Kai was a little suspicious, he couldn't explain too much. Very few people knew about the secret of the immortal tree. Qing looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before shaking his head. "Strange, this aura seems to be of the same origin as mine, but it's also very different." As he spoke, he fell into deep thought. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his expression kept changing. Yang Kai and Dai looked at each other. They didn't want to disturb Qing, so they could only wait in boredom. Half a day later, Qing suddenly came to his senses and chuckled. "I'm old, I almost fell asleep again." Although he was old, he spent most of his time in deep sleep. It was a coincidence that he woke up this time. Dai immediately said coquettishly, "Grandpa Qing isn't old." Qing smiled and said, "I'm awake anyway. Little Dai, help Grandpa scratch the itch. I'm not feeling well again." But Dai's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had found money. She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Wizard awesome, do you want to come with me?" Yang Kai was confused. Scratching an itch actually required help? However, seeing that there were so many youths, he didn't have the nerve to refuse. He could only show his good character of respecting the old and loving the young. He walked forward and stood behind Qing, reaching out to scratch him. Dai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Qing also couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai stared at Dai unhappily. He was already so hardworking, but this guy was actually laughing. Moreover, he had a mocking expression on his face. It was simply too hateful. Dai laughed until her stomach hurt. She bent over and said, "Scratching Grandpa Qing's itch is not like this. You teach me." Yang Kai stepped back and signaled to Dai. Dai stopped laughing, but she still couldn't help but smile. She looked at Qing and said, "Grandpa Qing, let's begin." Qing nodded and pointed forward. The not-so-spacious tree hole suddenly split open, revealing a dark passage. No one knew where it led. Dai said to Yang Kai, "Follow me." While speaking, she walked into the passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything and followed her. The moment he entered the passage, his body couldn't help but slide down. It was as if there was a sliding path under him, leading him to an unknown territory. A moment later, when Yang Kai's feet touched the ground, Dai had already cast an illumination technique, dispelling the surrounding darkness. She then pointed around and said, "The reason Grandpa Qing felt itchy is because of their existence. Our mission is to clean them up." As soon as she finished speaking, pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up around them. Yang Kai looked up and was shocked. "So many monster beasts." Dai said, "They are all parasites on Grandpa Qing's body. They reproduce very quickly. I used to come here every year to clean them up. With your help this time, it's a bargain for you." Yang Kai asked curiously, "You said I'm here to help, how can there be a bargain?" Dai pursed her lips and smiled. "I saw that you recently bought a lot of monster cores. It seems to be for cultivation. There are so many monsters here, don't you have any ideas?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. It was really a case of a desperate situation, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Yang Kai's healing medicines could no longer be sold, so he was worried about how to earn enough green coins to buy monster cores, but now an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him. Inside Qing's body was a world of its own, and inside this world, countless parasitic monster insects absorbed Qing's strength to survive, growing at an extremely fast rate. It could be said that these monster insects of different sizes and appearances were all monster cores. While the two of them were talking, the surrounding monster insects could no longer hold themselves back and swam out from their hiding places, hissing as they surrounded the two of them. In an instant, Yang Kai and Dai seemed to have fallen into a world of monster insects, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Let's make it clear first, whoever kills it gets it, don't steal it from me when the time comes. Dai warned Yang Kai vigilantly before raising her hand and sending 3 streaks of energy forward. As soon as she attacked, Yang Kai felt a powerful fluctuation of power. A great wizard. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He never thought that Dai, who had worked so hard to sell medicine without complaint, would turn out to be a great wizard. Although he could not feel her specific rank, her strength was definitely not something a wizard could display. Chapter 28-21. As soon as Butterfly made her move, she displayed her extraordinary cultivation and strength. 3 streaks of air pierced through the air. Accompanied by 3 soft sounds, 3 plump monster beasts slithering over were immediately split into 2. Pale yellow juice splashed out, and the air was instantly filled with a nauseating smell. More monster insects pounced over, spitting out highly corrosive venom from their mouths. Butterfly nimbly dodged, not letting the venom touch her body. When she found an opportunity, she would use her powerful wizard technique, killing and injuring the monster insects. On the other side, Yang Kai had also charged into the swarm of monster insects. He swung his fists, looking just like a real barbarian race warrior. His fighting style was the complete opposite of Butterfly's elegance, but the speed at which he killed these insects was not inferior to his opponents. Not only that, his body was not stained with dust, and all the venom and sap that splashed in front of him was blocked by his witch shield. In less than an hour, the nest of monster insects was cleaned up. The two of them did not say a word and began to search for monster cores among the corpses. However, after obtaining the monster cores, Yang Kai found that the monster cores of these monster insects were somewhat shrunken. They were not as round and full as the monster beast's monster cores outside. Instead, they were all crooked. Not only were they large, but the energy contained inside was also pitifully low. This was probably due to the environment of this place. These monster insects parasitized the evergreen god tree and lived by absorbing the energy of the evergreen god tree. Although they could grow quickly, their foundation was definitely not as solid as the monster beast outside. Even the quality of their monster cores was somewhat lacking. However, it did not matter. There were a lot of monster insects. If the quality was not good, they could make up for it with quantity. Since coming to this ancient world, Yang Kai's appetite was very good. He had refined and swallowed at least 800 monster beasts' monster cores. As long as it could help him quickly advance to the wizard realm, he would not miss any of the monster cores. After collecting all the monster cores, Butterfly raised her head and said, "Grandpa Qing, next place." As soon as she finished speaking, the place where the two of them were standing suddenly cracked open, leading directly to the next demonic insect nest. After passing through several places, Yang Kai and Dai joined forces. The monster insects didn't even have the strength to fight back and were all killed. Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem. Since Senior Qing can feel the existence of these monster insects, why doesn't he remove them himself? Instead, you want to rely on others? Although he didn't have much experience with Azure strength, he had some guesses. The parasitic demonic insects in his body were not something powerful. In the end, it was just a disease. If he really wanted to, he could easily solve it himself. But in reality, he had been asking Butterfly for help. Butterfly replied, "Grandpa Qing never kills." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Although Yang Kai could not agree with Qing's way of life, he could more or less understand his way of thinking, considering that this was a tree of blessing. Without another word, he and Butterfly focused on cleaning up the demonic insects inside the tree. 3 days passed in a row. Xianxia and Butterfly didn't know how many demonic insect nests they had visited. Although the quality of the dawn they harvested was still low, the quantity was endless. After 3 days of continuous fighting, Butterfly was slightly panting, but Xianxia was still full of energy. Butterfly was amazed by him. "It's about time, you two little guys come back." Qing's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. At the same time, a passage suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of the passage, there was a faint light. Xianxia and Butterfly looked at each other and walked toward the passage. Not long after, the two returned to Xianxia's tree hole. Qing was still standing there, looking at Xianxia with a smile. "Thank you, young man. Helping people is the foundation of happiness. Senior, you don't need to be so polite." Xianxia grinned widely as he held up his bag of monster cores. With these done, it shouldn't be a big problem to become a wizard. On the other side, Butterfly said apologetically, "Grandpa Qing, wait until I become stronger. I will definitely help you get rid of that insect king." Xianxia was surprised, looking up. "There's still an insect king?" Butterfly said, "Why else do you think those insects are endless? Every time Grandpa Qing wakes up, I have to kill them, but the second time I go, there are still a lot of them." "Senior, you should have said so earlier." Xianxia immediately put down his bag and said excitedly, "Open a passage, I will go and meet that insect king." Butterfly looked at him like he was crazy. Qing smiled, "You are not strong enough, you are still not its opponent." Butterfly also said, "That is an existence comparable to the Wizard King, be careful it doesn't swallow you in one bite." As for how strong a Shaman King was, Xianxia had never personally experienced it. This world's classification of strength was very different from his previous lives, but in this ancient world, a Shaman King was already a hero who presided over a region. If converted to the realm of his previous life, a Shaman King was definitely at the Emperor realm. For example, Butterfly was probably around the Dao Source realm. After being mocked by Butterfly, Xianxia was about to refute when he heard Qing say, "You have a guest. She has been waiting for you for 2 days, you should meet her first." Xianxia frowned, poked his head out of the hole suspiciously, and looked down, only to see a familiar figure walking anxiously down below. Feather. Xianxia didn't expect that the guest Qing was talking about was actually her. Although he and Feather were acquaintances and had fought side by side, they were not close. After bringing Xianxia to Snowfrost City, Feather had not contacted him again, so why was she looking for him at this time? Qing suddenly said, "Young man, please help me scratch my itch, this azure leaf will be my thanks." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and a green leaf suddenly appeared between her fingers, which she flicked slightly and floated towards Xianxia. Xianxia caught the azure leaf, but did not feel any power fluctuations from it, so he asked curiously, "Dare I ask, Senior, what is the use of this azure leaf?" Qing smiled slightly and said, "It's not very useful, but within the range of my shelter, I can return to your residence with a single thought." "So that's how it is." Xianxia raised his brow and solemnly put away the azure leaf. Although this azure leaf could only allow him to return to the tree hole and seemed to be of little use, since it was given to him by Qing, he could only accept it. Qing did not say anything more and her figure flickered, disappearing. After 3 days of fighting, Butterfly also seemed a little tired, so at this time, she also said goodbye and returned to her tree hole to rest. After the two left, Xianxia poked his head down and greeted, "Are you looking for me?" Feather raised her head when she heard this and showed a look of surprise. She chanted an incantation and a blue light enveloped her, slowly floating up and soon entering Xianxia's tree hole. "What's the matter?" Xianxia looked at her and asked. Feather was about to open her mouth to explain the purpose of her visit, but suddenly she seemed to have sensed something and looked at Xianxia from head to toe, and immediately said in shock, "You are an upper-rank wizard. How long has it been?" At most, it has only been a little more than a month. The last time when she brought him back from Luo by mountain, he was only a lower-rank wizard. How could he be promoted to an upper-rank wizard in such a short time? If she did not see it with her own eyes, Feather would not believe that there was such a nonsense in this world. She herself did not have the slightest change in this 1 month. Yang Kai shrugged and did not explain. As the foundation of the Emperor realm, he did not have any bottlenecks in the ancient wizard's cultivation. He only needed to accumulate power for a certain time, and then he would be able to break through. And this was because his cultivation method was too inferior. The cultivation method he used was only taught to him by the village chief. What kind of good cultivation method could there be in a place like Tsangnan village? If he could obtain a set of cultivation methods used by the wizard saints, his cultivation speed would probably be even faster. After being shocked for a while, Feather came back to her senses and softly said, "Wizard Bull, the cart master wants to see you." "The cart master? Who is he?" Yang Kai frowned. Feather's face revealed a trace of reverence as she replied, "The cart master is one of the great wizards of the Snow Frost tribe." "Why would a great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe want to see me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. It was not that he had never seen a great wizard before. Butterfly was a great wizard, but because of her sensitive background, she never dared to reveal herself. Otherwise, she would also be an influential person. Therefore, although Feather spoke with a solemn expression, Yang Kai was not nervous at all. Feather hesitated for a moment before asking, "That healing medicine, is it really you who made it?" Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Feather was in awe. "I didn't expect you to be an apothecary. It's like this. During this period of time, many of our clansmen have bought healing medicines from you, and they all feel that the effects are very good. Therefore, our Snow Frost tribe wants you to concoct more as a backup. Of course, we will prepare the materials for you. You only need to concoct the medicines." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. If it were 3 days ago, he would have been very happy to hear this news because at that time, the demand for healing pills had been very low and he had been worried about how to earn more monster cores. Now that Snow Frost tribe had this intention, he didn't need to worry about not having enough green coins to buy monster cores. But now, he had a full harvest and was thinking of going into seclusion to refine the monster cores so that he could quickly reach the wizard realm. The Snow Frost tribe's sudden move made him feel a little helpless. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "All right, you lead the way." In any case, it didn't take much effort to make those healing medicines, so it didn't matter if he cultivated while refining them. Seeing him agree, Feather was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much. Barbarians are a family." Yang Kai laughed. After leaving the tree hole, under Feather's lead, the two walked all the way to the most magnificent palace. In the ancient world, such a palace was very rare. The places where the barbarians lived had always been simple and crude. Only those with high status could live in such a palace. The palace complex in Snow Frost City was the royal palace of the Snow Frost tribe, where the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe lived. The great wizard called Che also lived in this palace. However, with Yang Kai's current status, it was already an honor for him to come in contact with a great wizard. It was impossible for him to see the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe. Chapter 28-22. He followed Feather all the way into the palace. After an hour, they finally arrived in front of a tall and powerful great wizard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of wizard arts that the great wizard practiced. His aura was like thunder and his eyes were sharp. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. "Master Che, this is the wizard Bull." Feather respectfully bowed to the wizard and introduced Yang Kai to Che. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Yang Kai also did as the Romans did. He put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Wizard Bull greets Master Che." Che nodded slightly and opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder, rolling. "You are the wizard who made the healing potion?" Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Che. Che said with interest, "It's rare to see a barbarian like you. Are you from the floating tribe?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Southern barbarian tribe. I'm just a little weak." No shaman or barbarian would deny their origins. That was a form of contempt for themselves. Therefore, even though Yang Kai looked very weak and looked very much like a member of the floating department, since he said so, Che did not question him. Che pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Potioneers don't need a strong body. The healing potion you made is very popular in my tribe, so you don't have to belittle yourself. Thank you, Master, for your praise. Yang Kai's neither servile nor overbearing appearance made Che look at him in a new light. It was rare to see a high-rank wizard who could be so free and easy in front of him. Didn't Feather say that he was only a low-rank wizard? How could he be a high-rank wizard? There was a difference of 2 ranks. He believed that Feather wouldn't make a mistake in this information. Although he was suspicious, Che didn't ask much. He just said, I believe Feather has already told you why he invited you here. Yang Kai replied, Feather did say so, and I, Wizard Bull, am also willing to contribute to the Snow Frost Division. Che's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, Very good. Since that's the case, Feather, bring the Wizard Ox in. Go ahead and report it. Feather answered and led Yang Kai inside. Not long after, the 2 of them entered a side room. To Yang Kai's surprise, there were already 2 people here. Moreover, they were both very old, and their auras were much stronger than his own. Obviously, they were both sorcerer-level existences. Of the 2 old men, one had white hair and the other had flowery hair. Seeing Feather and Yang Kai come in, they all looked at Feather inquisitively. Feather nodded slightly. Only then did the 2 old men walk forward and say in unison, Greetings, Master Nyo. Yang Kai was stunned. These 2 are... Feather's expression was a little unnatural. They are the helpers that Master Nyo arranged for you. If you need any help, just tell them. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't point it out. After all, this wasn't a big deal to him. Seeing Yang Kai's deep smile, Feather's expression became even more unnatural. He even felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't question him and said, I need some herbs, please help me get them. Okay. What do you need? Feather quickly asked. Yang Kai immediately reported the names of the herbs, and Feather memorized them one by one. The 2 old men also pricked up their ears and listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single thing. After a while, Yang Kai reported the names of the herbs and the quantities needed. Feather immediately turned around and went out to prepare. Only Yang Kai and the old man were left in the room. Yang Kai turned his head and said, Seniors, how should I address you? The 2 old men looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly. They didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai found it funny. He thought that the ancient barbarian tribe was the ancient barbarian tribe after all. They were pure and simple. Although they didn't pay much attention to stealing skills, their conscience was probably condemned, so they didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai didn't force them. He just found a place and took out a handful of monster insect cores from his bag. He directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. These monster cores were the size of rice grains. Not only were they small in size, but the energy they contained was also very low. Yang Kai was able to eat a few dozen of them at a time. A strange sound came from his abdomen, causing the 2 old men who had come to secretly learn from him to be dumbfounded. However, the 2 of them didn't know what Yang Kai was eating, only that he should be cultivating, so although they were surprised, they remained silent and didn't disturb him. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. His aura suddenly became stronger. When he did the same thing again, the 2 old men finally saw what he was eating. The white-haired old man was shocked and quickly stopped him. Master Nyo, these are monster beast cores. How can you swallow them? The old man also stopped him. You can't eat them, you can't eat them. They had never seen anyone who dared to swallow a monster beast core like this. Wasn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? I've always eaten like this. As Yang Kai spoke, he kept throwing monster cores into his mouth. Crunching sounds came from his mouth, which made the 2 old men's hair stand on end. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Do you 2 want some? They taste like monster insects. Crunchy. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand, opening his palm. The 2 old men shook their heads like a rattledrum, and they were shocked to the core. Fortunately, at this time, a large group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians suddenly came in. Each of them brought a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Feather was the leader and ordered the barbarians to put the medicinal ingredients on the side. After all the medicinal ingredients were placed, Feather said, "Wizard Nyo, everything you want is here. I'll wait outside. If you need anything else, just call me." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded at her. Feather turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. Then he opened his eyes and said to the two old men, "Let's start." The two old men's expressions turned solemn as they stood up together. 2 flower rain branches, 1 earth pear fruit, 3 wolfberry grass. Yang Kai kept saying the names and quantities of the medicinal ingredients. The two old men were stunned for a moment, but then they immediately entered the state. They accurately found what Yang Kai needed from the thousands of medicinal ingredients. No matter the type or quantity, they didn't miss anything. After a while, a pile of medicinal ingredients was piled up in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a few medicinal ingredients. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his other hand. The flame flickered and the temperature fluctuated. The two old men's expressions suddenly froze. They didn't have time to feel ashamed or guilty. Their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's hand movements. They were all the most outstanding pharmacists in the Snow Frost Division. They were all people of virtue and prestige. This time, they were arranged by Wuxia to secretly learn from him. They felt very ashamed, but they also knew that they couldn't concoct that miraculous healing medicine. Even though they knew the ingredients of the medicine, they still couldn't do anything. But the medicine that a pharmacist mastered was usually a tribe's secret. It wouldn't be easily leaked. If they wanted to know how to make the healing medicine, they could only cooperate with the Wizard Nyo and help the Wizard Nyo in the name of his assistant. Then they could secretly learn from him. But who knew that he had already seen through their intentions? He didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Not only did he openly make the medicine, he even had the intention of deliberately teaching them. Compared to their despicable methods, this kind of breadth of mind and feelings was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. This made the two respected pharmacists feel more and more guilty. Although they felt guilty, the two pharmacists were still extremely focused and persistent on the path of refining medicine. So, at this moment, they were holding their breaths and watching attentively. They were prepared to thank and apologize to the Wizard Nyo when the time came. With the personal demonstration of an alchemy master like Yang Kai, the two old men quickly understood the secret of refining the healing medicine. They were originally good pharmacists. Yang Kai's healing medicine wasn't difficult to make. It was just that some of the refining methods looked a little strange. The two old men only needed to ponder for a little while to master it. After all, they also had a deep foundation in refining medicine. So, in less than a day, the two pharmacists had basically grasped the refining method of the healing medicine. Under Yang Kai's encouragement, they personally experimented with it. Yang Kai didn't care about them. He refined his Niden and raised his cultivation. He only waited for them to finish refining before inspecting them and giving his own opinions and pointing out their mistakes. The quality of the healing medicine made by the two pharmacists was gradually improving. Days passed quietly. In the palace, the two old men and one young man had almost forgotten the passage of time. Although the two pharmacists of the Snow Frost tribe were old, they were excited every day. This was because the more they interacted with this wizard, the more they found that this young pharmacist grasped a terrifying knowledge of medicine. Often, a few words of advice from him would give them a feeling of enlightenment and endless benefits. The healing medicine made by them was no different from the one refined by Yang Kai himself. In other words, this healing medicine could be commonly used by the people of the Snow Frost tribe in the future. They didn't need to worry about ordinary external injuries. This was a major event that benefited the entire tribe. The two old men were grateful to Yang Kai. 10 days later, the large amount of medicinal herbs sent by Feather were all refined into healing medicine by the two old men. With such a large amount of healing medicine, the tribe didn't need to worry about external injuries for at least 20 years. They could even sell it to other tribes in exchange for other precious cultivation and living materials. While the two old men were concentrating on refining medicine, they didn't notice that at a certain moment, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. At the same time, the nadins of the demonic insects he had harvested were completely used up. Yang Kai joyfully sensed his body's condition. He slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as lightning, frighteningly bright. The bumpy early stage had passed. The following cultivation path would be smooth. What awaited him would be a situation of rapid progress. Chapter 28-23. In the palace, the wizard Che was holding a small bottle of sticky healing medicine. After a long silence, he raised his head and asked, "Did you refine these?" In front of him, the white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other. The former replied, "Strictly speaking, we refined them under the guidance of Master Niu." The wizard Che asked, "Did you learn?" The two old men nodded. The white-haired old man said with some shame, "Didn't hide anything. He was very willing to teach us how to make these healing medicines, so we learned quickly." "Very good." The wizard Che smiled and said, "What do you think of this wizard Niu?" The white-haired old man said, "He's broad-minded." The white-haired old man said, "He's open-minded." Che said, "I'm talking about his ability." The two old men were silent for a moment and said in unison, "No one can compare to him." Che's eyes suddenly lit up, like a hungry beast that saw its prey. He said lightly, "It's a pity that the southern barbarian tribe didn't make good use of such an excellent alchemist." After a pause, he said to the side, "Feather, treat him well. Do everything to meet his requirements, but don't let him leave the palace." Feather's heart trembled. He understood Che's intention and said with a complicated expression, "Yes." The white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other and sighed slightly. They wanted to say something, but when they looked up, Che had disappeared. In another part of the palace, in a wing room that could be called luxurious in the ancient world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. His divine sense surged, feeling the power he had lost and regained. He was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as the village chief had said. After reaching the sorcerer realm, Yang Kai had his own divine sense. Once he had his divine sense, all the restrictions that had been restricting Yang Kai's progress had been shattered. He could open his space ring again, and many artifacts could be used. For a moment, Yang Kai felt that the world was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. He immediately checked the small sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had devoured so many law fragments on the 4th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had deliberately collected the power of the law of the 5 elements. According to his deduction, when the 5 elements were united, a world would be born. However, he had never had the opportunity to investigate the changes in the sealed world bead. Until now. After his soul avatar entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai immediately noticed that this world was very different from before. Although there were no obvious changes on the surface, the sealed world bead had followed him for many years, so even the slightest change could not escape his eyes. If the small sealed world was said to be an incomplete world before, then, at this moment, this world had been completely repaired. Yang Kai could clearly feel that this world was filled with all kinds of mysterious laws. With the laws of the 5 elements as the foundation, they mutually reinforced and restrained each other. Under the mutual evolution, they gave birth to all things and gathered the 3,000 great Daos of the world. This was the real world, a world without any flaws. In the past, the mysterious small world's principles were incomplete, so if one's strength exceeded a certain realm, it would be impossible to make a breakthrough in the mysterious small world. Because it could not resonate with the world principles, it could not allow the world energy to gather and undergo a baptism. But now, this situation no longer existed. Even if someone broke through to the Emperor realm, it would not hinder them in the slightest. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He carefully explored the small sealed world, feeling the joy of this new world. And the completion of the small sealed world seemed to have made his medicine garden more vibrant. Many exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden swayed and grew. With the immortal tree as the center, The amazing vitality brought about by it allowed countless herbs to grow vigorously. What made Yang Kai most happy was that he felt a hazy will in the small sealed world. It was the will of this world, like a newborn baby that had just taken shape. It was confused and not fully awake yet. But Yang Kai knew that as long as it was given a certain amount of time, it would completely grow up. And at that time, that would be when he used it to comprehend the power of the world and break through the shackles of the great emperors. This was also the original intention of Yang Kai taking great pains to repair the small sealed world. Now, it seemed that he had taken the right step. He was not in a hurry to leave the small sealed world. Instead, he immersed his mind in it, turning it into an invisible force that spread out. Like a parent, he communicated with the confused will of the small sealed world. Failure after failure, rejection after rejection, Yang Kai tried again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt that the rejection of the will of the world had weakened slightly. It seemed that it was gradually accepting him. Just as Yang Kai was about to take it down in one go, his vision suddenly turned black. His soul avatar collapsed and returned to his physical body in the next moment. When he opened his eyes again, he felt dizzy. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fell to the ground with a bang. His head hurt like it was splitting. Yang Kai's face was dark. He knew that this was because he had overused his spiritual energy. Although he was now a wizard and had opened his divine sense, he was still far from his peak. Using his soul avatar like this without restraint was extremely taxing on his body. If he was at his peak, this would not be a problem at all. But now, it was a big problem. The sound of him falling to the ground alarmed the people guarding outside the door. Feather rushed in immediately. When she saw Yang Kai's pale face and bleeding from his 7 orifices, her face changed. She hurried forward to help him up and shouted, "Wizard awesome! What happened to you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. After seeing her appearance, he waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He flipped his palm and took out a spirit pill to replenish his divine sense. He took it without a trace and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Although Feather was worried, seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, she was also a little affected. She stood next to him and paid close attention to him. What shocked her the most though was that after a short while, Yang Kai's face lit up, causing her eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Feather could more or less see the situation just now. It was obvious that this wizard awesome had something wrong in the process of cultivation. This was a matter of life and death. How could he be safe and sound in such a short time? Just when she was in a daze, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been?" Feather was startled, but still answered, 5 days. It had been 5 days since Yang Kai entered this room. Feather had also come to check once before. Seeing that Yang Kai was cultivating, she did not want to disturb him. So she had been waiting outside the door. "It's been so long," Kai Yang said as he jumped off the bed. After straightening his body, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Stretching his body, he said, "Now that I've finished my business, I should go back." Feather was shocked and quickly stopped him. "You can't leave yet." But Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Feather thought quickly and finally came up with a good excuse. "The carriage master wants to see you." Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it was a little troublesome, he still said patiently, "Then take me to see the carriage master now." Feather said with a stiff expression, "The carriage master is out and has not returned. I don't know when he will come back." Yang Kai looked at her and saw that Feather was avoiding his gaze, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He couldn't help but smile. Barbarians are naturally not good at lying. The image of a thief suddenly appeared in his mind and he added, "Most of them are. The carriage master wants to keep me in the Snow Frost tribe?" After being exposed by Yang Kai, Feather panicked and did not know how to explain. Yang Kai patted her shoulder and said, "I have already taught you how to make the medicine. Go back and tell the carriage master that I don't like him. Although I have no intention of making an enemy out of the Snow Frost tribe, if they want to restrict my freedom, I'm afraid that the Snow Frost tribe will have to pay a price." Although his tone was light, it made Feather feel cold. At that moment, she felt that she was not facing a high-rank wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint. Xianxia walked past her, but Feather felt that her body was stiff. She could not even turn around. In her shock, she realized that she could not control her body. What kind of wizard spell was this? How could it have such a miraculous effect? After a few muffled thuds, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from outside the door. It seemed that the soldiers guarding the door had been taken down. Feather sighed slightly. Although she felt that it was a pity, she also felt relieved. She could understand why the carriage master wanted to keep this wizard bull in the Snow Frost tribe. An apothecary who could make that kind of medicine was a huge asset. If they could keep him in the Snow Frost tribe to serve the tribe, it would be greatly beneficial to the tribe. Unfortunately, before the carriage master could explain to him in detail, the wizard bull had already forced his way out. Now that things had escalated to this point, she did not know how to deal with it. In any case, there was no room for her to interfere in this matter. In the White Mountains, she owed the wizard bull a favor. She did not want to use this kind of method to trick him, so she felt a lot more at ease. In the palace, wherever Xianxia passed by, the barbarian warriors would silently fall down. When he was about to walk out of the palace, a tall great wizard suddenly appeared in front of him. His aura was as strong as thunder. If it was not Carriage, who else could it be? As the great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe and one of the commanders of the palace, Xianxia had taken down so many people along the way. If he did not realize it, then he would really be derelict in his duties. Looking at the seemingly weak tribesmen in front of him, Carriage could not hide the admiration and surprise in his eyes. As a pharmacist with outstanding abilities, it was already extremely rare. Who would have thought that Wuxia's strength was also so tyrannical? No wonder he dared to travel alone in the Luobai mountain in the cold winter snow. Previously, when he heard Feather's report that he single-handedly killed 6 bone-corroding wolves and 1 wolf king, Che still couldn't believe it. But now, it seemed that it was probably true. How could such a person not be from the Snow Frost tribe? However, it was not too late now. As long as he could convince him to join the Snow Frost tribe, it would be fine. A powerful wizard joining another tribe was not a strange thing in this world. And the best way to win someone over was to cater to their interests. Chapter 28-24. However, it had only been a short time, so Che didn't know what Wuxia liked. He had been collecting information about Xianxia these days, but he couldn't find any useful information. He only knew that Xianxia entered Snow Frost City with you more than a month ago and lived in the hollow of the Divine Tree. If it weren't for the miraculous healing medicine he had concocted to sell, Che was afraid that he would have kept a low profile. Such a person shouldn't be unknown. He should stay in the Snow Frost tribe and shine brightly. Senior Che. Across from him, Xianxia grinned sarcastically. Is this how your Snow Frost tribe treats its guests? Che's expression didn't change as he said, Since you are here, it seems that you understand my intentions. This wizard sincerely invites you to join the Snow Frost tribe. I don't know what you mean. Xianxia said, I can feel Master Che's sincerity. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. Che frowned, clearly displeased by Xianxia's casual and presumptuous attitude. Although they weren't from the same tribe, a lower wizard had to show respect to a higher wizard. However, Che didn't feel the slightest bit of respect from this wizard. However, this matter was his fault, so Che couldn't blame him. It wasn't proper to arrange for someone to secretly learn from him. The other party was magnanimous and was willing to teach them, so the Snow Frost tribe was very grateful. Now that he wanted to keep this person, it would be a bit too greedy. What conditions do you have? If the Snow Frost tribe can satisfy you, I will agree to all of them. Che didn't want to give up. He still wanted to keep Xianxia for his own use. My willingness can't be bought with money. Xianxia shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, So far, I don't have any opinions about the Snow Frost tribe. However, if Master Che continues to talk nonsense, my opinion of the Snow Frost tribe will change. Che sighed heavily and raised his hand. Wizard, you're awesome. This wizard doesn't want things to go this far, but since we can't talk, I can only keep you here. I believe you can stay in the palace for a while. According to what you said to Feather, the barbarian tribe is a family. Doesn't it matter where we serve? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his palm, crackling and exploding towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the bolt of lightning suddenly collapsed and turned into a net of electricity. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was completely enveloped. Yang Kai was tied up like a dumpling, his hair standing on end. However, Che frowned. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, it was mainly to trap the other party. He had no intention of harming the other party. However, his expression didn't change even after receiving his wizard spell. This gave Che a shock. The other party was only an upper-ranked wizard. Logically speaking, he should have fainted, but Yang Kai's eyes were clear. There was no sign of him fainting. Master Che. At this moment, Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth. It's not that I look down on you, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. At this point, the net of electricity that enveloped him was suddenly crushed by a surge of power. Che's expression changed and he said in shock, "Wizard." When Yang Kai made his move, he saw through the details. This guy, when did he become a wizard? When he saw him a few days ago. He was clearly just an upper-ranked wizard. In just a few days, he actually crossed the shackles of a large realm. Although it was only from a wizard to a wizard, which didn't seem to be much of an improvement, it was a watershed in the wizard realm. Countless wizards were stuck in this watershed, unable to improve their whole life. Thinking about the information that Feather had revealed, Che's eyes lit up. He had found a treasure. This wasn't a simple wizard. This wizard's strength had increased at a terrifying speed. A month ago, he was only a low-ranked wizard, but a few days ago, he was already an upper-ranked wizard. This time, he was already a wizard. Such a rapid improvement meant that he had received the blessings of the barbarian god. If he had more time, he would have become a great wizard, a wizard king, or even a wizard saint. The Snow Frost tribe didn't have a wizard saint, only a few wizard kings, so there was still a gap between them and the top tribes. However, if the Snow Frost tribe had another wizard saint, the status of the entire tribe would rise by a lot. No matter what, he couldn't let this wizard leave today. He had to keep him here no matter what. Even if he hated him, he had to make him a member of the Snow Frost tribe at all costs. When he reached the peak of the wizard saint, the Snow Frost tribe would shake the world. As his thoughts raced, Che made up his mind. His aura began to roll, and arcs of electricity flowed around his body. He smiled and said, "Wizard, you're amazing. This wizard thinks more and more highly of you. Stay and become a member of the Snow Frost tribe." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I was born a member of the Southern Barbarian tribe, and when I die, I will be a ghost of the Southern Barbarian tribe. If you want to keep me here, let's see if you have the ability." Che still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and condensed a wizard shield in front of him. As a great wizard, his years of immersion in wizard spells had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of mastery. The power he used was just right, not a single bit more, not a single bit less, and not a single bit more was wasted. This kind of wizard shield was definitely not something a newly promoted wizard could break through. Che was full of confidence, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because a clear cracking sound entered his ears, and the wizard shield he had just set up shattered in an instant. A fist that wasn't very powerful was rapidly growing in front of him. The wizard shield had been broken. It was hard for Che to imagine what kind of violent power was hidden in that weak body. This kind of brute force was not inferior to the strongest warrior of the tribe who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique. With a bang, Yang Kai's fist hit Che's face and directly broke his nose. When blood splashed, Che was already flying upside down. Yang Kai didn't have the slightest joy after his success. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. He saw that the flying Che burst with a puff, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he turned into a withered tree. At the same time, thunder roared behind him, and a powerful force seemed to shroud him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he didn't know when Che had appeared behind him. He was floating in the air, and in his hand was something like a beast bone. It was unknown what kind of beast the bone belonged to, but it showed a purple light, and on the beast bone, there were frequent flashes of lightning. Che raised the beast bone and pressed it down, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky, mixed with an unparalleled power. Yang Kai's feet moved and he dodged. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and huge craters appeared on the ground. Che raised his eyebrows, and thought to himself that Yang Kai was so fast. Although they had just exchanged blows, he could already see that this wizard was not to be underestimated. Although it hadn't been long since he became a wizard, and it seemed that he only relied on the explosive power of his physical body, this kind of strength was not something that a wizard could contend against. Unfortunately, he was a great wizard. He was a whole realm higher than him. With a wave of his hand, an electric python flew out from the beast bone. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and when the python opened its mouth, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. Che seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and predicted where Yang Kai would land in advance, successfully catching him off guard. Give up. With your ability, you won't be able to contend against me. The Frost Tribe is looking forward to your joining, Che said with a face full of sincerity. Yang Kai sneered, and stretched out his hand to grasp the void. The myriad sword appeared out of thin air, and with a sweep of the sword, a sword light flew out like a waterfall. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through the body of the electric python, splitting it into two. It flew past Che's body, and shattered a palace in the distance. The corner of Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Sangnan village was located in a remote area, and there were no strong people in the village. Naturally, there were no decent weapons. The villagers fought with stone spears and stone axes, but the Frost Tribe was different. The strong warriors in the tribe all had their own weapons, which were made of refined iron. Some of the strong warriors even had great wizard's weapons. The beast bone on the driver was also a kind of wizard's weapon. He wasn't an inexperienced person, but when he saw the myriad sword, his heart trembled. That sword was definitely a wizard's weapon, and it was an extremely high-level wizard weapon. Che had only seen such a high-level wizard weapon once, and it was owned by the wizard king of the Frost Tribe. How could a wizard have such a powerful wizard's weapon? Moreover, with his strength, he could use it freely. Even a great wizard like himself couldn't use such a wizard's weapon. What he saw in front of him was beyond his understanding. Yang Kai pointed the sword at the wizard Che, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled and said, "Master Che, I'll say it one more time. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. If you continue to pester me, I won't hold back." Yang Kai's confident tone shook Che's heart, but he grit his teeth and quickly said, "The Frost Tribe needs you, please stay." Stomping his foot in the air, a Thunder Realm territory suddenly spread out wildly with him as the center, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Inside this Thunder Realm territory, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Territory! Yang Kai grinned. This Thunder Realm territory was somewhat similar to the territory controlled by an Origin King Realm cultivator, but there were also big differences. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, the martial Dao had become more prosperous, but there had also been some changes. Che's Thunder Realm territory was more powerful than any Origin King territory Yang Kai had ever seen. Even if an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator were to fall into it, they would likely have to struggle. Che had obviously fought a bloody battle, his hair and beard wild as he shouted, "Enter my thunder prison and submit to my control. Wizard cow, surrender, you know I don't want to hurt you." Yang Kai said disdainfully, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Che shook his head and sighed, "It seems that I will have to show you the power of this wizard in order to change your opinion of my Frost Tribe." Che raised his hand and shouted, "Bind." Chapter 28-25. As soon as the wizard's words fell, the surrounding thunder force condensed and wrapped around Yang Kai, directly suppressing him on the spot. Che raised his head and asked proudly, "What do you think? Do you want to reconsider?" Within the Thunderworld territory, he was already in control of everything, so this wizard in front of him would not be able to cause any trouble. Yang Kai struggled a few times, but his body was firmly locked in place, unable to move, so he could not help but praise, "Impressive!" Che's brow furrowed slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. The faint praise of this wizard made him feel extremely amused, as if he was not facing a newly promoted wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint, standing in a position he looked up to and commenting on the methods he was so proud of. Why did he have such a strange feeling? The other party was just a wizard. But in the next moment, Xianxia took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and gently swung the myriad sword in his hand. The tip of the sword suddenly fluctuated, creating strange ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever these ripples passed, the Thunderworld territory suddenly loosened and showed signs of collapsing. Che turned pale with fright, and he no longer dared to hold anything back. His body trembled as he increased his control over the lightning domain. Just now, when he displayed the Thunderworld territory, he did not use his full strength. After all, the other party's cultivation was a great realm lower than his own, but who would have thought that this wizard actually had the ability to shake his own Thunderworld territory? But it was all in vain. The ripples from the wizard's sword seemed to contain incredible power, and no matter how he increased his control, he was still unable to prevent the collapse of his Thunderworld territory. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Che's forehead as he stared at Xianxia like he was looking at a ghost, his eyes filled with horror. The myriad sword danced gently as the power of space principles lingered around it. Xianxia took a step forward, broke through the Thunderworld territory, and walked towards Che step by step. In the later martial Dao world, an origin-returning realm cultivator had to master Shi while an origin king had to master territory fields. Once one reached the Dao source realm, they would be able to communicate with the world principles. As for those in the Emperor realm, they would be able to control the world principles. The carriage was in the territory of the Lightning realm. Strictly speaking, it was better than the territory domain of an origin king, and it also allowed Xianxia to communicate with a trace of world principles. However, Xianxia's power was far superior to his. If Che had not tried to display his slight skill in front of an expert by trying to bind Xianxia with this thunder-bounded domain, he would have had a real fight with him. Xianxia might have to expend some effort. After all, Xianxia's cultivation was currently limited, so the power he could unleash was limited. However, Che didn't understand the situation and wanted to crush Xianxia with an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. This gave Xianxia the opportunity to break through the situation easily. The power of space principles was extremely mysterious, and now that it suddenly filled the territory of the Thunder World, it instantly caused the territory of the Thunder World to tremble. Wherever Xianxia's figure passed, the lightning in the sky turned into a blank, and all the territory was wiped out. The difference in cultivation between them was obvious. It was clear at a glance. When the other party's footsteps landed, Che could even hear the sound of his own territory collapsing. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Xianxia's mouth was full of a mocking smile, while Che's expression was no longer as calm and aloof as before. When Xianxia's final step landed, it was as if he wasn't stepping on the void, but on Che's heart. The powerful Great Wizard, one of the commanders of the Snow Frost Division, the wizard Che, trembled and opened his mouth to spit out a mist of blood. The territory of the Thunder World instantly collapsed, and his figure staggered backwards. She clutched her chest, and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed. The destruction of his territory was equivalent to his foundation being damaged, and his injuries were not light. Previously, this wizard had boasted that it was impossible for him to stop him. He thought that he was just spouting nonsense, but now, it seemed that he was speaking the truth. How could there be such a wizard in this world? Xianxia didn't feel the joy of breaking through the situation. Instead, he turned his head and glanced around, then clicked his tongue and said gloomily, "So troublesome." While talking, he took out a green leaf and communicated with it. When the green light flashed, his figure had already disappeared. In the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was like that of a sleeping dragon waking up. The appearance of this aura seemed to have caused an incredible chain reaction. Soon, auras that weren't inferior to the aura came from all over the palace. Those were the great wizard kings of the Snow Frost tribe. In the entire palace, All the people of the Snow Frost tribe were pale, trembling, and standing with their heads down. Several powerful divine senses swept over, and Che resisted the attack of his injuries. He reached out his hand to his chest and bowed to the void. Greetings to the master. What happened? The aura that appeared first suddenly spoke. The voice was erratic, and no one knew where it came from. Che pondered for a moment and briefly described what had happened before, focusing on Yang Kai's various incredible abilities and potion concocting skills. The wizard kings were silent for a moment, and it was unknown if they communicated with each other. The wizard king who spoke before said, "Since he is useful to the tribe, go and invite him again. However, the Green Master seems to be protecting him. Don't be too rude." Green Master? Che's expression changed. There was only one person in the entire barbarian race who could be called the Green Master by the Wizard King Master. It was the evergreen god tree that protected the entire Snow Frost city. He actually received the protection of the Green Master? While he was hesitating, a look of sudden realization appeared on Che's face. No wonder that Wu Niu suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was Master Qing's means and ability. He was just thinking about what was going on. Now that he thought about it, the other party seemed to have taken out a green leaf before disappearing. The auras of the Wizard Kings disappeared as quickly as they came. In the blink of an eye, they receded like the tide. Che frowned, and his face was filled with difficulty. The Wizard King Master wanted him to invite the Wizard Bull over, but the Wizard Bull was protected by the Green Master. If the other party was unwilling, what ability did he have to invite him over? If it was before, he would have had the confidence to directly suppress the Wizard Bull with force, but after the battle with the Wizard Bull, Che felt that he did not have the ability to do so. That Wizard Bull could not be treated as an ordinary wizard. His strength was at least at the level of a great wizard. It could even be said that he was at the peak of a great wizard. On the other side, after communicating with the evergreen god tree through the green leaf and returning to his tree hole, Yang Kai knocked on the trunk and called out without any trace of politeness, "Senior Green." A figure flashed in the tree hole, and an old man leisurely appeared, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of us these days. The Green Mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." The Snow Frost tribe wanted him. Although they did not want to take his life and only wanted him to work for them, Yang Kai did not want to lose his freedom because of this, so it was better for him to leave first. With his current strength, he had a good chance of winning against a great wizard like Che, but against the entire Snow Frost tribe, he had no chance of winning. Previously, he had alarmed the Wizard King, so if he did not leave now, it would be too late. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal of coming to Snow Frost City. Now that he had become a wizard, it would be best for him to return to a remote place like Tsangnan Village. With the help of the million inner cores in his ring, as long as he was given time, he would be able to quickly advance. When he was strong enough, even if the Snow Frost tribe wanted to keep him, they would not be able to do so. While talking, Yang Kai looked out of the tree hole. It was calm outside, and there were people coming and going under the tree. It was a peaceful scene. Obviously, what happened in the palace had not spread here yet. Thinking about it, he had teleported back here using the green leaf. No matter how fast the Snow Frost tribe reacted, they would at least have some buffer time. With this buffer time, it was enough for him to leave the Snow Frost tribe's territory and fly far away. At that time, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and what could the Snow Frost tribe do to him? Don't be in a hurry to leave. Green raised his hand and said, "Senior, do you have any other advice?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Green reached out and stroked his beard, smiling. "I see that the technique you have been using these days seems to be extremely inferior. Do you want to change it?" Yang Kai was startled and he said happily, "Yes, yes, yes." Previously, he had thought about changing to a cultivation technique from the Snow Frost tribe. After all, his cultivation technique was taught by the village chief, so it could not be anything good. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the cultivation techniques of the people of the Snow Frost tribe were mostly ice-based, so it might not be suitable for him. Moreover, he did not want to get too entangled with the Snow Frost tribe, so he did not make any requests. In any case, his current cultivation method was different from that of ordinary people. If his cultivation technique was inferior, then so be it. He might find a chance to change it in the future. Now that Green had said this, he was somewhat overjoyed. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was about to doze off. After a pause, Xianxia asked again, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" Although they had not interacted much, Xianxia could tell that this elder in front of him was not someone who liked to give others benefits for no reason. He did things very clearly. If he wanted to live in a tree hole, he had to first water it with the monster beast's blood. When Xianxia scratched his itch, he rewarded him with a green leaf. Perhaps it had something to do with him being the tree of protection. He protected the entire Snow Frost tribe. If he had to give everyone what they wanted, he would have been a lamp that had run out of oil long ago. Therefore, although he was happy, Xianxia still asked vigilantly. Green smiled. "There is indeed a small matter that I need your help with." "Tell me about it." Xianxia waited solemnly. Green said, "If I told you that my lifespan is coming to an end, what would you think?" Xianxia was startled, thinking that this topic had changed so quickly that his thoughts could not keep up. He looked at Green from head to toe, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior, stop fooling around." Green laughed and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he said, "You are a very strange person. I have lived for so many years, but I have only seen one person like you. Therefore, I have something that I want to entrust to you." "What is it?" Green did not say anything else, but reached out his hand and pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia was startled, but he knew that Green did not have any ill intentions, so he did not put up any defenses. When the finger touched his forehead, Xianxia felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was dizzy for a moment, and mysterious words appeared in his mind. But in his current state, he could not see what those words were. His vision turned black, and he fainted on the ground. Before he fainted, Green's voice faintly sounded in his ears. Chapter 28-26. When Xianxia woke up, he was no longer in the tree hole, but in the wilderness. The pain in his head still lingered, and Xianxia couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Although he had just reached the realm of wizard and opened his own divine sense, his foundation was far from comparable to that of a wizard. Qing's finger had shaken his divine sense. Obviously, an incomparably huge message had been transmitted, which he couldn't bear at all and fainted. Xianxia didn't have the time to carefully investigate what message Qing had transmitted. When he turned his head and looked around, he met a pair of clear and bright eyes. After being stunned for a while, Xianxia said, "Why are you here?" The petite girl shrugged her shoulders and said, "Grandpa Qing asked me to go out with you. He said that I have always lived in Snow Frost City and was too unfamiliar with the outside world. So this is what he entrusted." Xianxia touched his chin and muttered to himself. Qing had said that he had a small favor to ask of him, and that he had entrusted something to him. Now, it seemed that Qing wanted to entrust Dai to him. 16 years ago, Dai was abandoned under the evergreen god tree. It was Qing who raised her, but Dai was different from Qing. It was impossible for her to live in Snow Frost City all the time. However, Dai's identity was too sensitive. It was not necessarily safe for her to go out alone, and she might be targeted. However, it would be different if Xianxia took care of her. Before he fainted, Qing's words also seemed to mention Dai. Thinking about this, Xianxia felt relieved. Anyway, Dai was also a great wizard. She shouldn't be much inferior to him now. Even if he wanted to take care of her, he probably couldn't. Qing asked her to come out with him. He probably just wanted her to see more. "Where are we?" Xianxia got up and looked around and asked blankly. Dai said, "Grandpa Qing sent us out with his avatar. This place is 500 miles away from Snow Frost City, east of the city." While speaking, Dai pointed to the side. Xianxia turned his head and saw an evergreen tree as tall as a person standing on the side of the road. It exuded an aura of the same origin as Qing. Xianxia's brow furrowed as he stared at the evergreen tree with great interest. Butterfly said from the side, "Don't worry, the people of Snow Frost Tribe still don't know that you've left. They probably still think that you're still in the tree hole." "Senior Qing, "That's a good move," Yang Kai praised. Butterfly smiled and said, "That's Grandpa Qing." Her words clearly showed her respect for Grandpa Qing. She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Where are we going?" "Let me take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the map given to him by the village chief. After looking at it for a while, he found his current location on the map. After comparing it to the map, he confirmed the direction of his journey. When they left the village in winter, he had told the village chief that he would return when spring came. Now that spring was not far away, he had already achieved his goal of going out to cultivate, so it was naturally time for him to return. Sangnan village was located in a remote area with few people. It was a good place to cultivate in seclusion. It wouldn't be too late to explore this world when he regained his peak strength. "Do you know how to fly?" Yang Kai put away the map and glanced at Butterfly. Butterfly sneered and chanted an incantation. At the same time, a pair of colorful wings suddenly appeared on her back. The young girl seemed to have really transformed into a beautiful butterfly, dancing gracefully and gracefully. With a flap of her wings, Butterfly flew into the air and looked down at Yang Kai. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai put away the amazement in his eyes and his figure flickered as he led the way. This was Butterfly's first time leaving Snow Frost City, so she was very curious about the outside world. Her beautiful eyes were constantly looking around with a happy expression on her pretty face, as if everything in this world was new to her. However, she didn't disturb Yang Kai and just enjoyed the scenery along the way, exclaiming from time to time. Yang Kai digested the information that Qing had instilled into him as they hurried along. At first, he thought it was just a cultivation technique, but the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became because this information was not something that could be summarized by a cultivation technique. This huge amount of information almost contained the essence of Qing's life. Although Qing was a tree demon who guarded Snow Frost City all year round and never moved out, his lifespan was tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. In this long-flowing time, Great Emperor, the sea changed into mulberry fields, and only Qing stood tall. He had seen all kinds of people, experienced the changes of time, and the surging of trends. The knowledge he had mastered was profound and vast. He had the epitome of the entire ancient era. The information that he instilled in Yang Kai was all of his knowledge and experience. Cultivation techniques and wizard skills were only secondary. The most important thing was the essence that had been precipitated from his endless lifespan. What the hell? Yang Kai didn't think that a small favor was enough for Qing to give him such a precious gift. It could be said that such a gift would move even the great emperors. It would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. As long as he could digest this knowledge, Yang Kai's future cultivation would be smooth. Yang Kai was sure that this was the biggest benefit he had obtained from this trip to the secret realm. There was no other thing that could compare to it. It was also thanks to the village chief's tireless teaching that he was familiar with these ancient characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to absorb this knowledge at all. He secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, having an old man at home was like having a treasure. If the village chief hadn't insisted, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have learned the ancient characters. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. He wished he could find a place to go into seclusion and digest the knowledge that Qing had instilled. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. Moreover, he was just returning to Sangnan village. Previously, he wasn't strong enough to fly, so it took him a long time. Now that he had flown all the way back, it took him less than 5 days to arrive at his destination. Yang Kai restrained his thoughts and couldn't help but feel like returning home with honor. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Butterfly was also a little nervous. Will the people in your village hate me? Will they chase me away? Should I cast a transformation spell on myself? Outside the Snow Frost tribe, Butterfly couldn't show her burly man appearance without Qing's protection. However, as a great wizard, it wasn't difficult for her to master a transformation spell. With her cultivation, once she cast a wizard spell, no one in the village would be able to see through it. She chattered incessantly like an ugly daughter-in-law going to meet her in-laws. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly frowned and looked ahead. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly increased his speed and left Butterfly behind. "Hey!" Butterfly didn't understand and shouted in annoyance. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. Not far ahead, there was a place that looked like a village, but there was smoke everywhere. It wasn't time to start a fire to cook, so why was there so much smoke? Frowning, Butterfly had a bad premonition in her heart. Without saying a word, she increased her speed and chased after him. After a while, when Yang Kai and Butterfly landed in the village, Butterfly turned her head and looked around. She sighed in her heart. This village had been attacked. The walls were in ruins and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Looking at the color of the blood, it should have been there for a few days. This kind of weak village was very easy to attack. In the entire barbarian race, who knew how many villages were exterminated because of this kind of thing every year? Sighing, Butterfly said, "It's not a beast, it's a human." Although he didn't investigate carefully, this point was very obvious. There were no beast tracks on the ground, nor were there any signs of being bitten. It was obvious that this was not the work of a beast. Moreover, the battle should be over soon. The people who came were either in large numbers or very strong. The latter is more likely. Although Butterfly was inexperienced, as a barbarian from the floating tribe, tracking and counter-tracking were almost instinctive to her. Therefore, she was able to obtain a lot of information from the things left in the village. "Does your village have any enemies?" Butterfly asked. Yang Kai shook his head. In an instant, his divine sense surged like a tide and crazily spread out in all directions. Feeling the strength and vigor of this divine sense, Butterfly's eyes were filled with shock. This divine sense seemed to be even stronger than her own. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes turned cold and he rushed in a certain direction. Butterfly didn't know what he was going to do, but she still followed him. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pile of firewood. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to push aside the firewood and accurately found a hole covered by a wooden plank. Lifting the plank, a few frightened and pale faces were immediately revealed. They were all children, about 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest was only 4 or 5 years old. After seeing Yang Kai's face, the oldest barbarian child revealed a look of pleasant surprise and cried, "Brother An Nyo, come out first." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said. The oldest barbarian child nodded and lifted his little friends one by one, handing them over to Yang Kai. Not long after, the barbarian children were rescued, but because they had been frightened for a long time and had not eaten or drunk anything, they all appeared a little weak. What happened? Who attacked the village? Yang Kai looked at the barbarian child and asked. The village chief said that those people were from the bone-eating tribe. The barbarian child bit his lip and said. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene from a few days ago and his body couldn't help but tremble. What? The bone-eating tribe? Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Butterfly's expression also suddenly froze. The people of the various barbarian tribes had different temperaments because of where they lived and the cultivation methods they practiced. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe were extremely aggressive, while the people of the Wood Spirit tribe were gentle. But if one were to ask which tribe was the most bloody and cruel, the bone-eating tribe was the most recognized. This was because the people of this tribe, including the barbarians, could be used as food to fill their stomachs. In other words, they were a cannibalistic tribe. When there was no food, they would even kill each other to feed on their own people, let alone outsiders. Chapter 28-27. The other major barbarian tribes all kept a respectful distance from such a terrifying and savage tribe. Some people even felt that the bone-eating tribe was not a tribe of barbarians at all, but a group of uncivilized beasts. It would be best to wipe out this tribe. Unfortunately, the bone-eating tribe had a powerful wizard saint overseeing it. Unless the entire barbarian race gathered their strength, no one was willing to start a war with the bone-eating tribe. Moreover, the people of the bone-eating tribe were vengeful and not easy to provoke. It was easy to imagine the consequences of Tsangnan village being attacked by such an enemy. So many people have died. Brother Anyo, hurry and save the village chief and the others. The eldest barbarian child wept as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. It was as if to him, Yang Kai was omnipotent. How long has it been since this happened? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. 3 days. 3 days. He didn't know if he could make it in time. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He turned to Butterfly and said, "Take good care of them." Butterfly grabbed his arm and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't go looking for death." Yang Kai sneered. "It's still not certain who will live or die." Butterfly shook her head. "It's already been 3 days. You might not be able to catch up even if you chase after them now. If you're captured by the bone-eating tribe, there's only one outcome, becoming food. Perhaps the people in your village are all ready, then they'll have to pay the price." Yang Kai shook off her hand. With a single step, he flew into the air. Butterfly gazed at his back and sighed, slowly shaking her head. The barbarian children's jaws dropped as they stared at the sky in surprise. The eldest barbarian child said with admiration, "Brother Anyo can fly." Sangnan village had nearly 300 villagers, regardless of gender or age. All of them were soldiers. The bone-eating tribe had definitely mobilized many people to capture such a large number of people, so the traces they left behind when they retreated were very obvious. It was not difficult for Yang Kai to follow the traces. The snow on the ground had melted, and it was time for all living things to come back to life. Perhaps the bone-eating tribe's winter grain reserves were about to run out, so they came out in search of food. Then, they accidentally discovered the remote Sangnan village. He had become the target of their attacks. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, although the bone-eating tribe had no taboos and would even eat their own clansmen, they were still humans. Thus, they preferred to eat fresh food. In other words, they would not kill all the captives at once. They would only kill their prey when necessary. This gave Yang Kai some time to save people. As long as he could intercept them or find their lair before the situation developed to the point of no return, everything would be fine. When the sky turned dark, Yang Kai came to a stone castle. The stone castle was built against the mountain. Behind it was a cliff that was as smooth as a mirror. It occupied a large area. Inside the stone castle, there were many tall and sturdy figures. The savage-looking barbarians walked back and forth with all kinds of weapons in their hands. With a green face and fangs, it looked no different from a malicious spirit. There seemed to be something hanging around the stone walls of the stone castle. Yang Kai looked at it with his eyes wide open. The things that were hanging upside down were all corpses. A rough count showed that there were at least 100 corpses. There were only 300 people in the entire Sangnan village, and there were already 100 corpses hanging here. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The chill he exuded was so thick that it was tangible. In the end, he was still a step too late. Yang Kai took a light breath and calmed his anger. He stood up from his hiding place and prepared to sneak into the stone castle under the cover of the night to wait for an opportunity to act. Although he had now become a wizard, and ordinary great wizards were no match for him, and logically speaking, there should not be a wizard king in this stone castle. However, it was always better to be careful. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something. He crouched down again, held his breath, and looked in another direction. There were rustling sounds, and there seemed to be some movement. Although it was faint, Yang Kai could hear it clearly. He quietly released his divine sense and scanned that direction. Yang Kai was surprised. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai moved like a loach towards that direction. After a short while, there was a cry of alarm in the night. "Who?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, someone covered it. Yang Kai put his hand on his mouth and shushed the barbarian warrior who was subdued by him. "Don't be nervous, I am not an enemy." The barbarian warrior was horrified. Although the opponent only used one hand, he could not break free from the clamp no matter how hard he tried. After several struggles, he only felt cold all over, and despair shrouded him. Under the moonlight, the barbarian warrior suddenly calmed down. He stared at Yang Kai with a shocked face and said, "Master Ox?" Yang Kai was startled. "You know me?" While speaking, he let go of his hand. When he saw the tattoo on the barbarian's face, he suddenly said, "You are from the Raging Flame tribe?" The barbarian warrior was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, Master Ox, we met last time in the canyon." As soon as he mentioned the canyon, Yang Kai immediately understood. His eyes lit up. "Is Ye here?" "He is in front, I will take you there." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Although he had noticed that there were many people gathered here, and he knew that they were not enemies, but he did not expect that they were old acquaintances. Fortunately, this barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe recognized him, otherwise it would have been very troublesome to explain. Following behind the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe, he groped his way forward. There were constantly suspicious looks coming from all directions, as if they did not understand why there was suddenly another person. After a short while, the barbarian warrior came to the front and shouted in a low voice, "Master Ya, Master Ox is here." Ya's voice came from the front. "Master Ox? Which Master Ox?" As soon as his voice fell, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile and said, "Master Ya, we meet again." Ya was shocked and stared. "Wizard Ox, why are you here?" Last time in the canyon, this Wizard Ox had left a deep impression on Ya. It had only been one winter, so he naturally would not forget. Yang Kai said in a low voice, "It should be the same reason as you." Ya was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of understanding. "It seems that your village was attacked too." "Why were you attacked too?" Ya said with a sullen face. "I brought some people to look for food outside, but when I came back, the villagers were all taken away. I followed the traces and followed them here." "Then we have the same goal." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs, which looked extremely gloomy under the moonlight. Ya was shocked and changed the topic. "You are alone?" "I am the only one left in the village who can fight." Ya showed a look of admiration. If he was the only one left in the village, Ya might not have the courage to follow all the way here. His opponent represented the cruel and bloody bone-eating tribe, so he might not be able to escape. "Come with me, I will take you to see the master," Ya said, waving at Yang Kai, then led the way in front with a crouch. Yang Kai was suspicious, not knowing who he was taking him to, but he could only follow. After a while, a low voice suddenly came from the front. "Ya, what are you doing here?" Ya replied respectfully, "Master Chi, a friend from the southern barbarian tribe is here. His villagers were also taken away by Fault's tribe." The person called Chi was a little surprised and said, "Come here." Ya nodded, then signaled to Yang Kai and led him forward. In the dense grass, a man and a woman sat there cross-legged. Their breath was strong but did not leak out, as if they were one with nature. "Two great wizard." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The man should be Chi, because he had the tattoo of the Raging Flame tribe on his face, and his breath was a little hot. Obviously, he practiced the fire wizard arts and wizard arts. As for the woman, although she had a big waist and a big body, she gave people a feeling of elegance and spirituality. This combination of temperament and body shape was very contradictory and funny. When Yang Kai came, the two people immediately looked at him with their sharp eyes, with a look of scrutiny, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Songnan Village Wizard Nyo greets the two master. Yang Kai put his hand on his chest. Chi nodded slightly and praised, "Wizard not bad." "What wizard?" Yo was startled, thinking, "Isn't this Wizard Nyo an upper-rank wizard apprentice? Did Master Chi make a mistake?" What he did not know was that in just one winter, this Wizard Nyo had gone from an upper-rank wizard apprentice to a wizard. If he knew, he would probably cry out that the heavens were unfair. How can there be such a skinny tribesman? "You're not from the floating tribe, are you?" The woman frowned, not hiding her disgust for Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, Ye said, "Wizard Nyo is not from the floating tribe, he's from the southern barbarian tribe. He's generous, how can those floating tribe bandits compare to him?" He still remembered Yang Kai's kindness of giving him 100 beasts. "That's for the best." The woman nodded slightly, obviously not doubting Ye's words. "How should I address this master?" Yang Kai looked at the woman and asked. She said, She's the bamboo master of the Raging Gale tribe. Ye said in a low voice, the bone-eating tribe has raided 3 villages this time. One is yours, one is mine, and the last is the Raging Gale tribe's. I was the one who found Master Qi, and I happened to meet Bamboo Master, so we're all together now. There's strength in numbers, Xianxia nodded and said, if I may ask, how are the 2 masters planning to move? Qi said, wait until dawn. Xianxia said, dawn is the time when people are most relaxed. It is indeed the best time to move, but both masters are great wizard. Don't you have confidence in taking down the stone castle? Bamboo glanced at him and said, how much do you know about this stone castle? Xianxia said honestly, nothing. Before this, he did not even know that there was a bone-eating tribe here. Bamboo said, this stone castle is a small tribe of the bone-eating tribe. There are about 700 to 800 people here, and there are about 20 wizards. The strongest of them is called Fault. He's a mid-rank great wizard. Xianxia noticed that when Bamboo mentioned Fault, Qi's expression became wary. He clearly felt that he was not a match for the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. Chapter 28:28. With Fault's strength, even if Red and I join forces, we might not be his match. Bamboo explained calmly, not feeling ashamed of being weaker than others. Fortunately, our main goal is to save people. When the time comes, as long as Red and I hold him back, the rest of you can save your people. There's no need to fight to the death with him. After a pause, Bamboo continued, you're a wizard. You can help a lot in the battle. Since your people have been kidnapped, let's act together. Ya's expression shook as he stared at Xianxia in horror, almost unable to believe his ears. Wizard, was he really a wizard? He thought that Master Red had made a mistake, but now that Bamboo Master said the same thing, there was only one possibility. The wizard bull was really a wizard. Xianxia nodded and asked, the 2 master are planning to attack at dawn, right? That's right. If that's the case, I might be able to help even more. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Red raised his eyebrows and said, let's hear it. After a while, Ye and Xianxia retreated. Ye was a little dazed as if he had suffered a huge blow. After a long time, he said, Master Bull, be careful. Xianxia smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You too. As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted a spell. When the wizard's power surged, his body seemed to turn into a whirlpool and absorb the moonlight pouring down from the sky. Ye, who was standing in front of him, was surprised to find that as the moonlight poured in, Xianxia's body gradually became transparent and then disappeared. There was a rustling sound of footsteps coming closer and further away. Ye knew that the wizard bull should have left. However, when he saw with his own eyes that he could perform such a magical wizard spell, Ye was still amazed. That should be the legendary moon concealment spell of the Yuehua tribe. However, the Yuehua tribe had been wiped out thousands of years ago. The moon concealment spell should have been lost. Where did the wizard bull learn it? A small place like Tsangnan village couldn't possibly have such a profound wizard spell for him to learn. Xianxia's moon concealment technique was naturally not learned from the village chief but from Blue. On the way back, Xianxia had been digesting Cyan's knowledge. Therefore, he had learned quite a few wizard spells. At this moment, the long-lost moon concealment spell came in handy. Under the moonlight, Xianxia was almost invisible. Only those who were within a certain distance of him or scanned him with their divine sense could discover his whereabouts. He walked all the way to the front of the stone castle and quietly climbed up the stone wall, breaking into the stone castle. On the stone walls, the bone-eating tribe's archers patrolled the area with sentries every few steps. Clearly, they knew that they might be attacked after robbing the 3 villages. Although these archers did not have parapsychic sense, they were all very sensitive and had a natural sense of vigilance towards danger and anything suspicious. When Xianxia jumped over the stone wall, he almost attracted the attention of a shooter. The shooter's gaze swept over to where Xianxia was. Fortunately, this fellow did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, Xianxia might have been exposed. After entering the stone castle, the smell of blood immediately filled his nose. It was clearly the smell of human blood. Xianxia had seen over 100 corpses hanging on the stone walls. They belonged to 3 different tribes. Blood dripped to the ground, the sound making his hair stand on end. At this moment, the bone-eating tribe's people were feasting heartily in the stone castle. The aroma of meat filled the air. Yang Kai looked around. The bone-eating tribe's barbarians were currently chewing on some cooked meat. Much of the meat was clearly a part of a human's body. A normal person would probably lose their appetite at the sight of it, but the bone-eating tribe's barbarians were eating with relish. Even the children who had not grown up were like this. Often, for the sake of fighting over a piece of bone with meat, the children would wrestle with each other, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, the adult bone-eating tribe members would just watch from the side and laugh. He had long heard that the bone-eating tribe was an anomaly among the barbarians, a group of uncivilized beasts. Now that Yang Kai had seen it with his own eyes, he could only say that the rumors were true. Gently sucking in a breath, Yang Kai suppressed the irritation in his heart and began to search around the stone castle. According to his agreement with Qi and Zhu, he first had to find where the captives from the 3 villages were being held. At dawn, he would open the gates of the stone castle from the inside and create chaos. Then, the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe would coordinate with him. At that time, he would release the captive warriors from the 3 tribes, which would definitely catch the bone-eating tribe off guard. There was a great wizard in the stone castle, and there were several wizards as well. Yang Kai could not be too presumptuous. He did not dare to use his divine sense to avoid alerting the enemy, so he could only search around bit by bit. Midnight passed. Yang Kai had practically searched the entire stone castle, but he still had not found where the captives were being held. 3 tribes, 3 villages, and at least 700 to 800 captives. With such a large number of captives, a small place would definitely not be able to hold them. However, Yang Kai did not find anything after searching around. In the end, he could only cast his gaze at the center of the stone castle. That was the core of the entire bone-eating tribe. There was a powerful and ferocious aura faintly emanating from it. It should be where the wizard lived. After a moment's thought, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and pierced into the ground. He retracted it as soon as he touched it. As expected, there was another world beneath the stone castle. Yang Kai could sense the aura of many living people hidden below. However, he did not investigate too carefully in case the wizard noticed. However, once he confirmed where the captives were being held, the rest was easy. Yang Kai held his breath and stayed where he was for a moment. After confirming that his probing had not alarmed the wizard, he flickered and hid in a hidden spot, quietly waiting for the right moment. The stone castle was bustling with noise and excitement. The bone-eating tribesmen, who had suffered through the winter, had reaped a bountiful harvest in the past few days. Naturally, they had to celebrate. Outside the stone castle, the Raging Flame tribe and the whole Gale tribe were lying in wait. They were like 2 venomous snakes, waiting for an opportunity to bare their fangs. As time passed, the hustle and bustle in the stone castle gradually subsided, replaced by thunderous snoring. Even the archers patrolling on the stone walls began to yawn. When the first light of dawn was about to arrive in the east, the world fell into its darkest hour. A human figure appeared from his hiding place and charged towards the entrance of the stone fort like a gust of wind. With a few muffled thuds, the heads of the few bone-eating tribe members guarding the entrance split open. Their brains splattered everywhere, and they died completely in their sleep. On the walls, the few archers who heard the commotion were shocked and turned to look down. All they saw was an unfamiliar figure standing on the ground and punching the stone gates. With a crash, the stone gates shattered. As the rocks flew everywhere, the earth began to tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Chaotic and hurried footsteps rapidly approached. The archers turned their heads in horror. Under the cover of the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes that had been cast with bloodlust emitted a terrifying light. They were wrapped in an aura of death and swept over like a flood of fierce beasts. Enemy attack! Someone cried out in alarm. The whistle was like the wail of an alarm, jolting the sleeping bone-eating barbarians awake. At the same time, the archers on the walls knocked their arrows and fired. The barbarian archers were all master archers, so the bone-eating barbarians were naturally no exception. With a single volley of arrows, 10 some fell to the ground, dead. However, 2 figures flew out from behind the flood. Flames flickered in the hands of one of them. With a wave of his hand, 2 attacks that resembled fire dragons descended from the sky, incinerating a group of bone-eating tribe archers with a single movement of their heads and tails. The other person chanted, and a terrifying tornado immediately swept up from the stone walls. It was as sharp as a blade. All the bone-eating barbarians caught in the tornado had their tendons ripped apart and their bones dislocated. Their flesh and blood were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ghastly white skeletons. Qi and Zhu struck out at the same time, instantly eliminating the threat from the archers. Following closely behind the 2 great adepts were the adepts and adepts of the 2 tribes. There weren't many adepts, only 7 in total, but they were constantly chanting incantations as they ran, casting all sorts of spells on the warriors of the 2 tribes, making them faster, stronger, and more ferocious. Yang Kai turned around and hovered in the air. He stared coldly at the bone-eating barbarians who had rushed over from all directions. The bone-eating wizards in the crowd yelled at their clansmen, as if they were instructing them to attack Yang Kai. There was no need for instructions. Yang Kai was an obvious target, so the bone-eating barbarians could see him clearly. Before he could even get close, arrows whistled through the air in an attempt to knock him down. The wizard's shield lit up. Not a single arrow with the force of 1,000 kilograms was able to do anything to him. In the next moment, all sorts of strange wizard spells shot toward him. The wizard's shield remained standing. Ripples appeared on its surface, blocking all the attacks. The wizard in the crowd was stunned. The valiant bone-eating barbarians had already charged up to Yang Kai. Around a dozen vicious warriors leapt into the air, aimed their weapons at Yang Kai, and swung them down. Yang Kai extended a hand and grasped at the air. The myriad sword appeared in his hand. With a casual wave of his hand, a 100-meter-long beam of light seemed capable of shattering space, shining with resplendent light in the air. Whoosh! The dozen or so bone-eating warriors who had leapt into the air were cut in half at the waist. As they grunted, they fell to the ground. Their organs scattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. All the bone-eating barbarians stopped in their tracks. They all stared at Yang Kai in shock, as if they were looking at the most savage demon of all. The fearless bone-eating barbarians actually felt fear from this sword. How dare you act so impudently in this wizard's territory? You're looking to die. A furious roar rang out from the stone fortress. Soon after, a half-naked man with a vicious face flew out like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, he had already thrown a punch. Yang Kai's pupils constricted. He turned the myriad's sword and held it horizontally to his side. With a boom, the myriad's sword hummed. The blade of the sword bent, on the verge of shattering. Before Yang Kai could counterattack, 2 figures suddenly shot out from his left and right. It was Qi and Zhu who had joined forces to attack. The 2 great shamans from different tribes did not say a word and directly went to find the strongest Wuyu. The sorcery that they had refined for many years instantly blossomed with a shocking radiance. Chapter 28-29. In a single moment, the 3 great wizards were locked in a fierce battle. The battlefield rapidly rose until it was above the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Rumble, the 300 men from the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe had arrived as well. Wherever their iron hooves landed, the defense of the stone fort was in shambles. The nimble archers leaped onto the stone walls and drew their bows. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was endless as they shot down one bone-eating tribe warrior after another. This sudden attack from both inside and outside had caught the bone-eating tribe off guard. These bone-eating tribesmen had only just woken up from their meal and sleep. They did not even have the time to react to their usual battle prowess. Several dozen of them died in a single moment. However, after a brief moment of shock, the savage and bloodthirsty bone-eating tribe finally returned to their senses. Nearly 20 wizards scattered across the tribe began to chant, casting various buff wizard spells on their tribesmen. The 2 groups of barbarians formed into several hundred groups and charged at each other. One side was fearless under the protection of their sharpshooters, while the other side was stimulated by the smell of blood. They roared and howled as they clashed together. The ground wailed in grief. The battlefield immediately became like a huge meat grinder. Blood splattered everywhere as flesh and blood separated. Barbarians fell one after another. Xianxia pulled his gaze away from the clouds and glanced at the chaotic and barbaric battle before him. He frowned slightly, and with a single movement he appeared above the bone-eating tribesmen. The myriad's sword thrummed, and a streak of light shot out from the tip of the sword. There was no disturbance at all. It was completely silent. There was a flash of light. A long empty space immediately appeared between the bone-eating clansmen gathered together. The bone-eating clansmen who were originally in this space were all reduced to dust and vanished. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The eyes of the bone-eating tribesmen were filled with fear, while the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe were overjoyed. No one had expected this seemingly frail fellow to be so powerful right off the bat. With a swish, a streak of blood-red light shot out from below. Turning into a blood snake, it opened its mouth and bit down on Xianxia. This was the sorcery of the bone-eating tribe. It was mysterious and difficult to defend against. When the snake opened its mouth, a nauseating stench wafted out. Clearly, it was highly poisonous. If someone was bitten, they would not end up well. Xianxia, however, didn't even look at them. Under the shocked gazes of the people of the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe, Xianxia didn't even look at them. He casually raised his hand and grabbed the blood snake in his hand. With a squeeze, the blood snake turned into a pool of thick blood. It sprinkled down from the sky. Meanwhile, a wizard from the bone-eating tribe grunted. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The blood snake was his trump card, a trump card that he had cultivated with his own blood essence. When it was broken by Xianxia, he had already suffered quite a bit of backlash. Without a doubt, he was very experienced in battle. When he saw Xianxia easily break through the blood snake, he knew that he was no match for this person. Thus, his figure blurred as he tried to hide in the crowd. Xianxia threw out the myriad sword, which turned into a streak of light. After circling around the crowd, it pierced through the chest of this bone-eating shaman and came out from his back. It then returned to Xianxia's hand with a twist. With a crash, 10 some bone-eating tribesmen collapsed. As for the targeted sorcerers, they couldn't escape the same fate. The sorcerer's sorcerer shield was like paper in front of the myriad sword, unable to provide any defense at all. The bone-eating tribesmen were truly shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they took a few steps back. Even their own adepts had been killed by him in an instant. Who else could stop him now? Only Master Yu had such a possibility. However, Master Yu had been pinned down by the enemy above the clouds. He could not do anything else. Roar! The warriors of the Raging Flame tribe roared. While the bone-eating tribesmen retreated in fear, they valiantly charged. When they clashed, the bone-eating tribesmen, who had the advantage in numbers, began to retreat in defeat. Xianxia nodded at Fong, who was standing in the crowd. With a single step, he left the battlefield. Although the might of his 2 swords had given the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe a huge advantage, suppressing the bone-eating tribesmen's courage and confidence, they were still outnumbered. If the battle continued, they might not be able to maintain their advantage. He had a more important mission to accomplish. Thus, he quickly arrived at the stone fortress he had scouted earlier. The enemy attack had mobilized all the bone-eating tribesmen, so no one tried to stop him when he charged into the stone fortress. But in other words, even if someone tried to stop him, they would not be able to stop him. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Xianxia quickly found an entrance to the underground. Opening the stone door, Xianxia headed down. A pungent smell filled his nose, and he could vaguely make out the light of fire from the depths of the ground. Very soon, he entered a place that seemed like an underground prison. His footsteps alarmed the bone-eating tribesmen guarding the cage. A deep, muffled voice rang out from up ahead. "What's going on up there?" Xianxia did not answer. He continued forward. "I'm asking you what's going on up there." The person did not seem to have a very good temper, so he could not help but bellow out. What answered him was a cold gleam in the darkness. Xianxia brushed past him, and his head flew into the air. His burly body swayed a few times before collapsing on his back. Blood spurted from his neck, dyeing the ground red. This sudden turn of events caused the other bone-eating tribesmen guarding the prison to pale in fright. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the myriad sword had already flown out and reaped their lives like weeds. Withdrawing the myriad sword, Xianxia looked around. He saw that the underground prison had been divided into over a dozen cells. Every cell was packed. Pairs of eyes stared at Xianxia in shock and anticipation. "Anyo!" A familiar voice called out. Xianxia turned his head and saw Ahu's face. "Big brother Anyo? Big brother Anyo is here. Anyo is here to save us." In the cells, the other villagers of Tsangnan village began to shout. Their voices were filled with excitement and joy. Xianxia walked forward and placed his hand on the cell door. Wizard energy surged, and with a sudden jolt, the sturdy cell door instantly shattered. The villagers of Tsangnan village swarmed out. There was no need to say anything else. They spread out and went to rescue the captives in the other cells. Xianxia looked at them and found that apart from being a little weak, there were no other problems. However, he soon frowned and asked, "Where's the village chief?" He didn't see the figure of that benevolent old man here. The moment he said this, the expressions of the Tsangnan village villagers around Xianxia dimmed. Xianxia looked at Ahu with a sharp gaze. Ahu lowered his head and said, "When those bastards brought us back, the village chief could not bear the torture and died on the way back." Xianxia did not say a word, but his aura became bone-chilling. Ahu raised his head and said with bloodshot eyes, "Anyo, I want revenge. Revenge for the village chief." The villagers of Tsangnan village gritted their teeth and growled. Xianxia raised his head and saw the burning flames of revenge in the eyes of the villagers. He nodded slightly. At this moment, the captives in the other cells were also rescued. One person from the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe walked out. They seemed to be their leaders. However, before they could speak, Xianxia turned his head and said, "Master Qi and Master Bamboo have brought people here. Right now, the people of your two tribes are fighting the bone-eating tribe. They need your strength." "Master Qi is here? Master Bamboo is here too." When the people of the two tribes heard this, they were overjoyed. These two people were great wizard-level existences. With them here, the people of the two tribes were much more confident. "Ahu, take everyone and fight with them. Don't let anyone of the bone-eating tribe go." Xianxia turned his head and ordered, "But today, we'll kill every last one of the bone-eating tribe. Kill every last one of them." Everyone shouted. Facing a common enemy, the several hundred people seemed to unite as one. Their combined aura soared into the sky. Xianxia chanted an incantation. Exquisite wizard spells appeared in his hands one after another, transforming into a mysterious power that increased the strength of the three tribes. The several hundred people were shocked. This was especially so for Ahu and the others. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Even though Anyo was a wizard, they had never seen anyone use so many wizard spells on hundreds of people before. Moreover, they felt that the wizard spells that Anyo used were much more profound and effective than the ones that the village chief had given them. At the very least, the bloodlust spell gave them a different feeling. His originally weak body was now rolling with endless power. Even if a tiger or leopard stood in front of him, he would probably be able to tear them apart with his bare hands. Anyo, how strong was he now? The great battle was imminent. There was no time to ask. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Go." Ahu nodded at Xianxia. Together with the leaders of the other two tribes, they led the several hundred tribesmen outside. Xianxia stood where he was without moving. He gently closed his eyes, and his divine sense surged and expanded like a tide. He instantly locked onto the wizard Fault, who was fighting two people on the clouds by himself. The next moment, he raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. His figure flickered, and he turned into a spinning top. Wherever the tip of his sword passed, the ground above his head would crack, revealing a deep passage. With a crash, Xianxia broke out of the ground. His body was wrapped in sword light as he soared into the clouds. At the same time, the wizard Fault, who was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting two people by himself and even had a slight advantage, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt an aura of death envelop him, causing his entire body to turn cold. Seeing that he was in a daze, Red, who had been targeted, quickly jumped away. He put on several layers of wizard spell shields on himself, but he was still drenched in cold sweat. That moment just now had been extremely dangerous. He had thought that even if he could not kill this wizard Fault, he could at least hold him back if he joined forces with Bamboo. As long as that wizard Nyo released his tribesmen who had been captured, they would be able to reverse their disadvantage in numbers. Then, they would be able to retreat easily. This time, their main goal was to save people, not to fight to the death with the bone-eating tribe. However, after they actually fought, Red realized that his judgment was wrong. Chapter 2830. Although Fault was indeed a medium great wizard and was only one rank higher than him and Bamboo, this guy's strength was much higher than he had expected. Both of them were unable to gain any advantage over him even after joining forces. His wizard artifact was a gourd that could pour out a sea of blood. The sea of blood was extremely corrosive. Both he and Bamboo were trapped in the sea of blood and could only unleash 80% of their strength. If not for that, the situation would not have been so difficult. Fault was obviously planning to split up and attack, using the power of the sea of blood to bind Bamboo and then kill him. They had only fought for a short while, but he was already beaten to the point where he could not retaliate. If Fault had not taken the initiative to retreat, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Why did he retreat? Red did not know the reason, nor did he know if this was Fault's battle strategy, so he could only retreat to Bamboo's side and watch vigilantly. In the next moment, he understood why Fault had retreated. It was because a sensational and extremely sharp aura suddenly pierced through from below the sea of blood. Even if this aura was not directed at him, it made Red feel uneasy and his spirit waver. Fault, who was facing this aura, would not have it easy either. That was indeed the case. Fault, who had been acting as though he had nothing to worry about, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy at this moment. His expression was extremely nervous and he kept chanting incantations. The sea of blood churned into waves and gathered at one point, turning into a whirlpool. The blood-colored whirlpool emitted a terrifying might that could shatter mountains and split seas. Chi sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with horror. It was not because of Fault's strength. He was only a great wizard. Even if a medium great wizard was one rank higher than him, how strong could he be? Fault's strength was built on that wizard artifact, the blood gourd. This was definitely not a wizard artifact that a great wizard could easily obtain. This should be a wizard artifact bestowed to him by the wizard king or the wizard saint. Thinking of this, Red's heart sank. Before he could think further, that sharp aura had already collided with the sea of blood. In an instant, there was a sizzling sound, and streaks of sword aura appeared out of thin air. Wandering in the sea of blood, wherever the sword aura passed, blood mist would rise, and a lot of it would be destroyed. Red's eyes lit up. Although he did not know where this strong helper came from, he knew that this was the best opportunity for him to counterattack. He looked at Bamboo, and the two of them looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. Both of them chanted incantations, and the wizard artifact in their hands glowed as they attacked Fault. But when they made their move, more or less, it took away some of Fault's energy, causing the power he used to resist the sharp aura to become unstable. The blood-colored vortex suddenly became chaotic before it collapsed with a crash. A sword light tore through the air from within the vortex. Man and sword became one as they slashed towards Fault. The rain of arrows blocked the advance of the sword aura. Streaks of filthy blood tainted the sword aura, and the sword aura suddenly dimmed, revealing the figure of a person. With a cold snort, Xianxia landed in the sea of blood. He looked at his surroundings in surprise. "It's you!" Red looked at Xianxia in shock. He could not believe that this strong helper who suddenly appeared was the wizard from the southern barbarian tribe. Is he still a wizard? How can he be so powerful? Even Bamboo's eyes were trembling, clearly unable to accept what she was seeing. Wizard. Fault frowned. He thought that the person who came was at least an upper-tier great wizard, but after taking a closer look, he realized that the other party was only a wizard. But soon, Fault revealed a look of realization. His gaze lingered on Myriad's sword for a moment. He could tell that the reason why this wizard was able to display strength that far exceeded his own was because of that sword. It was definitely a wizard artifact that not even a wizard king or a wizard saint could ignore. After figuring this out, Fault could not help but laugh. The most powerful thing about his Sea of Blood was its ability to corrode wizard artifacts. No matter how powerful a wizard artifact was, as long as it came into contact with blood, it would lose most of its spirituality. Using the power of a wizard artifact to fight him was the most unwise thing to do. As long as he could corrode the sword's spirituality, he could do whatever he wanted in this Sea of Blood. It did not matter if there were 2 or 3 enemies. He did not care. But the next moment, Fault's body trembled as he looked in front of him in shock. That was because Xianxia only shook slightly, and the blood on Myriad's sword disappeared, revealing a bright and wide blade. There was no trace of corrosion at all. How was this possible? While he was in a daze, Xianxia had turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on him again. Be careful! Qi was shocked. Although Xianxia's stunning attack just now had shocked him, this guy was still just a wizard. How could there be a good end for him if he rushed towards the enemy so rashly? Fault laughed loudly and looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a dead man. He raised his hand, and the Sea of Blood separated. The tsunami-like blood came crashing down on Xianxia, instantly making him disappear. Crimson's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of annoyance. He secretly scolded that southern barbarian shaman for not being able to do anything right. Fault's blood sea was already difficult to deal with, and now that it had corroded him, it would be even more powerful with his power replenishment. Retreat immediately! Only then would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when Fault reacted, neither he nor Bamboo would be able to escape. As for his tribesmen, he would let them escape as much as they could. In the current situation, he could not care about others. Thoughts flashed through Red's mind, but he did not take action. This was because he saw that there was something wrong with Fault's expression. Logically speaking, Fault should be happy that he had just gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he looked shocked. Could there be some changes? Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure broke through the air from the Sea of Blood. His beast skin clothes had been completely corroded, revealing a body that was considered weak by the barbarians. However, that seemingly weak body was not injured at all. He moved like the wind and appeared in front of Fault in an instant. He raised his extremely wide and sharp sword high up and slashed down fiercely. That slash scared Fault out of his wits. He realized that although the slash seemed simple, he could not dodge it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he had been locked in place. In a hurry, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and forcefully twisted his body. Chee! With a soft sound, Fault's left arm was severed. It fell into the Sea of Blood and turned into pus in the blink of an eye, causing the Sea of Blood to churn even more violently. Fault took a few steps back and looked at Xianxia in shock. He held his severed arm and his mind was in a daze. He had no idea how his opponent had managed to survive the Sea of Blood that enveloped him, nor how he had managed to sever his arm. Just as he finished speaking, a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was almost touching his face. Fault was frightened out of his wits. He quickly retreated. With a thought, a blood-red vortex appeared under his feet. He fell straight down as if he was trying to hide himself. Right at this moment, the other party's right eye suddenly turned into a golden light, and a dignified vertical pupil that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. This pupil actually exuded a mysterious power that seemed to be able to affect one's soul, causing one's mind to become uneasy. That moment of hesitation caused Fault to slow down his escape. Xianxia's myriad sword slashed down again and Fault's right arm was sent flying. The intense pain caused Fault to snap back to his senses. He let out a scream and did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately hid in the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai shook his head with a vexed expression. Due to the laws of the ancient era and the suppression of this mystic realm, he was unable to unleash his full strength. Even using the demon eye of annihilation once was strenuous. However, with both his arms severed and Fault heavily injured, he probably would not dare to appear before him again. In the void, the sea of blood churned. Crimson and Bamboo were rooted to the spot as they stared at Yang Kai. Their minds were in a mess. Was what they saw real? The two of them suspected that there was something wrong with their eyesight. A wizard managed to sever both of Fault's arms with just 2 swings of his sword? On the other hand, Fault did not seem to have any intention of dodging. He simply allowed himself to be injured like a fool. As grand sorcerers, the two of them couldn't understand this battle. However, the situation was not optimistic. Although Fault was heavily injured, he had successfully escaped into the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, he was truly like a fish in water. No one could guarantee when he would suddenly jump out and launch an attack. Just as they were thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the two of them. His cold eyes caused Crimson and Bamboo to shiver. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared. The shaman bull raised his hand, and a pitch-black crescent blade strangely appeared. It carried an aura of death as it slashed towards the two of them. The two of them did not doubt that if they were to take such an attack, they would definitely lose their lives on the spot. "What are you doing?" Bamboo was enraged. She thought that the wizard's mind had been tainted by the sea of blood and had attacked her own people. As she spoke, she joined forces with Crimson to cast a wizard's spell shield in front of them. However, the pitch-black crescent blade was like a hot knife through butter. It broke through the wizard's spell shield and continued its attack. The two great wizards felt chills run down their spines as the aura of death enveloped them. At the critical moment of life and death, their minds went blank. The next moment, a cry of agony came from behind them. It was Fault's voice. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. They did not have the time to think about why they were not dead or injured. They quickly turned their heads and saw Fault's face filled with hatred and fear. His right leg had been severed and his body was escaping into the sea of blood, disappearing in an instant. "His target is the two of you." Yang Kai's voice was heard. "Be careful." Crimson and Bamboo were ashamed when they heard that. Just now, when did you appear behind them? They didn't notice at all. If Yang Kai hadn't struck first, one of them would have been killed. Chapter 2831. In the void, the blood sea was still there, and the three of them stood still. Yang Kai's eyes were like lightning as he searched for Fault's whereabouts with his telepathic thoughts. Crimson and Bamboo did not dare to let their guard down. The two of them stood back to back, guarding against any sneak attacks from behind. The blood sea was no longer tumbling, and it was quiet. However, everyone knew that Fault had not escaped and was still there. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. Once he appeared from the blood sea, that strange and powerful wizard would definitely not let him go. After witnessing the wizard's means, Crimson and Bamboo could no longer treat him as a wizard. He was someone who could beat Fault to the point that he could not fight back and even lose an arm or a leg. "Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. "Today, this wizard will make you pay with your blood." As he said that, he suddenly reached out and picked up a longan-sized pearl. The pearl looked normal, but when Yang Kai activated it, it suddenly emitted a strong suction force. In front of the pearl, a pitch-black whirlpool appeared, as though it led to hell. The blood sea was attracted by the suction force and surged into the whirlpool. Crimson and Bamboo's eyes lit up, and they were secretly excited. In the current situation, you did not dare to show himself. Using the miraculous power of the blood sea to hide himself, the two of them did not have any good methods to find him. If this stalemate continued, you might be able to escape. After all, they could not possibly guard the blood sea for the rest of their lives. However, seeing the power of the wizard tool that the Wizard King took out, it seemed like they could do something great. As long as the blood sea was completely absorbed, Fault would have nowhere to hide. The only question now was whether the inconspicuous pearl could absorb such a large blood sea. The answer was, of course, yes. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although Falt's blood sea was not small, it was nothing to the sealed world bead. It was only a matter of time before it was completely devoured. Under Crimson and Bamboo's nervous gaze, the blood sea that shrouded the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, the suction force from the pearl did not weaken. The huge whirlpool was still there, and the surging suction force pulled the blood sea's water in. In less than 5 minutes, the blood sea was only half its original size. At this moment, Falt, who had been hiding in the blood sea to recuperate, finally could not sit still any longer. 80% of his abilities were entrusted to the blood sea. Once the blood sea was destroyed, he would definitely suffer a backlash. The tranquil blood sea suddenly began to churn. Beneath the churning blood sea, a figure moved swiftly like a swimming fish and charged towards Qizhu and Qizhu. It was silent and secretive, and no matter how vigilant Qizhu and Qizhu were, they were actually unable to notice it in the slightest. With a crashing sound, Falt suddenly appeared in front of Bamboo like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. His face was filled with a ferocious smile. His arms and right leg, which had been cut off by Yang Kai, had somehow recovered. It was just that the new skin was white and tender, and not as strong as before. Bamboo was shocked. She made a hand seal, and the wizard's spell shield lit up. At the same time, a wind blade slashed at Falt in an attempt to push him back. As the blood sea surged, a blood wall appeared in front of Falt, blocking the wind blade. After the blood wall dissipated, Falt was nowhere to be seen. Immediately after, Bamboo sensed that her wizard's spell shield had been broken. She was scared out of her wits, and her body turned cold. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The figure was not tall. Instead, it looked a little weak, but it gave off an illusion that it was hard to look at its back. The wizard was awesome. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed at the void. Amidst the blood mist, he seemed to have caught something, and there was a groan. Falt's figure reappeared. However, Yang Kai had grabbed him by the neck, and his strong body was lifted up by Yang Kai like a little chick. Bamboo panted heavily, and there was a lingering fear on her face. Everything happened in a flash. She did not have any time to react. If the wizard had not suddenly appeared at the critical moment and accurately caught Falt, who was hidden in the blood mist, she would have been finished. How did he do it? Bamboo was confused, but she knew that now was not the time to think about it. Now that Falt had been captured, with the various means and strength that the wizard had displayed, Falt should not be able to cause much trouble. It could be said that they had won the battle. Just as she relaxed her mind, Falt suddenly revealed a strange smile and said unhurriedly, "Do you think you've caught me?" Bamboo was a little confused. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she could not tell what was wrong. "Do you think you've succeeded?" Yang Kai asked with a sneer. Falt, who was confident of victory, immediately revealed a look of shock. Before he could say anything else, Yang Kai exerted force and broke his neck. Splash! Falt, whose neck was broken, suddenly dissolved into a pool of blood and returned to the blood sea. Blood doppelganger. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. If the wizard had caught Falt's blood doppelganger, then where was the real Falt? The two of them could not help but think of something. They turned their heads at the same time and saw that above the blood sea, in front of the blood sea, Falt had unknowingly appeared there. He was holding the blood sea in his hand. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the wizard artifact. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Falt's abilities were built on the foundation of the blood sea. Now that the wizard artifact had the power to break through the blood sea, it was unreasonably powerful. If Crimson was in Falt's shoes, he would definitely think of a way to snatch the wizard artifact away. As long as the wizard artifact did not break through the blood sea, Falt would be invincible. The blood doppelganger that attacked Bamboo earlier was just a cover to attract the wizard artifact's attention and lure him away from the wizard artifact. And reality proved that Falt's trick was quite effective. The wizard artifact was indeed lured away. No one was looking after the wizard artifact, so Falt grabbed it in his hand. At this moment, Falt should be overjoyed, but Why did he have an expression of fear? The hand that was holding the wizard artifact's bead was trembling violently as if it was struck by lightning. Idiot! Xianxia sneered. He strolled on the blood sea and walked toward Fault. Feeling Xianxia's approach, Fault's expression was filled with fear. His wizard power surged wildly, but he still could not escape the suction force from the sealed world bead. He was firmly rooted to the spot and could not move. He thought that he would be fine as long as he stole the sealed world bead. Little did he know that Xianxia had already merged with the sealed world bead and could command it like his own arm. The wizard artifacts of ancient times were very different from the secret treasures of modern times. If the sealed world bead was really a wizard artifact, perhaps Fault would have already gotten it. However, the sealed world bead was a world of its own. Before Fault could refine it, how could he lift it? Even if the wizard king wizard sage was here, he would not be able to lift it. Instead, it was the suction force from the sealed world bead that locked Fault to the spot. Seeing Xianxia gradually approaching, a trace of panic finally flashed across Fault's face. Even when his arms and legs were chopped off, his expression did not change much. But now, he experienced what despair was. He did not beg for mercy or cower. Instead, he looked coldly at Xianxia and sneered, "The bone-eating tribe will not let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a determined look appeared on his face. Wizard power surged from his body. Xianxia frowned and stopped in his tracks. At the next moment, there was a loud bang and Fault's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky and the world seemed to be raining blood, dyeing the ground red. In such a desperate situation, Fault chose to self-destruct. It was clear that he had a strong character. However, most barbarians were like this. In a situation where death was certain, very few would choose to linger on with their last breaths. The sea of blood disappeared and the sky was clear again. The sun had risen and shone brightly in the sky. However, it could not dispel the chill of the land. The slaughter below was still ongoing. The bone-eating tribe's stone fort had 700 to 800 tribesmen, while the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe only had 300 people. However, the captives Xianxia brought out made up for the lack of numbers, giving the Raging Flame tribe an advantage in numbers. The only drawback was that they had fewer wizards. The three tribes only had 7 or 8 wizards while the bone-eating tribe had close to 20. Therefore, this battle was earth-shattering. Both sides were evenly matched and barbarians kept dying on the spot. This evenly matched situation changed the moment Fault died. When the sea of blood that covered the sky disappeared, everyone looked up to see the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups. In a sense, the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups was the final outcome. 3 figures stood in the air. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes cheered wildly while the bone-eating tribesmen looked ashen. Kill! With a furious roar, the 3 tribes launched their final charge. Without Fault, the bone-eating tribe no longer had the right to contend against the 3 tribes. Their morale fell, and the stalemate was instantly broken. Bamboo and Crimson said nothing. They flew down and unleashed powerful wizard arts, killing enemies with a wave of their hands. The 20-some wizard of the bone-eating tribe lasted less than 10 breaths before the 2 of them before they were wiped out. Without the support of their shamans, the strength of the bone-eating warriors was greatly reduced. Soon they were slaughtered to pieces. In the later stages of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. However, no one showed mercy, because their enemy was the bone-eating tribe. They were outliers among the barbarians. A tribe that should have been removed from the list of barbarians long ago. The battle lasted for half a day. When the last bone-eating tribesman died, the stone castle was covered in blood and corpses. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes roamed the battlefield. They did not care whether the bone-eating tribesmen were dead or alive. They would deal with them later. Afterwards, they began to gather the corpses of their tribesmen. When night fell, a simple ceremony was held outside the stone castle. The corpses of the tribesmen of the 3 tribes were piled together, and Crimson presided over the cremation. The barbarians believed that the scorching flames could allow their tribesmen to return to the embrace of the barbarian god after death. Chapter 28:32. Outside the stone castle, The tribesmen of the three tribes were ready to set off after a night of rest. Although most of them were injured, with some even missing an arm or a leg, and could only be carried by others, everyone had a joyful expression. To be able to save their tribesmen from the bone-eating tribe was already an amazing achievement. Not far away, Red, Bamboo, and Xianxia were whispering to each other as they walked. "Wizard Bull, you have to be careful of the bone-eating tribe's revenge," Bamboo warned seriously. "The bone-eating tribe is a tribe that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, we've massacred a small tribe of theirs. They definitely won't let this go." Red nodded. "It's best if you find time to meet with your tribe's wizard king master. It's better for him to deal with this matter. After all, the bone-eating tribe was in the wrong first. If the wizard king intervenes, this matter might not be settled." "It's not that simple." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but false wizard artifact is not something a great wizard like him can easily possess." When he said this, Bamboo and Red's expressions changed slightly. They had clearly thought of this as well. Xianxia continued, "To be able to possess such a wizard artifact means that Falt's background is not small. Perhaps he's a descendant of the bone-eating tribe's wizard king or wizard saint, or perhaps he's highly regarded by the wizard king. If we kill him, we'll cause quite a bit of trouble. Even if the wizard king intervenes, it might not be resolved." Bamboo said, "No matter what, if the wizard king intervenes, there will be a chance. With our current strength, we can't fight against the wizard king." Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. He was now a sorcerer, and perhaps he was still not a match for a sorcerer king. But now, he had already activated his spirit sense, and he could also use all of his space law abilities. Even if he really had to face a sorcerer king, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, as long as he was given enough time, his strength would increase exponentially. Zhu and Qi, on the other hand, would not be able to fight back if the bone-eating tribe's wizard king came looking for them. It was reasonable for them to seek the protection of their own tribe's wizard king. The three of them chatted as they walked. Although Qi Zhu and Qi Zhu's realms were much higher than Xianxia's, they had experienced a bloody battle yesterday. The two of them no longer dared to underestimate him. They didn't have the ability to force a middle-ranked great wizard to self-destruct. Therefore, the two of them took the initiative to lower their statuses and communicate with Xianxia as equals. Half a day later, the three groups parted ways. Xianxia led 200 villagers towards Cangnan village. There were more than 300 villagers in Cangnan village. However, after this battle, their numbers were reduced by a third. As the only remaining wizard in the village, Xianxia naturally became the leader of the village. 3 days later, Kai Yang led the 200 or so people back to Cangnan village. Looking at the ruins of the village, many of the villagers were somewhat depressed. At the entrance of the village, Butterfly's figure suddenly appeared. She sized up Xianxia and nodded at him. Behind Butterfly, 7 or 8 children rushed out one after another and found their parents. They hugged each other and wept bitterly. The sudden appearance of a stranger like Butterfly made the villagers curious. Fortunately, the villagers did not have much contact with the outside world and were unfamiliar with the floating tribe, so they were just curious. However, Butterfly's body shape was similar to Xianxia's. She was not as strong as the average barbarian. Instead, she made the villagers feel close to her. Xianxia introduced Butterfly to the villagers and told them that she was his friend. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Since the village was destroyed, it naturally had to be rebuilt. Fortunately, the villagers were all big and strong, so it was not a problem for them to do this. The rebuilding work took less than 5 days and the dilapidated village was restored to its former appearance. 5 days later, everything was on the right track. In the wooden house, Xianxia sat cross-legged. After searching through the space ring for a while, he finally found a rank 9 monster beast's monster core. The rank 9 monster beast's monster core was not something that Xianxia would care about in the past. When he was picking up monster cores in the Savage Wildlands Beast Tomb, Xianxia only picked up monster cores that were rank 9 and above. He did not pick up monster cores that were below rank 9. Otherwise, the number of monster cores in the millions would be even more terrifying. But now, this rank 9 monster core might be a little too high level for him. Previously, the monster beast's monster cores that Yang Kai used for his cultivation were not very good. The highest level one was only equivalent to a rank 6 monster core. Now that he suddenly had a rank 9 monster core, it was like a cabbage in a clear soup facing a table full of delicacies. He did not know if he could handle it. But at this point, Yang Kai had no reason to hesitate. His physical body was not bad to begin with. Even if the energy in the rank 9 monster core was a burden to him, it would not cause him to be injured. Opening his mouth and swallowing the monster core, Kai Yang immediately began to use a set of witchcraft techniques. This wizard technique was not the one that the village chief taught him. It was obtained from Qing's knowledge. It was an extremely high-level wizard technique that could not be compared to the one that the village chief taught him at all. When the wizard technique was used, Yang Kai immediately felt the difference. He was an expert from the Emperor realm after all. He could tell the quality of the technique with just a try. This wizard technique that he obtained from Qing was indeed impressive. His cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than before. The most important thing was that he had just consumed a rank 9 monster core. A burning sensation immediately came from his abdomen, as if there was a flame burning within. When the surging energy contracted and expanded, Yang Kai's stomach instantly became round. If his physical body was not strong enough, this alone would have been enough to make him explode and die. His face was red and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Under the great nourishment, Yang Kai's nostrils were already bleeding. He was as still as a mountain as he guarded his mind and used the wizard technique to refine it. As he swallowed and spat it out, the air waves were like the sea. The wooden house was actually on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding spiritual energy was surging, causing the villagers to be shocked. They did not know what was going on. However, Dai Mao Lu, who was teaching the children cultivation, saw some clues and stopped Ah Hu and the others from rushing into the wooden house. Dai integrated into the village very quickly. She had helped a lot during the 5 days of reconstruction. To the simple and honest villagers of Tsangnan village, she was already a member of the village. Moreover, everyone knew that she was a powerful wizard like Anyo. Naturally, no one dared to disobey her words. This strange phenomenon lasted for a full day before the movement from Yang Kai's wooden house gradually subsided. In the wooden house, Yang Kai's round stomach became flat again. A rank 9 monster core had been refined by him using the wizard technique and integrated into his body, turning into his own powerful capital. His sorcerer realm had increased by quite a bit. Without hesitation, Yang Kai once again took out a rank 9 monster core and swallowed it. The sounds of movement and waves of air that shocked the villagers once again came out from the wooden house. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the villagers of Tsangnan village had almost gotten used to the various strange movements coming from Anyo's wooden house. From the initial curiosity to the current calmness, they had experienced this many times. In the beginning, this kind of movement only happened once a day and slowly subsided. However, as time went on, the frequency of this movement increased and it subsided faster and faster. Dai said that Anyo was cultivating. The villagers didn't understand the wizard technique, but they felt that this kind of cultivation was different from what the village chief used to do. The village chief had also cultivated before, but there wouldn't be such a big movement. However, since Dai said that it was, then it was. For a whole month, Anyo didn't show his face again. The villagers were even worried that he would starve to death in the house. Ahanai and the others tried to send food several times, but were stopped by Dai. Now, Ahanai looked at Dai with resentment. Strictly speaking, Anyo was very irresponsible. In the past, when the village chief was leading everyone, he would guide everyone on what to do. However, ever since Anyo became the village's new leader, other than being busy for 5 days to rebuild the village, there was no trace of him after that. Ahu and the others could only act according to their discretion. If there was no other way, they would ask Dai. Although Dai wasn't very experienced, she could still control the affairs of a small village and help the villagers a lot. Now, although Dai's prestige in the village wasn't as high as Yang Kai's, it was only below Yang Kai's. On this day, The quiet village was suddenly alarmed by a sharp whistle. The villagers rushed out of their wooden houses one after another. Ah Hu and the other young adults all had solemn expressions on their faces, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. This was because the whistling sound came from the fence wall. It was a warning sound. This sound meant that an outsider had come to the village. "What's the matter?" Ah Hu rushed up the fence and looked at the archers patrolling the wall. "A great wizard is coming." The archer pointed forward, and Ah Hu looked over. Sure enough, he saw a person flying towards them from the sky. A wizard. And a very powerful wizard. Only a wizard of the wizard level could break free from the pull of the earth and fly in the air like a bird. Ah Hu's eyes suddenly sank. "He's injured." Dai's voice suddenly came from beside him. Ah Hu didn't know when she came, but after more than a month of contact, Ah Hu and the others understood that Dai was also a very powerful great wizard. Since she said so, it was definitely not wrong. "Injured?" Ah Hu frowned. When he looked over again, he did find some clues. The great shaman who was flying over was unstable and swaying. As the great shaman approached, he could vaguely see a trace of blood red. The other party was indeed injured. "It's someone from the Raging Flame tribe," Dai said again. "Master Qi." Ah Hu finally saw the other party's face and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was the Master Qi of the Raging Flame tribe. Ah Hu had seen him more than a month ago at the Bone-Eating tribe's stone castle. As far as he knew, Master Qi was a great wizard. What kind of person could injure him? Moreover, looking at his current appearance, the situation didn't seem optimistic. His right arm was missing, and blood was gushing out, dyeing half his body red. And from the look of the wound, it didn't seem to be caused by a sharp weapon. Instead, it looked like someone had torn it apart with their bare hands. Ah Hu's body went cold at this thought. Chapter 28:33. Who was his enemy to be able to tear off a great wizard's arm? In just an instant, Ah Hu made the most appropriate response. He turned around and said, "Go get on Yo." As soon as he said that, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that Anyo had appeared behind him at some point, hovering in the air. Anyo's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared ahead. His face was unusually cold. Qi, who had flown over from afar, had clearly discovered Yang Kai's existence as well. He was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, his body suddenly froze. His eyes widened in horror, and his entire body began to tremble violently. It was as if an invisible hand had pinched him in the air. He could not move at all. His face turned green and purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "Run away." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up. His simple animal skin clothes burst open, and his skin became transparent. His blood vessels could be seen clearly. Whoosh! When he had swelled to his limit, Qi exploded, turning into a pool of blood that rained down from the sky. Not even his corpse was left behind. Ah! Many of the villagers of Tsangnan village were shocked. They had no idea what had happened at all. They all took a few steps back from Qi's miserable appearance. When they looked over again, a burly figure had suddenly appeared where Qi had been. The person was dressed in heroic attire, and there were several skulls of various sizes on his waist. The skulls radiated with a chilling aura that enveloped the entire Tsangnan village. At this moment, the strange person who had suddenly appeared was holding something in his hand. He grinned viciously at Yang Kai as he gnawed on the food in his hand. "The Bone-Eating tribe," who cried out. He could tell the person's identity from the unique pattern on his face. He had long heard that the Bone-Eating tribe was a tribe that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Anyo and the other two tribes had cleared out a small tribe of the Bone-Eating tribe, so Ah Hu had been rather worried about the Bone-Eating tribe's revenge. He had wanted to find some time to suggest that Anyo lead everyone to migrate, but Anyo had been cooped up in his house all this time. Naturally, he could not bring this up. Now, it seemed that he had been right to be worried. The Bone-Eating tribe had really come for revenge. Moreover, this person's strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, even the great wizard, Master Qi, was killed by him. How could Anyo be his opponent? When the nearby villagers heard Ah Hu's voice, their expressions turned cold. They had experienced the terror of the bone-eating tribe before. When they saw what the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe was holding, their faces paled. That was because it was actually a calf. Moreover, it looked like the calf of a child, definitely not more than 5 years old. With each bite, the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe tore off a large chunk of flesh. He chewed with relish, which made him look even more ferocious. Many of the villagers felt extremely uncomfortable. Their stomachs churned and they felt like vomiting. Xianxia lowered his eyes and looked at the blood that had spilled on the ground after Nakashi's death. He sighed slightly. Although he did not understand what had happened to Qi, he could vaguely guess. The great wizard of the bone-eating tribe had probably not killed Qi on purpose. Instead, he had purposely tortured and chased after him, using this opportunity to find the location of Tsangnan village. Perhaps he had used many methods to prevent Qi from heading to the main tribe of the Furious Flame tribe, forcing him to seek out reliable allies. Regardless, to be able to toy with a great wizard, there was only one possibility for this great wizard's strength: the Wizard King. "I smelled your aura," the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe suddenly said. The bone-eating tribe's great shaman suddenly spoke up. He looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze, over at the stone fort. Xianxia sneered. "I killed Fault." The great wizard sneered. "You." He clearly did not think that Xianxia had the ability to kill Fault. After the incident at the stone castle, he had specially gone to investigate. He had used some methods to replay the battle that day. Although it was blurry, it was enough for him to track down the murderer. Furious Flame Tribe, Furious Gale Tribe. He visited them one by one, destroying 2 small tribes and killing everyone who had participated in the battle at the stone castle. Only the last target he could not determine was him. It was as if something had blinded his investigation. In the end, he had no choice. He could only follow behind Qi and let him lead him to find the murderer of that day. The plan was very successful. Qi, who had nowhere else to go, had indeed come to an unfamiliar place. When the great wizard smelled the aura of the last target, he decisively activated the hidden hand he had left on Qi and killed him. All that was left was to destroy this small village. The dignity of the bone-eating tribe could not be violated. Any enemy who dared to taint themselves with the blood of the bone-eating tribe would definitely suffer 1,000, 10,000 times the revenge. "Do you think I don't have the ability?" Xianxia asked with a smile. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Butterfly, telling her to take the villagers and hide. Although Xianxia's strength had increased tremendously after a month of seclusion, he had to go all out against the Wizard King. He could not care less about Tsangnan village. If the villagers did not hide well, the power that leaked out would be enough to scatter their souls. The great wizard snorted and did not comment. "Fault also thinks I don't have the ability," and then he died. Xianxia chuckled. The great wizard said condescendingly, "Are you trying to say that I, the wizard Qi, will meet the same end?" Xianxia shrugged, but his attitude was no doubt a silent agreement. The wizard Qi stared blankly at Xianxia for a while, then burst into laughter. His laughter rolled like thunder, and it had the effect of catching one's soul. Many of the villagers who were quietly evacuating were shocked by this laughter, and blood seeped out of their noses and mouths. Only Xianxia faced it head-on, unmoving like a mountain. Wu Qi stopped laughing and frowned as he looked at Xianxia. He found that Xianxia wasn't pretending to be calm, but really wasn't affected at all. This was really a bit strange. A trivial great sorcerer seems to have some skill. He was the Wizard King. Even if he was just a low-tier Wizard King, he was still a Wizard King. How could a great wizard resist his laughter that secretly stimulated his power? However, the other party just stood there like an immovable mountain. His methods were completely ineffective. As he spoke, Wu Qi threw down the leg in his hand and stretched out his hand to pat his waist. When his wizard energy surged, a wave of ghostly wails and howls sounded out, and the few skulls hanging on his waist actually emitted a chilly aura. Their empty eyes flickered with a dark green glow, and they flew out together. "How dare you kill my bone-eating tribesmen? Today, this wizard will turn all of you into food." As the wizard Qi roared, the skulls that flew out grew in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. They spread out and blocked the village's surroundings. Each of them breathed out a chilling aura from their mouths. Wherever the aura hit, the ground and wooden houses would freeze, losing all life. In the blink of an eye, the village seemed to have turned into a burial ground, filled with the aura of death. Fortunately, Yang Kai had secretly instructed Butterfly earlier. At this moment, the villagers had all gathered in the center of the village and were preparing to retreat into the tunnel, so there were not many casualties. This tunnel was excavated under Butterfly's supervision. After experiencing the bone-eating tribe's invasion last time, the existence of this tunnel was enough to ensure that the villagers would have a safe way to leave if a similar situation occurred again. Therefore, when Butterfly suggested this, Hu and the others naturally did their best to cooperate. In a month's time, the tunnel had been dug to a secluded location 15 kilometers away. It was enough to create a safe buffer zone. However, the aura of death spread extremely quickly. It would take time for the 200 villagers to retreat. If they did not stop them, they would not be able to retreat safely. Fortunately, when the skulls began to move, Yang Kai moved as well. With a slight sway, he suddenly appeared before a huge skull. When the wizard Qi saw this, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. He said disdainfully, "You're looking to die." The skulls were his wizard artifacts. He had refined them for who knew how many years, making them even more difficult to deal with than himself. If Yang Kai had attacked his main body right now, he might have had to expend some effort to repel him. However, this guy just had to come looking for trouble with his wizard artifacts. He really didn't know what he was talking about. While speaking, the wizard Qi's mind moved slightly. The huge skull's dark green light flashed wildly. Then, the cold aura it spat out increased several times in an instant. It completely wrapped around Yang Kai. This cold aura of death was refined from the resentment of the people he had killed and eaten. Its power was mysterious and powerful. Not to mention that the other party was a great wizard. Even if the other party was a wizard king, they would be haunted by evil spirits and their mind would be shaken. When that time came, he could play with the other party in the palm of his hand. He could kill him however he wanted. The wizard Qi could almost foresee Yang Kai's end. It was nothing more than being frozen on the spot by the cold aura of death and then having his soul taken away by the skulls. However, within the dense cold aura of death, there was suddenly a burst of colorful light. Within the light, the power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. It circulated endlessly. It was like a pillar in a monstrous flood. It stood tall and did not fall. Instead, it was driven to expand. The wizard Qi frowned. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat impossible. The other party was indeed only a great wizard. Moreover, he should be a low-rank great wizard. There was no reason for him to be able to resist the power of his wizard tool. But what he saw in front of him was beyond his scope of understanding. Under the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi, a sizzling sound could be heard. The cold aura of death that was enough to make the wizard king feel difficult to deal with was actually blocked outside of his body. Yang Kai raised his sword high. His power surged. A burst of light suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. In the next moment, he slashed his sword at the skull. The sword light fell, as if it could split the river and split the sea. The cold aura of death was clearly divided into 2 halves. The huge sword light heavily chopped at the skull. An extremely sharp wail sounded. The dark green ghost fire in the skull's eye sockets flickered violently a few times. Under the push of the huge force, the skull was sent flying. It kept tumbling in the air, but its momentum did not decrease. It looked like it was going to fly out of the sky. Chapter 2834. Wizard Qi was shocked. He did not expect this great wizard to be able to do this. He quickly waved his hand, and the flying skulls immediately shrank as if they were summoned by something. They were held in his hand. Looking down, Wizard Qi was furious. His face suddenly turned ferocious. A crack had appeared on his wizard tool. This was the shaman weapon of a shaman king. Not to mention a crack, under normal circumstances, no matter how the shaman king attacked, not even a mark would be left behind. But now, this tiny crack was like a gaping mouth that was wantonly mocking his ignorance. Just as he was investigating the skulls, he suddenly felt his heart tremble. He looked up and roared, "Enough!" That ordinary-looking great wizard had flown in front of another skull and slashed down with his sword. After suffering once, Wizard Qi knew what the other party was capable of. He quickly recalled all the wizard tools that were spraying out the cold air of death, preparing to turn the village into a territory of death. The 6 skulls flew back and circled around him like shooting stars. They had shrunk to their original size. Without the skulls wreaking havoc, the air of death that covered the village quickly melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai rested the myriad sword on his shoulder and looked at Wizard Qi casually. He chuckled. "I'm not bragging, but you'd better give it your all." The Wizard Qi's eyes twitched. If it was any other great wizard who spoke to him like this, he would definitely not care. But the one in front of him was different. "Fault, was it really you who killed him?" Wizard Qi asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "Not really. He died by self-explosion in the end." "It really was you." Wizard Qi was enraged. Previously he had some doubts. With Fault's capabilities, how could he be killed so easily? Moreover, even the stone castle had been massacred. After all, Qi and Zhu did not have the ability to kill Fault. Previously, he thought that the Wizard King of the whole Gale tribe or the Raging Flame tribe had made a move. But now, after experiencing Yang Kai's means, he knew that the other party was not lying. Fault had really died in his hands. Otherwise, he would not have known so many details. Fault's abilities were mostly built on the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea was the manifestation of his wizard artifact, the Blood Gourd. The great wizard who killed Fault appeared to have a powerful wizard artifact as well. How could an ordinary wizard's tool damage his skull? But he was just a great wizard, even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. Now that he had personally made a move, could he still escape alive? "You will pay the price for your arrogance," Wizard Qi bellowed. Suddenly he raised his hands. The 6 skulls intertwined with each other and whistled as they pounced toward Yang Kai. However, this time, the skulls did not grow larger. Although they were less powerful, they were undoubtedly more agile. In just an instant, the 6 skulls had sealed off Yang Kai's escape route. Then they opened their mouths. From their mouths, they spat out a chilly aura. This aura seemed to be able to freeze everything. Even the Wizard King would not feel good if he came into contact with it. Yang Kai stood upright with his sword in hand. Sword flowers bloomed as he shook his sword, creating an impenetrable defense. There was a series of clanking sounds. The 6 skulls' full-force attacks were ineffective. They were all blocked by Yang Kai's sword aura. Even the skulls were beaten until they were unsteady. Wizard Qi did not panic. It was as if he had already expected this. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile. As his lips moved, he silently chanted an incantation. With a flick of his finger, a powerful wizard spell was silently launched. It quietly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was facing him from the side, did not seem to be prepared for this. Wizard Qi sneered in his heart, silently waiting for the scene of Yang Kai being killed. But at this moment, a transparent wizard shield strangely appeared. At the same time that the wizard shield appeared, a translucent ghost crashed into the wizard shield. It let out a miserable howl. Yang Kai did not even look at it. He only grinned. While his right hand held the sword to block the 6 skulls, his left hand threw a washbowl-sized fireball at the ghost. An even more miserable howl came out. The formless ghost was instantly turned into nothingness. Wizard Qi was dumbfounded. This kid, he actually still has the strength to block my sneak attack? Where did he get such a strong divine sense to guard against my secret attacks in such a high-intensity battle? Wizard Qi's face was ashen. He felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. He was the Wizard King. Against a great wizard, he was actually being countered by him? In a fit of anger, Wizard Qi controlled the 6 skulls to continuously increase pressure on Yang Kai. At the same time, his hands danced, and one wizard spell after another was launched at Yang Kai. He could guard against it once, but it did not mean that this kid could always guard against it. As long as he distracted him, his wizard would find an opportunity to kill him. But the next scene made Wizard Qi dumbfounded. In the face of his continuous wizard spell attacks, Yang Kai was actually not surprised. His left hand was constantly blooming with various wizard spell lights, methodically dealing with his own attacks. In an instant, the two great wizards actually started a battle of wizard spells in the air. Although there was almost a large gap between their realms, the wizard spells they released did not seem to be inferior. Whether it was the frequency or the damage, they were all at the same level. They constantly collided in the air, blooming out dazzling lights one after another. Perhaps, at the beginning, Wizard Qi could feel that he had a certain advantage. His opponent occasionally felt a little flustered. But as time passed, his opponent's mastery of the wizard spells became more and more refined. The power and control of the spells were not inferior at all. What the hell? This was only a small village, not even the scale of a tribe. In a village like this, Wizard Qi had destroyed at least 80 if not 100. In every village like this, it was already very good to have one wizard apprentice, but this village had a great wizard. What was even more unacceptable was that this great wizard could be on par with him in terms of wizard spells. How could he have mastered so many wizard spells? Any tribe's wizard spells were not easy to learn. Every wizard could only learn the wizard spells that were researched by their own tribe and passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. As far as he knew, the wizard spells of the southern barbarian tribe were not very special. They were relatively mediocre. And at the level of a great wizard, it was already very impressive to be able to master a dozen or 20 wizard spells. No matter how many wizard spells they learned, they would not have the energy to learn them. And among these dozen or 20 wizard spells, only a small half of them could be used to attack. The other half were mainly used to buff the warriors of the tribe. He was a low-rank wizard king, but he had only mastered 50 wizard spells. There were only 27 types of sorcery spells that could be used to attack. He had long since memorized these 27 sorcery spells by heart and could use them at his fingertips. With this kind of achievement, even some middle-rank wizard kings would have to admit defeat. But, compared to the opponent, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. In this short battle that lasted less than an hour, Wizard Qi had seen at least hundreds of wizard spells from the opponent. None of them were repeated, and the opponent did not seem to use any effort to cast them. It was as if he had practiced many times. Many wizard spells made his eyes red because those wizard spells were the secrets of many tribes. Only the great wizard of those tribes could master these secrets. Was this guy really a great wizard? Looking at his age, he did not seem to be very old. Where did he learn so many wizard spells? How did he have the time to master all these wizard spells and use them as one? If the opponent was an old man, Wizard Qi would not be so surprised. Old people could always do some amazing things, but the opponent seemed to only be around 20 to 30 years old. The more the Wizard Qi fought, the more shocked he became. For some reason, he had the illusion that the opponent was a wizard king and he was a great wizard. This was because the performance of this great wizard was really amazing. It was so amazing that he wanted to capture him right now and bite off his flesh while he was still alive to taste the wonderful taste. Boom! In another battle of wizard spells, the two wizard spells collided in midair. However, they did not dissolve each other like before. Instead, the opponent's lightning strike, after breaking through his soul-collecting spell, continued to rush towards him. The flickering lightning was like a poisonous snake, opening its mouth full of fangs. Wizard Qi was shocked. His wizard spells were broken through. In a hurry, he could only condense a wizard shield in front of him. After successfully blocking the lightning strike, Wizard Qi's face turned green and white. He was silent for a long time before he said, "You are using a wizard book to practice?" Recalling the scenes from before, Wu Qi suddenly had a bad feeling. If his guess was right, then this time he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Yang Kai laughed loudly. With a wave of his sword, he pushed back the 6 skulls around him and said loudly, "Thank you, Wizard King Master, for helping me." Yang Kai had inherited a huge amount of knowledge from Qing, but he did not have time to carefully digest it. During this month of training in seclusion, He was also digesting Qing's inheritance. Unfortunately, training in seclusion was not as good as using real swords and spears. It was rare for a wizard king to come to his door, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to test the results of his 1 month of training. The result was very satisfactory. All the ideas he had during his seclusion were tested today. Although there were some differences, it did not affect the overall situation. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Wizard Qi's face became more and more ugly. A huge sense of shame shrouded him. He trembled and said, "You're looking for death." Fighting against Wizard was definitely a wrong decision. This guy was completely relying on his own training, so the wizard spells he released were getting stronger and stronger. He gradually lost the initiative and broke through his own wizard's interception. This great wizard was really terrifying. He could actually grow rapidly in battle. The speed of his growth had already made Wizard Qi feel uneasy, so he decided not to play around with him anymore. He wanted to end the battle quickly. When Yang Kai shouted, the 6 skulls that had been hovering around him suddenly flew back. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Wizard Qi's side. Wizard Qi's expression was stern. He chanted an incantation. The 6 skulls that were flying around him flew faster and faster. They gradually turned into a dark green light. Chapter 28:35. When the light dissipated, the wizard pool and the 6 skulls disappeared at the same time. In their place was a monster that was about 5 meters tall. The monster had a green face and fangs. Its hair was disheveled, and its face was ferocious. At first glance, it looked like a legendary evil spirit that could reap souls. On the evil spirit's body, translucent human faces floated up and down. They struggled and wriggled, revealing all sorts of tragic expressions. The wails that came from their mouths were chilling. Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand. His expression was cold as he said, "You really deserve to die." The human faces that appeared on the evil spirit's body were clearly souls. Where did the souls come from? They were clearly the people that the wizard pool had killed and eaten. Those people that the wizard pool had killed had not only suffered great terror and torture before their deaths, but even their souls had not been able to escape. They had been devoured and refined by the wizard pool and kept in his body. They could not reincarnate and would forever fall into hell. If such a wizard king was placed in the future, he would be a veritable evil cultivator. He would be hated by everyone. However, in this era, the bone-eating tribe had the protection of the wizard saint. He could do whatever he wanted. The wizard pool, who had transformed into an evil spirit, had his already powerful aura reach a new height. That shocking might was comparable to that of a high-tier wizard king. He laughed sinisterly. The aura that came out of his mouth seemed to be able to kill the world. The vegetation around him quickly withered. He opened his hand, which turned into a screen of light that covered the sky. He grabbed at Yang Kai. The space around him was locked. Yang Kai tried to teleport, but it was completely ineffective. His expression turned ruthless. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The myriad sword in his hand released a circle of light. His body was wrapped in sword light as he pounced toward the giant hand. The power of a great wizard surged wildly. As the giant hand closed, Yang Kai's muffled groan could be faintly heard. However, in the next moment, a hole appeared on the back of the giant hand. Yang Kai rushed out from it, his whole body covered in blood. He arrived above Wuxi's head without any fear of death and fiercely chopped down with his sword. The wizard pool was not flustered. His other palm swept across the air as if it was light, as if he was swatting a fly. Before Yang Kai could attack, the palm had already sent him flying. The wizard's spell shield did not have the slightest effect and shattered in an instant. Rumble, Yang Kai tumbled in the air and hit a small hill before he regained his balance. When he got up again, he was in a sorry state. His mouth and nose were full of blood. "It ends here." Wizard Pool's cold voice rang in his ears. By the time he finished speaking, he had already reappeared in front of Yang Kai and reached out to grab him. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yang Kai sneered, his hands quickly forming a seal, and a mysterious power suddenly fluctuated. Wu Qi was stunned, and he inexplicably had the misconception that time had stopped. At the same time, an enormous feeling of panic and danger assaulted him from the bottom of his heart, and this caused him to be slightly surprised and transform himself into the evil spirit path. This was his most powerful trump card. With this trump card, he was able to compete with a high-rank wizard king. His opponent was only a great wizard. Even if he was struggling on the verge of death, what kind of trouble could he bring? But that sense of panic and crisis was real, and he could not ignore it in the slightest. Thinking of this, he quickly withdrew 80% of his power to protect himself and take a defensive posture. The next moment, the pause time seemed to flow again. He saw the great wizard in front of him casually throw a palm at him. That palm seemed to have no power at all, but it gave people a feeling that it could destroy all things. It gave people the feeling of reincarnation. Flowing time, great emperor, shuttle like shuttle. Wu Qi's pupils abruptly contracted. Even though he couldn't discern what kind of mystery was contained within this palm strike, his instincts told him that he absolutely couldn't take it. Once he took it, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He fiercely opened his mouth. There was a whistling sound. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts flew out from his mouth and rushed towards the palm print. Boom, 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 a fierce surge of power burst out. Wizard Pool took advantage of this moment to retreat more than 100 feet. Those ghosts that were hit by the palm print, without exception, were all scattered. Before dispersing, these souls not only did not show any pained expressions, but instead all of them looked as if they had been liberated, their expressions calm and peaceful. Occasionally, a few of them would glance towards Xianxia, but these gazes were filled with gratitude before quickly dissipating. What kind of wizard spell was this? It actually had such power. Wizard Pool's expression was uncertain. The method that the great wizard in front of him used was beyond his understanding. After the palm print, Xianxia was gasping for breath. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He secretly cursed. Flowing time, great emperor, shuttle like shuttle like shuttle like shuttle was a divine technique of the great emperors. Although he had the opportunity to cultivate it, it was not something that he could casually use. As a low-rank great wizard, using this divine technique was still too much for him. As such, after the palm print, Xianxia immediately felt that he was very weak. However, Wizard Pool had already used his trump card. If he did not go all out, there was no way he could contend against him. Not daring to expose himself, Xianxia reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. Taking advantage of this action, he stuffed an emperor-level spirit pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He pointed the myriad sword at Wizard Pool and sneered, "Are you afraid?" Wizard Pool coldly snorted, "Your method is indeed unexpected, but it is far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the air and a pitch-black scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. He lightly waved it at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he felt his divine soul suddenly jump, as if it was about to leave his body uncontrollably. He immediately understood that the scythe was not a wizard tool, but a strange and inexplicable wizard spell that had the effect of collecting souls. If it was not for the fact that his divine soul did not belong to a great wizard, he would have been in trouble. Xianxia let out a muffled snort as he guarded his mind and locked down his knowledge sea. He only felt a strong suction force pulling at his soul, trying to pull his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. There seemed to be an invisible connection between his knowledge sea and Wizard Pool's pitch-black scythe. As the Wizard Pool waved the scythe faster, the stronger the suction force became. Xianxia did not dare to make the slightest movement. It's very tiring, right? If it's very tiring, then don't resist. Obediently enter this wizard's embrace. This wizard will lead you to enjoy the rest of the show. The Wizard Pool's gloomy voice sounded, carrying a strong sense of bewitchment, trying to break Xianxia's mind. "You want my divine soul?" Xianxia clenched his teeth and shouted, "You can't block it. Why deceive yourself?" The Wizard Pool sneered. "Okay." Xianxia shouted, "If you want it, I'll give it to you." The Wizard Pool was startled. He thought the other was just joking. After all, if a person's divine soul was taken, they would become a walking corpse with no chance of survival. So who would be willing to take the initiative to give away their divine soul? But soon, the wizard pool was dumbfounded. Because the other was not joking. He actually took the initiative to give up his defense, allowing his wizard spell to be successfully used and draw out the other's divine soul. This taste. The wizard pool was shocked, but immediately became overjoyed. Wonderful, too wonderful. This wizard really can't wait to try it. He never thought that this great wizard's divine soul would be so strong and so pure. This kind of divine soul should not appear on a great wizard, but on a high-rank wizard king. No, it was not that he had not killed a high-rank wizard king before. Even a high-rank wizard king's divine soul was not as wonderful as this. In an instant, the wizard pool was like a cat that smelled fish. His eyes lit up and he could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This wizard will accept it. Don't worry, since you are so cooperative, this wizard will not make you sad. The wizard pool laughed and withdrew his black scythe. A dazzling light was pulled out from Xianxia's mind. One could vaguely see that the light was pure and clear, without any impurities. Not only was it unimaginably pure, it was also extremely vigorous. The wizard pool's eyes lit up. Just now, he only smelled the scent of the other's divine soul. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his judgment was right. This was really a delicious meal that he could not refuse. After Xianxia's divine soul was pulled out, he fell from the sky like a wooden stake. Without a divine soul, a person naturally could not control their own body. On the other side, the divine soul that was pulled out quickly approached the wizard pool. But at a certain moment, the wizard pool's expression suddenly changed. The joy and anticipation on his face melted away and was replaced by anger. "You dare to lie to me!" Xianxia laughed loudly. "Idiot! When did this young master lie to you? Didn't I take the initiative to deliver myself to you? Let's see if you have the ability to eat it." When the words fell, the divine soul's divine soul exploded with a sword light. The entire divine soul's divine soul leisurely turned into a long sword and directly rushed towards the wizard pool. The wizard pool's figure suddenly retreated. Although he did not know what method the other party was going to use at the expense of exposing his divine soul, the great wizard's various methods from before were too outrageous. He had to be on guard. The pitch-black scythe in his hand turned into a pure divine soul attack and slashed forward. In the next moment, the wizard pool's expression changed again because his wizard attack did not have any effect. The other party's divine soul wrapped in the sword light was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. The wizard pool turned pale with fright. His surging divine sense fiercely surged and fiercely defended, not daring to let the other party come half a step closer. The result made him feel aghast. His wizard king-level divine sense seal was actually unable to block the other party's attack. When his mind hurt, the other party had already broken through his divine soul's defense. The divine soul's divine soul, along with the sword light, rushed into his knowledge sea. The wizard pool groaned. Although he had encountered a great change, he did not panic much. His body fell rapidly, and at the same time, he closed his eyes and transformed his divine soul's divine soul into his knowledge sea, quietly hiding to the side. In the purgatory-like knowledge sea, there were evil spirits everywhere. The surroundings were full of ghostly shadows and ghostly wails. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Xianxia would not have dared to believe that there was someone in this world with a knowledge sea like this. Chapter 28:36. How was this the knowledge sea? This was clearly hell. A group of blind ghosts smelled the unfamiliar aura and rushed toward Xianxia. However, before they could get close, Xianxia's sword flashed and eliminated them all. Wizard Qi, who was secretly investigating, was shocked when he saw this. He looked at the long sword with a complicated expression. Instinctively, he was afraid of this long sword. What kind of wizard tool was this? Why did it have such a miraculous effect? And he actually brought it into his knowledge sea. How could such a thing happen? How could there be such a miraculous wizard tool in this world? Although the souls in Jihao's spiritual sea were born from all living creatures, they had been nourished and refined by Jihao himself, and were not ordinary souls at all. Even if a Magus King's soul intruded into his spiritual sea, they would be able to divide and devour him. However, when the sword flashed a few times, Wizard Qi clearly felt the ghosts in his knowledge sea become frightened. They were like mice that had encountered a cat, not daring to get too close. Yang Kai held the sword with one hand and looked around. He sneered, "You're not going to come out? Wizard Qi, oh Wizard Qi, you are still a Wizard King. Don't disappoint me." Wuxia didn't pay any attention to him. As a Magus King, he wasn't an idiot. He hadn't figured out what exactly that weird long blade was, so of course, he wouldn't dare to take the risk and attack. As if he understood the fear in his heart, Yang Kai raised the long sword and flicked it. He said, "This sword is called the soul-severing sword. It does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar. Letting this young master into your knowledge sea is your biggest mistake. Wizard Qi, quickly come and accept your death. This young master will be merciful and give you a quick death. Does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar?" Wizard Qi did not want to believe this nonsense, but what he saw made him admit that the other party was right. This was definitely the most evil wizard tool he had ever seen. "Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out, right? If you don't want to come out, then don't come out." Yang Kai sneered. He raised the soul-slashing saber high, poured his spiritual power into it, and slashed down. The huge saber light seemed to tear apart this sea of consciousness. When the saber light rushed out, countless ghosts blocking the way were killed on the spot. Even the wizard pool who was hiding in the dark felt pain all over his body, as if he was being torn apart. This was his sea of consciousness, so no matter what kind of damage Yang Kai caused here, it would not affect him. They would all affect his body. Although the injuries he suffered temporarily were not painful, if it happened too many times, he was afraid that it would not be good. Just as Wizard Qi's face turned ashen, Yang Kai had already brandished his soul cutter. As if he had gone mad, he slashed in all directions. As he slashed, he laughed maniacally. "Isn't it great? Isn't it great? I'm asking you, isn't it great?" It would be a miracle if he could feel good. As the saber slashed down, Wizard Qi could feel a huge pain, causing his soul avatar to tremble. Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer and that letting this madman destroy his sea of consciousness would only result in more losses than gains, Wizard Qi finally could not bear it and shouted, "Enough!" As soon as his words fell, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and raised his hand slightly, blocking Yang Kai's attack. Although the soul cutter was extremely strange and had the magical effect of destroying one's sea of consciousness, this was his home field. He was the master of everything. If they really fought, the most likely outcome would be a mutual defeat. He was not without the ability to fight back. "If you like to hide, keep hiding." Yang Kai pointed his saber at Wizard Qi, a look of ridicule on his face. "Get out." Wizard Qi's expression was indifferent. He gave the order to leave. Having an outsider invade his sea of consciousness was not a good thing. The sea of consciousness was not only the home of his soul but also the place where he hid many of his secrets. No one was willing to have their sea of consciousness invaded by others. Beg me and see if I'll get out." Yang Kai grinned. That appearance made Wizard Qi burn with anger. He felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, ready to erupt at any time. "I'll say it again, get out." Wizard Qi coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "The one who wants to take my soul avatar is you. Now the one who wants me to get out is you. Give me a quick answer, what do you want?" Wizard Qi lowered his eyes and lightly said, "It looks like you want this wizard to drive you out. I hope you can withstand this wizard's anger." With just a few words, he knew that if he wanted to drive this great wizard out, he had to use force. After all, he had taken the initiative with great difficulty, so how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, Wuxia wasn't willing to waste his breath on him, and he'd made up his mind to expel him even if he was injured. Otherwise, Wuxia would always have a feeling of his life hanging by a thread if he were to stay here with that strange shaman weapon, and his entire body would feel uncomfortable. When he finished speaking, Wizard Qi's figure collapsed, as if he had merged with the world. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He knew that Wizard Qi was going to fight to the death with him. Space suddenly froze, and in the next moment, a huge repulsive force rushed towards him. That was the Wizard Qi's power as the master of this sea of consciousness. Invading someone's sea of consciousness could cause harm to them at any time, but in an away battle, the situation would be very passive, so this kind of thing was not common. Only when there was a large difference in strength between the two sides would the stronger side invade the sea of consciousness of the weaker side. But then again, if the difference in strength was too big, there was no need to use this kind of method to kill the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase, as if he was going to be pushed out of this world. He forcibly stabilized his body, but no matter what, he could not continue to stay. Seeing that he was about to be driven out by Wizard Qi, Yang Kai suddenly moved. At the same time, the soul cutter buzzed, and a burst of light burst out. He swung the sword forward. "I'll give you a big gift, I hope you like it." "How is this possible?" Wizard Qi's shocked and angry voice came. The power of the opponent's sword suddenly increased by a lot, almost twice as strong as before. Caught off guard, Wizard Qi did not have time to defend. In an instant, his defense was broken, and his soul was cut. He only felt pain that made him want to die. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed out of Wu Qi's knowledge sea. In the next moment, a pitch-black radiance enveloped him, and when he dispelled the darkness, Wu Qi was already nowhere to be seen. Wizard Qi actually escaped. "You're smart." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and did not rashly pursue. This time, he was lucky to be able to repel Wizard Qi, thanks to the soul secret technique, Heaven-Piercing Strike, at the last moment. Wizard Qi obviously noticed that something was wrong, so he feinted and took the opportunity to escape. If he continued to stay, the ending was destined to not be good. Yang Kai sighed, and felt the location of his body. He did not dare to continue to expose his soul avatar. His body shook, and his body and soul became one. When he opened his eyes, he only felt, and looked up, he was in Butterfly's arms. It seemed that when his soul avatar left his body, Butterfly discovered it, so she specially came to protect his body. "How are you?" Butterfly asked with concern. Yang Kai shook his head and tried to stand up, but he felt dizzy and fell back into Butterfly's arms. He bitterly smiled and said, "I won't die." Butterfly looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, and felt that it was unreal. As a lower-rank great wizard, he defeated and seriously injured a wizard king. This achievement can be called a miracle. Although he paid a price, it was obviously not too serious. After not seeing him for a month, he actually became a great wizard. How did he cultivate? Butterfly's heart was full of doubts. What about the villagers? Yang Kai lay down for a while to recover some strength and asked. "They've all been arranged." Butterfly replied. Previously, she took the villagers of Tsangnan village through the passage and left the village. After everything was settled, she returned to check on Yang Kai's situation. She just happened to see Yang Kai's soul avatar leaving his body, so she immediately protected Yang Kai's body. "Call them all back. It should be fine." Yang Kai sighed. The bone-eating tribe's wizard king had personally made a move and was defeated by him. Presumably, the bone-eating tribe would not make any moves in the near future unless an even more powerful wizard king or wizard saint came. However, the wizard saint probably would not care about such a thing, and the bone-eating tribe's wizard king might not necessarily be of any use. After the wizard pool revealed his trump card, his strength was comparable to a high-rank wizard king. Even he could not do anything to Yang Kai, so what could the other wizard kings do? Moreover, as long as Yang Kai was given some time to recover, his strength would become even stronger. The next time he encountered a wizard king, he would not have such a hard time. While he was talking to Dai, Kai Yang suddenly frowned and turned to look in a certain direction. Butterfly also noticed something and looked in the same direction. She immediately said with a vigilant expression, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's face darkened as he secretly put up his guard. Tsangnan village was just a small village. Usually, it was isolated from the rest of the world and very few outsiders came here. This time, they were able to find the wizard pool only because of Qi's lead. Yang Kai had just defeated the wizard pool and another person suddenly appeared. It was hard to say if this person was in cahoots with the wizard pool. If it was a wizard king, then they would be in trouble this time. Butterfly obviously thought of this as well, and her pretty face turned pale. However, she soon heard Yang Kai make a sound of surprise. "What's wrong?" Butterfly turned to look at him. "It's just a wizard. Don't be nervous. Maybe he's just passing by." Butterfly heard this and could not help but sigh in relief. That wizard was obviously not just passing by, because after a while he flew straight towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. A moment later, an honest-looking barbarian appeared in front of Yang Kai. "Did someone just fight here?" The wizard looked around and asked condescendingly. The traces of the battle were still there. Although he could not determine how strong the person was, the aftermath of the battle made him feel a little shocked. This was clearly an extremely high-level battle. It was definitely not something he could get involved in. In such a battle, perhaps even a slight scratch would be enough to make his soul scatter. Thinking of this, he quickly looked towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. Yang Kai had a weak expression. The wizard power on his body was faintly discernible, allowing him to clearly see the opponent's cultivation. "Great wizard!" The barbarian was shocked and flew down from the sky. Chapter 2837. He didn't think that there would be any strong people in this remote corner, so he didn't care. But now that he realized that Yang Kai was a great wizard, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. "Greetings, master." Yang Kai stood up with Butterfly's help. He frowned and nodded, no need to be so polite. Hearing this, the magus straightened his back and asked curiously, "My lords, which village are you from?" He didn't recognize Kai Yang and Dai, but the two great shamans were not unknown figures, so he should have heard of them, especially since he was the messenger between the tribe and the villages below. Even if he didn't know all the shamans in the tribe like the back of his hand, he at least had some understanding of them. "Sangnan village," Yang Kai replied. "Ah." The wizard was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai with suspicion and said in disbelief, Sangnan village? How could there be two great wizards in Sangnan village?" He remembered that the village chief of Sangnan village was only a wizard apprentice, and a low-rank wizard at that. So he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. But there was no reason for a great wizard to lie to him. He said in a daze, "Master is from Sangnan village?" Yang Kai looked at him and said, "What's the matter?" "What about Wizardly?" "Wizardly," the name of the old village chief. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this person knew the old village chief. And this time, he came here to find the old village chief. His face sank and said, "The old village chief is no longer here. Now, this wizard is the village chief." "Wizardly is actually..." The man was slightly stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, Wizardly was old, and his cultivation was not high. He couldn't live long. Maybe his life was up and he returned to the arms of the barbarian god. He changed his mind and said, "Master, what is your name?" "Wizard is awesome." The man nodded. His expression turned solemn as he said in a clear voice, "Wizard Master Bull. Under the orders of the Wizard King, the Master, I order you to gather all the villagers of Sangnan village within 5 days and gather them in the capital." An order from the Wizard King Master? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the southern barbarian tribe wasn't considered very powerful among the barbarian tribes, they still had the Wizard King. And according to Yang Kai's knowledge, he was an upper-level Wizard King. The place where the Wizard King was stationed was the royal city of the southern barbarian tribe. Just like the status of Snow Frost City in the southern barbarian tribe, the various small tribes and village chiefs of the southern barbarian tribe were located there. They all lived around the king's city. The king's city and the Wizard King had absolute authority over the small tribes and villages. This sudden order made Kai Yang smell a trace of unusualness, faintly feeling that something big was about to happen. "It's an order from the Wizard King Master." The man replied seriously, "I came here to inform the wizard of the ceremony, but since Master is now the village chief of Sangnan village, it's the same to tell you." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Is there a tribe at war with us?" In ancient times, it was common for the various barbarian tribes to fight for the remaining living space. For the benefit of their own tribe, it was common to see war between tribes. And once this happened, it was necessary to invest all the manpower and military force. No one could avoid it. So when he heard this order, Yang Kai subconsciously felt that a tribe was at war with the southern barbarian tribe, and the first to bear the brunt was the cruel and inhumane bone-eating tribe. If that was the case, Yang Kai didn't mind being the vanguard. It just so happened that he couldn't fight to the death with the wizard pool today, which made Yang Kai feel quite regretful. The messenger smiled bitterly and then slowly shook his head. He said softly, "If it's just a tribe at war with us, then it's no big deal." Yang Kai said in surprise, "Is there something even more serious?" The messenger hesitated before saying, "This has always been a secret. It can't be divulged. However, the two masters are both great wizard masters. Even if you reach the king's city, you'll be summoned by the wizard king master. You'll understand the situation by then." With that, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "It's an invasion of demon folk." What? Say that again? Yang Kai almost thought he had heard wrong. The messenger's expression was extremely stern as he repeated, "Invasion of demon folk." Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment before sucking in a cold breath. His face was filled with shock. "Really?" The messenger said, "3 major tribes have already been destroyed, so it obviously can't be fake." Yang Kai's expression immediately became stern. Although the ancient barbarians had a small population, the 3 major tribes had gathered several 100,000 people at the very least. They had been destroyed just like that. This was truly an earth-shattering matter. Invasion of demon folk. This term was not unfamiliar to him, but he was not familiar with it either. He learned from Qing's legacy that this land had already been invaded by demon folk more than once. The most recent time was 30,000 years ago. Back then, Qing was still just an evergreen tree that had just gained sentience, absorbing nutrients from the earth and cultivating diligently. He had personally witnessed the overwhelming changes to the land after the demon folk's invasion. He had personally witnessed the deaths of countless people. He had personally witnessed the extraordinary people of the land using their own lives to stop the demon folk's invasion. Countless generations of people stepped forward one after another, paying with their precious lives. It took almost 1,000 years before they managed to save the land from the demon folk's hands. During that 1,000 years, the land wailed in grief. After the flames of war, the boundless mountains and rivers took an entire 10,000 years to gradually recover their vitality. Afterwards, the ancient barbarians emerged, becoming the masters of the land. And now, the scene from 30,000 years ago had appeared once again. No one knew what kind of situation it would be this time. Demon folk was a general term. Even Yang Kai had no idea what they looked like. All he knew was that they came in various shapes and sizes, and they were extremely vicious. In comparison, the bone-eating tribe was basically as docile as a lamb before them. However, there were also rumors that the reason why the bone-eating tribe stood out among the barbarians was because they possessed some of the demon folk's inheritance. During the Great Battle 30,000 years ago, some demon folk had tainted the women of the land, giving birth to a group of descendants. These descendants were the ancestors of the bone-eating tribe. Rumors were just rumors after all. No one knew whether they were true or false, especially in this current age. This rumor had already vanished into the long river of history, so no one knew the truth. Only a tree demon like Qing, who had stood for several tens of thousands of years, knew a thing or two. However, as the saying went, there was no smoke without fire. Countless barbarians had suggested wiping out the bone-eating tribe and removing them from the list of barbarians, which probably had something to do with this rumor. However, even now, no one knew why they wanted to wipe out the bone-eating tribe. They only thought they ate everything, including barbarians. The invasion of demon folk would definitely be a great disaster to this world. No one knew where the demon folk had come from. Even Qing, who was the most knowledgeable of them all, did not know much about this. The demon folk from 30,000 years ago seemed to have suddenly appeared on this land overnight. They were fearless, doing whatever they wanted. Slaughter had become second nature to them. The arduous war that lasted 1,000 years left the Yuan-Chi of beautiful land heavily wounded. The humans had almost been wiped out. Yet, in the ancient times after 30,000 years, the demon folk actually invaded again. Yang Kai felt like he could see the end of the world, as if he could see mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Compared to that, his grievances with the bone-eating tribe did not seem to be anything. "Master, master?" The messenger called out a few times, but when he saw how Yang Kai remained in a daze, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. "Within 5 days I will take the villagers of Tsangnan village to the king's city." The messenger was overjoyed. He clutched his chest. "Thank you, master. I still need to inform the other villages, so I'll be taking my leave first." Yang Kai nodded. He did not keep him. After watching him leave, he looked at Butterfly. "How much do you know about the demon folk?" Butterfly said, "I don't. Do you?" That made sense. She was only in her teens. Even if Qing had raised her, it was impossible for her to know too many things. Why would Qing tell her about the demon folk for no reason? "Rest in the village today. You can go back and find Senior Qing tomorrow," Yang Kai said before turning around and making his way back to the village. The invasion of demon folk would stir up great waves across the entire world. If there was still a safe haven, it would be Snowfrost City protected by Qing. Perhaps that would be the final safe haven. "You're chasing me away?" Butterfly widened her eyes and said furiously, "You're actually chasing me away? Leave if you want." Yang Kai could not be bothered with her. He turned around and said, "Oh right, call Tu and the others back. I have something to say." Butterfly stomped her foot furiously, turned around, and left with gritted teeth. Before long, the villagers returned to the village. When they saw Yang Kai safe and sound despite his pale face, they were obviously overjoyed. However, their joy did not last long before Yang Kai said coldly, "Everyone, I've just learned from the messenger in the royal city that the demon folk have invaded. 3 tribes of our barbarians have already been destroyed. The Wizard Kingmaster has ordered all the villagers of our Tsangnan village to gather in the royal city within 5 days and await orders." With that, over 200 villagers fell silent. Who asked, "What are demon folk?" Everyone wanted to ask that, as they had never heard of that before. Yang Kai said, "I'm not too sure about what demon folk are either. All I know is that they're an enemy that's hundreds, or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. They're the enemies that bring us disaster. They're the #1 enemy that we barbarians and even humans will never share. Hundreds or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe." The villagers' expressions changed when they heard that. They had just been captured by the bone-eating tribe, so they knew just how vicious the bone-eating tribe was. Now, there were actually people who were hundreds, if not thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. Were they still human? "The royal city's orders are there, but I won't force you to follow them. I'll be setting off for the royal city tomorrow. If anyone is willing to come with me, I'll take everyone with me tomorrow. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the village." Yang Kai's voice was not loud, but it rang out in everyone's ears. "I won't lie to you all. If you go, you'll most likely die. You might not even get the chance to return to the village. Think about it carefully." With that, Yang Kai did not wait for the villagers to respond. He directly returned to his room, took out a healing pill, and shoved it into his mouth. The battle against the wizard pool was close, but his injuries were not too severe. He should be fine after a night of rest. And he had benefited quite a lot from an intense battle like this. If he fought a few more battles like this, it would be much more effective than cultivating behind closed doors. As a result, he gladly accepted the orders from the royal city. Firstly, he was interested in meeting the so-called demon folk, and secondly, he wanted to grow as quickly as possible through battle. Chapter 28:38. The next day, when Yang Kai emerged from the wooden hut, over 200 pairs of eyes focused on him. Everyone in the village, regardless of gender or age, was gathered here. There were many of them, but they were completely silent. A sense of unity connected every single villager. The petite butterfly was among them too. As she stood at the front of the crowd, she seemed particularly eye-catching. Yang Kai looked around. Every single villager who met his gaze would give him a simple and honest smile. Perhaps they had no idea what demon folk were, much less what an invasion of demon folk entailed, but every single one of them knew that they might not be able to return once they left. They were destined to die in a foreign land. This was because Nyo had already explained everything clearly yesterday. However, not a single person backed down. The barbarians were destined to press forward bravely, a race that would never turn back. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with grief. He did not say anything more. He only waved his hand. "Let's go." He led the way to the royal city first. Over 200 villagers followed closely behind him. Their steps were orderly, like a well-trained army. With the speed of the barbarians, it would take them 3 days at the very least to reach the royal city. If a regular wizard led these 200 people, they would probably have to travel at full speed to reach their destination within the allotted time. However, Yang Kai was now a great wizard, and he was skilled in various wizard spells. With a single cast of the lightning technique, the speed of the villagers suddenly increased by 30%. Although they moved quickly, they did not seem flustered at all. They moved in an orderly manner. 2 days later, when Yang Kai led the villagers to the royal city, the 200 people under his command had surprisingly expanded to 1,000 people. There was no other reason other than the fact that they had been walking all this way. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of people from other villages. There were wizards in these villages as well, but they paled in comparison to a great wizard like Yang Kai. The most powerful one was only a high-grade wizard, while the rest were all low-grade and mid-grade wizard apprentices. The strength of these villages was basically the same as the Tsangnan village when the old village chief, Wizard Li, was still alive. The barbarians had always had the custom of surrendering to the strong. Since they were all from the southern barbarian tribe, and Yang Kai was a great wizard, they had no choice. These villages that had gathered together naturally merged into his team and were led by him. And after witnessing Yang Kai's wizard spell completely enveloping an army of 1,000 people, these wizard apprentices were even more in awe of him. The villages had some interactions with each other, so many of the villagers were familiar with each other. After gathering together, they quickly integrated into one. After this battle, if these 1,000 people didn't die, Yang Kai could establish a small tribe with his own strength and prestige. In front of the southern barbaric tribe's royal city, the 1,000-man army stopped and looked from afar. King City was no worse than Snowfrost City. The only difference was that Snowfrost City was protected by an evergreen divine tree, while the southern barbarian tribe did not have such a guardian. Outside the royal city, in the surrounding open space, many barbarians had already gathered here. Hundreds of people formed groups, thousands of people formed groups, and each small group had a wizard overseeing it. Their strength was different. Obviously, they had all received orders from King City and rushed over from all directions. With so many people coming at once, it was impossible for them all to rush into King City. King City did not have such a large space to accommodate them. Therefore, everyone could only wait outside, eating and sleeping in the open. However, this kind of thing was nothing to the barbarians. Yang Kai and the others came neither early nor late. The place near King City had already been occupied by the people of other small tribes. When Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense, he found a medium-sized open space and led the team there. After arriving at the place, without any instructions, the 1,000-man team began to get busy. Some took out the dry food they had brought with them, while others started to make fires to cook on the spot. Everyone was in good order. At this moment, a wizard flew out of King City and shouted as he flew, "The Wizard King Master has ordered all great wizards to gather in King City." He shouted several times in a row and attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, great wizards flew out of the crowd and headed straight for King City. With someone taking the lead, it was like a chain reaction. Powerhouses with the aura of great wizards constantly leapt out of the crowd and threw themselves into the embrace of King City like swallows returning to their nest. Yang Kai glanced at them, then turned around and said, "I'll go. You keep an eye on things here." Butterfly nodded slightly. Although she was a great wizard, she was a great wizard of the floating department, so it was inconvenient for her to show up in an occasion like this. King's City was huge. Although Yang Kai set off later, he arrived before many people. Just like the other great wizards, he landed in front of a palace in King's City first and waited quietly. Quite a few people had already gathered here. With the invasion of demon folk, the wizard king ordered the entire southern barbarian tribe to gather. Great wizards that were rarely seen in the past were like cabbages and carrots. They could be seen everywhere. Yang Kai scanned with his soul sense and knew that there were at least 100 great wizards here, and this was not all of them. There should be even more great wizards on the way, unable to make it to King's City. Without a summon, the great wizards were not bold enough to barge into the Wizard King's palace, so they could only wait outside. The great wizards who were familiar with each other gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the invasion of demon folk, this time in low voices. They had clearly received some news from the messengers, but no one could explain what demon folk were. The more they discussed, the more confused they became. However, such a large movement in King's City made everyone feel slightly uneasy. Everyone knew that the battle they were about to experience this time would probably be unprecedented. Just when Yang Kai was bored to death, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The black shadow was like a mountain, enveloping him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a broad, sturdy chest full of black hair. "You're also from our southern barbarian tribe." The owner of the black shadow looked down at Yang Kai and asked with a rumbling voice. The discussions in the surroundings immediately quieted down. Many great wizards cast their gazes in this direction, watching with great interest. To be honest, when everyone had gathered here, there were already quite a few people who were curiously sizing up Kai Yang. Kai Yang's physique was really a bit out of place here, as if he was a mountain goat that had suddenly appeared in a group of tigers. It was a bit out of place. It was difficult for such an unconventional person to not attract attention. There were very few berserkers with such a body type among the berserkers. Even the old village chief of Tsangnan village, Wu Li, might have been old before he died, but it was not difficult to deduce how tall and sturdy he used to be based on his physique. However, Yang Kai did emit the aura of a great wizard. Although others were curious, they did not pay too much attention until someone questioned Yang Kai face to face. Ever since he came to this ancient world, it had become a habit to raise his head when talking to people. It seemed that everyone had to look up at him, which made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. This time, he simply stared at the black hair on the man's chest, nodded and said, "Yes." The man laughed. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Raise your head and look at me. My neck is sore. Why don't you squat down and talk to me?" Yang Kai shook his head with a serious face. In front of him, the burly great wizard's aura suddenly became heavy. Beside him, someone laughed. "Wizard 2, this guy is looking down on you. Hurry up and teach him an unforgettable lesson." The barbarians had a fiery temperament, so naturally, there was no lack of troublemakers. Anyway, everyone was bored staying here, so they could find some entertainment to pass the time. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him with interest, as if they were waiting for a good show. "You don't need to talk nonsense." Wizard 2 turned his head and shouted at the person who spoke before. Then he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "What? You don't have the guts to look at me?" Yang Kai still stared at the black hair and said, "I prefer people to lower their heads and talk to me." Wizard 2 was stunned, but soon understood Yang Kai's meaning. He flew into a rage and said, "Boy, you're looking for a beating." When he finished speaking, his big fist was already smashing towards Yang Kai's head. The onlookers were not shocked but happy. Some of them even whistled, looking very interested. Anyway, the barbarians could take a beating, and everyone standing here was a great wizard. This punch would not kill anyone. At most, he would bleed, and bright red blood was something that the barbarians loved to see the most. Yang Kai did not move at all, as if he did not feel the attack. When the fist came whistling, his hair was blown away. At this moment, the door of the palace that had been closed suddenly opened. A barbarian warrior with a steel sword at his waist walked out and shouted, "Wizard King, Master wants you to enter." The huge fist was only an inch away from Yang Kai's head. Wizard 2's face twisted, and it took a lot of effort to suppress his desire to hit someone. He pulled back his fist and said, "You're lucky. If you dare to do this again, I'll teach you a lesson." After saying that, he turned around and left. He did not dare to ignore the Wizard King's order. Although he could hit that fist, if he angered the Wizard King, Master, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Although the barbarians were simple-minded, they were only simple-minded. They were not mentally retarded. Naturally, they were able to consider this point clearly. A group of more than 100 great wizards walked into the palace in an orderly and silent manner. It was no longer as noisy as before. Xianxia walked at the back. When he passed by the barbarian warrior, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. This was because he felt that the blood in this barbarian warrior's body was unreasonably strong. Tiger and the others simply could not stand in front of him. Faintly, Xianxia felt that this barbarian warrior was not someone to be trifled with. Even if an ordinary great wizard went up against him, he might not have a good ending. However, Xianxia did not detect any fluctuations of wizard power from him. In other words, this guy was purely cultivating his body. Sure enough, there were 3,000 ways, and each of them was connected to the heavens. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were people who could become saints with their bodies. Xianxia did not pay much attention to it before, but after seeing this barbarian warrior, he felt that it was not a lie. And it was said that among the 4 great wizard saints, one of them was a saint with his body. Xianxia's gaze was unscrupulous. It was impossible for the barbarian warrior not to feel it. He raised his eyes, and a pair of sharp eyes looked straight at Xianxia. It was like 2 sharp blades, piercing Xianxia's eyes. Chapter 2839. When they passed by each other, Xianxia smiled and nodded. The barbarian warrior stared at his back for a long time before retracting his gaze. He smiled and said, "Interesting." Although he was not a wizard, he did train his body. As the captain of the royal guards, his strength was not weaker than a great wizard. The only thing he lacked compared to those great wizards was the wizard spell that could buff the power of his people. In a one-on-one fight, no great wizard could be his opponent. But the seemingly weak great wizard just now made him eager to fight. The only ones who could make him want to fight were powerful opponents that could not be crushed. This could be seen from the other party's calm gaze. Although the gaze just now did not have the buff of a wizard spell, it was an instant burst of his fighting spirit. No great wizard could easily withstand it, but the other party did. What an interesting great sorcerer. He looked so weak, but there was an unimaginable amount of power hidden in his frail body. That guy called Wu Tu should thank me. It was because of my timely appearance that he was able to avoid being humiliated in front of everyone. In the hall, a person with an aura as deep as the sea stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for the arrival of the crowd. After more than 100 people came in, he slowly turned around. He frowned as if he was confused about something. He looked up at the crowd and said loudly, "I am the Wizard King, the 6th Wizard King of the Southern Barbarian Tribe. Some of you may know me, some may have heard of me, and some may not know who I am. But it doesn't matter, because from today onwards, we will often meet." "Greetings to the Wizard King, Master." Everyone put their hands on their chests and bowed. Xianxia was also among them. His eyes flashed slightly. The 6th Wizard King. In other words, among the Wizard King of the Southern Barbarian Tribe, his strength was ranked 6th. Above him, there were 5 more powerful Wizard Kings. It was unknown how many Wizard Kings were under him. Xianxia only knew that there were no Wizard Saints in the Southern Barbarian Tribe. There were only 4 Wizard Saints in the entire Barbarian Tribe, and they were all in the 4 largest tribes. In the Southern Barbarian Tribe, the most powerful Wizard King was a high-rank Wizard King. He didn't even know his name was Xianxia. Most of what he knew about the Southern Barbarian Tribe was taught by the village chief. As a low-level wizard, the information that the village chief had access to was too little. I believe everyone has heard that the reason why I've gathered you all here this time is because of the invasion of demon folk. 3 tribes have been destroyed. The wizard's voice was deep. It was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. When they heard that the 3 divisions had been destroyed, the 100 Great Wizards' expression turned cold. Those 3 divisions. None of them were weaker than the southern barbarian tribe. They all had a high-rank wizard king, 100 to 200 great wizard, and thousands of wizard disciples, but they were still destroyed. In other words, if the southern barbarian tribe encountered such an enemy, they probably wouldn't end up well. This was no longer just a matter of the 3 divisions that had been destroyed, but a matter of the entire barbarian tribe. However, this news is already outdated. The wizard's words caused a huge commotion. Just as everyone looked at him suspiciously, he spoke again. In the few days that we've gathered here, the Lonely tribe has been destroyed too. What? Really? The Lonely tribe has actually been destroyed too. It's said that the wizard king master of the Lonely tribe is the existence most likely to become a wizard saint within 100 years. How is he now? All the great wizard cried out in surprise. They could not be blamed for their ugly expressions. It was mainly because the Lonely tribe's overall strength was greater than most of the barbarian tribes. It was only second to the 4 wizard saints tribes. It would be strange if they were not shocked when they suddenly heard that the Lonely tribe had been destroyed too. The wizard said in a deep voice, "Not a single survivor of the Lonely tribe has survived." The hall immediately fell silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Not a single survivor. In other words, everyone had been wiped out, including the great wizard king who was extremely likely to become a wizard saint. A great battle was imminent. Suddenly hearing this news shook everyone's confidence. Even the Lonely tribe had been destroyed. Just how terrifying were the demon folk? Who in the world could stop them? As if he could see through everyone's thoughts, the wizard Dang said, "The 4 wizard saint master have all been mobilized. I believe their strength is enough to deal some damage to the demon folk. However, this is a war that concerns all of the barbarians. The wizard saint master may be powerful, but we can't place all the burden on them. We barbarians have to do our part too. This is also why the king city has urgently gathered all of our clansmen here." Only when they heard the wizard Dang say that the 4 great wizard saints had all been mobilized did everyone relax. The wizard saints were the most powerful existences in this world. With them taking action, the invasion of the demon folk would definitely be stopped. However, the wizard Dang was right. This was a war that concerned all of the barbarians. No one could stay out of it. The wizard saints were powerful, but there were only 4 of them. I believe you very much want to ask me what the demon folk are, where they come from, and why they want to destroy my barbarian tribe. The wizard Dang glanced past everyone and said sternly, "I want to tell you that even I don't know much about these matters. However, you just need to remember that the demon folk are the irreconcilable enemies of us barbarians. As long as there's still a single breath left among us barbarians, the demon folk can't touch this land." The blood of the great wizard surged from what he said. They were all excited, ready to face death. It was as if they were tempted to fly onto the battlefield right now and dye the sky red with their blood, using their lives to stop the demon folk's invasion. Yang Kai watched on coldly. He only felt like the barbarians really were simple-minded. The wizard Chi's words were not bewitching at all. It was just a simple explanation, but it was enough to resonate with the many great wizard. If he casually bewitched them a little more, the effect would probably be even better. "Master, what should we do now?" "Yeah, Master. Are we going to set off for the battlefield right now? I already can't wait to witness the power of the demon folk." "Ha, I hope the demon folk don't piss their pants when they see me, the wizard." The group of great wizard yelled out. They did not take the demon folk who had already destroyed the 4 tribes seriously at all. The wizard Dang smiled. "You'll all have the chance. When the time comes, I hope you'll remember what you said today." However, he changed the topic and said sternly, "It's not the time yet. We have to wait for news from the Saint Master of the Wizard, and our southern barbarian tribe hasn't finished gathering yet. There are still many clansmen on the way. If we had more time, our southern barbarian tribe would definitely be able to do even better. It's a pity that time waits for no one. What you need to do right now is very simple. Gather all the clansmen of the southern barbarian tribe. Gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen each, and then train them and make them listen to orders. The entire southern barbarian tribe had several 100,000 clansmen. If a great wizard wanted to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen, it would be just enough to gather all the people in the tribe. However, these clansmen were usually scattered in various villages. If they gathered together rashly, it would definitely lead to all sorts of conflicts. Obviously, they would need some time to get used to each other. This was something that required the great wizard as the leader to deal with. Xianxia nodded slightly when he heard that. A snake couldn't do without a head. 2,000 to 3,000 people was just the right number for a team. It was not too much, not too little. It was basically the limit that a great wizard could control. Currently, he had gathered around 1,000 people under him. According to the wizard Dang, he still needed to gather at least 1,000 more people. However, this was simple too. With the wizard king's orders, the clansmen would definitely cooperate. Those villages that did not have a powerful wizard would definitely find a powerful backer to rely on. However, this required mutual consent. Currently, there were just too many great wizards gathered in the king's city. If he wanted those stragglers to rely on him, he would need to demonstrate some strength first. No one was willing to rely on an unreliable great wizard. Thinking of this, Xianxia already had a plan in his mind. The wizard Dang did not speak much. This time, he gathered everyone here mainly to inform them of this mission. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he gave a few words of advice and let everyone leave. In an instant, more than 100 great wizards rushed out of the hall. Obviously, they were all anxious to recruit more people. Once the war started, the more people they had, the more protection they would have. Therefore, at this critical moment, no one was willing to fall behind others. They all wanted to use their means to keep others here so that they could carefully select the strongest warriors. Only Xianxia, after waiting for all of them to leave, walked forward at a leisurely pace. "What's your name?" Suddenly, the wizard Pool's voice came from behind. Xianxia turned his head and replied, "Wizard Awesome." Then he said, "I was born like this, but I am indeed from the southern barbarian tribe. I was born in Songnan village." The wizard Dang nodded and said, "It doesn't matter how strong or weak your physique is. You are a great wizard. Next time, if someone questions your identity, just tell them my name." Xianxia was stunned. He did not know why the master looked like he was taking care of him, but he still nodded and said, "Thank you, master. Go." The wizard Dang waved his hand. Xianxia then walked out of the hall. After a moment, the guard captain who looked at Xianxia before came in and looked at the wizard Dang curiously. The wizard Dang said, "What do you want to ask?" The guard captain said, "Master, what's so special about that person?" He obviously heard the wizard Dang's words, so he did not understand why the wizard king master specifically asked him to stay behind to talk. The wizard Dang heard the guard captain's question and said, "Special, very special. He is a great wizard who is favored by the barbarian god." The guard captain frowned and said, "People who can become a wizard are all favored by the barbarian god." The wizard Dang smiled and said, "He is different. Before last winter, he was just an ordinary person. You could even say that he was worse than an ordinary person." "What?" The guard captain was shocked. "Master, are you sure? Before last winter, he was just an ordinary person. After one winter, he became a great wizard? How is this possible?" The wizard Dang said, "When I was a great wizard, I taught a person called the wizard Li for a while. And that wizard Li was the former village chief of Songnan village." Chapter 2840. The old village chief, the wizard Li, truly cared for Xianxia in every possible way. He had personally witnessed Xianxia's rise like a comet, shining with extremely dazzling light. He also knew that a small place like Songnan village was unable to accommodate a great wizard like Xianxia with a limitless future. As a result, he had once written a letter last winter and got a hawk to take it to the king city, asking the king city to allow Xianxia to study there. The letter back then was addressed to the wizard Dang. After all, the two of them had once been master and disciple. Although they had not contacted each other for quite some time, the old village chief felt that the wizard Dang should not turn him down with the aptitude and talent that Xianxia displayed. If the invasion of the bone-eating tribe had not happened, then Yang Kai would have gone to the king's city under the village chief's arrangements after winter. Unfortunately, the village chief had died along the way during the bone-eating tribe incident. He did not even manage to leave behind his last words. In reality, the wizard Dang was very interested in the person the village chief had mentioned in the letter, but the invasion of the demon folk had left him in a terrible state, so he had no time to care about anything else. Only when he saw Yang Kai in the hall this time did he vaguely feel that he was rather similar to the person the wizardly had described in the letter. Did he specially ask about him? Sure enough, the seemingly weak wizard was the wizard Nyo from Tsangnan village. He was actually a great wizard. The wizardly had mentioned in the letter that the wizard Nyo was only a low-grade wizard, yet he had actually become a great wizard after winter. So it really was a miracle from the god of barbarians? Just what kind of instructions did the god of barbarians hold for him to bestow such a miracle during this sensitive time of the demon folk invasion? Suddenly, the wizard Dang thought of a saying he had heard in the past. However, in times of great calamity, there will definitely be a savior. In the king's city, the flow of people was like a tide. Shoulder to shoulder, no worse than any city Yang Kai had seen before. Unlike the other great wizards, he did not rush back to gather his subordinates and gather his men. Instead, he wandered around the capital alone. Not long after, he walked directly into a shop and conspired with the shop owner in the back hall for a long time before he walked out leisurely. The shop owner who followed behind him had a joyful smile on his face. His attitude was extremely polite, as if he had received some great benefits. Without stopping, Yang Kai walked into another shop. After a while, when Yang Kai walked out again, the owner of this shop actually sent him off respectfully. After running around for half a day, there were dozens of shops in and out of Yang Kai. The situation was almost the same every time. Half a day later, Yang Kai silently calculated. Then, he nodded slightly and flew out of the city. Not long after, he flew back to where he was originally stationed. Butterfly stood there silently. When she sensed him coming over, she only raised her eyes to look at him. He lightly nodded. A few of his wizard apprentices came forward to greet him. They looked at Yang Kai anxiously. One of the older wizard apprentices said, "Master, where did you go? Why did you only come back now?" "I went to do something. What's wrong?" The old wizard apprentice said, "The other masters seem to be gathering people. I heard that the Wizard King Master gave an order for the great wizards to gather 2,000 to 3,000 subordinates. Master, you only came back now. Those strong warriors are almost all divided up by them." Yes, the Wizard King Master did give such an order. Yang Kai nodded. When the wizard apprentices heard this, they immediately became anxious. The old wizard apprentice said, "Master, what are you waiting for? Since you are back, hurry up and prepare. I see that there are still a few villages with good warriors. They seem to be hesitating to join the great wizard. Master, you can go and invite them. Maybe you can persuade them to join." "Yes, Master." "This matter should not be delayed. If we wait any longer, the rest will be crooked melons and cracked jujubes." The wizard apprentices persuaded one after another. On the way here, they merged with the Tsangnan village led by Yang Kai. Now, they did not want to join the other great wizard. Seeing that their master was not in a hurry, they were a little anxious for him. Anyone could see that only by having more and more powerful warriors under their command could they gain a certain advantage in the future war. Over 100 great sorcerers had been roaming all over the place during this half a day. They had been constantly swallowing and recruiting those barbarian warriors from various villages. Only Ji Hao's group hadn't moved at all. It seemed to be an anomaly. The tense atmosphere made them feel a sense of crisis for no reason. Don't worry. Yang Kai waved his hand. His face was so calm that the wizard apprentices did not know what to say. For a moment, they were so anxious that their mouths were burning with anger. When they turned their heads to look at the other groups, the great wizards were using all kinds of methods to attract people. Some of them even directly used powerful wizard spells to attract people's attention. Looking at the strong warriors approaching the great wizard, they felt like they were watching a trace of life slip away from them. However, as the great wizard Yang Kai said that he was not in a hurry, it was useless for them to be anxious. After all, they were only a few wizard apprentices. In this kind of situation, they would not be of much use, especially when they were not familiar with Xianxia. Sure enough, they were inexperienced. The wizard apprentices looked at each other and thought of the same thing. Time slowly passed in torment. The scattered barbarians gathered around the capital were gradually swallowed up by the groups led by great shamans one after another. The news of the demon folk invasion gradually spread through the crowd, and all of the barbarians began to band together for warmth. Some of them even took the initiative to seek refuge with the great shamans that seemed to be relatively stronger, even without being roped in. Xianxia looked young and weak, so no one cared about him. And Xianxia himself did not seem to have any intention of recruiting anyone. After returning from the king's city, he sat side by side with Butterfly and meditated. All the noise around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. This made the wizard apprentices under him feel more and more helpless. This continued until evening, when a thunderous voice suddenly rang out, "Where is the wizard master ox of Xianxia village?" With that, the noisy plains suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in that direction. They wondered why this guy was looking for the wizard ox of Xianxia village. Xianxia village. Many people had heard of it before. It was just a small village, so how powerful could a wizard from that place be? In a place where great wizard gathered, how could a wizard from a small village dare to call himself a master? However, when the people saw what the owner of the voice was carrying, their eyes could not help but light up. Even their breathing became ragged. This could not be helped. This person was actually carrying many wizard tools forged from steel. They shone brightly under the afterglow of the setting sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. This was a real weapon. Look at the sharp blade and the heavy hilt. If someone was really hit by such a weapon, he would be split in half. Then, they looked at the stone spears and stone axes in their hands. Countless barbarian warriors felt ashamed of their inferiority. Only the truly powerful warriors of the barbarian race were qualified to possess such weapons. This was because ordinary people couldn't get their hands on these weapons. They had to offer something of considerable value in exchange for these weapons. How could the barbarian warriors who came from various villages have anything of value? In the entire southern barbarian tribe, only the king's city could make such weapons. None of the villages had this ability. So, when a guy who was armed to the teeth suddenly appeared in a group of warriors carrying stone spears and stone axes, compared to those warriors from various villages, they were incomparably country bumpkins. This was not the end. Behind this person, there was a group of people who were armed to the teeth. Each of them carried a weapon on their back. With every step they took, even the ground trembled and groaned. Xianxia flew into the air and waved at them, "Come here." The leading barbarian raised his eyes and looked. After seeing Xianxia, he grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Then, he beckoned the people behind him to follow him and quickly approached where Xianxia was. Why is it this guy? Not far away, a great wizard who was like an iron tower looked at Xianxia with eyes full of surprise. So he was called Wizard Bull. The abnormal situation here obviously attracted a lot of people's attention. Many great wizards flew into the air and looked down, wanting to see what was going on in Xianxia village. "Wizard Master Bull, the things you want are here. Please accept them," the leading barbarian warrior said as he took off all the weapons on his back and threw them on the ground. The weapons were of different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common. None of them weighed less than 100 pounds. And this person carried more than a dozen of them on his back. He walked like the wind, and when the weapons were thrown to the ground, a circle of dust was kicked up, and a dull sound was heard. "Well, put them all here. Thank you for your hard work." Xianxia nodded slightly. Boom, one weapon after another was thrown on the ground. One barbarian warrior after another walked past. Soon, a mountain of weapons was piled up on the ground. Ahu and the others were dumbfounded. The surrounding barbarian warriors were also dumbfounded. The great sorcerers who had flown into the air to watch were similarly flabbergasted. The sound of swallowing of saliva was heard. Everyone looked at the mountain of weapons with eyes full of shock and desire. In the past, the barbarian warriors were very eager to get their hands on the weapons, but now they were piled up here. It was like a dream. Among those present, even those great wizard had never seen so many weapons gathered in one place. Any one of these weapons was worth a lot of money. And it was far from over. More people walked over and threw down the weapons they brought. But why did the owners of the shops in King City take out their weapons and throw them here? What was the relationship between them and this wizard bull? What was going on? Could it be that they gave these weapons to the wizard bull? That was not possible. But what about the scene in front of them? Many great wizards knew the owners of those shops, and some of them had dealt with them before. Naturally, they would not be wrong. Chapter 2841. Many of the great wizards could no longer stay calm as they thought of this. But everyone was a great wizard. Why did they only give the wizard bull to him and not to them? They were also great wizards. Furthermore, none of the great wizards present would be weaker than that wizard bull. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why did you give all the things to him? Why don't you give some to me too? A great wizard shouted in midair. That's right. The war is imminent. These things should be divided equally. We can't let him have all of it. Someone immediately agreed. This statement was accepted by even more great adepts. For a moment, everyone was shouting non-stop, and the scene was chaotic. What are you shouting about? The barbarian warrior who was leading the group shouted angrily. He did not have any intention to give these great wizards any face. He raised his head coldly and snorted, "Who said that we are giving these weapons to the wizard master bull? These are all things that he exchanged for." Exchange? Exchanged? Impossible! So many weapons. What did he exchange for them with? No one had such a huge amount of wealth. There were at least 1,000 weapons piled up at the scene. Moreover, there were still more weapons being sent over. Even the wizard king would not have so much wealth to exchange for so many weapons, right? The barbarian leader shook his head and said, "I don't know what the wizard master bull used to exchange with others. However, he gave me this." As he spoke, he took out a rolling object. The barbarian warriors looked at it but still did not understand what it was. However, the great wizards all changed their expressions and said, "The inner core of a beast." Moreover, it was an extremely high-quality inner core of a beast. This kind of inner core was even beneficial to the training of the wizard king, let alone a great wizard. If it was an inner core of a beast like this, it could be exchanged for many weapons. However, no great wizard would use this kind of treasure to exchange for weapons that they could not use. In order to exchange for so many weapons, how many inner cores did this wizard have? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The wizard master bull also used this to exchange with me. Another shop owner agreed. At the same time, he took out another inner core and shook it. It almost blinded the eyes of the great wizards. If it was said that the variety of weapons had an incomparably huge attraction to every barbarian warrior, then the barbarian warriors would definitely be attracted to them. Then these inner cores were the same for the great wizard. For a moment, the way many people looked at Xianxia changed. There was only one question in their minds. Where did he get so many monster cores from? No grand magus had the ability to kill so many savage beasts, not even a magus king. Time passed by slowly. After learning the truth of the trade, the noisy great adepts were too embarrassed to make any more noise. They could only watch as the weapons were tossed aside one by one. Their faces were full of envy. There were even some who were silently contemplating whether they should form a good relationship with Wuxia. Not to mention other things, if they could obtain a demonic beast's inner core from him, it would be enough to benefit them greatly. After a long time, the last barbarian who brought the weapons walked past. The weapons piled up on the ground had reached thousands. Rapid breaths showed just how restless the hearts of many berserkers were. The villagers from Tsangnan village were so excited that they swallowed their saliva. They had already guessed what these weapons were used for. After all, they were not idiots. The devil people were invading. With the war imminent, Xianxia suddenly bringing out so many weapons was clearly meant for them to use, but such a miraculous method made them somewhat unable to believe it. Ahu went to Xianxia and pulled him down. He whispered, "Anyo, are these things for us?" Xianxia smiled and patted his shoulder. "Of course they are for you." Then he waved his hand and said, Choose for yourselves. One for each of you." As soon as he said that, thousands of people became serious. The few wizard apprentices who were secretly complaining about Yang Kai's inaction were speechless. They were full of respect. The great wizard gathered outside King City. There were hundreds of them. But who had the ability to gather so many weapons at once? Who had the courage to do so? If you want to do something, you must first sharpen your tools. With so many sharp weapons, even if there were only 1,000 people, the advantage they had was not something a team of 2,000 or 3,000 people could compete with. And the weapons piled up here were more than 1,000? The few wizard apprentices could almost predict what would happen next. The complaints and dissatisfaction they had with Yang Kai had already disappeared. They only felt that this wizard bull was very experienced. Although he looked young, he was very experienced. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he hit the vital points. It was hard not to admire him. The few wizard apprentices who came from different villages looked at each other and smiled. The sound of people swallowing their saliva came one after another. The 1,000 people who were under the command of Yang Kai gathered around the mountain of weapons. But no one was in a hurry to fight for anything. They all looked at the piled-up weapons in a daze. Everyone's eyes were full of soft light. It was as if they were not looking at cold weapons, but at naked beauties. "You guys go first." Tiger suddenly turned his head and looked at the villagers from other villages. As a warrior who came from the same village as Yang Kai, Tiger felt that this was the time to win glory for Yang Kai and establish prestige. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to fight for it. Instead, he gave priority to the villagers from other villages. Hearing what Tiger said, the leaders of other villages looked at each other. One of them smiled and shook his head. These weapons were brought by the Wizard Master Bull. Songnan village should have the priority to choose. "You guys go first." "Yes, Tiger, you guys go first." "Yes, Tiger, don't decline." Tiger shook his head and said, "It is because Bull brought these things that you guys should choose first. These things were not brought for Songnan village, but for everyone." The leaders of the few villages immediately quarreled. They did not want to give in to each other. They did not want to be the first to make a move. The barbarians who were watching cursed in their hearts. They were envious and helpless. The oldest wizard apprentice suddenly smiled and said, "Don't quarrel. Now that we are gathered in one place, there is no difference between villages. Now we are a whole. We belong to the Wizard's Bull division. It doesn't matter who goes first. What's more, there are so many weapons here. Even if each of you take one, you won't be able to divide them all. There is no need to decline." The Wizard's Bull division? Everyone's eyes lit up. They all started to ponder. The old wizard apprentice was right. Now that everyone had gathered in one place, there was no need to differentiate between villages. Only when they became a whole, they would be united in the future war. Everyone's will was like an impregnable fortress. Deliberately dividing the villages would only cause selfishness between each other. Any selfishness might cause people to lose their lives in the future war. Tiger thought for a while and nodded. What the old master said is right. Since that is the case, let's choose together. The rest of the people naturally did not have any objections. Everyone immediately swarmed up and began to divide the weapons. They took out the weapons that were suitable for them and let the others choose. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Everyone was laughing. Although it was lively, it was not chaotic. Everyone advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. This scene made the other great wizard look at it with different expressions. Needless to say, they were envious and jealous. This wizard was able to gather more than 1,000 people just by gifting them weapons. His method was admirable. Looking at their own barbarian warriors who were envious of him, they all sighed. They couldn't help it. Although this method was obvious at a glance, it could not be replicated. They did not have the huge financial resources of this wizard. Although they admired him, they also felt a sense of crisis. Previously, the Wizard King Master's order was very clear. He wanted the great wizard to each recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. Half a day had passed, and many people had completed the task. However, there were still many people who were still working hard. There were also a lot of stragglers who were still observing. Originally, everyone had used their own methods to compete fairly, But now that Voodoo Bull had suddenly made such a move, he had the advantage and left the other Grand Wizards far behind. They believed that after the 1,000 people had divided the weapons, there would be more people who would be willing to join them. If the powerful warriors were all recruited by the wizard, then what would they do? Thinking of this, a few great wizards who had a good relationship with each other gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the 1,000 or so barbarian warriors under Xianxia's command all received their own weapons. Each of the warriors was holding a large axe, a broadsword, and a spear forged from fine steel. They looked majestic and had a completely new temperament. As for the archers, they were also given more powerful bows and arrows. The mountain of weapons had only shrunk by a third. There were still more weapons waiting for the owner to choose. A group of barbarian warriors gathered around and looked at the weapons. They all licked their lips and looked like they were hungry. When they turned to look at Xianxia, their eyes were full of desire. Xianxia smiled and snapped his fingers. Wizard Bull Tribe, accept. Wizard Bull Master, I am willing to join. I'll join. I want to join too. Wizard Bull Master, please accept me. I am the strongest warrior in our village. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, it was covered by the voices of countless people. The situation was almost out of control. Fortunately, Tiger and the others took out their shining weapons in time and blocked the people who were crowding over. Xianxia raised his hand and said, "Don't rush and don't push. The Wizard King Master ordered us to recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. My Wizard Bull's target is 3,000 people. So, many people will have a chance. Those who are interested in joining my Wizard Bull tribe, please line up and come forward to receive your weapon. After that, you will be a member of my Wizard Bull tribe." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately quieted down. The next moment, the barbarians rushed forward and formed a long line. Chapter 2842. 3,000 people? Wizard is awesome. You're just a low-level great wizard. How can you control so many people? Be careful. At the same time, a burly figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the side of the weapon mountain. The huge impact made the ground tremble. Dust flew up, and the entire weapon mountain made a clanking sound. Xianxia looked at the lush black hair on the man's chest and raised his eyebrows. "Wizard 2? What do you want?" Wizard 2 laughed and said, "I'm just worried about you because you're young and weak." "Thank you for your kindness, but don't worry." Wizard 2 shook his head and said, "You can't say that. We're all great wizards of the Southern Barbarian tribe. We should help each other. How about this? This shaman is a little stronger than you, so I'll work a little harder. You take in another 1,000 people, and this shaman will help you digest the remaining 1,000 people. As thanks, you can give me the extra weapons." As he said that, he reached out his hand and grabbed the weapon mountain, not giving Xianxia any chance to react. Ahu was furious when he saw this. Anyo had paid a huge price to get these weapons from King City. Although he did not know where Anyo got so many internal elixirs that could be used for trading, now that someone dared to reach out their claws, he naturally could not sit back and do nothing. "What bullshit, great wizard. If you dare to steal my things, then you're my enemy." While shouting, Tiger had already chopped at Wizard 2 with his axe. "Fuck off." Wu 2 didn't even turn his head. He only let out a roar, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from under his feet. The shockwave clearly contained a huge impact, because when Ahu was touched by the shockwave, he instantly flew high into the air like a kite and fell to the ground. At the same time, Wizard 2 had already reached out and grabbed a fine steel spear. With a slight force, the entire weapon mountain shook, and almost half of the weapons flew up into the air. Looking at the direction, it was obvious that they were flying towards the barbarian warriors led by Wizard Tuesday. Seeing this, everyone in Wizard 2's department was overjoyed and excitedly prepared to welcome the arrival of many weapons. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the weapon mountain out of thin air. He didn't do anything, but the thousands of weapons flying in the air seemed to be pressed down by a mountain. They all fell back and collided with each other, making clanking sounds. High up in the air, Xianxia looked down at Wizard 2 and mocked, "Are you robbing me?" Wizard Two's face turned red and defended himself. How is that robbing? I've said that we're all from the southern barbarian tribe. Wizard. Wizard. Wu Tu shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. I've always been willing to help others. Hurry up and get lost. Don't be unappreciative." Yang Kai said in shock, "Wizard, can you be a little more shameless? Don't you feel embarrassed for lying through your teeth?" As expected, the wizard's face turned red, but his tone was still firm. "Fine, fine, fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, I, as an upper-level great wizard, have the responsibility and obligation to teach you the truth." As he spoke, he chanted an incantation and raised his hand. Wizard power surged, and 2 visible chains of wizard power wrapped around Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was trapped tightly. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he lectured, "Remember, if you can't see the reality now, you'll only lose face. If you can't see the reality on the battlefield, you'll lose your life. So there's no need to thank me. This is what a wizard should do." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to drag Yang Kai down from the air. But in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because under his actions, the wizard bull standing on the weapon mountain didn't move at all. He looked at him with a smile on his face, as if he was nailed there by some force. He was slightly shocked and instinctively felt that it was impossible. His opponent was just a low-level great wizard, 2 levels lower than him. Since he was bound, how could he resist his power? He didn't believe it and tried again, but he was shocked to find that there was still no effect. He didn't seem to be binding a low-level great wizard, but a real mountain. After 2 futile attempts, he was a little embarrassed. Many of the clansmen were at a loss. They didn't know what the Wizard 2 was doing. A few great wizard even glanced at the Wizard 2, hinting him to quickly end this farce. Previously, when they gathered together to discuss, they felt that the best way to solve the current situation was to make the wizard bull lose face. It was a fact that he brought thousands of weapons, which attracted the attention of many powerful barbarian warriors. It also attracted their interest to join him. However, this interest was only built on the basis of weapons. If the clansmen saw that this Wu Niu couldn't even withstand a single blow, presumably, those clansmen who wanted to join him would make other plans. Weapons were tempting, but a weak great wizard was not worth entrusting their lives to. The barbarians were about to face a bloody battle of life and death. The powerful great wizard leader was much safer than those weapons. That was why the Wizard 2 jumped out to find trouble and deliberately fought with Yang Kai. According to their previous plan, as long as they could crush this wizard bull in front of everyone and make him lose face, then his advantage would be gone. But the current situation was a little different from what they had discussed before. The wizard bull was already captured. What was the Wizard 2 doing? In a flash, another great wizard flew down and cast a chain-like wizard spell to tie up Yang Kai. He shouted, "Wizard Bull, Wizard 2 is a kind person. I don't want to embarrass you like this. This wizard is not that easy to talk to. Get the hell down here." With a bit of strength in his hands, he was actually pushed over and almost fell to the ground. This great wizard's eyes almost popped out. Only now did he realize that the Wizard 2 was not being merciful, but he was really powerless. What's going on? While he was stunned, he saw Yang Kai grab the 2 wizards' chains and grinned. "The scenery above is beautiful. This wizard doesn't want to go down. It's better for you 2 to get the hell up here." The big hand that grabbed the chains suddenly pulled back. Accompanied by 2 exclamations and countless pairs of shocked eyes, the Wizard 2 and the other great wizard flew directly from the ground and uncontrollably threw themselves at Yang Kai. While in midair, the 2 of them danced and struggled to stabilize their bodies. But then their hearts sank, because they saw the wizard bull was actually grinning and rubbing his hands together. He looked like he was up to no good. Forcing themselves to take a breath, the 2 of them simultaneously urged the wizard's power to condense a wizard's shield on the surface of their bodies. As soon as the light of the wizard's shield lit up, Yang Kai had already swung his fist. Left hook, right hook, 2 punches like the wind. Crack. At the same time, The two great wizards' shield on the surface of the wizard's body shattered. Facing Yang Kai's punches that didn't seem to have much strength, they didn't have the slightest strength to resist. The two grand magi let out a muffled groan as they were sent flying like ragged sacks. They landed heavily on the ground, their faces covered in blood. The whole world was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Especially those great wizards, the corners of their mouths twitched and their faces twitched. They couldn't believe what they just saw was real. The barbarian warriors didn't practice wizard's power, so they didn't know the huge difference between a great wizard and a great wizard. But the wizards on the scene knew. Under normal circumstances, a great wizard of the upper rank could easily crush a great wizard of the lower rank. The difference of two ranks was not just for show. But the scene in front of them was so real that they couldn't find a suitable reason to explain it. The wizard's shield cast by the two great wizard was easily broken by this wizard. If the wizard's shield was so weak, then what was the point of learning it so hard? In fact, it wasn't that the wizard's shield was weak, it was that this wizard was too strong. All the great wizard's scalp went numb. Previously, when they saw that he had brought a few thousand weapons and suddenly gained a huge advantage in terms of recruiting people, they were a little dissatisfied. Some even wanted to find trouble with him like the wizard tome and wait for an opportunity to snatch some weapons from him. But now, who would dare to have such thoughts? Even the two great adepts had lost so much face. Who could possibly be his match? On the other side, the two great wizards who were sent flying were also a little confused. The wizard Tome struggled to stand up from the ground, shook his head, and finally came back to his senses. He looked at the eyes of the people around him blankly, and his face turned green and red. He suddenly became angry and said, "You dare to sneak attack me?" He didn't want to admit that he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. He only felt that the loss just now was because he didn't notice it, because he didn't think that Yang Kai would really attack him. If he was fully prepared, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This time, he came out to teach Yang Kai a lesson to suppress Yang Kai's advantage, and at the same time, to increase his prestige. Who would have thought that he would go for wool and come home shorn? Not only did his plan not go smoothly, but his face was also covered in dirt. He couldn't just let this go. If he just admitted defeat like this, his prestige would definitely plummet, and he wouldn't be able to gather any more people. "Surround them for me!" the wizard Tome shouted. At the same time, there was a burst of noise, and nearly 2,000 barbarians rushed out and spread out, surrounding Yang Kai and his 1,000 people. When the other great wizard saw this, he also silently waved his hand, and the 1,500 people under him also gathered. In an instant, 3,000 to 4,000 barbarians heard the command and moved. Tiger and the others' bodies tensed up, and they all held the weapons in their hands tightly. When the other barbarians saw this, they immediately understood that this matter was not going to be easily settled. They quickly retreated to the side, making space for the two sides of the battle. Chapter 2843. You want to fight? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly chanted an incantation and waved his hand. A halo of light suddenly spread out and enveloped the 1,000 people on his side. The 1,000 people's bodies suddenly emitted a dark red light, as if they were covered in a layer of blood mist. Not only that, but Tiger and the others' bodies also emitted crackling sounds. Their originally tall bodies suddenly grew 3 times taller, and the animal skin clothes they wore tightened. Every pair of beautiful eyes became as red as blood, and there was no fear in them. It was as if even if a wizard saint stood in front of them, they would still be able to swing their weapons and hack at him. The 1,000 people's killing intent gathered in one place, as if it wanted to break through the clouds. Boundless energy gushed out from their bodies as thousands of people gripped their weapons tightly. It was as if they had been reborn. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they stared blankly. They couldn't believe that they had such powerful strength. And it was an extremely high-grade bloodthirst. This was because although the eyes of these 1,000 people were as red as blood, and they didn't seem to be afraid, they didn't lose their rationality. This was an effect that only the most profound bloodthirst technique could produce. An ordinary bloodthirst technique could certainly make the barbarian warriors more powerful and reduce their senses. However, it would also affect the warriors' rationality to a certain extent. In serious cases, it could even cause them to go crazy and damage their primordial spirit. After the effects of the bloodthirst technique disappeared, there might even be some repercussions. However, this wizard's bloodthirst was different. It was something that only a great wizard on the level of a wizard king could use. Many of the great wizards were shocked. Just this bloodthirst was enough to make them view this wizard in a new light. This wasn't something that just anyone could use. In particular, the bloodthirst he used could easily envelop 1,000 people, not one more, not one less. What kind of precise control did this require? And it seemed that he was far from reaching his limit. Was this really going to start a war? The bloodthirst had already been used. The arrow on the bow had to be released. However, this wasn't the end. After using the bloodlust technique, Xianxia didn't stop chanting. His hands moved up and down as he moved. Rays of light of different colors burst out one after another, enveloping the 1,000 people. Lightness, stone armor, mega strength, layer after layer of light. The light enveloped every wizard and every warrior of the Bull tribe. The surface of their bodies emitted a dark red light mixed with yellow light, as if they were wearing a layer of heavy armor, impenetrable by swords and spears. A light breeze wrapped around their legs. It made their speed faster and fiercer. The golden light that symbolized the potency skill increased their strength by 30 to 50%. The breathing of the 1,000 people became heavy, and their fighting spirit was fully unleashed. The 3,000 to 4,000 people surrounding them were so shocked by this power that they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces full of fear. There was no need for them to fight. Just by looking at their posture, they knew that each of the wizard's Bull clan members had the ability to fight one against 2 or more people. The wizard 2 and the other great wizards' faces were extremely ugly. They thought that they would use their own people to intimidate them. That wizard bull was definitely going to lose his mind. Who knew that this guy would be so fierce? Not only was he not afraid, but he also directly buffed his own people with many wizard spells. At this moment, the 2 great wizards were just like the other great wizards. They were immersed in the deep shock. Casting so many large-scale wizard spells consecutively by himself, even a wizard king wouldn't be able to withstand it. The wizard bull was just a low-rank great wizard. How could he have so much wizard energy to squander? Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this wizard bull. Just the amount of wizard energy stored in his body was far more than an ordinary great wizard. Currently, he was just a low-rank great wizard. What would happen if he was promoted to a high-rank great wizard? Just when the 2 were still in shock, Xianxia's mouth started chanting again. Another ray of light enveloped them. At the same time that the beam of light descended, the expressions of over 1,000 people simultaneously changed. The dark red light that spread out from their bodies seemed to come alive and fuse together. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of people seemed to have merged into one. There was no longer any distinction between them. The monstrous aura that gathered together made the heaven and earth tremble. Life chain. The wizard 2's face changed. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a monster. Life chain. That was a truly profound wizard spell. Only great wizard had the qualifications to learn this wizard spell. This wizard spell could connect the life force of different numbers of barbarian soldiers together. Under the effect of the life chain, the damage that was inflicted on anyone would be evenly distributed. This allowed the barbarian soldiers to withstand more damage than they could withstand. This was the wizard spell that the entire barbarian race relied on the most in large-scale battles. However, although great wizard could learn how to learn the life chain, they would often need the help of other wizards if they wanted to use it. If there were only a few people, then it would be fine. A high-rank great wizard's life chain could connect the life force of 200 people together. However, if there was help from other wizards, and disciples in the team, the number of people could increase by several times. The more wizards there were, the better the effect would be. When this wizard 2 used the life chain just now, there was no one to help him. However, the light of his wizard's spell instantly enveloped the thousands of people, connecting the life force of the thousands of people together and fusing the thousands of scattered individuals into one. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, no great wizard would believe it. Only Magus Kings, and high-grade Magus Kings at that, could create life chains that could connect the lives of 1,000 people. Facing such a terrifying group, the advantage of having several times the number of people was instantly gone. The wizard too and the other great wizard could also use the life chain to connect the life force of their own soldiers, but that would require some preparation time. After all, they still needed the help of their wizard subordinates. How could they be like Xianxia, who could use the life chain so casually? In other words, if they really fought now, the 1,000 people under Xianxia's command could easily crush 10,000 barbarian soldiers without much damage. This wizard is ready. When do we fight? Xianxia looked down at the wizard too and asked with a straight face. This calm look made the other great wizard's eyelids twitch. So many large-scale wizard spells were cast, but he didn't look tired at all. Was he really a monster? Just casually casting 2 or 3 wizard spells like that was enough to exhaust any great wizard. Facing such an enemy, what was the point of fighting? But was it really worth it? If it was other wizard spells, it wouldn't affect the soldiers much. But Bloodlust spell was different. Once it was activated, it would consume the blood essence of the barbarian soldiers. After the effect was over, they would be weak for many days. This wizard didn't say anything and just cast Bloodlust spell on his soldiers. Was he crazy? Didn't he know what the consequences of doing this would be? Facing Xianxia's aggression, the wizard too's face turned red. He couldn't say a word. What could he say? Fight now? He didn't really want to fight with Xianxia. He just wanted to use his people as a deterrent. Who knew that this guy would be so unruly? Now that he was in a difficult situation, the wizard's intestines turned green with regret. Oh! Xianxia looked at the wizard too mockingly and laughed, looking at the wizard master too. It seems like you aren't ready? Do you want me to give you a few days to prepare? The wizard too's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, Wizard too, don't be too arrogant. This wizard just thought that this is outside the king's city. If you and I really fight, it will definitely alarm the wizard king master. If the wizard king master is angry, no one will have a good ending. It's not that I am afraid of you. When these words were heard by everyone, the great wizard had different expressions. Now that the situation was like this, anyone could see that the wizard too had no chance of winning. He could only use his mouth to save some face. However, after this incident, Wu Tu's reputation had been completely lost. There was no point in saying anything more. It was impossible for him to recruit more clansmen. On the other hand, this wizard was awesome. He had the battle record of sending 2 great wizards flying, and now he showed his strong great wizard skills. It would only make the stragglers more interested in him. Fortunately, the Shaman King's order was for every Grand Shaman to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen. If he was allowed to do as he wished, he might be able to gather tens of thousands of people. If that was the case, many Grand Shamans would not be able to complete their mission. Wizard Master 2, do you mean you don't want to fight? Xianxia chuckled and said with disappointment, I prepared for so long. The wizard too snorted, we are all from the southern barbarian tribe. What's the point of having a civil war? If you want to fight, go fight with the devil people. When the time comes, let's see who can kill more devil people. Xianxia touched his chin and thought for a while. He nodded and said, Wizard Master 2 is right. The Wizard 2's expression relaxed. You also think it's right? Xianxia smiled. If that's the case, then let's fight on the battlefield. Okay, it's a deal. This wizard will not lose to you. After the Wizard 2 said that, he waved his hand. The 2,000 people under him immediately let out a sigh of relief and scattered like birds and beasts. The Wizard 2 turned around and was blown by the wind. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked with sweat. He could not help but shiver. He secretly cursed himself for not having eyes. He actually kicked an iron plate. On the other side, Xianxia's hand seals changed continuously. He undid the chains of life and bloodlust. To the surprise of Hu and the others, after the bloodlust was undone, they did not feel dizzy like before. Although they were more or less tired, it was reasonable. And this kind of aftereffect was nothing to the strong barbarian warriors. They could recover by eating something casually. Chapter 2844. Not only did the wizard's provocation not have the desired effect, but it also increased Yang Kai's prestige. Now, everyone knew that although this great sorcerer called Wuxia looked thin and weak, his personal strength was unfathomable. If one could follow such a great sorcerer, it would definitely be more secure and have a better future than following others. What's more, if they joined him, they could even get weapons. Who wouldn't be tempted by such conditions? Therefore, after the wizard left, Yang Kai's recruitment work went smoothly. In less than half an hour, another 2,000 people joined the team, and the remaining weapons were divided up. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't accept anyone, but rather he recruited people on a per-village basis. Each village had 200 to 300 people, so the number of 2,000 people he could recruit was only 8 or 9 villages. Among these people, 90% were barbarian warriors and archers. Only a few were wizards of varying strength. Butterfly coordinated the situation of the newly recruited 2,000 people and reported it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately had a few more wizards under his command. In addition to those who had followed Yang Kai to the king's city, he now had 13 wizards under his command. 4 of them were wizards and 9 were wizard apprentices. There wasn't a single wizard under his command. This couldn't be helped. The number of wizards was low, and it was difficult to cultivate a wizard in a village. Only a few small tribes with thousands of people and the king's city had wizards. However, this wasn't a big problem because Yang Kai still had Butterfly. Other great wizards had wizards under their command, but Yang Kai had a great wizard under his command. Butterfly wasn't an ordinary great wizard. She had been taught by Qing Yan for many years. The wizard skills she mastered were definitely more abundant than other great wizards. Once the war started, if the two of them worked together, it would be more than enough to cover 3,000 wizards. Next, Yang Kai personally split the 3,000 people into 10 small teams. Each team consisted of 250 to 300 people, with the strongest warriors and archers taking up the position of captain and vice-captain. 100 elites were selected from the 3,000 men to form a guard team. It wasn't that Yang Kai needed a group of guards. With his current strength, why would he need the protection of these barbarians? The main task of this special group of guards was to protect the 13 wizards other than himself and Butterfly. These wizards were just wizards and wizard apprentices. They wouldn't be of much use in a one-on-one fight, but in a small-scale war, they would be of great help. It was indeed the hub that connected the 10 teams, and the death of any one of them would be a huge loss. Therefore, Yang Kai had to plan for their safety. After the allocation of the teams was made clear, the team of 3,000 was immediately clear. Each team was managed by their own captain and vice-captain, and these captains and vice-captains were directly under Yang Kai's command, which was much more effective than him giving orders to the 3,000 people. The great sorcerers in the surroundings saw this and realized the benefits of it. They also learned from others. Very soon, the various great adept clans were in an orderly fashion. After this display of strength, the 3,000 people became even more submissive towards Yang Kai, feeling that they had truly chosen the right person this time. In the future, perhaps they would have an advantage over their fellow clansmen in future battles. After ordering the 3,000 people to practice and familiarize themselves with the formation, Yang Kai and Butterfly quietly left King City. Where are we going now? Butterfly didn't know why Yang Kai pulled her out, so she asked curiously. Yang Kai flew in front to lead the way and said without looking back, "When I was in King City, I saw some tamed monster beast. Let's go catch some." "You want to tame a beast?" Butterfly looked at him in surprise. "Senior Qing taught you the art of taming a beast, right?" Yang Kai looked back at her. Butterfly nodded lightly. "Yes, he did. But I haven't used it before, so I don't know if it's effective." "It's fine as long as he did. As for whether it's effective or not, we'll know when we try it. I haven't used it before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "But, do you know where there are savage beasts? Just follow me. Those beasts in King's City couldn't have appeared out of thin air. If they can catch them, we can too. Yang Kai continued to move forward as he spoke. He had already inquired about the location before. There was a mountain range about half a day's journey away from King City, and Yang Kai's target was in that mountain range. The two set off at night, and only at dawn did a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, as if a giant dragon was lying on the ground. After entering the mountain range, they kept moving forward without stopping. After half a day, a fierce cry suddenly came from above. Yang Kai's figure paused and looked up. Through the scattered leaves, he saw a huge eagle-shaped monster beast swooping down from the sky and rushing into a kernel. When the monster beast flew up again, its sharp claws had already caught a giant python. The python was struggling nonstop, even coiling its body around the eagle's claws. The eagle lowered its head and pecked the python's body. Blood suddenly spilled out from the air, and the python struggled even more fiercely, causing the eagle's body to sway unstably, as if it could fall from the sky at any time. But soon, the giant eagle opened its mouth and spat out a winged blade-like attack, cutting the body of the giant python into several pieces. The internal organs of the giant python were blurred, and the struggling body gradually stopped moving. The fierce cry sounded again, and the eagle turned in the air, grabbed its prey, and flew in a direction. Seeing Yang Kai looking at it with great interest and a look of interest, Butterfly immediately understood his intention and asked, "You want to catch this kind?" "Of course I want to catch this kind," Yang Kai said as he called Butterfly to follow in the direction of the eagle. Butterfly was speechless. Although she knew that Yang Kai wanted to catch savage beasts, she didn't know that his goal was actually flying savage beasts. These things are much harder to catch than ordinary savage beasts, and judging from the eagle's size and aura, its rank is not low. Relying on her beast-taming skill may not be effective. Although she was nervous, she didn't say anything and just followed Yang Kai all the way. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived at the bottom of a valley. This valley was surrounded by steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The cliffs were filled with rugged rocks, and between the rocks of the cliffs, there were countless huge bird nests. Almost every nest had a giant eagle proudly standing there, as if they were monarchs overlooking their territory. Even more giant eagles were soaring in the air, either out looking for food or returning from their hunt. So many! Butterfly looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. "It's good to have more." Yang Kai grinned. According to his idea, the more the better, but the prerequisite is that the beast-taming skill is useful. If it's useless, then everything is just empty talk. "Wait a moment, I'll try." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he suddenly disappeared. Butterfly looked around with wide eyes, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. Her pretty face couldn't help but be shocked. This is definitely not the effect of any wizard skill that she knows of. The more she interacts with this wizard, the more Butterfly finds him to be unfathomable. Just as she was looking around for Yang Kai, she suddenly felt something strange on the opposite cliff. When she looked up, she saw Yang Kai. She didn't know when he ran over there, but he was holding a giant eagle by the neck and pressing it into the nest, so that it wouldn't be discovered by the other giant eagles. A weak light flashed and disappeared into the giant eagle's body. Butterfly clearly saw that the struggling giant eagle had stopped moving. After a while, the giant eagle stood up again and stretched its wings. It became extremely arrogant again, as if nothing had happened. Success! Butterfly's eyes lit up. Taming beast is a very overbearing wizard skill. Not only does it consume a lot of wizard power, but it is also a wizard skill that can only be mastered by a great wizard, and the conditions to use it are also very harsh. If it succeeds, it will leave a brand in the body of the savage beast, controlling its life and death. But if it fails, not only will the great wizard who uses taming beast suffer a certain degree of backlash, but the target will also die in an instant. So under normal circumstances, if you want to use taming beast on a savage beast, it is best to first capture it and spend some time to cultivate feelings, so that it will lower its guard. Only then will there be some hope of success. Like Yang Kai, who forced himself on a savage beast, failure is the only outcome. But in fact, he actually succeeded. Even though she has seen many miracles brought by this wizard skill, Butterfly was still a little stunned. Is it just luck? She thought. The next moment, the giant eagle that was subdued by Yang Kai suddenly spread its wings and flew directly towards him. A moment later, when the giant eagle landed in front of him, Yang Kai, who was hiding on the back of the giant eagle, poked his head out. I have a very good idea. I need you to cooperate. Butterfly asked in a daze. What idea? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. I want to capture the Eagle King. Butterfly couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. But after Yang Kai explained the situation, she felt that this is indeed a good idea. After using Taming Beast to subdue a giant eagle, Yang Kai vaguely sensed the thoughts of the giant eagle. And from its thoughts, Yang Kai understood that there is an Eagle King in this place. That Eagle King is stronger than all the other giant eagles, and all the other giant eagles have to bow down to it. If they can really directly attack the root of the problem and subdue the Eagle King, then there are so many giant eagles here that they can take for themselves. This is a way to take the firewood from under the cauldron. It is much more effective than Yang Kai's plan of subduing the eagles one by one. The two of them discussed for a moment and quickly finalized the plan. Then the giant eagle flew up again, while Yang Kai and Butterfly hid on the back of the giant eagle. This monster beast's back is very wide, enough for two people to sit side by side without feeling crowded. Under the cover of the long feathers, Yang Kai and Butterfly's figures are not exposed at all. Chapter 2845. Inside a giant eagle's nest, the Eagle King was locked in place by Yang Kai's wizard spell. Rays of Taming Beast light blossomed from Yang Kai's hands and enveloped the Eagle King, but to no avail. The Eagle King continued to cry out, its scarlet eyes filled with an untamed look. Around the eagle nest, hundreds of giant eagles launched attacks without fear of death. They kept rushing over in an attempt to rescue their king. Butterfly stood in the air, urging her wizard power. A wizard shield enveloped the entire nest, blocking all the giant eagles outside. Even the wind blades they spat out could only create ripples on the wizard shield. Previously, Yang Kai and Butterfly had directly attacked the Eagle King's nest. Yang Kai had just subdued the Eagle King, but before he could use Taming Beast on it, the Eagle King let out a fierce cry, and after this cry, the giant eagles all rushed over as if they had received an order. If it weren't for Butterfly blocking them, Yang Kai wouldn't have had time to deal with the Eagle King. These giant eagles' levels weren't low, but they weren't too high either. With Butterfly's means, if she was ruthless enough, it wouldn't take long for her to slaughter them all. However, this time Yang Kai wasn't here to kill, but to subdue them, so Butterfly could only block the giant eagles from rescuing them, not daring to hurt them. This made her unable to use her great wizard skills, making the situation very passive. "Bull, hurry up, I can't hold on for long." Butterfly's forehead was covered in fine sweat. Stopping the giant eagle's attacks and wind blades for a long time had taken a toll on her. "I'm trying," Yang Kai replied, sending out another ray of Taming Beast light into the Eagle King's body, but it didn't have the expected effect. Instead, under his continuous attempts, he had already caused considerable damage to the Eagle King. Taming Beast was an extremely overbearing wizard spell, but the Eagle King was unyielding, so the wizard spell couldn't be used. Under the impact of the wizard power, it was bleeding from all 7 orifices. If it wasn't the Eagle King, it was much stronger than the average giant eagle, but it was probably already dead by now. However, with the current situation, it wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Eagles were proud and belonged to the sky. No shackles could stop their freedom. Coldly staring at the pair of red eyes, Yang Kai said, "You should be able to understand my words. Even if you don't, you should understand what I mean. You only have 2 choices. Submit or die. I don't have much time, and you don't have that many opportunities either. Choose wisely." Just as he finished speaking, another beast taming light was released. This time, the beast taming light did not enter the Eagle King's body. Instead, it was repelled by the Eagle King's powerful will. Yang Kai cursed as a ferocious look appeared on his face. He rolled his eyes and suddenly raised his hand. A moon blade flew out. It accurately cut into the body of a giant eagle, splitting it into 2. The blood-curdling screech came to an abrupt end. The giant eagle's blood and internal organs scattered in the air, and the two halves of its body fell into the deep ravine. Butterfly looked back at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know what was going on with him. Yang Kai looked at the Eagle King and sneered, "If you refuse once, I will kill one of your companions. Let's see how many times you can refuse." As he spoke, he once again used the beast-taming technique. This time, the beast-taming light was not repelled, but the Eagle King was still resisting and unwilling to cooperate. Yang Kai did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, another giant eagle was cut in half and fell from the sky. Screech! The Eagle King cried out, obviously becoming very angry. If it wasn't for Yang Kai using the wizard technique to bind it, it would have immediately rushed up and fought with him to the death. Yang Kai was not surprised but happy. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good, angry is good. If you don't want them to die, just obediently lower your head." The beast-taming technique could be traced back to ancient times and looked forward to the future. In the Star Boundary, there was a famous beast-taming school. This school was famous for their ability to tame monster beast. Every disciple in the school had a few beasts, and when fighting with others, they had the advantage. However, the beast-taming school's beast-taming technique was extremely gentle, but it was also very complicated and time-consuming. Yang Kai didn't know the mysteries of the beast-taming school's beast-taming technique, but he thought that it should have originated from the beast-taming technique of ancient times. No matter how despicable and sinister the method was, it was only for one purpose: to make the monster beasts submit and be used by them. As long as they could achieve their goal, there was nothing wrong with using some methods. With Yang Kai's current strength, if he was given enough time, taming an Eagle King like this wouldn't be difficult. But the key was that he didn't have much time. He had to rush back to King City as soon as possible, in case there was any battle there. The Eagle King was stubborn and untamed, so he could only use some strong medicine. Perhaps it didn't care about its own life and death, and would rather die than live in dishonor. But as the king of a clan, if it couldn't protect its own people, that would be the greatest failure of duty. For any proud creature, this was something that couldn't be tolerated. Every time Yang Kai killed a giant eagle, the Eagle King's mood became more and more irritable and uneasy. The wizard's chains that bound it were clearly distorted by its struggle. Yang Kai's expression didn't change, and he killed 10 giant eagles in succession. Only then did the crazily struggling Eagle King suddenly stop its movements, revealing a pleading expression. It could probably see that if it really didn't submit, Yang Kai would really kill all of its people. Yang Kai observed the Eagle King's expression and knew that it was time. He used the beast-taming light again, and this time, the beast-taming light wasn't reflected or blocked. It easily broke through the Eagle King's defenses and directly branded into its body. Yang Kai's body shook. He could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of connection between him and this giant eagle, as if he could control its life and death at any time. And the arrogant Eagle King also became docile at this moment, lowering its noble head. "Time to go." Yang Kai grinned and patted the Eagle King's head, then took out a few healing pills and handed them over. The Eagle King looked at them with a very human-like look of curiosity in its eyes, but it still swallowed the pills in one gulp. Once the pills entered its stomach, the Eagle King's spirit was clearly lifted. Its originally dispirited spirit from Yang Kai's torment was rejuvenated. Yang Kai tried to communicate with it. The Eagle King immediately responded. The giant eagles that had been gathered around and didn't show the slightest fear or even retreat even when Yang Kai killed them, seemed to have received some kind of order. They all stopped attacking and flapped their wings to circle in the air. Seeing this, Butterfly couldn't help but sigh in relief. She looked back and asked, "Did it work?" Yang Kai nodded. Butterfly then put away the wizard's shield, her face slightly pale. "You rest for a while, I'll take care of the rest." Yang Kai ordered, then communicated with the Eagle King for a while. Although the Eagle King hadn't reached the level of shapeshifting, it was already intelligent. Yang Kai didn't need to use much effort to communicate with it. He had the Eagle King give the order for all the giant eagles to return to their nests. A moment later, the giant eagles circling in the air returned to their nests. Yang Kai then led the Eagle King to visit them one by one. If Yang Kai came alone, these giant eagles would definitely treat him as an enemy and attack him without any explanation. However, with the Eagle King by his side, the situation was different. Under the Eagle King's suppression, none of the giant eagles had any thoughts of resistance. They obediently stayed in their nests and allowed Yang Kai to plant the beast-taming light in them. The process was extremely smooth, and he succeeded every single time. There was not a single failure. After busying himself for an hour, Yang Kai had subdued all the giant eagles. After a careful count, there were as many as 76 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but be overjoyed by this harvest. With so many giant eagles, a vague idea in his mind could be implemented. After an hour of recovery, Butterfly was also full of energy. The two of them immediately rode on the Eagle King and returned the way they came. Behind the Eagle King, there were 76 giant eagles in a continuous line, forming a shadow that seemed to want to cover the earth. The giant eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, not at all inferior to a great wizard's flying speed. Moreover, their backs were extremely stable without any interference from the airflow. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at the sky above the capital. From afar, they could hear an uproar below. Someone even exclaimed, "Savage beasts are attacking." Many barbarians from all over the country heard the commotion and moved. The archers all drew their bows and aimed at the Eagle King who was leading the way. There were also great wizards who chanted incantations and flew into the sky. Their bodies shone with the light of a wizard's shield as they charged towards the Eagle King. The distance between the two sides was quickly closing. Waves of bright and dark wizard power undulated in all directions. Seeing that the attack was about to start, Yang Kai quickly stood up from the Eagle King's back and shouted, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." The sudden appearance of a person on the Eagle King's back shocked many barbarians. The great wizards who were charging towards the Eagle King were even more dumbfounded. One of them rubbed his eyes hard and said in surprise, "Wizard awesome." The battle between Yang Kai and the Wizard 2 yesterday caused quite a commotion. Many great wizards had seen it from the beginning to the end. Naturally, they had a deep impression of this thin and weak Wizard Tuesday. Therefore, when they saw Yang Kai, many of them immediately recognized him. In the crowd, the Wizard 2 jumped out and said in a daze, "Wizard awesome, where did you get so many savage beasts?" Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Of course I caught them." Caught them? Everyone's eyes twitched when they heard this. If these flying beasts were so easy to catch, they wouldn't be so surprised. If it was just one, it could be said that the Wizard awesome was lucky. However, these giant eagles were obviously a group. There were 70 to 80 of them. How could they catch them? Yang Kai stood on the Eagle King's back and said in a clear voice, "These are the wizard's aerial mounts. What do you think, Master?" Aerial mounts. The great wizards weren't idiots. Although it was their first time hearing about aerial mounts, they instantly understood what Yang Kai was planning. In the next moment, many people's eyes turned red. They looked at the giant eagles with eyes full of desire. The war was about to start. If they could have such aerial mounts, they would have a unique advantage in terms of intelligence gathering. Chapter 2846. Oh my, I forgot. It's April Fool's Day today. I was wondering why so many beauties were confessing to me today. What a waste of joy. Above the city, 75 huge eagles soared through the air apart from the Eagle King. An archer sat on the back of every single eagle. These archers clung onto the feathers on the backs of the eagles firmly. All of their faces were pale. Some of them even vomited in the air, but they persisted. They were not wizards, so they had never experienced the wonders of the sky. They were obviously not used to riding eagles recklessly into the sky. However, they were all barbarians. They were born with great resilience and adaptability. They only needed a few more days, and they should be able to take a turn for the better. These were the aerial cavalry under Yang Kai's command. The Hua, who came from Chang'an village, was the captain of the aerial cavalry. Yang Kai had not appointed a Hua as the captain of the aerial cavalry through favoritism. Instead, he had chosen her through a competition between many archers. All the archers of the barbarians were godly archers. Not only did they have great eyesight, but they could even hit the wing of a mosquito from several hundred meters away. With such impressive abilities, there was obviously no one who wanted to be below them. When the aerial cavalry was established, every archer had their eyes set on the position of captain. Yang Kai did not say anything about it, only letting them compete in archery. Whoever was the best would be the captain of the aerial cavalry. In the end, the archers that had been carefully selected were dragged out for a stroll. When they returned, Hua was filled with pride, while the others were all docile and obedient. However, even as the captain, Hua, she found the training of aerial cavalry rather difficult. Every time she descended from the sky, she would directly collapse on the ground, unable to return to her senses for quite some time. Within Yang Kai's encampment, there was a newly constructed wooden hut. It was extremely simple, but it did provide shelter from the wind and rain at least. Currently, Yang Kai and Butterfly were meditating and cultivating inside. Yang Kai slowly withdrew his soul sense and nodded. Hua and the others are improving very quickly. They should be able to go into battle in another 2 days. Butterfly opened her eyes and glanced at him. She said, "I wonder what demon folk are like. Although aerial cavalry is nimble, they're far too obvious a target. If they have long-range attacks, this aerial cavalry probably won't be of much use." Yang Kai smiled. Being able to investigate the enemy's situation is the greatest use. At this moment, the voice of the old wizard's apprentice came from outside the house. "Master Wizard Bull." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted with a dark face, "Tell them to scram. I won't see any of them." Ever since Yang Kai brought back more than 70 giant eagles 2 days ago, the other great wizard came to visit one after another. All of them were full of enthusiasm, as if they had known Yang Kai for many years. When they arrived, they even prepared some small gifts and politely presented them. Under normal circumstances, the gifts prepared by the great wizard would naturally be extraordinary. However, for someone as wealthy as Yang Kai, the gifts given by these country bumpkins were nothing to him. The great adepts slowly revealed their true intentions as they continued to argue with each other. They hoped that Yang Kai could share a few of the giant eagles with them. Everyone could see that these giant eagles could be used to investigate the enemy's situation, so they all wanted to take a few back from Yang Kai. For this kind of rude, shameless, and even unreasonable request, Yang Kai naturally refused without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? 75 giant eagles were all subdued by Yang Kai one by one, and they were just enough to form a medium-sized air cavalry unit. If they were divided up among others, what was the point of him going through all that trouble to catch them? After being refused, the great wizard naturally didn't give up easily. They either tried to reason with him, move him emotionally, or even threaten him with force. Without exception, they were all thrown out of the wooden house by Yang Kai. The few great wizard who tried to fight him were beaten black and blue. Now, Yang Kai's reputation in the southern barbarian tribe was very bad. All the great wizard knew that this guy was selfish, bad-tempered, and didn't listen to others at all. Even so, there were still many great wizard who shamelessly came to visit, hoping that there would be some miracle to change Yang Kai's mind. So when he heard the old wizard's report outside, Yang Kai thought that it was some idiot who wanted to share the giant eagles with him. His mood suddenly became bad. If he had the time to talk to them, he might as well practice. Suddenly, another person's voice came from outside the door. It sounded familiar. "Wizard Bullmaster, the Wizard King Master wants to see you." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then immediately got up and opened the door. Seeing a simple and familiar face, he couldn't help but grin. "It's you." This guy was the wizard messenger he saw in Sangnan village before. Yang Kai didn't know his name, but he remembered this simple and honest face. The sorcerer chuckled. "That's me." Yang Kai's expression became serious. "The Wizard King Master wants to see me?" The messenger nodded. "Yes." Yang Kai said, "Then let's go." On the way, Yang Kai asked the messenger why the Wizard King wanted to see him. The messenger was also vague, and it wasn't clear whether he didn't know or didn't say. However, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of making things difficult for him. He just chatted with him on the way, which made the messenger feel flattered. Over the past few days, Wuxio's name had spread throughout the entire king city. Everyone knew that this skinny great wizard was not someone to be trifled with. He had only been in the king city for a few days, but he had already beaten up more than a dozen great wizards who were more powerful than him. He had even formed an air cavalry that used giant eagles as a carrier. The 70 to 80 giant eagles would hover over the king city from time to time and drop a pile of feces on people's heads. This made the residents of the king city hate Wuxia to the core. They could not wait to rush out and beat him up so badly that even his own mother would not recognize him. Before the messenger came, he was also a little scared. Who knew that after seeing Xianxia, he would find that this person was not as fierce as the rumors said. Instead, he was very amiable, which made him feel that the rumors were wrong. The two of them chatted along the way and soon entered King City. In the palace, they saw the 6th wizard King Dang. The wizard bull greets the master. Xianxia put his hand on his chest and saluted. I don't know why the master summoned me. The wizard Dang was not far away. The captain of the guards stared at Xianxia with a sharp gaze. It was as if 2 sharp blades were stabbing into his mind and prying into the secrets in his heart. Xianxia frowned and looked back at him. He thought that this guy was crazy. Every time he came, he would look at him like this. It was as if he would be at a disadvantage to the wizard Dang at any time. The wizard Dang turned around and said with a smile, "Sit down and talk." Xianxia withdrew his gaze and didn't stand on ceremony. He said, "Thank you, master." He sat down as soon as he finished speaking. The wizard Dang said with a kind face, "I didn't call you here for anything important. It's just that I heard some interesting things in the past few days." Xianxia looked at him in surprise. The wizard Dang smiled. He thought that Xianxia would ask him something interesting, but he didn't say anything after that. The wizard Dang's expression was a little awkward. He could only cough lightly and say, "I heard that you spent a lot of money to buy many weapons from the city for the soldiers under your command?" Xianxia suddenly looked like he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Wizard King, master, for this war, this subordinate has spent all of his family's wealth selflessly. The wealth that I have accumulated for a lifetime has been scattered. This subordinate is loyal to the great barbarian tribe. My heart can be seen by the sun and the moon, the heavens and the earth. It's hateful that those unscrupulous merchants actually raised my price at this time. They raised the price by 20% to 30%. They are really the cancer of my barbarian tribe. It's a shame." As he finished speaking, his spittle flew everywhere, and his expression was one of hatred. The wizard Dang's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia a few times. He didn't know how to respond. As the wizard king, he had seen a lot of storms, but it was the first time he saw Xianxia like this. He had only said a few words, but the other party was already talking like a river. He was pouring out bitter water. One after another, extremely novel words came out of his mouth. It was actually interesting. With a serious face, Xianxia lowered his voice and said, "Wizard King, master, did you call me here this time to punish those unscrupulous merchants? The barbarian tribe is facing a great disaster. It's fine if these guys don't provide convenience, but they actually raise the price. They really need to be severely punished. If the wizard king, master, has such intentions, this subordinate is willing to testify. I guarantee that none of them will be able to escape, and all of them will be punished. This will eliminate the business atmosphere of the southern barbarian tribe." This time, even the guard captain, who had been standing there quietly, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The wizard King Dang helplessly waved his hand and said, "This king doesn't have such intentions. Business is a matter of mutual consent. It can't be forced. Those merchants didn't do anything wrong." "Oh." Xianxia suddenly showed a disappointed expression, but soon his eyes lit up and said, "Could it be that the wizard king, master, is going to reimburse me for part of the expenses?" What? The wizard Dang was startled. "Reimburse?" Xianxia looked at him seriously. "This subordinate has already spent all of his family's wealth, and now I have no money. If I want to buy anything, I'm afraid I won't be able to. King City has a lot of businesses if you can." Impudent. The guard captain finally couldn't listen anymore and shouted angrily, How dare you talk nonsense in front of the Wizard King, Master? Kai Yang glanced over at him and rolled his eyes, causing the guard captain to become even angrier. The Wizard Dang helplessly smiled. He realized that it was unrealistic to chat with this Wizard Dang. He could only prepare to get straight to the point. Wizard Dang, actually, this king called you here because I have something to tell you. Yang Kai sat up straight and still. As long as you don't talk about the things in the sky, you can talk about anything else. The Wizard Dang said, I just want to chat with you about the things in the sky. Yang Kai sullenly said, no way, King City also wants to take advantage of my aerial cavalry? Wizard King, Master, are you kidding me? Before he came here, he had a bad feeling. After all, he had just seen the Wizard Dang a few days ago. If there was really a war, he wouldn't have summoned him alone. And other than those giant eagles, there was probably nothing else that could catch the Wizard King's attention. This trip probably bodes ill rather than well. Chapter 2847. Now, it seemed that Wu Dang had summoned him for the giant eagles. It was obvious that the royal city wanted to get a share of the pie from him. If other great wizard wanted to get some giant eagles from him, Yang Kai could refuse without hesitation. He could even beat them up. Since they were on the same level, it didn't matter if they were beaten up. However, if King City asked for it, he was afraid that he couldn't do anything. How despicable! Master, I saw that King City also has aerial mounts a few days ago. My giant eagles are wild beasts in the mountains. They can't be tamed. I'm afraid they won't be presentable. The wizard smiled. King City does have some aerial mounts, but there aren't many of them. Flying wild beasts are difficult to tame. To be honest, I'm very surprised that you could tame so many wild beasts at once. Yang Kai immediately said, I spent a lot of effort and spat out a few liters of blood. I almost died there. The wizard said, so King City won't take your giant eagles for free. Yang Kai was suddenly interested. His eyes lit up. Then how many giant eagles do King City want? What price are they willing to pay? Since he couldn't do anything, he could only try to minimize the losses. King City could ask for the giant eagles, but they had to show some sincerity. Yang Kai's giant eagles didn't come from the wind. The wizard's expression turned serious. Half. You can name your price. As soon as she said this, Kai Yang jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He angrily said, half? Master, you really dare to ask for so much. How about I give you all the giant eagles? This sudden action shocked the guard captain. He pulled out his weapon and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. The wizard patted him on the shoulder and smiled. It's rare that you have this kind of heart. It would be impolite for me to refuse. Yang Kai looked at him blankly, his eyelids twitching. Master, I have a question. The wizard raised his eyebrows. Do you have any shame? The wizard laughed. That's why I said you have to name your own conditions. He didn't mind Yang Kai's rudeness at all. This made Yang Kai a little surprised. He immediately felt that this wizard king was also a wonderful person. Yang Kai was silent for a while before he said, I'll give you 25. I'll keep 50 for myself. With this number, I'll be able to use them in a small-scale battle. If it's any less, it won't be of any value. Royal City only wants the giant eagle for reconnaissance, right? The wizard did not deny it. He nodded and said, that's right. It doesn't matter how many there are. 25 giant eagles, plus the aerial cavalry of Royal City, are enough for reconnaissance. Wizard Dang still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted. 25. This is my limit. 25 is fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Wizard Dang readily nodded in agreement. It was obvious that he was mentally prepared. He raised his head and said, then what are your conditions? Yang Kai immediately said, give each of my subordinates a set of armor. Wizard Dang looked at him with a strange expression. Yang Kai scratched his face. All right, 1,000 sets of armor should be enough, right? Wizard Dang shook his head. Let alone 1,000 sets, Royal City can't even take out 100 sets. Is Royal City that poor? Yang Kai was shocked. It's not that Royal City is poor. Wizard Dang smiled helplessly. It's just that most of the resources in the city have been swept away by the great wizards. If we really want to talk about it, you were the one who started this. You gave 3,000 people weapons at once. How could the other great wizards not show some sincerity? Otherwise, how could they convince the people? Although they don't have as much wealth as you, if each of them bought a little, how many things in the city would be enough for them to divide? That's true. Yang Kai nodded. He knew that Wizard Dang wasn't lying to him. In the past few days outside the city, there were indeed many barbarians who were equipped with weapons and armor. They must have been bought by the great wizards themselves. It was just that they couldn't equip everyone, so they could only give priority to a few people. Let's not talk about the resources anymore. I can't do anything about it. Yang Kai thought for a moment. If the resources are not enough, then give them to people. Wizard Dang narrowed his eyes. What kind of people do you want? Yang Kai grinned and said, It just so happens that I don't have enough wizards under me. Master, why don't you transfer a few wizards under me? How many? Yang Kai smiled. 5 giant eagles for 1 wizard. It's a very good deal, Master. 5 is too much, I can only give you 1. What kind of wizard is so precious? Yang Kai was shocked. Master, can you show some sincerity? Wizard Dang coldly snorted. You want 5 wizards, do you have sincerity? Yang Kai calmly said, Raise the price on the spot and pay the price on the spot. Business is like this? At most 2, this is my limit. If it's not enough, then you can go back. Just go back and pretend that this prince never mentioned this matter. How can it not be enough? Yang Kai hurriedly said, 2 it is. Who told you to be the Wizard King, Master? Wizard Dang reached out and pointed at him. He wanted to scold him but didn't know what to say. Then he turned to the guard captain and said, Call Yu and Lu over. When the guard captain heard this, he was obviously shocked, but he still walked out without saying a word. After waiting in the hall for a while, footsteps sounded outside the door again. Not long after, the captain of the guards led the 2 women in. Yang Kai looked up and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Previously, although he had vaguely guessed that Yu and Lu were women, he did not expect that these 2 women would be so good-looking. Compared to the other barbarians, their appearances could be considered very delicate and pretty. Moreover, their figures were tall and slender. They were actually quite impressive. The most important thing was that these 2 women actually looked exactly the same. They were clearly a pair of twins. This made Yang Kai particularly surprised. Among the barbarians, the number of wizards has always been very small. Because only those who are favored by the barbarian god can practice wizard arts. In a village, to have a wizard disciple is a very amazing thing. But these twins are actually wizards, which is really rare. What's even more rare is that they have already practiced to the level of wizard. Looking at their young appearance, it seems that they are not much older than Butterfly. With time, their future is limitless. Facing Yang Kai's gaze, the 2 of them didn't look sideways. With a cold expression, they stepped forward a few steps and said in unison, Master, you summoned us? The voice of the 2 was almost exactly the same. If it was heard by someone who didn't know, perhaps they would think that it was the same person talking. Telepathy. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at them with shining eyes. Although it is easy for twins to have telepathy, telepathy is a more profound level. When the twins reach this state, no matter what they do, they will get twice the result with half the effort. If they join hands to cast a spell, the power will far exceed their current level. In other words, although Yu and Lu are only wizards, once they join hands, even a great wizard may not be as good as them. Picking up a treasure, Yang Kai was very happy. He just wanted to casually ask for 2 wizards to fill the gap on his side. Who would have thought that the wizard sent such a pair? The wizard nodded and looked at Yu and Lu. There was a trace of gentleness and love in his eyes. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. He thought that these 2 girls couldn't be wizards' people, right? If so, he didn't know if he would be punished in the future if he took them over. Just as he was feeling nervous, the wizard said, From today onwards, you will follow this wizard Master Cow and listen to his orders. Do not disobey. Hearing this, Yu and Lu turned their head to look at Yang Kai and said, Greetings to the wizard Master Cow. Their tone was flat, without the respect that many wizards have for a great wizard. Yang Kai put on the posture of a master and nodded, "No need to be so polite." The wizard smiled. "You and Lu have been living and practicing in the wizard temple since they were young. They just returned to King City a few days ago, so they don't know much about the ways of the world. In the future, when they follow you, you can freely discipline them. If they don't listen to your orders, you can also punish them at will." Sorcerer Temple. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. The wizard temple was the spiritual place of the entire barbarian tribe. It was the symbol of the barbarian tribe. In the sorcerer god's shrine, there was a statue of the sorcerer god. Only the most outstanding sorcerers from each tribe were qualified to enter the sorcerer god's shrine to cultivate and serve the sorcerer god. Under normal circumstances, the wizard who came out of the wizard temple all practiced exquisite wizard techniques. Their strength was outstanding, and they were basically invincible in the same realm. Yang Kai inherited the knowledge of Qing, so he also knew the status of the wizard temple in the hearts of the barbarians. In the past, he had even considered going to the sorcerer goddess's shrine if he had the chance. He wanted to see if he could learn something from it. However, the invasion of the devil people made his plan fall through. But he didn't expect that now there were two wizards from the wizard temple standing in front of him. No wonder they could cultivate to such a realm at such a young age. If they could enter the wizard temple, then Yu and Lu's talent for cultivation was beyond doubt. They were definitely the most talented wizard in the entire southern barbarian tribe. The wizard smiled. "With your talent, if this accident didn't happen, you can also enter the wizard temple. So, live well, wizard is awesome. The really powerful wizard techniques can only be passed down in the wizard temple. If you want to appreciate the brilliance, then become stronger and save your life in this war." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Yes, I will follow the master's teachings." The wizard waved his hand and said no more. Yang Kai held his chest and retreated. Before Yu and Lu left, they looked at the wizard reluctantly and said together, "Master, take care." The wizard nodded gently. Only then did Yu and Lu turn around and walk out of the hall. Immediately, only the wizard and the captain of the guards were left in the hall. "Master, he's just a great wizard. Why did you give Yu and Lu to him?" The captain looked at the wizard in confusion. Obviously, he was troubled by the decision he made before. He only wanted two wizards. Although the number of wizards in King City wasn't too many, it wasn't few either. He could have just given him two, but he gave Yu and Lu. Chapter 2848. The wizard Nyo didn't know about the relationship between Rain and Du and the wizard Kingmaster, but the captain of the guards knew about it. The war was about to begin. How could leaving Rain and Du to a great wizard be safer than staying with the wizard Kingmaster? The wizard Dang said indifferently, "Only by following him will we have a chance to survive." The captain of the guards frowned slightly. He clearly didn't agree with this point of view, but in front of the wizard king, he couldn't show it too obviously, so he could only remain silent. Outside the capital, Yang Kai led the twins back to his base. After a while, he suddenly turned around and said, "Who is Rain and who is Du?" The two girls stopped. The one on the left said, "I am Rain." The one on the right said, "I am Du." Yang Kai grinned and nodded, "I will remember." The wizard Kingmaster said that you two have been training in the wizard temple since you were young. The wizard temple? Is it fun? The twins frowned. Rain said in a deep voice, "The sorcerer shrine is the most important place in the entire barbarian tribe. Only the most outstanding sorcerers are qualified to enter and serve the sorcerer god. It is not a place to play around." Du continued, "Please be careful with your words, master." Yang Kai shrugged. He had a vague understanding of the personalities of these two wizards. He didn't say anything else and led the way. He returned to his base in a short while. A group of barbarian warriors and wizard who were training saw him come back with a pair of beautiful twins. They couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Kai clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. He said loudly, "These two wizards are Rain and Du. They were specially sent by the wizard Kingmaster to the wizard tribe. Now that everyone knows each other, I hope that everyone can get along peacefully in the future and work together to fight against the demon folk." Everyone agreed in unison, and the group of barbarians looked at the twins with eyes full of amazement. If it weren't for the fact that the wizard Rain and Dew's status was too high, there would definitely be people who couldn't help but approach them. The wizard apprentices and wizards respectfully stepped forward and saluted the two wizards. Yu and Lu only nodded slightly. He scanned the wizard's members from the Bull clan. "Continue with your training." Yang Kai waved his hand and said to the twins, "You two go with them. The wizard temple will only teach you the cultivation of wizard spells. I don't think they taught you how to use your abilities in battle, right? Take advantage of these few days to familiarize yourself with it. Don't be flustered when you're on the battlefield." The twins nodded slightly. Yang Kai whistled to the side, and in the next moment, the Eagle King, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have received some kind of order and raised its head. A sharp howl came out of his mouth. The giant eagles flying in the sky responded one after another. Soon, they returned from the sky with the archers and landed on the ground. Many of the archers turned pale and jumped off the back of the Eagle King. They ran around and vomited, and some even wobbled and fell on their butts. "Master, what orders do you have?" Hua carried a longbow on her back and walked over valiantly. Although her face was slightly pale, it was obviously much better than the others. At least her footsteps were not as weak as before. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I just received the Wizard King Master's order. He wants me to send 25 giant eagles to King City." Hua was shocked. 25 giant eagles? Doesn't that mean? Originally, each of the 75 giant eagles was assigned to an archer. If 25 giant eagles were sent out, it meant that 25 of them would lose their right to ride on the Sky Mount. This was unacceptable to any archer. These archers were all elites of the wizard clan. They were carefully selected from among them. None of them were worse than the other in terms of rotation shooting. "So I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, the 25 with the worst performance will return to their respective teams. Do you understand?" Hua pondered for a moment and nodded, "Understood." Yang Kai waved his hand, "Go. I'll leave this matter to you." Hua turned around with mixed feelings. When she looked up, 74 pairs of eyes full of fighting spirit looked at her. Needless to say, everyone had heard Yang Kai's words clearly. If they wanted to keep their giant eagles, they had to perform better than the others on this last day. Not long after, 75 giant eagles took to the sky together. The scene was spectacular. Yang Kai returned to the wooden house, swallowed a monster beast core, and sat down to meditate. A day later, Hua came to report the situation of the Sky Mount. With Yang Kai's approval, 25 archers who performed poorly were eliminated and the rest of the giant eagles were sent to King City. The following days passed by peacefully. The wizard clan's 12 teams were also training in an orderly manner. As time passed, their cooperation with each other became smoother and smoother. Especially with the addition of Yu and Lu, the shamans of the wizard bull tribe were able to cast a spell that was enough to cover all 3,000 people. This was something that they had not been able to do before. In the past, if they wanted to reach this level, they would need Kai Yang or Dai's help. But now that they had Yu and Lu, Kai Yang and Dai did not need to intervene. The more they interacted with the Rain and Dew twins, the more the wizard realized how strong they were. As expected of a sorcerer from the sorcerer god's temple. The sorcerer spells that they had mastered, their understanding of sorcerer spells, and the timing of their spells were not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Under their guidance, the wizard and wizard apprentices improved rapidly. Although the twins were not cold, they were not cold. In fact, if they took the initiative, they were easy to get along with. So in these days, the wizard and wizard apprentices had become familiar with them. If they had any questions, they would carefully guide them without holding anything back. After a few days, the two wizards had built up quite a reputation in the wizard clan. Yang Kai was happy to have nothing to do. He hid in the wooden house all day long and worked hard to train. The level 9 inner core did not give him enough improvement, so Yang Kai started to devour the level 10 inner core. In just 3 short days, he had raised the realm of a low-grade Great Magus to the level of a mid-grade Great Magus. On this day, the peace was finally broken. When the dull sound of the horns sounded in the king's city, all the busy barbarians quieted down. Hundreds of thousands of eyes looked towards the king's city. Everyone smelled the smell of a storm from the dull sound of the horn. Figures flew into the sky and rushed towards the king's city. Not long after, many great wizards arrived at the palace where they gathered last time. This time, the number of great wizards was more than half of the previous time. After all, when they came last time, many great wizards were still on their way and had not yet arrived at the king's city. But today, all the great wizards of the southern barbarian tribe had gathered here. This was basically the gathering of the elites of a large tribe. The wizard Dang was nowhere to be seen in the hall. When the great wizard arrived, they obviously gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the development of the war. However, they had all been training their subordinates outside the king's city recently, so they did not receive the latest news. As a result, they had no idea what was going on in the outside world. They could only wait for the wizard Dang to come and explain to them. A while later, the wizard Dang walked out with a stern expression. The noise suddenly died down. Many gazes were cast over. As soon as they saw the wizard Dang's expression, many people's hearts skipped a beat. They had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the wizard Dang opened his mouth and said, "A few days ago, the Saint Master of Wizards became the demon race's hinterland and fought a bloody battle with the powerful demon folk. In the battle, 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only the hero master managed to escape, but he won't be able to fight again for a while." With that, everyone was shocked. Many of the great wizards opened their mouths wide, as if an invisible fist had been shoved into their mouths. They could not close them no matter how hard they tried. They were all extremely shocked. No wonder everyone reacted like that. In an era where there was no wizard god, the saint wizard was synonymous with the strongest. There were only 4 wizard saints in the entire barbarian tribe. A few days ago, they heard the wizard Dang say that the 4 great wizard saints had already taken action. Many people still held onto a sliver of hope, hoping that the 4 great wizard saints could exterminate the demon folk or whatever. However, only after hearing this shocking piece of news today did everyone realize that demon folk were not pushovers either. The 4 great wizard saints had all taken action. 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only one of them managed to escape, but he would not be able to fight again for a while. To be able to beat the 4 wizard saints into such a state, the demon folk clearly had no lack of existences that could rival the wizard saints. Even the wizard saints were not their opponents, so what could they do even if they had more people? Immediately, many people paled. The wizard Dang looked around and raised his voice. However, the Saint Master Wizard Saint's efforts have not been in vain. According to the information that the Master Hero sent over, the strongest demon folk either died or were injured. As a result, the battle between the higher-ups this time was not our loss. Only when they heard him say that did everyone suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The 4 great wizard saints had personally taken action. This was an acceptable result. The Saint Master Wizard Saints needs to rest and recuperate. The powerhouses of the demon folk need to rest too. And at this crucial moment, the final direction of the war lies in our hands. If we can use this opportunity to kill off all the other demon folk, then we can protect our barbarian tribes. However, if we fail, then this land will sink into the enemy's hands. As a result, we only have one choice: fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. In the hall, many of the great wizard saints called out together. Their blood boiled. The wizard Dang looked at everyone's performance in satisfaction. He gestured with his hand, and only then did everyone calm down. The wizard saints' efforts have slowed down the pace of the demon folk's invasion. They seem to be using the 4 territories they conquered before as a foundation to construct a line of defense. Our mission is to take back these 4 territories and prevent them from gaining a foothold. Master, what exactly do we do? Someone asked. The wizard Dang said, "Let's all take a look." As he said that, he waved his hand. As the power of wizards surged, a huge map constructed from the power of wizard saints suddenly appeared in the air above the hall. On the map was a large, startling region of red, which made everyone's faces stiffen. Everyone could see it clearly. It was the territory of the 4 territories occupied by the demon folk. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.